At the tender age of 6, Su Li entered the residence of the Prince of Dai to serve as the auspicious companion for the sickly heir, Zhao Yuquan. Should her purpose fail, she would be buried alongside him. Fortunately, fate was kind. Zhao Yuquan eventually transformed into a valiant general, capable of leading troops into battle. After 3 years of warfare, he returned triumphantly, but not alone. He brought with him a multitude of exquisite white lotuses. It was then that Su Li realized the promise of eternal companionship he had once made was merely the naive folly of his youth. Now, having matured, he desired a harem. Very well, if he wished for a multitude of wives, she would not oppose. She simply requested her freedom. Zhao Yuquan bellowed, "Do not even think about it. You are mine in life and in death." In a moment of despair, Su Li leapt from the precipice, only to be caught by a man who resembled a god of death. He whispered softly, "I promise you a lifetime of companionship." From that moment forth, Su Li engaged in governance, attended court, and ventured onto the battlefield, embarking on a life of splendid reversals. Chapter 1. A Special Identity. Yen, with Kuna gone, it is time for you to join him. The hollow gaze of the Princess of Dai flickered before Su Li. Struggling, she cried out, "Your Highness, I do not wish to die. I long to see my father and mother. I beg you, spare me."
Spare you? How could I?
Kuna is all alone. Your presence would ease his solitude. As Su Li attempted to argue further, a matron sealed her mouth. Madame Jiang grinned maliciously, clutching a length of white silk. To be strangled by white silk is the fate of the primary wife. With that, she tightened the fabric around Su Li's neck. Terrified, Su Li opened her eyes, realizing it was merely a nightmare. She pushed aside the strands of hair clinging to her neck, drenched in sweat. This nightmare left her in a daze. She had been brought to the prince's residence at the age of 6 to serve as a remedy for the ailing Zhao Yuquan. If Zhao Yuquan were to perish, she would have to follow him into the grave. Now, a decade had passed, and Zhao Yuquan had become a formidable warrior. After a 3-year campaign, tomorrow marked his return home. "Miss Su, why are you moving so slowly?" A young lady, accompanied by her maid, stood at the door, one hand wielding a fan while the other struck the door with a resounding thud. It was Xie Zihua, the daughter of the prince's sister, who had arrived at the prince's residence 2 years prior. Her maid, Bai Ling, exerted herself vigorously to knock. The old door, long in disrepair, creaked and cracked under their relentless pounding.
Su Li chuckled, "How delightful."
Xie Zihua shot her a disdainful glance.
Fool.
Su Li's maid, Bai Ji, who was attending to her attire, was enraged and prepared to confront them. Su Li shook her head, whispering, "Let her weep later." Seeing Su Li's silence, Xie Zihua lowered her voice. "Miss Su, now that my cousin is in robust health, why do you not write a letter of departure to leave the prince's residence?" Su Li yawned. "You should inquire of the princess if I write it. She will indeed let me go, and I shall write it forthwith." "Really? Indeed, it cannot be more true." Excitement flushed Xie Zihua's slightly dark complexion, her large eyes sparkling with joy. As the Mid-Autumn festival approached, she still wore a thin summer dress, cinched tightly with a broad belt, creating a slight curve at her waist. Su Li instinctively felt a pang of discomfort at the sight of Xie Zihua's waist. "Miss Su, I have come to confirm today's monthly silver distribution." The elderly steward of the prince's residence arrived with an account book. As Su Li and the steward reconciled the monthly silver for Xie Zihua, she cheerfully interjected, "Steward, my aunt mentioned an increase of 5 taels this month." The steward glanced at Su Li, his eyes questioning the validity of this claim. Su Li smiled faintly. "Bai Ji, quickly run to the Princess Jinglong garden and inquire if she indeed granted Miss Xie an additional 5 taels. Xie Zihua coughed. "Oh, I must have misremembered it was 2 taels. Bai Ji, why are you dawdling? Hurry to Jinglong garden."
Suri urget hermaid.
No, just 1 tael." Xie Zihua's face flushed crimson. "Steward, add 1 tael to Miss Xie's total." Finally conceding, Xie Zihua sighed in relief. "Steward, some of Miss Xie's silver needs to be deducted." Before Xie Zihua could express her outrage, Su Li's words made her jump. "Why should my silver be reduced?" According to the regulations of the prince's residence, deliberately damaging property requires compensation. "Miss Xie, the door to Qianyue courtyard was broken by you and your maid, correct? That door must be replaced." "Steward, please check the door to my chamber. How much silver is required for replacement?" The steward examined it and replied, "The buildings in Qianyue courtyard are constructed of Nanmu. If it is to be replaced, it must also be of Nanmu." Such a door panel of Nanmu, which must match the intricate carvings of the entire Qianyue courtyard, along with the craftsman's fees, will cost at least 20 taels. Let's settle on the minimum of 20 taels, and any excess can be deducted from my monthly silver later. The steward hesitated. Miss Su, this may not be appropriate, it should be Miss Xie's responsibility. After all, I reside in Qianyue courtyard, let me assist Miss Xie. The thought of this left Xie Zihua seething with anger. If this continued, she would go 3 months without her monthly silver. Originally, she had 6 taels plus the additional one, making 7. 3 times 7 is 21. Xie Zihua's eyes widened in fury. You, Su Li, are in charge, and the prince's funds flow freely into your hands, yet you cling so tightly to my silver. I shall inform my aunt. Xie Zihua recalled that the added tael was a deception she had orchestrated with Su Li, and she swallowed her words. The steward, however, was displeased and interjected. Miss Xie, one cannot speak recklessly. For years, Miss Su has never misappropriated a single coin from the prince's residence. Her monthly silver is merely 3 taels, less than yours. The steward flipped to Su Li's page and presented it to Xie Zihua, extinguishing her indignation. News arrived that the princess required Su Li to visit Jinglan Garden. Su Li's Qianyue pavilion was situated in a remote corner of the estate, and reaching the Princess Jinglan Garden required passing through a bustling garden. The lively chatter of women added a vibrant atmosphere to the usually serene space. The poetry gathering for flower appreciation in 2 days is hosted by the princess to select a wife for the heir. The heir should be marrying upon his return, and by next year, we may have a young heir. Hush! Miss Su is coming. The moment Su Li appeared, the garden fell silent. The maids hastily lowered their heads, scattering as they busied themselves with gathering flowers for their respective mistresses. Though the prince's residence had kept Su Li's purpose of serving Zhao Yuquan under wraps, secrets have a way of surfacing. For many years, it was tacitly understood within the prince's residence. Even the high officials in the capital were aware of this matter, but due to its royal nature, none dared to speak of it openly. Xie Zihua was particularly astute regarding the situation, observing Su Li with a mocking gaze. Bai Ji huffed in indignation. These gossipy maidens require a stern lesson. Su Li remained unfazed. One cannot silence them, it is best to ignore them. As 4 individuals approached the drooping flower gate of Jinglan courtyard. Suddenly, Bai Ji, who was behind Su Li, lunged forward, causing Su Li to stumble several steps. With a resounding thud, Bai Ji's knee struck the ground, and she knelt there. She bit her lip tightly to suppress a cry of pain. Xie Zihua, however, covered her lips with a hand fan and chuckled. Miss Su, you truly have a way of instructing your maidservant. Upon entering Jinglan courtyard, you bestow such a grand gesture upon me, making me feel rather embarrassed.
Su Li glanced back.
Bai Ji, tears welling in her eyes from the pain, said, Miss, it was Bai Ling who tripped me. Bai Ling, Xie Zihua's maid, retorted loudly. Bai Ji, you are the one who acted inappropriately, and now blame it on me. My lady even covered for you, yet you are ungrateful and turn the tables. Truly a case of a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good person. Su Li's gaze slowly swept across the faces of Xie Zihua and Bai Ling. Chapter 2. The princess's warning. Xie Zihua looked at Su Li with a provocative smile in her eyes. Su Li lowered her gaze, bending down as if to assist Bai Ji, but whispered softly in her ear, return it. Whatever happens, I will bear the consequences. Bai Ji's tears ceased instantly. She suddenly lunged at Bai Ling, clutching her leg, and pulled.
Thud. Ah!
Bai Ling fell with a loud crash, crying out in pain. Su Li smiled gently, saying, Indeed, Miss Xie has instructed her maidservants well. Upon entering the gates of Jinglan courtyard, she performs a full prostration before the princess, truly a model for the Wangfu. Xie Zihua glared at Su Li with fiery eyes. Ladies, what commotion is this at the entrance? Why not come in and pay your respects to the princess? Mama Zhang's emotionless voice rang out. Su Li smiled, elegantly flicking her sleeves as she stepped lightly into the serene hall of Jinglan courtyard. The princess sat at the main seat, adorned in a deep plum purple rainflower brocade dress, draped with a bright chongxi cloud shoulder shawl, which concealed her somewhat stout waist, her hair styled in a lofty bun. Her makeup was exquisite, exuding an air of nobility that befitted her status as the princess. Su Li performed a respectful bow, saying, May the princess have longevity and peace. However, the princess did not respond, merely lowering her eyelids and gently stirring the tea leaves in her cup. Xie Zihua entered with a look of grievance. Upon seeing that the princess did not bid Su Li to rise, she felt a flicker of joy, realizing this could be a chance to further incite the princess's disdain for Su Li, thus hastening her departure from the mansion. In that case, her cousin's marriage to her would face no obstacles, allowing her to become the princess of the Wangfu. She sniffled, her voice laced with sorrow. Auntie, Miss Su's maid intentionally tripped Bai Ling. What courage does a mere maid possess? It is merely relying on Miss Su's influence. This is bullying Huar. Auntie, you must stand up for her. Only then did the princess raise her eyelids, gazing at Su Li with affection, saying, Yan Yan, please take a seat. Yan Yan is Su Li's courtesy name, as when she entered the Wangfu, it was during the time Zhao Yuquan was closest to death. The character Li signifies separation, deemed inauspicious. Thus, the Wangfu invited a high monk from Xianghua Temple to bestow upon her a name laden with meaning Yan Yan, which signifies peaceful days. It symbolizes a wish for Zhao Yuquan's safety each day. The princess disregarded Xie Zihua's complaints and suddenly slammed the table. Bai Ling, how dare you create disturbances in Jinglan courtyard? Do you have anyone else in your eyes? Bring forth Bai Ling and administer 20 strokes. Several matrons quickly entered. Su Li did not lift her gaze to the princess, feeling a twinge of aversion to her actions. With Zhao Yuquan's return imminent, she was being increasingly pressured. The princess sought to ensure Su Li neither aspired to the position of princess nor contemplated leaving the Wangfu. Bai Ling was being used as a means to placate her. After 10 years of close companionship, Su Li understood the princess's every move. Bai Ling fell to her knees with a thud, repeatedly bowing her head. Those 20 strokes would likely leave her bedridden for a month. Xie Zihua panicked, rushing to grasp the princess's arm. Auntie, spare Bai Ling. The princess gently replied, Huar, I will have Hong Ling serve you instead. Bai Ling is too petty to remain by your side. Auntie, Huar wishes for Bai Ling. She understands Huar's heart best. Then let her receive some discipline, so she learns to broaden her perspective. Seeing no room for negotiation, Xie Zihua shot a fierce glare at Su Li. Su Li merely smirked, her eyes glimmering with mockery. Foolish girl, aiming to marry Zhao Yuquan, in the princess's eyes, you are unworthy. Soon, the courtyard echoed with the sound of strikes and Bai Ling's cries of agony. Xie Zihua clutched her handkerchief tightly, her gaze fixed on Su Li. Yan Yan, how is the flower appreciation poetry gathering for the day after tomorrow coming along? Replying to the princess, all arrangements have been made with the matrons of each courtyard. Then, Su Li produced an invitation from her sleeve and presented it to the princess. Princess, this is the invitation delivered to me by the Long Princess last night, inviting me to Xianghua Temple to listen to Master Kongkong's teachings the day after tomorrow. What do you think? If not, a reply must be sent today. The princess opened the invitation, glancing at it with displeasure. The flower appreciation poetry gathering the day after tomorrow will feature the most esteemed young ladies of the capital. You manage the affairs of the Wangfu if you leave, who knows what chaos will ensue. The princess indeed disliked managing such mundane matters, while Su Li seemed naturally gifted in stewardship. In the early years of Su Li's arrival at the Wangfu, Zhao Shikuan's health fluctuated, leaving the princess in constant worry and distraction. Matters presented to her were met with vague remarks, while Su Li, though young, always addressed the crux of difficult issues, ensuring the Wangfu operated smoothly. Thus, the princess allowed her to oversee the household affairs. It was only after Zhao Shikuan fully recovered and re-entered the military that the princess began to take back stewardship gradually, harboring other intentions. Yet, she still preferred to avoid the trivialities. Hearing the princess's words, Xie Zihua's face lit up with anticipation. This was a flower appreciation poetry gathering where she could appear as the hostess. She was indeed envious. Su Li cast her a sidelong glance, smiling. Princess, cousin can assist you in overseeing. She has been in the Wangfu for 2 years and is well acquainted with the staff. Indeed, Auntie, Huar can help you. The princess pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Allowing Xie Zihua to learn management would also serve as a form of atonement for her deceased sister. The punishment of Bai Ling concluded, and she was dragged to the room in the back of Jinglan courtyard where she resided. Suddenly, an excited voice from the gatehouse rang out, Princess, Princess, the young master has returned. The young master has returned. The princess sprang to her feet, exclaiming in delight, Kuinar is back. She hastened out of the serene hall. Xie Zihua closely followed the princess, deliberately veering in front of Su Li and attempting to shove her. Su Li stepped back to evade her hand. In a low voice, she remarked, You have some sense, and hurried out. Watching her retreating figure, Su Li's lips curled into a smile. Just outside the hall, there There were several steps, and in her eagerness, Xie Zihua stepped on the hem of the princess's gown. Su Li had anticipated this moment. She lowered her head, focusing on her feet. Indeed, as the Princess-Consort of the Dai dynasty abruptly lunged forward, a resounding rip echoed through the air. The embroidered skirt of the Princess-Consort was torn asunder. Fortunately, Zhao Yuquan, with his keen reflexes, swiftly caught her just as she was about to stumble, preventing her from suffering the embarrassment of a fall. In a fit of frustration, the Princess-Consort exclaimed, "Yan Yan, what is the matter with you? Do you not watch where you are walking?" A hush fell over the entire assembly. At the tender age of 6, Su Li entered the duke's residence to serve as a charm for the ailing heir, Zhao Yuquan. Should the charm fail, her fate would be to accompany him in death. Fortunately, her life was spared. Zhao Yuquan ultimately transformed into a valiant general capable of leading troops into battle. After 3 years of warfare, he triumphantly returned, bringing with him a bounty of pure white lotus blossoms. It was then that Su Li realized the promise of a lifelong companionship he had once uttered in his youth was nothing but the naive musings of a child. Now mature, he sought a multitude of wives and concubines. "Very well, if you desire a harem, I do not oppose. Simply grant me a release letter." Zhao Yuquan bellowed, "Do not even entertain such thoughts. In life, you are mine. In death, you shall be my ghost." In a moment of despair, Su Li leaped from a cliff, only to be caught by a man akin to a god of death. He gently assured her, "I promise you a lifetime of companionship." From that moment onward, Su Li engaged in governance, attended court, and stepped onto the battlefield, embarking on a remarkable journey of resurgence. Chapter 1. A unique identity. Yan Yan, Yuquan has perished. It is time for you to join him. The hollow gaze of the Duchess of the Duke swirled before Su Li, struggling. She cried out, "Your Grace, I do not wish to die. I long to see my father and mother. I implore you to spare me." "Spare you? How could I? Yuquan is all alone. Your presence will ease his solitude." As Su Li attempted to respond, a matron covered her mouth. Madame Jiang, wielding a strip of white silk, sneered, "To be strangled by white silk is the fate of the legitimate wife." With that, she tightened the silk around Su Li's neck. Terrified, Su Li awoke with a start. It was merely a nightmare. She brushed aside the strands of hair clinging to her neck, realizing she was drenched in sweat. This harrowing dream left her in a daze. She had been brought to the duke's residence at the age of 6 to serve as a charm for the ailing heir, Zhao Yuquan. If Zhao Yuquan were to die, she would be required to follow him in death. Now, a decade later, Zhao Yuquan had become a formidable warrior. He was due to return home tomorrow after a 3-year campaign. "Miss Su, why are you so slow?" A young lady stood at the door, accompanied by a maid, one hand holding a fan while the other pounded on the door with a deafening clamor. It was Xie Zihua, the daughter of the Duchess's sister, who had come to the Duke's residence 2 years prior. Her maid, Bai Ling, joined in the vigorous knocking. With a resounding crack, the long and repaired door could no longer withstand their assault, splitting open.
Su Li chuckled. "How delightful."
Xie Zihua shot her a disdainful glance. Fool. Su Li's maid, Bai Ji, was in the midst of assisting her with dressing when she saw the commotion and angrily rushed to intervene. Su Li shook her head, whispering, "Let her cry later." Noticing Su Li's silence, Xie Zihua lowered her voice. "Miss Su, my cousin has returned in vibrant health. Why do you not simply write a letter to leave the Duke's residence?" Su Li yawned. "You might as well ask the Duchess. If I write, she would surely allow me to depart immediately. Is that truly so?" Indeed, it could not be more genuine. Excitement flushed Xie Zihua's slightly darker complexion, her large eyes sparkling with joy. Approaching mid-autumn, she still donned a flimsy summer dress, cinched tightly with a broad belt that accentuated her slim waist. Su Li instinctively felt a pang of discomfort at the sight. "Miss Su, I have come to verify the monthly silver to be distributed today," the Duke's steward announced. As Su Li and the steward reviewed the monthly silver for Xie Zihua, she cheerfully interjected, "Steward, my aunt mentioned that my monthly silver would increase by 5 taels this month." The steward glanced at Su Li, his eyes silently inquiring if this were true. Su Li smiled faintly. Bai Ji, hurry to the Duchess's Jinglong garden and inquire if she has indeed granted Miss Xie an additional 5 taels. Xie Zihua coughed. Oh, I misspoke. It is actually 2 taels. Bai Ji, why are you dawdling? Go to Jinglong garden, at once. Wait. Just 1 tael. Xie Zihua's face flushed crimson. Steward, please add 1 tael to Miss Xie's amount. Finally conceding, Su Li let out a sigh of relief, and Xie Zihua felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Steward, some silver must be deducted from Miss Xie's amount. Before Xie Zihua could express her indignation, Su Li's words made her jump. Why should my monthly silver be reduced? According to the Duke's regulations, any deliberate damage to property must be compensated. Miss Xie, it was you and your maid who ruined the door of Qianyue Pavilion, correct? That door must be replaced. Steward, please assess the condition of my bedroom door. How much silver would be required for a replacement? The steward inspected the door and replied, the Qianyue Pavilion is constructed of Nanmu wood. If it is to be replaced, it must also be of Nanmu. Thus, a single Nanmu door panel, crafted to match the intricate carvings of Qianyue Pavilion, along with the carpenter's fees, would cost no less than 20 taels. Then let us settle on 20 taels, and any excess can be deducted from my monthly silver. The steward hesitated. Miss Su, this seems inappropriate. By rights, Miss Xie should bear the cost. After all, I reside in Qianyue Pavilion. I shall assist Miss Xie. Xie Zihua was infuriated by the exchange between Su Li and the steward. According to this calculation, she would go 3 months without receiving her monthly silver. Originally, she had 6 taels plus the extra 1, totaling 7 taels. 3 times 7 amounts to 21. Xie Zihua's eyes widened in disbelief. You, Su Li, have the authority to manage the household finances, while the Duke's silver is at your disposal, yet you are so miserly with mine. I shall inform my aunt. As Xie Zihua contemplated her added tael, which she had deceitfully coaxed from Su Li, she swallowed her words. The steward, however, was displeased, stating, Miss Xie, one must be careful with their words. Miss Su has never misappropriated a single coin from the Duke's residence in all these years. Her monthly silver is merely 3 taels, less than yours. The steward turned to the relevant page in the ledger and presented it to Xie Zihua. Her indignation dissipated entirely. News arrived that the Duchess required Su Li to visit Jinglong Garden. Su Li's Qianyue Pavilion lay in a remote corner of the Duke's residence, necessitating a passage through a bustling garden to reach the Duchess's Jinglong Garden. The garden was abuzz with activity, the chatter of women adding a lively atmosphere to the usually tranquil space. The flower appreciation poetry gathering in 2 days is hosted by the Duchess to select a bride for the heir. The heir will surely marry upon his return, and by next year, we may have a little heir.
Sure.
Do not speak so loudly. Miss Su is here. With Su Li's arrival, the garden fell silent. The maids quickly lowered their heads, scattering to gather flowers for their respective mistresses. Although the Duke's residence had kept Su Li's role as Zhao Yuquan's charm under wraps, there are no secrets that remain hidden. Over the years, it had become an open secret within the Duke's residence. Even the nobility of the capital were aware of the matter, yet, given its royal nature, none dared to discuss it openly. Xie Zihua was acutely aware of this, watching Su Li with a smirk that indicated her amusement. Bai Ji huffed in indignation. These gossipy maids ought to be taught a lesson. Su Li remained unfazed. One cannot silence the unrelenting. There is no need to concern ourselves. As 4 individuals approached the drooping flower gate of Jinglanuan, an unexpected event transpired. Bai Ji, who was behind Su Li, lunged forward, causing Su Li to stagger several steps. With a resounding thud, Bai Ji's knee struck the ground as she knelt there, biting her lip to stifle her cry of pain. However, Xie Zihua, using her fan to conceal her lips, chuckled lightly. Miss Su, your teachings for your maid are indeed effective. Upon entering Jinglanuan, she pays such a grand homage that it almost makes me feel embarrassed. Turning her gaze back, Su Li noticed the tears welling in Bai Ji's eyes. Miss, it was Bai Ling who tripped me, Bai Ji managed to say. Yet, Bai Ling, Xie Zihua's maid, retorted loudly. Bai Ji, you were disrespectful and now you blame me? My young lady even covered for you, yet you fail to appreciate it and retaliate instead. Truly, it is like a dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a good heart. Su Li's eyes slowly swept over the faces of Xie Zihua and Bai Ling. Chapter 2. The princess's warning. Xie Zihua looked at Su Li with a mocking smile in her eyes. Su Li lowered her gaze and bent down as if to assist Bai Ji, whispering in her ear, retreat. I will bear the consequences. Bai Ji's tears suddenly ceased as she lunged at Bai Ling, clutching her leg, and with a pull.
Thud.
Bai Ling fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Su Li smiled softly, saying, It seems that Miss Xie has truly taught her maid well. Upon entering Jinglanuan, she performs a full prostration to the princess, truly a model of the Wangfu. Xie Zihua glared at Su Li with fiery eyes. Ladies, what commotion is this at the entrance? Why do you not come in to pay your respects to the princess? The emotionless voice of Mama Jiang rang out. With a smile, Su Li gracefully swept her sleeves and entered the serene hall of Jinglanuan. The princess of the Dai Wang was seated in the main position. Today, she wore a deep plum purple rainflower embroidered gown, draped with a bright royal cloud shoulder cloak that concealed her somewhat thick waist, her hair styled in an imperial bun. Her makeup was exquisite, exuding an air of nobility that befitted her status as the princess. Su Li bowed. May the princess live long and prosper. However, the princess did not respond, merely lowering her eyelids and gently stirring the tea leaves in her cup. Xie Zihua entered with a face full of grievances. Upon noticing that the princess did not allow Su Li to rise, but remained in a bowing position, a flicker of joy crossed her face. She thought to stoke the flames of animosity against Su Li, hoping to drive her out of the residence sooner. At that point, her cousin's marriage to her would face no obstacles, allowing her to become the future princess of the Dai Wang. She sobbed slightly, her voice tinged with a cry. Aunt, Miss Su's maid intentionally tripped Bai Ling. What audacity does a mere maid possess, if not bolstered by Miss Su's influence? This is bullying towards me. Aunt, you must stand up for me. Only then did the princess raise her eyelids, looking at Su Li with affection, saying, Yan Yan, please sit down. Yan Yan is Su Li's courtesy name, as when Su Li entered the Dai Wang residence, Zhao Yuquan was closest to death. The character Li signifies separation, an inauspicious omen. Thus, the Dai Wang residence sought a highly esteemed monk from Xianghua Temple to bestow upon her a meaningful name, Yan Yan, symbolizing a good day. It was meant to ensure that Zhao Yuquan would be safe each day. The princess ignored Xie Zihua and suddenly slammed the table. Bai Ling, how dare you engage in mischief within Jinglanuan? Who do you think you are? Bring forth Bai Ling and give her 20 strokes. Several maids quickly entered. Su Li did not raise her eyes to the princess, feeling somewhat repulsed by her actions. With Zhao Yuquan's impending return, she was being subjected to even more scrutiny. She was to neither aspire to the position of the future princess, nor think of leaving the Wangfu. Now, Bai Ling was being used to placate her. After a decade of close association, Su Li understood the princess's every move. Bai Ling fell to her knees, repeatedly bowing her head, knowing that receiving 20 strokes would likely confine her to bed for a month. Xie Zihua grew anxious, rushing to grasp the princess's arm. Aunt, spare Bai Ling. The princess replied gently, Huar, I will have Hong Ling attend to you. Bai Ling is too narrow-minded to be by your side. Aunt, I want Bai Ling, she understands my heart best. Then let her receive a lesson to broaden her perspective. With no room for negotiation left, Xie Zihua shot an angry glare at Su Li. Su Li merely curved her lips into a slight smile, her eyes sparkling with mockery. Foolish girl, desiring to marry Zhao Yuquan, you are unworthy in the eyes of the princess. Soon, the sound of the beating and Bai Ling's anguished cries echoed through the courtyard. Xie Zihua tightly clutched her handkerchief, her gaze fixed on Su Li. Yan Yan, how is the preparation for the upcoming flower viewing poetry gathering? Replying to the princess, all arrangements have been made with the housekeepers of each courtyard. Subsequently, Su Li produced an invitation from her sleeve and presented it to the princess. Princess, this is the invitation sent to me last night by the eldest princess, inviting me to Xianghua Temple the day after tomorrow to listen to Master Kongong's teachings. What do you think? If not, we must send a reply today. The princess opened the invitation, glanced at it, and her displeasure was evident. The flower viewing poetry gathering is attended by the most prominent noble ladies in the capital, and you manage all matters within the Wangfu. If you leave, who knows what mischief will ensue? The princess indeed disliked managing such mundane affairs, while Su Li seemed to be inherently gifted in the role of a steward. In the initial years of Su Li's entry into the Wangfu, Zhao Shikuan's health fluctuated, leaving the princess constantly worried and distracted. The issues presented to her were met with vague responses. Yet, Su Li, though young, consistently addressed the critical points, resolving the Wangfu's troublesome matters effectively. Thus, the princess eventually entrusted her with the affairs of the Wangfu. It was only when Zhao Shikuan's health fully recovered and he entered the military that she began to gradually reclaim control from Su Li, though she still wished to avoid the tedious matters. Upon hearing the princess's words, Xie Zihua's face lit up with anticipation. This was a flower viewing poetry gathering where she could appear as the lady of the house, and she was quite eager. Su Li cast her a glance and smiled, saying, Princess, cousin can assist you in overseeing things. She has been in the Wangfu for 2 years and is already familiar with the household staff. Indeed, Aunt Hua can help you. The princess pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Allowing Xie Hua to learn to manage the household would also serve as a tribute to her late sister. Bai Ling's punishment concluded, and she was dragged to the rear room of Jinglanuan where she resided. Suddenly, the excited voice of the door maid rang out at the entrance of Jinglanuan. Princess, princess, the young master has returned. The young master has returned. The princess stood up abruptly, exclaiming with joy, Cuner has returned. She hastily walked out of the Ningqing hall. Xie Hua closely followed the princess, deliberately maneuvering in front of Su Li while reaching out to push her. Su Li stepped back and avoided her hand. In a low voice, she said, You are wise, and hurriedly rushed outside. Su Li observed her steps, a smile suddenly gracing her lips. Just outside the Ningqing hall, there were a few steps, and in her eagerness to gaze at Zhao Yuquan emerging from the corridor, Xie Hua inadvertently stepped on the hem of the princess's gown. Su Li had already seen this scene. She lowered her head, focusing intently on her own feet. Indeed, as the Princess-Consort of the Dai Kingdom descended from the court, she stumbled forward, resulting in a resounding rip. Her embroidered gown was torn asunder. Fortunately, Zhao Yuquan, quick-witted and nimble, noticed her impending fall and swiftly caught her, preventing any embarrassment from befalling the Princess-Consort. In a fit of exasperation, she exclaimed, Yan Yan, what has come over you? Do you not watch where you tread? The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Chapter 3 The heir brings back a blooming white lotus. Su Li had yet to cross the threshold of Ningqing Hall. Xie Hua's foot stepped on a piece of fabric torn from the princess of the crown prince's gown. Zhao Yuquan glanced over Xie Hua at Su Li, his eyes alight with wonder and joy. The once naive girl had now blossomed into her full glory, with a delicate pointed chin, almond-shaped eyes like pools of dark ink, and lustrous black hair adorned with a simple hairpin. Her unadorned face glowed with a radiant complexion, clad in a pale yellow dress that accentuated her porcelain skin. Upon closer inspection, her undeniable beauty was fully revealed. With an apologetic smile towards her, Zhao Yuquan lowered his head and said, Mother, it is not Yan Yan.
Su Li,
Gazing at Zhao Yuquan, whom she hadn't seen in 3 years, noted his hurried demeanor. Clad in armor, he stood tall and robust, the years of military life having imbued him with a potent masculinity. His starry brows and sharp eyes bespoke a commanding presence, far removed from his previous frailty. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, bowed her knee, and greeted him. The heir has returned. Zhao Yuquan smiled at her, saying, The second prince sent me to return her home. I shall not return to the barracks today. Tomorrow I will go directly to the palace, as His Majesty wishes to reward the military. Xie Hua, feeling overlooked by Zhao Yuquan, exclaimed in urgency, Cousin, I am Zihua, your cousin. It was then that the princess of the crown prince regained her composure and said, Cuner, you must be tired. Come inside, and let your mother take a good look at you. Su Li's gaze had already shifted toward the corridor. She had an inkling that the person Zhao Yuquan brought home was far from ordinary. Indeed, Zhao Yuquan spoke, Mother, I have brought someone with me, and I hope you will treat her well. It was only then that the princess of the crown prince and Xie Hua realized that he was referring to someone else.
Come in.
Zhao Yuquan called toward the corridor. All eyes turned in that direction. A delicate woman, radiant in white, was being assisted by maids as she crossed the threshold. However, instead of entering the courtyard, she turned to walk along the corridor toward the main hall. Zhao Yuquan explained, Ruru cannot bear the slightest bit of sunlight. The princess of the crown prince frowned and asked, Is she ill? I have heard of a condition where one's skin becomes extremely pale, yet sunlight causes pain. Mother. No, Ruru is quite healthy. She has simply been raised with utmost delicacy, hence her fair complexion. He continued, Mother, let Ruru stay in the secondary chamber of Ningqing Hall. The princess of the crown prince's mood soured immediately. Who is this Ruru that you cherish so much? Zhao Yuquan, embracing the princess, led her into Ningqing Hall. With a hint of pride, he proclaimed, She is Princess Lin Ruru of Xiliang. Following the defeat of Xiliang, her father has offered her to our eastern Yan kingdom. She was initially to enter the palace, but she insisted on following me, and the cold king granted her to me. She need not reside in Jinglan courtyard. A separate courtyard will suffice. Mother, she is already with my child. Upon hearing this, the princess of the crown prince swayed slightly, and Zhao Yuquan guided her to sit in the main seat. Cunayu. Zhao Yuquan shot a glance at Su Li. Mother, Ruru seeks no title, only to be by my side. As he spoke, the princess named Ruru glided gracefully into Ningxing Hall like a fragile willow, cradling her unchanged belly with both hands. She softly greeted, "Princess Lin Ruru pays her respects to the princess." As she attempted to kneel, Zhao Yuquan hurried to support her, saying, "Ruru, you are not in a condition to perform such a grand gesture." Ruru melted against Zhao Yuquan, her demeanor entirely dependent on him. The arrival of Lin Ruru extinguished the joy the princess of the crown prince felt upon seeing Zhao Yuquan. Suppressing her anger, her gaze swept across the faces present, landing on Su Li. "Yan, where do you think she should reside?" Replying to the princess, Miss Lin could stay in the western courtyard. Upon hearing western courtyard, Lin Ruru's expression soured, as the name seemed desolate and remote. She shifted in Zhao Yuquan's embrace and cooed, "Yuquan, I want to live with you." Su Li regarded Lin Ruru with confusion. Was this truly the princess of Shiliang? She bore no resemblance to the dignified princess she had encountered before. This princess seemed entirely spineless, relying solely on her connection to a man.
Sulitan dosieziqua, suggesting.
Why not let Miss Ye stay in the western courtyard while Miss Lin occupies Miss Ye's room in Jinglan courtyard? Before anyone could respond, Xie Zihua promptly declared, "Excellent. I shall gather my belongings and move to the western courtyard." With that, she departed. The western courtyard, located closest to Zhao Yuquan's Yuheng courtyard, was initially reserved for his secondary consort, furnished only slightly less opulently than Yuheng courtyard and far more lavish than Su Li's Qianyue residence. Lin Ruru snuggled closer to Zhao Yuquan, pouting, "Yuquan, I want to live with you." The princess of the crown prince, unable to contain her frustration, slammed her hand on the table beside her, exclaiming, "My heart aches. All of you, leave this hall at once." Su Li said little and exited Ningxing Hall with decisive grace. Lin Ruru, however, remained clinging to Zhao Yuquan. "Nanny, take this spineless woman away." Zhao Yuquan, observing his mother's face turn purple with rage, realized that Lin Ruru's antics were deeply displeasing to her. He forcefully pushed Lin Ruru away. Standing in the corridor, Su Li heard the princess of the crown prince's voice rise in anger. What kind of princess is this? She is no better than the concubines a fallen nation produces, such a spineless creature. Cuner, if I hear her call your name again, I shall tear her mouth apart. Though Bai Ji remained silent, she too appeared agitated. Su Li gently patted her hand in consolation. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the back room, carrying a large bundle, Xie Zihua. Following her was another maid with an even larger bundle. Xie Zihua, in high spirits, passed by Su Li and, for the first time, said to her, "Thank you."
Misu.
With a nod toward Ningxing Hall, she added, "Anne is right. She is just like those seductive lowlifes, utterly revolting." With that, she joyfully departed. Su Li chuckled and shook her head, astonished that Zhao Yuquan was drawn to such a type of woman. The courtyard of the duke's residence was sure to become chaotic. Turning, she intended to step into the corridor toward the Huachue gate when she heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Swiftly she sidestepped, only to find Lin Ruru crashing into her. Bai Ji instinctively reached out to block her, but Lin Ruru stumbled, colliding with the threshold. This time, she was truly unable to utter a sound from the pain. Su Li looked at Lin Ruru with pity and softly remarked, "Do not play such tricks. I have no interest in him." She could not fathom how this princess had been raised, nor who had taught her such clumsy tactics. Truly, she was unremarkable. Su Li grasped Bai Ji's hand and quickly moved forward, soon noticing Lin Ruru's maid trailing behind. The maid gasped, "Princess, what has happened? You seem to be bleeding." Chapter 4 The consummation. Hearing this, Zhao Yuquan rushed out. Spotting Su Li standing at a distance, seemingly indifferent, he shot her a reproachful glance and said, "Why have you not summoned a doctor?" Su Li, unhurried, replied, "The household physician is not present today. You may send someone outside to fetch a doctor. Or even go to the palace for the imperial physician." With that, she turned to leave. Yan, are you upset with me for bringing someone back?" Su Li gazed at him with utmost sincerity and said, "No, my lord. The number of women you bring back has little bearing on me. By the way, you ought to take care of this princess promptly, for the flower appreciation poetry gathering at the manor is approaching. If your Lin Ro frightens the noble ladies of the capital, I fear the duke's residence will become the subject of ridicule." Having said this, she disregarded the astonishment on Zhao Yuquan's face and left Jinglan courtyard with Bai Ji. Upon returning to Qianyuju, Suli picked up a book but found herself unable to turn a single page, her thoughts in disarray. Since the age of 6, she had been indoctrinated with the belief that Zhao Yuquan was her destined husband, their fates intertwined in life and death. During his illness, he had always looked at her with gentle eyes. As she blossomed into young womanhood, she envisioned a beautiful future with him.
To her dismay,
the years had altered him beyond recognition. "My lady, if it does not captivate you, then do not dwell on it." Bai Zhi's words jolted Suli back to reality. "My lady, how has the young master changed so? Was it not once promised that you would share a lifetime together?"
Suli chuckled softly.
"Bai Zhi, tell me, where in this world do men truly commit to a lifetime with a woman?"
Why not?
Bai Zhi began, but paused, recalling that Suli's family was a taboo subject tied to the duke's residence. Bai Zhi's words brought a pang of sorrow to Suli's heart.
Indeed.
Her parents had been deeply in love. Before she turned 6, her father served as a deputy minister, their household pristine and harmonious. However, one fateful night, her father was accused of embezzling disaster relief funds, leading to their banishment to Lingnan. The perilous journey claimed many lives, and to ensure her survival, she was sent to the duke's residence. As the years passed, she became convinced of her father's innocence. She vividly remembered his teachings urging them to uphold righteousness for the world and to protect the lives of the people. Such integrity was not merely a facade, but ingrained in their very essence. When she began managing affairs at the duke's residence, she secretly sent letters to Lingnan, but they vanished without a trace.
Slap.
Bai Zhi struck herself across the face. Suli snapped back to attention. "Bai Zhi, what are you doing? Why harm yourself? I spoke out of turn and caused you distress." Suli noticed blood at the corner of Bai Zhi's mouth and felt a sting of pain as she applied medicine to her wound. "Bai Zhi, you must never do such foolishness again. How could you be so harsh on yourself? My lady, what shall we do now?" The young master. Just then, Zhao Yuquan's voice echoed at the entrance of Qianyuju. Suli froze and instructed Bai Zhi. "Go and tell the young master I have grown weary and fallen asleep." Before she could finish, Zhao Yuquan barged into her chamber, reaching out to embrace her. "Yan, you have grown even more beautiful. Over these past 3 years, I have missed you dearly." Suli stepped back multiple paces, evading his grasp, and hurriedly implored, "My lord, please conduct yourself with propriety." Zhao Yuquan wore a wounded expression. Yan, you have changed. You have grown distant, cold, and unfeeling."
Suli scoffed lightly.
"Who has not changed? Have you remained the same?"
Trao Yucules emotion surger.
Yan, I have not changed. My feelings for you have remained steadfast." He attempted to draw her in again. "Do not touch me. I have a compulsive disorder. I cannot bear the scent of other women lingering on you." Ro does not contest your claim. She merely stated that she does not blame you for pushing her. Can you not learn from her magnanimity?
Ah.
A splendid example of a pristine white lotus, Suli laughed, her smile akin to the melting of ice and the blossoming of spring, leaving Zhao Yuquan momentarily dazzled and warm. Yan, let us consummate our union." Suli bent deeply in a formal bow and proclaimed, "My lord, I am a bitter and envious person, lacking your Ro's grace. If we were to consummate, I would still push your Ro aside, and this time, her pregnancy should go smoothly. Should that fail, I would resort to poison, ensuring that no woman but I could bear your offspring, and I would do so without a second thought. My lord, I am indeed such a person. If you can accept that, then let us proceed." Having spoken, Suli rose and began to loosen her garments. Zhao Yuquan was left dumbfounded, astonished by her brazen admission of her own cruelty. How rare it was to encounter a woman so candidly embracing her wicked nature. Most women who leaned towards him were gentle, understanding, and kind-hearted, careful not to harm even an ant, much like Ro, who exuded fragility and goodness.
Yan, you.
Suli smiled radiantly. "My lord, have you made your decision? I shall not be like those who promise a lifetime together only to fail. I assure you, if I declare my intent to eliminate them, I will follow through." Zhao Yuquan, feeling despondent, replied, Yan, you still hold it against me. I did not fulfill that promise, but that was said in youthful ignorance. Tell me, which heir in the capital does not have numerous wives and concubines? I have only brought back Ro, not by my own desire, but as a gift from the cold king. Other children have already begun their education, while Ro carries my first child. You must know that your place in my heart is paramount. As he spoke, a sense of grievance washed over him. Su Li responded coldly, my lord. A person as venomous as I am is unworthy of being your wife, let alone a concubine. It would be better for you to draft a release for me. Zhao Yukuan jumped up, exclaiming, Yan Yan, do not even think of such a thing. You shall forever be mine. The two parted in a heated argument, with Zhao Yukuan storming out, slamming the door in his wake to express his fury. Su Li silently contemplated that this was the first quarrel between her and Zhao Yukuan in 10 years. Perhaps, should their arguments continue, he might truly let her go, allowing her to seek her family in Lingnan. Miss Su, the princess has sent you some fabric, and the embroiderers have arrived to take your measurements. We must hasten our work tonight, Aunt Jiang announced as she entered Qianyuju. Su Li asked casually, Aunt Jiang, is it not too early for new garments? This was the first time in 3 years that the princess had bestowed fabric upon her, and it was the rarest kind, Yunjin. The intent was unmistakable. The princess often employed such tactics to coax her into compliance. Aunt Jiang smiled. Miss Su, a decree has arrived from the palace. Tomorrow, at the commendation banquet, the young master may bring along female companions.
A smile crept onto Su Li's lips.
Isn't there already the Western Liang princess, Lin Roro? Why must I attend? Miss Su, you are the young master's betrothed, so of course you shall go. Aunt Jiang recalled how the young master had insisted on bringing Su Li before the princess. Feeling a pang of maternal concern for her son, acquiescing to his wishes. Yet Aunt Jiang harbored her own calculations, should the young master grow fierce in his affections. The title of wife would surely belong to Su Li, rendering the princess's efforts futile. She thought it prudent to retain a sliver of hope. If Su Li became the young master's wife, her own family's position in the duke's residence would be somewhat improved. After all, Su Li was the rightful fiancée, with thoughts of making an appearance and perhaps reconnecting with her father's old friends. Su Li complied and quickly had her measurements taken. Just as Aunt Jiang and the others departed, Xie Hua breezed into Qianyuju. Sister Su, are you there? Bai Ji coldly remarked, Miss Xie, what wind has blown you to Qianyuju? I came to find Sister Su. What are you babbling about? Su Li found it amusing. Living in the West Garden, Xie Hua was overjoyed, even calling her sister. For 2 years, she had treated her as an enemy, but now she seemed to have set aside her grievances. It was indeed Lin Roro's influence. Within half a cup of tea, she had altered Xie Hua's perspective. Xie Hua observed Su Li, who was engrossed in her reading, ignoring her. She brought forth a box held by Hong Ling and placed it before Su Li. Sister Su, look, this is the tribute rouge I obtained from my aunt, or rather, a gift from her to me. I specially brought it for you. This tribute is the finest. Even the Empress received only 3 boxes, and the 4 concubines received 2 each. My aunt only got this 1 box, which I was reluctant to use, but today I present it to you. Su Li examined the rouge, acknowledging that it was indeed a royal tribute. Yet it did not possess the value Xie Hua claimed. However, for Xie Hua, it might genuinely be the best. She raised her eyes and replied, use it yourself. I have no fondness for rouge. Bestowing such a fine gift upon me would be a waste. Sister Su, I mean no harm. I merely noticed your pale complexion, even more so than the seductive Lin Roro. Thus, I thought to offer it to you. You can use it when you enter the palace tomorrow, lest your ghostly pallor frighten the nobility. Are you going tomorrow? Xie Hua scoffed, her demeanor dismissive. My aunt wants me to go, but I have no time. I must oversee the housekeepers in each courtyard. The day after tomorrow will be my time to shine. Very well, I shall accept it. No need to thank me. I am off. As Su Li watched Xie Hua stride to the entrance of Qianyuju, she remarked, the legitimate daughter of Inspector Song Shulan, is allergic to flower tea. Ensure the maid does not serve the wrong tea. Xie Hua paused but did not turn around, merely saying, I have already heard my aunt mention this. Su Li chuckled and shook her head. Xie Hua was truly pretentious. The Princess-Consort did not care about such matters at all. Once Xie Hua departed, Bai Ji anxiously picked up the box of rouge and examined it thoroughly. Suddenly, she dabbed a bit on her face. Miss, I truly do not believe Miss Xie has such good intentions. There might be poison in this rouge. I shall test it first. Bai Ji was indeed perceptive. In truth, Su Li knew there was no poison in the rouge. Even Xie Hua, despite her foolishness, would not directly poison the gift she presented. After exiting, Xie Hua smirked at Hong Ling, saying, I am merely considering the reputation of the Wang family. Su Li's ghostly face truly tarnishes the family's image.
Ling nodded.
Miss, you have a generous heart. Not quibbling with Su Li. Wait, miss, you should return. I will inquire about the ladies and gentlemen attending the flower poetry gathering, to see if there are any dietary restrictions. Ling, you truly understand my thoughts. I was just pondering that. Quickly go. Shortly after, Ling returned with a piece of paper. Xie Zihua snorted. Su Li is cunning. She should have informed me of this rather than making me ask. Ling smiled. It is still thanks to your foresight, or else we would have been embarrassed the day after tomorrow. The two soon departed. Bai Ji busied herself rummaging through boxes for the jewelry Su Li would wear to the palace the next day. Miss, how about this hairpin gifted by the heir when you came of age? It is elegant, clean, and noble. Bring it to me. Bai Ji presented a brocade box containing a set of silver hairpins. The main pin was crafted into a dragonfly shape, with the body and wings inlaid with mother of pearl. Exquisite and beautiful. The accompanying pins featured 3 small 5-petaled flowers with delicate stamens that quivered gently when moved. Su Li had seen this set countless times. So familiar that she could count the 9 stamens in each flower. Holding the hairpin, she recalled the day 3 years ago when Zhao Yukoan had gifted it to her the day before he left the capital, saying he could not attend her coming-of-age ceremony, but wanted her to wear it so he could witness her rite of passage.
Su Li smiled bitterly.
Her coming-of-age ceremony was not as grand as Zhao Yukoan had imagined. In fact, it was entirely absent. The Wang residence was not her family home, but rather her in-laws. The Princess-Consort seemed to have forgotten this matter, or perhaps pretended to forget. With Bai Ji styling her hair and adorning her with a set of hairpins, Su Li bowed towards the south in homage to her parents, and then towards Jinglan Yuan in respect to the Princess-Consort and the prince. This was how she completed her coming-of-age ceremony. Suddenly, as she held the hairpin, a wave of indescribable sorrow washed over her, tears quickly filling her eyes and streaming down her face, dripping onto her dress. Silently, tears cascaded in torrents, a deluge of 10 years' worth of sorrow. As if a dam had burst, a sob began to rise in her throat. Bai Ji, startled, dropped what she was holding and embraced the tearful Su Li, who sat like a statue. Bai Ji, also in tears, stroked Su Li's head. Miss cried out. Holding it in will only harm you. Su Li buried herself in Bai Ji's arms, feeling the fabric of Bai Ji's clothing growing wet, yet her body continued to tremble. After a long while, Su Li's voice emerged. Bai Ji, lock this box of hairpins away with a small lock and place it at the bottom of the cabinet. Chapter 6. The fabric changes hands the next day. At the hour of the rabbit, Bai Ji gently roused Su Li from her slumber. Instinctively, Su Li asked, what did the Princess-Consort want? Miss, the Princess-Consort did not call for you. You are to accompany the heir into the palace today for a banquet. His Majesty is hosting a celebration for the military's achievements. Get up and freshen up. The embroidery room will be sending your attire shortly. Upon realizing she had no responsibilities today other than to don elegant garments and enjoy the spectacle at the palace, Su Li relished the freedom from mundane tasks and rolled comfortably in bed. Due to the military celebration, she had stolen a day of leisure. Miss, it is time to style your hair. I shall create a double coil bun for you today, if that pleases you. I have several small floral ornaments that match the cloud pattern silk from yesterday. Bai Ji, do as you see fit. Keep it simple. I do not fancy overly intricate styles. Bai Ji's nimble hands quickly fashioned her hair. After a flurry of activity, Bai Ji adorned Su Li's face with makeup. Miss, it is done. Open your eyes and take a look. Su Li gazed into the copper mirror, astonished at her transformed appearance. Bai Ji, is that really me? Of course, it is you. Mississippi usually, you are barefaced. See, are you not captivating? Bai Ji, it is mainly your skill that has rendered me unrecognizable. As they exchanged compliments, a voice called from outside, Miss Su, your garments have arrived. Bai Ji exclaimed, Sister Fong from the embroidery room has come. She hurriedly dashed out of the room, while Su Li admired her reflection, marveling at Bai Ji's craftsmanship. Suddenly, a startled cry from Bai Ji pierced the air. Sister Fong, there must be a mistake with the clothing. This is not the cloud pattern silk from yesterday. Sister Fong replied cautiously, Bai Ji, there is no mistake. This is indeed the set. I will go in and explain to Miss Su. Bai Ji exclaimed in indignation. What is there to explain? Yesterday, it was clearly old Madame Jiang who delivered the cloud brocade. Did your embroidery house accidentally ruin it and substitute this set instead? Bai Ji, please let Fong go in. Fanggu entered, cradling a blue cloud brocade dress. Upon seeing Su Li, she hesitated, her lips parting several times as if to speak, but words eluded her. Su Li smiled gently. Fanggu, I find this dress even more to my liking, delicate, understated, and perfectly complemented by the adornments in my hair. Wearing it will surely make me look as enchanting as a spirit of the sea. Bai Ji, hurry and help me put it on so that Fanggu can witness the exquisite craftsmanship of the seamstresses in your embroidery house. Fanggu's eyes glistened with emotion as she bowed her head and said, Thank you, Miss Su. She then produced a small blue pouch from her bosom. Miss Su, this was hastily made by the embroidery house last night for you. As Su Li examined the pouch, she was astonished to discover a landscape embroidered upon it, rich in depth, depicting a woman holding an umbrella, standing before mountains and lakes, seemingly appreciating the scenery, perhaps lost in thought. Such grandeur on such a small piece of fabric was remarkable. Fanggu, this is exquisite. Did you work through the night to create this? As long as Miss Su is pleased, Fanggu replied. I adore it. Bai Ji, please fetch 3 or 2 taels of silver to reward the diligent seamstresses. Fanggu, unable to refuse, bowed several times before departing. Bai Ji remained unconvinced, saying, Miss, aren't you going to inquire about the whereabouts of the cloud brocade? There's no need to ask. Perhaps you will find out shortly. The 2 women turned their attention to the gates of the Wangfu, where several carriages awaited. Only the Prince of Dai had arrived thus far, and Su Li stepped forward to pay her respects. Upon lifting the curtain of the carriage, the prince's eyes widened momentarily at the sight of Su Li before he quickly regained composure. Yen, where is heir? He should be with the princess. The prince's impatience surfaced. They take such an eternity to leave. He continued, the Empress Dowager is unwell and has entered the palace today. After the banquet, Yen, you and heir will accompany me to visit her. I shall proceed first to seek the emperor's consent. You shall follow behind. Su Li patiently awaited by the gate, and after a quarter of an hour, figures finally emerged. Cloud brocade. Bai Ji gasped softly beside her. Su Li lifted her gaze to see Lin Ro and Zhao Yuquan supporting the Princess of Dai as they exited the gate. The cloud brocade gown adorned Lin Ro, and indeed, it was the sovereign of fabrics, unmatched by any other material. The pale pink dress was embellished with golden cloud patterns, reminiscent of clouds drifting across the sky, light and graceful. The cuffs, neckline, and hem were adorned with exquisite cloud brocade lace, delicate and soft, woven with golden and silver threads that emitted a faint sheen. The entire gown exuded nobility and grandeur, breathtaking in its beauty. Lin Ro appeared vibrant and lively, a stark contrast to her near collapse the previous day. Bai Ji clenched Su Li's hand tightly in frustration. Su Li remained calm, glancing at Zhao Yuquan, a faint smile gracing her lips. Zhao Shuquan's eyes brightened upon seeing Su Li. He released the princess and approached her. Yen, I thought you wouldn't attend. What has happened to your eyes? They appear red. He then leaned closer, whispering, Nevertheless, you look so beautiful like this.
Solisatli davei.
Avoiding the breath that brushed against her face, she distantly curtsied. Good morning, young master. Lin Ro swiftly left the princess's side and followed suit. She playfully caressed her belly. Sister Su, the young master took me to the embroidery house yesterday to select fabric, claiming this cloud brocade is the finest in Dongyan. Having learned her lesson from being scolded by the princess, Lin Ro no longer addressed Zhao Yuquan by name. She continued to flaunt, Sister Su, this cloud brocade is reserved for the princesses of the palace and the primary consorts of various estates. The young master, seeing my fondness, allowed the embroidery house to create this for me, asserting that I, carrying his child, must wear the finest. That embroiderer, Fanggu, even mentioned it was meant for you. But the young master insisted I would wear it better as a princess. A slight smile curled Su Li's lips, yet she refrained from responding. Instead, bowing gracefully to the Princess of Dai, may the princess enjoy long-lasting peace and prosperity. The princess frowned, inquiring, Where's the prince? He has already gone ahead to the palace to see the emperor. The princess, displeased, remarked, Yen, why didn't you have the prince wait for us? You are becoming increasingly inefficient. Let us hurry. If we delay, we shall miss our entry time. However, Su Li turned to Zhao Yuquan, stating, Young master, is it appropriate for the cloud brocade given to me by the princess to be bestowed upon Miss Lin? Zhao Yuquan's eyes widened. Yen, you would look more splendid in this cloud brocade. Su Li's tone grew colder. Even if I would look more exquisite in the cloud brocade. The young master should at least inform me if he intends to take it. Zhao Yukuan, exasperated, replied, Yen Yen, here you go again. The storeroom is at your disposal. Do as you please without deliberately seeking to provoke. Young master, that material is not in the storeroom. The princess's displeasure heightened. Yen Yen, I should not have taken this cloud brocade from the private treasury for you. We are entering the palace now. Can you not be sensible and avoid quarreling over this matter? If it comes to it, I will request another piece from the empress later. Su Li's tone grew even colder. Princess, young master, Miss Lin cannot wear cloud brocade into the palace. What is cloud brocade reserved for? And what is Miss Lin's current status? Zhao Yukuan, in anguish, exclaimed, Yen Yen, is it merely a piece of cloud brocade? I never imagined that after 3 years apart, you would become so loathsome. Jealousy has entirely stripped you of your grace. With that, he gently assisted Lin Ro into the carriage before turning back to Su Li. Without hesitation, he seized her hand. Yen Yen, I must speak with you. He dragged her toward another carriage, intending to board alongside her. Suddenly, Lin Ro's maid called out, Young master, the princess's belly is starting to hurt again. Zhao Yukuan's expression shifted to one of immediate concern. He looked down at Su Li and softly said, Yen Yen, do not cause trouble. When we return, I will make it up to you. Su Li replied, I am not causing trouble. Your Ro absolutely cannot wear this cloud brocade into the palace. Zhao Yukuan's patience evaporated, and he shouted, Yen Yen, no matter what you say today, Ro is entering the palace in this gown. With that, he turned and left. Su Li fell silent, choosing not to speak further. Bai Ji quickly comforted her. Miss, do not be angry. Her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Su Li smiled softly. Bai Ji, I am not upset. Why are you? Just thinking about how they will suffer in the palace brings me joy. When the carriage from the Prince of Dai reached the palace gates, there was no one present. However, as expected from the prince's estate, the palace eunuchs and maidservants swiftly came to greet them. Today's reward and celebration banquet was to be held at the Linda Hall. For now, the hall had yet to open, and guests were still mingling in small groups, conversing in the spacious waiting area outside the stone steps. Upon their arrival, a palace maid approached, greeting them respectfully. Princess of Dai. The Grand Princess requests Miss Su to come speak with her. As the maid spoke, her gaze subtly scrutinized Lin Ro. Lin Ro held her head high, with an air of pride. The exquisite cloud-pattern garment she wore had drawn ample attention throughout her journey, making the small palace maid's gaze upon her quite understandable. Just as Su Li was about to depart with the maid, the Prince of Dai arrived, visibly displeased. Princess, why have you and Kuan arrived so late? You could have met with the Empress Dowager first, but now you must wait until the banquet concludes. The delay was caused by Yen Yen's argument at the gate over this cloud-patterned attire. The princess swiftly shifted the blame onto Su Li. The prince's gaze fell upon Lin Ro, who stood beside Zhao Yukuan, dressed in a splendid garment. With a furrowed brow, he inquired, whose daughter is this?
Kuan.
Keep your distance from her. Zhao Yukuan, always apprehensive of the prince, dutifully replied, this is Lin Ro, the princess of Xiliang. Following our victory over their kingdom, her father offered her to us in tribute, and the cold king bestowed her upon me. Lin Ro hastily performed a curtsy. The prince's expression turned icy. Ah, so she is but a slave from a defeated nation. Who permitted her to don such attire? Zhao Yukuan, already intimidated by the prince, stammered, Father. Ro carries my child. The prince's eyes blazed with fury. Zhao Yukuan, how could you be so foolish? You elevate a disgraced slave to the same status as my legitimate wife while I, the Prince of Dai, have produced such a fool. And you, princess, are you equally dim-witted? Allowing a slave from an enemy nation to give birth to the first grandchild of the Prince of Dai? Have you read any texts? Historically, has any defeated slave ever borne offspring for a royal family? You concern yourself only with petty jealousies, utterly ignorant of important matters. Zhao Yukuan's complexion turned ashen, while the princess's face paled as well. This was the first time the prince had publicly chastised them so harshly. Fortunately, the onlookers discreetly averted their eyes, recognizing the familial discord. Yet the humiliation brought tears to the princess's eyes as she whispered defiantly, then let it be an exception for the Prince of Dai. The prince, infuriated by her words, raised his arm and struck the princess. He was about to deliver another blow when Su Li grasped his sleeve. Your Highness, please temper your wrath. We are in the palace, Not in our residence. The prince glanced at Su Li. Yen, do not interfere. If this matter is not resolved today, the Prince of Dai will face utter calamity. The gravity of his words left the princess, and Zhao Yuqun momentarily stunned. The princess, covering her face, spoke bitterly. My lord, if you wish to strike me, do not seek excuses. Is it not merely a pretext to find fault with me while favoring concubine Ding? The voice of the eldest princess interrupted the princess's tirade. She noticed Su Li's hesitation and approached, realizing that the couple was embroiled in a quarrel. A small palace maid hurried over to quietly explain the situation. The eldest princess's gaze settled upon Lin Rou's face. Come, all of you. Follow me to the central hall of the Dai Palace. Today's banquet is in the front hall, while the central hall serves as the emperor's south resting place. As the eldest princess was a blood sister to the current emperor, she had been granted a room in the central hall for her use. Upon entering, she waved her hand towards the maid. Remove this slave's garments. Lin Rou's complexion turned pale as she desperately clung to Zhao Yuqun, exclaiming, Young master, save me. Witnessing her apparent fragility, Zhao Yuqun felt emboldened. Your Highness, Rou is my woman. She carries my child. She seeks no title. And this humiliation is unacceptable. The eldest princess smiled gently. To not seek is to seek. Thus, none in the world can compete with her.
Go on.
Do you understand the saying? I do, Your Highness. Then observe how well this Lin Rou embodies it. She does not contest. Yet she adorns herself in garments rare, even in the palace, more regal than the legitimate wife. She does not contest. Yet she aspires to bear the first grandchild of the Prince of Dai. Truly a fine example of non-contention. Kun, is your knowledge perhaps exaggerated? It seems you grasp the concept of contention and non-contention superficially. Zhao Yuqun felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment at the eldest princess's words. The princess, watching her son being reprimanded, felt a twinge of discontent towards the eldest princess, harboring little affection for her due to her overbearing nature and disdain for her sister-in-law. Your Highness, regardless of the circumstances, Lin Rou carries Kun's child. Is stripping her of her garments a sentence to death? The prince's voice boomed. Ignorant woman. This princess from an enemy nation bearing royal offspring would only serve to undermine our Eastern Yan dynasty. What if she becomes an insider for Xiliang and betrays our secrets? The eldest princess nodded. Princess of Dai, if you insist on this slave bearing your grandchild, then no one can save the Prince of Dai. Under the combined pressure of the eldest princess and the prince, Zhao Yuqun crumbled. The maid pulled Lin Rou from his embrace and stripped her of her splendid cloud-patterned gown. She cowered on the floor, gazing tearfully at Zhao Yuqun. Zhao Yuqun closed his eyes. The eldest princess turned to Su Li. Yen, what is your opinion on this child? Caught up in the spectacle, Su Li felt a shiver at the eldest princess's question. The inevitable had arrived, yet it aligned with her thoughts. Zhao Yuqun looked at Su Li with hopeful eyes. Without a glance in his direction, Su Li addressed the eldest princess with a graceful bow. In response to Your Highness, let the physician examine her first. And then we shall decide. Having witnessed Lin Rou's belly collide with the threshold, she was curious as to how the child had not been harmed by such force. The physician arrived promptly. However, Lin Rou once again threw herself into Zhao Yuqun's arms, crying, Young master, save our child. The eldest princess gestured, and the maid restrained Lin Rou. The physician took her pulse, his expression gradually shifting to one of perplexity. Eventually, he stood and announced, Your Highness, Prince, this young lady is not with child. Zhao Yuqun and the princess were struck with shock, while the prince's countenance darkened. Lin Rou gazed at Zhao Yuqun with tear-filled, pleading eyes. Su Li smirked subtly, as expected. The eldest princess, twirling her prayer beads, declared, A farce, Prince. Handle the matter of this slave yourselves. Su Li, you may stay. The prince strode away with purpose. The princess, furious, directed her ire at Lin Rou. What a disgrace. Get up and leave. Do you expect a grand procession to carry you? In a frail voice, Lin Rou murmured, Young master, I love you dearly and fear losing you, which is why I deceived you. Zhao Yuqun, feeling a pang of sympathy, glanced at the eldest princess but remained rooted in place. Get up. Let us return to the residence. Su Li lowered her gaze, not watching as they exited. Yen, did you intentionally lead me here? Are you satisfied with how this has unfolded? The eldest princess's expression revealed no discernible emotion as she addressed Su Li. Immediately, Su Li knelt, requesting punishment from the eldest princess.
Rise.
In light of your years of companionship during my teachings, I shall overlook this. However, I will intervene in the affairs of the Prince of Dai only this once. The eldest princess spoke slowly. I had hoped Kun would emerge from military service as a man of equal caliber to the Prince of Dai. However, it seems he has learned the compassion that the Prince of Dai shows towards delicate women, yet he has not inherited the prince's vision and decisiveness. The princess, appearing astute, is in truth quite muddled. Yan, ensure you navigate your future with discernment. Upon hearing the heartfelt words of the Grand Princess, Su Li felt a surge of gratitude and bowed deeply 3 times. Your Highness, whom are you reprimanding this time? A deep and steady voice came from behind Su Li, who was still kneeling on the ground. Hunger, the Grand Princess is not one to chastise lightly. This is Yan from the estate of your 7th uncle.
Yan?
Zhao Yuhong recalled the little girl who had clutched a rooster during the wedding ritual. On that day, he had coincidentally visited the Prince of Dai's estate and hidden behind a pillar in the hall. He had witnessed that small figure clad in an oversized bridal gown. During the bowing, the rooster was too large, and it pecked off her little red veil. He had seen clearly the heavy makeup on her small face, which was washed away by tears, leaving 2 deep furrows that rendered her quite unappealing. Especially when their gazes met for a fleeting moment, he distinctly saw the panic in her eyes. A decade has passed, and that little bride has grown up. Observing her graceful silhouette, Zhao Yuhong felt a twinge of curiosity about whether her once ugly visage had transformed. Upon hearing the Grand Princess address Hunger, Su Li realized he was none other than the 3rd son of the current emperor, Prince Qi Zhao Yuhong. His mother had tragically passed away due to excessive bleeding on the day of his birth, and he had been raised in the presence of the Empress, fighting on the front lines since the age of 14. It is said he is decisive and ruthless. During one war, he ordered the execution of 20,000 enemy captives, earning him the moniker God of Death overnight. His name alone instills terror in the hearts of his foes. The recent defeat of Shiliang was led by Prince Qi, who advanced into its capital, reducing Shiliang's territory by 2/3. He was only recalled to the capital due to the ailing health of the old emperor of Dongyan, who sent Prince Han to insist on his return. Meeting him here, Su Li felt a sense of intrigue towards this death incarnate, the Prince Qi. She gracefully rose, turning to bow her head in respect. I pay my respects to His Highness, Prince Qi. Zhao Yuhong's stern face cracked open with surprise. Before him stood a figure clad in a flowing blue gown, draped in a white veil, with a delicate sash cinching her waist. The gentle breeze at the entrance lifted her hem, causing it to billow softly. A poetic line floated into his mind. Born with a beauty that could topple kingdoms, her jade-like demeanor is unparalleled. As Su Li lifted her gaze, she found herself gazing into a pair of eyes as profound as the stars. In that moment of connection, Su Li furrowed her brow slightly, as if recognizing that gaze. Yet, she could not recall having met Zhao Yuhong before. Glancing at Zhao Yuhong, he stood tall in a black robe, his hair adorned with a flawless jade crown. His chiseled features were strikingly handsome. Just then, Zhao Yuquan returned to escort Su Li to the Linda Hall. Zhao Yuquan's appearance already placed him among the elite, but standing next to Zhao Yuhong, he appeared a half-head shorter, overshadowed by the kingly aura emanating from Zhao Yuhong. After bowing to the Grand Princess and Zhao Yuhong, Su Li began to follow Zhao Yuquan out. When Zhao Yuhong spoke up, Zhao Yuquan, dispose of that maidservant. Zhao Yuquan was momentarily stunned and hesitated before replying, Your Highness. That was bestowed upon me by His Highness, Prince Han. Kill her. Su Li observed the look of fear and reluctance on Zhao Yuquan's face, feeling a pang in her heart. However, she immediately curtsied to Zhao Yuquan and said, Your Highness, Lin Ro is already a concubine to the heir. Let her remain at the estate to serve him. Chapter 9. A burning gaze. Zhao Yuhong fixed his gaze upon Su Li, remaining silent as he waved his hand, signaling for them to depart. Su Li walked forward without uttering a word. She did not wish for Lin Ro to perish. Keeping her would only lead to endless quarrels with Zhao Yuquan. She had contemplated ways to escape the estate yesterday, but currently, she lacked the means to do so. The sole solution lay in whether Zhao Yuquan would grant her freedom. Zhao Yuquan hastened his steps to catch up with Su Li. Yan. Thank you for handling the matter with Ro. I have sent her out of the palace. Young master, there's no need to mention Ro. I have no interest in such matters, and our relationship is tenuous at best. Zhao Yuquan watched as Su Li attempted to distance herself from him, and his heart ached. He grasped her arm forcefully, his voice rising in anger. What do you mean tenuous? You are my wife. Su Li's gaze slowly shifted from Zhao Yuquan's face to the hand gripping her arm. Release me. I will not. Young master, your memory is quite poor. Have you forgotten what I said yesterday? Allow me to reiterate. I find you repulsive. Her words struck Zhao Yuquan's pride deeply, and in his fury, he released her arm with force. Yen, why can't you be gentle like Ro? You've become someone I scarcely recognize. Su Li stumbled from his shove, her flailing hands inadvertently grasping something to steady herself. Looking up, she realized she had clutched the robe of Zhao Yuhong. Zhao Yuhong looked down at the delicate hand that had seized his garment. Su Li offered an awkward smile and released her grip. Your Highness, I stumbled. As Zhao Yuquan rushed forward, he turned to see Su Li withdrawing her hand as though she had just touched Zhao Yuhong's chest. Jealousy ignited in his eyes, turning them a fiery red. However, upon noticing the icy glare Zhao Yuhong directed at him, he suppressed his anger and forced a smile. Your Highness, Yen is just clumsy. She has wrinkled your robe. I apologize on her behalf. He bowed slightly. It is of no consequence. The reply was cold enough to send chills through the heart. With that, Zhao Yuhong strode away, with the grace of a dragon. Zhao Yuquan muttered under his breath in jealousy. Yen, you disdain my touch. Yet you enjoy caressing Prince Qi. Where is your virtue? Su Li felt exasperated. She had merely been pushed and was now being unjustly accused. She retorted, You are correct. I do enjoy touching Prince Qi, because I believe he is untainted. Zhao Yuhong, however, caught the exchange, the corners of his mouth twitching. Gifted with exceptional hearing, he had heard their conversation clearly, despite their belief that he was out of earshot. He quickened his pace to avoid any further overhearing of their marital squabbles. Su Li found Zhao Yuhong's sudden change in pace peculiar. He had been leisurely walking, yet now he seemed to be rushing. Are you reluctant to part from Prince Qi? Zhao Yuquan's anger flared, ready to ignite towards Su Li. Su Li, observing the growing crowd, lowered her gaze and quickened her steps. The seating arrangement in the Linda Hall was organized by family units, and their state was adjacent to that of Prince Han. Upon spotting Prince Han Zhao Yuquan's demeanor instantly brightened, starkly contrasting the coldness he displayed towards Zhao Yuhong. Zhao Yubing, with a face as refined as jade, donned a moon-white robe and a green jade crown, exuding the elegance of a nobleman. After Su Li paid her respects, she sat quietly, her eyes lowered as if in deep contemplation, while the voices of Zhao Yuquan and Zhao Yubing discussing matters of elegance and charm filled her ears. In a poetic exchange, a certain individual lost hundreds of taels to a courtesan at a particular location. The wife of another person, virtuous and wise, managed to redeem the courtesan from a brothel with a substantial sum, bringing her home as a concubine. As Su Li overheard Zhao Yuquan discussing these matters, she sensed an uncontainable excitement in his tone. No wonder Zhao Yubing could bestow Lin Ro upon him. Their aspirations resonated harmoniously.
Gradually, Su Li furrowed her brow.
Feeling a searing gaze occasionally cast upon her, she raised her eyes to scan the surroundings, but found no one watching her. When she looked up again, she caught Zhao Yubing's gaze fixed upon her.
Maintaining her composure, Su Li averted her eyes.
Soon, the crown prince arrived, prompting Su Li to softly inquire, Your Highness, where is the princess? She has returned, he replied. Yen, you must assist her with matters in the manor. Su Li smiled and nodded. Rest assured, Your Highness. My cousin has begun to help with the household duties as well. The Emperor and Empress have arrived. The high-pitched voice of a eunuch ushered an instant silence in the Linda Hall. Following them were the Crown Prince and Prince Qi, today without any concubines and naturally. The mother of Prince Han was absent. Su Li deliberately glanced at Zhao Yubing, noting a fleeting expression of jealousy on his jade-like visage. The list of rewards was read for a good half-hour, during which Su Li observed that the Emperor's eyes seemed to close. He appeared aged, hardly resembling the ruthless man who had slain 5 of his brothers for the throne. Throughout this, only Zhao Yuhong remained steadfast, listening intently to the list of generals, occasionally furrowing his brow. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince, accustomed to the refined comforts of the palace, had already slumped in his seat, starkly contrasting with those who had endured the rigors of battle. Finally, the awarding concluded, transitioning into a feast accompanied by performances of song and dance. Su Li had little interest in these festivities, remaining oblivious to the performances on stage. She casually glanced up, only to notice the crown prince had already left his seat. Suddenly, she felt a slip of paper pressed into her hand. The palace maid before her gazed at her with fervent intensity. Upon unfolding the note, her heart raced. It read, "To clear your father's name, come to the Lotus Pavilion in the Imperial Garden." Su Li struggled to remain seated, her eyes fixed on the palace maid, who was dutifully pouring wine with her head bowed. An internal conflict raged within Su Li. Was this unexpected note a trap or a genuine opportunity? Yet, the temptation proved too great, and she rose, preparing to investigate. "Your Highness, young master, Yan is stepping outside for some fresh air." Zhao Yukuan, already tipsy, nodded absent-mindedly. Having been bedridden for a long time due to illness, he had previously been prohibited from drinking at the residence of the prince.
Now,
In the company of the Prince Han, he found himself intoxicated after just a couple of small cups. The prince glanced at the palace maid, instructing Yan, "Let this maid accompany you, but do not wander far." Following the maid, Su Li quietly exited the Linda Hall. Zhao Yuhong seemed to sense something, lifting his gaze to catch a glimpse of a blue skirt disappearing at the entrance. It was Su Li's first time in the palace, and she was entirely unfamiliar with the layout. The maid led her through winding paths, and soon they seemed to be heading to a more secluded area. Su Li removed a hairpin from her hair, clutching it tightly. Just as she was about to press the maid for answers, the maid abruptly halted. "Do not move. If you do, I will handle you," the maid warned. "The person is in the Lotus Pavilion. Miss Su should proceed alone." Su Li asked nonchalantly, "Aren't you coming?" "This matter is too confidential for a servant to know. I shall wait here for Miss Su." Surrounded by swirling white gauze, Su Li observed a shadowy figure within the pavilion. Hesitating for a moment, she gripped her hairpin tightly and steeled herself to approach. As she neared the pavilion, the enticing fragrance of a potent perfume assaulted her senses. An aphrodisiac, a trap. These words flashed through her mind. Suddenly, a hand reached out from within, pulling her inside and into the arms of a man. The scent of masculinity filled her nostrils. Stifling a scream, she thrust the hairpin into his hand, causing him to grunt in pain and release her. Su Li swiftly jumped out of his embrace, only to discover that the man was none other than the crown prince. His eyes glowed with an unnatural redness, fixated on her, a clear indication that he had been drugged. Clutching the bloodied hairpin, she turned to flee the pavilion. "Your Highness, please do not come any closer. I will fetch someone for you." Yet, an insatiable thirst surged within her, and she realized she too had fallen victim to the drug. Her mind clouded and her movements slowed. In a desperate bid for clarity, she bit her tongue, the pain providing a fleeting moment of lucidity. She attempted to step outside the pavilion, but the crown prince lunged at her once more. Trembling, she brandished the hairpin toward his neck. The banquet had concluded, and the Linda Hall began to empty. Eunuchs supported the utterly inebriated Zhao Yukoan, preparing to escort him to the carriage at the palace gate. The prince, anxious, scanned the area for Su Li. Zhao Yubing remarked casually, "Your Highness, where has Yukuan-'s Yan gone?" This drew the attention of those present, for the young lady in the blue dress had been particularly striking that day. Amidst the commotion, it was clear to all that she was the daughter of the former Minister of Revenue, Su Li, who had been wed in a marriage of fortune to the heir of the prince. With her absence noted, was she lost within the palace? In response to Zhao Yubing's query, a eunuch stepped forward. "Your Highness, I observed a young lady in a blue dress heading toward the Lotus Pavilion." The prince furrowed his brow at the mention of the pavilion. It was a remote location, and he knew Yan to be prudent, unlikely to venture there on her own. Had someone lured her? A sense of foreboding gripped him, and he felt compelled to search for her. Spurred on by Zhao Yubing's words, his heart raced with frustration as he glanced at the drunken Zhao Yukoan, wishing to chastise him. If not for his reckless behavior, Yan would not have felt the need to seek fresh air alone. Emerging from the palace through struggles and battles, the prince now faced a heavy burden as his elder brother's health deteriorated, drawing unwanted attention to the military power held by the prince's residence. Zhao Yubing continued, "Your Highness, we should search for her. The palace is vast, and perhaps Yan has merely lost her way." The prince regarded Zhao Yubing with understanding. Just then, a palace maid, filled with urgency, cried out, "There's a fight occurring in the Lotus Pavilion." Zhao Yubing swiftly responded, "Hurry. Is it possible that Yan is being attacked?" The crowd surged toward the Lotus Pavilion. Upon arrival, they heard the sounds of labored breathing from within, leaving no doubt about the activities taking place inside. Every gaze turned toward the prince, with the veiled figures obscuring their identities, but it was unmistakable that the woman was Su Li. A sharp pain pierced the prince's heart. The girl he had known as a daughter for a decade had been sullied. He resolved that he could not let this transgression go unpunished. A chilling gaze fell upon Zhao Yubing as Dai Wang found himself reluctant to have anyone enter at this moment and witness Su Li. However, the arrival of Li Fei, the emperor's most favored concubine and the mother of the second prince, Zhao Yubing, was rather timely. In a delicate yet commanding tone, she exclaimed, "Who possesses such audacity to openly engage in disgraceful acts within the palace in broad daylight? Seize them and beat them to death." With a wave of her hand, 2 matron attendants rushed into the pavilion. Inside, their startled cries rang out, "The Crown Prince!" This declaration startled everyone present. Some hastily retreated, realizing that the involvement of the Crown Prince and the Dai Wang's residence transformed the incident into a matter of great significance. Surprise etched itself upon Li Fei and Han Wang's faces. After a brief pause, Li Fei ordered, "Drag this vile woman out and kill her."
Dai Wang stood motionless,
his demeanor calm. As Yan Yan committed such an act, death seemed preferable to life, yet he would ensure that those who harmed her would not escape unpunished. Several matrons emerged, dragging a disheveled woman, her clothes torn and hair in disarray. Dai Wang closed his eyes and turned away. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the air. "Isn't this the maid Su Mei from the Falling Plum Palace?" Dai Wang turned back, coldly snorting. "So it is a maid from your esteemed lady's palace. You must manage your maidens properly." Li Fei's countenance transformed into one of profound embarrassment and anger. With a wave of her hand, the matron attendants were about to drag Su Mei away. Dai Wang interjected, "Wait. Send Su Mei to the Eastern Palace." The Crown Prince must have taken a liking to her, which is why he was unable to resist. The Crown Prince, having passed the height of his passion, now found clarity, gasping, "You meddlesome matron attendants, begone. My uncle speaks truly. I have taken a liking to this woman and will take her as a concubine in the Eastern Palace. I wish to rest here for a while. You may leave first, uncle." Li Fei, having suffered a silent defeat, bore a displeased expression as Zhao Yubing assisted her back to the Falling Plum Palace. Once inside, Li Fei fumed, "That wretched Su Mei deserves death. She led Su Li astray and now entangles herself with the Crown Prince." Zhao Yubing frowned and inquired, "But where has Su Li gone?" At that moment, Su Li lay upon the carriage of the Grand Princess, slowly departing the palace gates. In a twist of fate, just as Su Li's hairpin was about to pierce the Crown Prince's neck, he collapsed limply. A strong hand grasped Su Li's, seizing her pin. In her hazy vision, the face of Qi Wang flickered before her, then her mind buzzed, blanking out entirely. She instinctively clung to the person, her flushed cheek pressed against their neck, seeking the soothing coolness they provided. Zhao Yuhong gestured to the attendant accompanying him to place the unconscious maid beside the Crown Prince. "Écrase Su Li," choosing a secluded spot before swiftly vanishing. Su Li nestled against him like a little cat, purring and scratching, evoking an unfamiliar emotion within Zhao Yuhong. He barked sternly, "Stay still, or I shall take action against you." Su Li, oblivious to his words, merely lifted her enchanting face to rub against his cheek. He gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength, and dashed away. Chapter 11. A Fortunate Encounter? Having grown up within the palace, Zhao Yuhong was well acquainted with the paths, skillfully avoiding palace servants and guards while holding Su Li. At last, unable to endure any longer, he reached the Grand Princess's quarters. With a forceful kick, he burst through her door. The Grand Princess, about to express her ire, was taken aback at the sight of Zhao Yuhong holding Su Li. Her hair tousled from Su Li's grasp. In a state of disarray, Su Li clung to him, kissing him and attempting to tear at his clothing. Amused by Su Li's demeanor, the Grand Princess quipped, who administered her the potion. Zhao Yuhong, exasperated, replied, "Your Highness, you still jest?" Quickly summoned the physician to counteract this poison. With a sigh, the Grand Princess lamented, "Another round of imperial power struggle has commenced." Yet witnessing Su Li, typically so composed, transformed into this alluring state, a smile crept upon her face. "Yuhong, perhaps you should seize this opportunity." Zhao Yuhong's face flushed with embarrassment, and he retorted, "Your Highness, what time is it for jesting?" Such a breathtaking maiden. And you do not wish to take her? You may come to regret this. Unable to extricate himself from Su Li's clingy embrace, she clung to him like an octopus, kissing and biting him, causing his face to alternate between shades of red and black. The Grand Princess, delighting in the sight of the usually stoic Zhao Yuhong in such a predicament, laughed heartily. She then gestured to the matron Lu to retrieve the antidote. Lu produced a small vial, and Zhao Yuhong, with a long reach, snatched it from her, urgently asking, "How is it administered?" The Grand Princess replied leisurely, "1 pill will take her a cup of tea's time to awaken, 2 will send her into a deep slumber, and she will remember nothing upon awakening." Zhao Yuhong quickly poured out 2 pills and swiftly placed them into Su Li's mouth. Before long, she emitted a soft hum and fell asleep in his arms. Zhao Yuhong finally exhaled in relief, gently placing Su Li on the couch. The Grand Princess's previously playful expression turned serious as she inquired again who was responsible for administering the drug. "If I am not mistaken, it must be Li Fei, the maid who accompanied Yan Yan hails from the Falling Plum Palace. And the man? The Crown Prince." The Grand Princess's face darkened as she lightly struck the table, declaring, "Li Fei seeks to humiliate the 7th house and incite resentment against the Crown Prince, thereby losing the support of the Dai Wang residents. Should the Imperial Guard's right division, led by the 7th, fall from grace, the left division, already allied with her, will take over once your father passes, and the throne will fall to Han Wang." Zhao Yuhong interjected, "Your Highness, you worry excessively. This is not a matter of mutual affection, but rather one of coercion. My uncle is not so foolish as to harbor hatred towards the Crown Prince. His wrath will be directed towards those who administered the drug." The Grand Princess chuckled. "Indeed. I must be losing my wits. If so, then Li Fei and Han Wang are merely digging their own graves, haha. Yuhong, what are your plans?" "Your Highness, I shall soon return to the frontier. These matters do not concern me much." The Grand Princess sighed heavily. "Yuhong, born into a royal family, you may find it difficult to extricate yourself." Zhao Yuhong remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the sleeping Su Li. The Grand Princess teased, "Do not stare so. You refuse to take advantage of this opportunity, yet your eyes are reluctant to stray." Zhao Yuhong's handsome face flushed. "Lu, please inform Dai Wang that Miss Su will accompany me to the princess's residence and shall not return to the Dai Wang residence tonight. Tomorrow, we shall visit Xianghua Temple to hear Master Kong Kong's teachings." Lu complied and departed. The Crown Prince's actions swiftly reached the Emperor's ears. The Emperor opened his murky eyes and addressed his loyal attendant Chongfu. "Chongfu, why is the Crown Prince so easily ensnared by others?"
Chongfu cautiously replied,
"Your Majesty, did not Dai Wang mention that the Crown Prince is fond of that Su Mei? That was merely a cover provided by the 7th. Li Fei and her son have grown increasingly audacious. I am still alive." Chongfu quickly added, "Your Majesty, may you live for 1,000 years." The old emperor chuckled. "Ah, you have a way with words, old fellow. They all believe I am dead, openly causing trouble beneath my very eyes."
Chongfu laughed heartily. "In truth,
Your Majesty is most perceptive." The emperor's laughter echoed, tinged with age. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news, the empress hurried to the Eastern Palace,
Su Li awakened gradually,
gazing at the unfamiliar bedding, and was startled into sitting upright. "Miss, you are awake." Turning her head, she saw Bai Ji and exclaimed in shock, "Where am I?" "My lady, this is the Long Princess's residence. Yesterday, you were poisoned, but it was the Long Princess who saved you." Su Li's memories instantly returned to the moment she had lunged at the Crown Prince with her hairpin. Her complexion turned slightly pale. Bai Ji comforted her, saying, "My lady, do not worry. You are well now. Freshen up, eat something, and then go meet the Long Princess." Then, with a beaming smile, she continued, "My lady, I have wonderful news for you. Yesterday, while we were waiting at the palace gate, we saw that Lin Ro actually came out wearing her undergarments. Her elegant attire had been stripped away. Moreover, everyone in the capital now knows she was feigning pregnancy." A whisper escaped her lips. "Some say the princess and the heir are both fools." "Fools? What does that mean?" "My lady, do you not understand? It means they are both simpletons." Su Li chuckled softly, recognizing the capital's knack for weaving tales. Upon meeting the Long Princess, she found her feeding koi in the courtyard. As Su Li prepared to bow, the Long Princess's voice cut through the air, firm and unyielding. "There is no need for bowing. I only wish to understand why, despite your usually composed demeanor and meticulous nature, You fell into such a trap this time. After a moment of silence, Su Li calmly produced a note she had received at the banquet and handed it to the Long Princess. Her earlier silence had been an opportunity to gauge the Long Princess's opinion on her father's case. After reading the note, the Long Princess's expression soured. No wonder you were deceived. How could you be taken in by such a crude ruse? I have not followed your father's case closely, but without solid evidence. Will the emperor condemn him? With a thud, Su Li knelt down. Long Princess, my father has always taught us siblings to stand firm for the world and to live for the people. I cannot believe that someone who speaks such words in the inner quarters could be a person who embezzles disaster relief funds. The Long Princess frowned in silence for a long while before responding. Such an old case is the hardest to overturn, and whether your father is even alive remains uncertain. You are living well in the prince's residence. Let this matter rest. The Long Princess's words tightened Su Li's heart, and tears welled up in her eyes. Long Princess, you are the most devoted to Dongyan aside from the emperor. If even you hold such a better not stir trouble attitude, what hope does my loyal father have in the court? To have loyal subjects disheartened means that treacherous ministers will rise. Is this what you desire to see, Long Princess? The Long Princess admonished Su Li, do not speak nonsense. Can you be certain your father did not embezzle? Chapter 12. The Long Princess bestows a token upon hearing the Long Princess's sharp reprimand. Su Li resolved to speak her mind. I recall before my father's incident, there were 8 of us in the family. Grandparents, parents, older brothers, an older sister, and myself. We had 20 servants. Our evening meals consisted of 3 dishes and a soup, with meat only 3 times a week. Our servants were paid 3 taels a month, while my father's salary was 200 taels. For a family that practices frugality, there is no need for my father to embezzle. He earned his position through examinations, not from a noble lineage, thus he did not indulge in extravagance. Such a person would gradually embezzle small amounts rather than pilfer 200,000 taels in one go. How could the court have condemned my father for such a large discrepancy? What purpose would he have for embezzling such vast sums? My elder brothers are top students in the academy and could achieve success through examinations as well. My father has no concubines and does not indulge in pleasures. What would he do with such wealth? Su Li poured forth her pent-up questions and frustrations. After a long silence, without a response from the Long Princess, she looked up to find the Long Princess lost in thought. Long Princess, did Yan Yan speak incorrectly? The Long Princess snapped back to reality. Yan Yan, I have never heard you speak so much before. It seems you are convinced your father has been wronged.
Su Li nodded lastly. Long Princess.
Both personally and through rational analysis, I believe my father is innocent. Very well, I do not intend to overturn your father's case. But I can lend you a helping hand. Lu Mama, bring my token to Yan Yan. Su Li was overwhelmed with joy. The Long Princess continued. This token is only for investigating your father's case. Any misuse will cost you your life. If you cannot overturn the case, I shall hold you accountable. You cannot become the heir's consort. You would be left to a life of solitude. Su Li was indifferent to the prospect of becoming the heir's consort or leading a solitary life. She knew the women in the rear courtyard would be plentiful, and she had no desire to share her man or vie for favor. Thus, she had long prepared herself for a life of solitude. Before leaving, she inquired, Long Princess, who was behind the poisoning. The Long Princess's tone turned cold. I do not know. Su Li understood this was the Long Princess's way of withholding information. The culprit must hold a position within the court. As she departed, Zhao Yuhong emerged from the room. Your Royal Highness, by giving her a token, are you not putting her in peril? If those who framed her father find out, what will become of her? That is no concern of mine. Her life and death are not my affair. If it matters to you, you may assist her. But I must warn you, Su Li appears gentle and virtuous, yet she possesses an indomitable pride. Once she sets her mind on something, she will pursue it relentlessly. Moreover, you must not neglect your own marriage prospects. The Prime Minister's residence and the Grand Tutor's residence are currently hosting flower and poetry gatherings. You should attend more. If you find a suitable lady, have your father arrange the marriage for you. Today, you should also visit your uncle's residence. They are holding a flower appreciation poetry gathering. Zhao Yuhong shook his head. I shall not go. I cannot appreciate flowers, nor compose poetry. Suddenly, the Long Princess interjected. Are you perhaps smitten with Yan Yan? Zhao Yuhong fell silent. His silence was tantamount to admission. The Long Princess sighed deeply. Yan Yan is not a suitable choice. She is, after all, nominally your cousin's legitimate wife. Although your aunt does not intend to elevate her status, your uncle regards Yan Yan as his legitimate daughter-in-law. Furthermore, she is a blessing to Yukun. The Prince's residence would never allow her to leave. In Zhao Yuhang's presence, the long princess shed her imposing demeanor, transforming into a garrulous elder, earnestly advising him, "My dear, it is best to relinquish these feelings." Zhao Yuhang lowered his gaze for a long moment before nodding. "Your Royal Highness need not worry, I understand." In the afternoon, Su Li returned to the prince's residence in the princess's carriage, with Lu Mama personally escorting her to the gate. Many witnessed her arrival. The doorman respectfully greeted Su Li and informed her that the flower poetry gathering had concluded. In truth, she had little interest in such matters, as the selection of a legitimate wife for Zhao Yukuan was somewhat irksome to her. It felt as though the prince's residence had slapped her in the face, humiliating her. Without paying respects to the princess, Su Li headed directly to Qianyuju, her mind consumed with thoughts of how to exonerate her father. As I traversed a quaint little bridge, I chanced upon Lin Ruru, as delicate as a willow swaying in the breeze, gazing at the scenery. Her demeanor suggested she had not faced any reproach upon returning to the Wangfu. Life continued to unfold pleasantly for her.
Su Li smirked slightly.
Indeed, Lin Ruru had done nothing wrong. She merely played the coy, fragile damsel in front of Zhao Yukuan, who obliged her every whim. Bai Ji observed the bridge, now monopolized by Lin Ruru and her maid, and with an air of displeasure remarked, "Do they not yield way to passers-by?" Lin Ruru feigned concern, exclaiming, "Sister Su, you have finally returned. I was so worried when I heard you were missing."
Su Li,
unhurried, continued her walk, noticing the glimmer of amusement in Lin Ruru's eyes. As she reached the bridge's end, she suddenly veered onto a side path. Lin Ruru, momentarily taken aback, then tumbled into the lake. The maid cried out in alarm, "Miss Lin has fallen into the lake. Quick, someone save her." Su Li did not call for assistance, nor attempt to rescue her, continuing on her way. Bai Ji sneered repeatedly, "If she seeks to endanger herself, we bear no obligation to save her." Suddenly, a figure rushed forth, plunging into the water with a splash, rescuing Lin Ruru. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Li knew it was Zhao Yukuan. She maintained her pace, eager to distance herself from the entanglement. Lin Ruru, her voice trembling, said, "Your Grace, do not blame Sister Su. It was my fault for taking her precious cloud brocade." Zhao Yukuan, observing Su Li's retreating silhouette, shouted, "Yan Yan, stop right there." Su Li shook her head, a mix of humor and exasperation crossing her features. "I did not push her. I scarcely set foot on the bridge." Zhao Yukuan's anger flared as he rebuked her. "But she did not claim you pushed her. Does that excuse your indifference to her plight? Do you truly heed the teachings of Master Kongkong? Is it a doctrine that fosters a cold heart?" Chapter 13. A resounding slap at this. Su Li halted, turning to the bridge's surface. She removed her cloak and gently stated, "Your Grace speaks wisely. Yan Yan must apologize to Miss Lin. She is in a fragile state. Please, let her wear this cloak." Zhao Yukuan's face lit up with satisfaction. Such harmony among his household's women was precisely what he desired. He nudged Lin Ruru towards Su Li. A triumphant smile danced in Lin Ruru's eyes. Yet, before her grin could fully blossom, she splashed into the water once more. This time genuinely pushed by Su Li. Observing Zhao Yukuan's astonished expression, Su Li beamed. "Doesn't Miss Lin delight in the theatrics of falling into the water? I merely wished to fulfill her desire a few more times. Your Grace, do not be dazed. The water is shallow, and she has merely bumped her head and fainted." Zhao Yukuan raised his hand and struck Su Li, exclaiming malicious. Staggering back a few steps, nearly losing her balance on the bridge, Su Li nonetheless smiled. "Your Grace, your strike is well placed. Our bond grows ever more tenuous." With that, she strode away. Bai Ji, tears streaming down her face, arrived at Qianyuju, witnessing Su Li's swollen visage, and began to weep. "Miss, the young master struck you so fiercely for that wretched woman." "Bai Ji, cheer up. As the young master strikes me, our connection diminishes," Su Li replied. "But why would you desire the young master's affections to fade?" Bai Ji questioned. "You are the legitimate wife. They are merely concubines. Surely, you can maneuver them at will." "Bai Ji, have you forgotten? The princess has no intention of granting me the position of the legitimate wife. Besides, you see, I cannot embody the essence of Lin Ruru. The young master is drawn to such women. Should I reluctantly accept the role of a concubine, I would merely be the least favored among them. I would rather embrace the tranquility of a solitary existence, untouched by the fleeting affections of a man. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuquan carried Lin Ruru to Jinglan Yuan, where Mama Jiang learned of the incident from Lin Ruru's maid. She hurried to inform the princess. The princess snorted disdainfully. She deserves it.
Mama Zhejiang, perplexed.
Could not discern whether the princess referred to Lin Ruru or Su Li. Tentatively, she inquired, should we send some medicine to Su and Lin? The princess replied, send the swelling remedy to Yan Yan. As for that vixen, her demise would be preferable. The cloud brocade attire and her feigned pregnancy have brought her disgrace in the palace. Upon returning yesterday, I contemplated eliminating Lin Ruru. However, Zhao Yuquan pleaded with me, asserting he could not live without her, which stayed my hand. Today, the visits from the Duchess, the Prime Minister's wife, and the Marquis's wife. Any fool could see their mockery. The few I admired as potential wives for Zhao Yuquan avoided me like the plague. The flower-viewing poetry gathering should not have concluded so early. The glances and whispers directed at me were unbearable. Fuming, she found solace in the news of Su Li pushing Lin Ruru into the lake, relishing the moment.
Mama Zhejiang.
Is there not a more remote cottage in the western garden? Have someone relocate this vixen there. Mama Jiang acknowledged and departed. Though cottage sounded charming, it merely referred to a woodshed. Zhao Yuquan, unaware of the cottage's true nature, rejoiced at the notion of granting Lin Ruru a private dwelling, believing it would simplify his future visits, free from the prying eyes of Jinglan Yuan. Upon returning from the palace yesterday, he had been unsettled by his mother's dark expression and the murderous intent in her gaze toward Lin Ruru. He had devised a strategy to gently convey to his mother that without Lin Ruru, he found little joy in living, which had diminished her hostility. Just moments ago, the physician had checked on Lin Ruru, declaring her well. A few doses of medicine would suffice. As he regained his composure, Zhao Yuquan reflected on his impulsive and inappropriate behavior towards Su Li. He recalled their 7 years under the same roof, during which she had cared for him tenderly. Upon his entrance into the household, on the brink of despair, her small figure remained vigil at his bedside, diligently tending to his needs. Throughout his 3 years at the frontier, she had ensured he received clothing and provisions, garnering envy and admiration from his fellow commanders. Even the fearsome Zhao Yuhong had cast envious glances her way. Though his mother's letters were often lengthy, Su Li's messages were always succinct. Take care of yourself. All is well at home. Do not worry. Yet, those simple words were the sweetest balm amidst the monotony of the military camp, compelling him to linger over them. The more he pondered, the more remorseful he grew for his unreasoned outburst against Su Li. Frowning, he made his way to Qianyuju, intent on offering a sincere apology and sharing his thoughts. Brother, you've returned? Zhao Yuquan looked up to see his half-brother, Zhao Yupeng. After a few days apart, he had not encountered him. The once youthful boy now bore an air of maturity. Noticing the ledger in his hands, Zhao Yuquan inquired, I haven't seen you around the house. Are you delivering account books to Yan Yan? Indeed, Zhao Yupeng replied respectfully. I have been visiting the estate to oversee the harvest, which is why I missed welcoming you back. Brother, is this path leading to Qianyuju? Are you going to see Yan Yan? Zhao Yupeng, also known as Yan Yan, was addressed in this manner by everyone in the Ho residence, except for the genuine servants. As a sign of respect from those older than Su Li, it was hoped that the more people who called her Yan Yan, the safer Zhao Yuquan would be each day. Zhao Yuquan's expression darkened. His interactions with Su Li upon his return were markedly different from before. He felt a subtle pain in his heart, which he touched only to find it had dissipated. How is my elder brother's health? Very well, though somewhat troubled. Yan Yan seems to have changed considerably. Changed considerably? In what way? Is it her appearance, or her character? Her appearance has undoubtedly become more enchanting, and her character has also evolved, becoming more assertive. This thought lingered unspoken in Zhao Yupeng's mind. He hesitated to inquire about the nature of the changes and remained silent. Observing his younger brother's respectful demeanor, Zhao Yuquan began to confide. Yan Yan is no longer the gentle and kind person she once was. She has become quite cold-hearted. Elder brother.
How can you say such a thing?
Zhao Yupeng replied, surprised. The Prince of Han has bestowed upon me the gentle princess, Ro Ro from Shiliang. And upon bringing her home, Yan Yan has quarreled with me incessantly. Ro Ro has made it clear she does not concern herself with status. Just today, Yan Yan even pushed Ro Ro into the lake. Elder brother, do not heed slanderous words. Chapter 14, The Right Hand Interrupted. Zhao Yuquan grew agitated. What slander? Yan pushed her right before my eyes. On the very first day, she caused Ro to stumble at the threshold, leaving her breathless. In the past, I was frail and remained in the Wang residence, never having seen the world, and I once assured Yan that I would be with her for a lifetime.
Now.
She uses those words against me, threatening that if I wished to consummate our union, she would end the lives of all my women. Zhao Yupeng's heart stirred. They had not yet consummated their union. Doesn't our father have many concubines? I do not understand why, having only brought Ro home, Yan reacts this way. Second brother. Tell me, where have I gone wrong? Elder brother, why do you seek to go to Qianwei residence? Zhao Yuquan's voice lowered. I witnessed Yan push Ro into the lake before my eyes, and in my anger, I struck her. Zhao Yupeng felt a pang in his heart. Gripping the account book tightly, his knuckles turned pale. He composed himself and asked, where does Miss Lin reside? Old Madame Jiang is moving her from Jinglan Courtyard to Chai residence. Chai residence. Zhao Yupeng handed the account book to Zhao Yuquan. Elder brother. Perhaps I shall not go to Qianyue residence after all. Please deliver this account book to Yan. If she has any questions, have someone send word, and I shall go to clarify. Zhao Yuquan pondered and decided it was best to leave it with Yan, with Zhao Yupeng nearby. He found it difficult to apologize to her. Upon arriving at Qianyue residence, he hesitated, fearing an unfavorable reception, yet felt vexed at the thought of not entering. The doorkeeper, noticing his indecision, asked, Young master, are you here to see Miss Su? The doorkeeper's words reached Bai Zhi's ears, and she hurried to the entrance, whispering, Young master, the young lady does not wish to see you. Zhao Yuquan, accustomed to being catered to, lost his patience. He pushed past Bai Zhi and barged into Qianyue residence. Storming into the room, he angrily tossed the account book onto the table. This is the account book from my second brother. However, as his gaze fell upon Su Li's delicate, pale face, with one side swollen, his heart softened once more. I apologize. I acted impulsively and should not have struck you. He reached out to caress her head, but Su Li deftly dodged his hand. Ignoring him, Su Li simply took the account book and began to examine it. Yan, I wish to have a proper discussion with you. We should not have come to this point. Reflect on the days when I did not go to the military camp. We never quarreled once.
Why can we not return to that state now?
Is it merely because of Ro? What man does not have multiple wives? Take our father. Aside from my mother, he has several concubines. Zhao Yuquan's expression was one of profound distress. Yan, I will ask our mother to hold a consummation ceremony for us. You shall move from Qianyue residence to my courtyard. From now on, you shall be the young master's wife. And you will have Ro attend to you morning and evening. How does that sound?
Su Li tiltet her lipsin a silat simile.
Young master, I cannot accept such an offer. What if one day Ro decides to take a knife to herself and says it is not my fault? Would you not be the one responsible for her death? I still wish to keep my life. My parents did not send me to the Wang residence to meet my demise. Zhao Yuquan sensed the sarcasm in Su Li's words, and his heart shattered. In despair, he uttered, Yan, I have admitted my fault. Why do you continue to hold it against me? Su Li replied earnestly, Young master, we can never return to the way things were. Would you be so kind as to write me a letter of release? Zhao Yuquan's expression darkened immediately. Yan, I cannot possibly agree to that. Su Li retorted coldly, Very well, then. You might want to warn your Ro not to sully my name again. Or else I shall take her life next time. Let us see if anyone can lay blame on me when she is gone. Bai Zhi, please escort the young master out. Having been raised in the palm of the Dai Wang residence, this was the first time Zhao Yuquan had humbled himself so deeply to apologize to Su Li. He did not expect that, even after all this, she remained unyielding. Enraged, he felt that familiar pain return to his chest. Bai Zhi softly urged, Young master, please. He angrily swept his sleeve and stormed out. After leaving Qianyue residence, his attendant A Chong awaited him at the entrance. Young master, Miss Lin is making a scene at Chai residence, threatening to hang herself. Zhao Yuquan, already in a foul mood, dismissed the matter. Let her make a scene. With so many servants, does she truly believe she can hang herself? Alone in her courtyard, Lin Ro had finally worn herself out after a day of fussing and fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her cheek, and as she groggily opened her eyes, she was horrified to see a masked man holding a glistening knife, staring at her. Just as she opened her mouth to scream, Her own clothing was shoved into her mouth. The man ominously stated, "I have heard you have no backbone, always clinging to men. I shall ensure you can never rise again." With a swift strike, he severed the tendons in her hands and feet, and Lin Ro fainted. Meanwhile, Su sat under the lamp, contemplating before writing again. She listed the tasks she needed to accomplish for the next day, to check the documents at the Ministry of Justice. No matter what, she needed to see the evidence provided in the documents. Following this lead, she would proceed. Once finished, she took out the princess's token and caressed it thoughtfully. A smile crept onto her lips as she recalled the princess's stern face. In truth, the princess was a person of warmth beneath her cold exterior. Entrusting her with such an important item was a testament to the trust placed in her. More importantly, the princess had been swayed by her words. Believing that her father had been wronged. "Father, I shall do my utmost to clear your name." Su pondered for a moment before picking up her pen again, this time to write a letter to her father. She planned to send it using the princess's token, hoping that this time her father would receive it. Looking at the completed letter, the 3 large characters read, Su Jinyan. She gently traced them with her hand. As she touched her face, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she choked out, "Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, elder brother, second brother, elder sister, how are you all? I miss you dearly." The tears soaked the letter on the table. "What is the situation at the Qi Wangfu and Dai Wangfu? Your Highness, Miss Su has been beaten, and Lin Ro's tendons have been severed. The Dai Wang's heir has gone to the Han Wangfu, who struck Miss Su." The voice of the Qi Wang was neither displeased nor angry, but calm as ever. It was the heir, for she pushed Lin Ro into the lake before him and was met with punishment. Truly soft-hearted. The Qi Wang scoffed. The covert guard, Wu Yi, mused internally, how can one be so merciful as to push a young lady into a lake before others? Only a cold-blooded master like my own could utter such a judgment. Wu Yi awaited the Qi Wang's inquiry regarding who had severed Lin Ro's tendons. After a prolonged silence, he prepared to withdraw when suddenly he heard, "Go and break Zhao Yukuan's right hand." Chapter 15. Bringing another woman home at the stroke of midnight, the gates of the Dai Wangfu swung open, and guards escorted a carriage swiftly inside. The door of Qianyuju was knocked upon urgently. "Miss Su, the heir has been attacked." Su hastily donned her clothes and rushed to the main chamber of Zhao Yukuan's yisheng courtyard. Zhao Yukuan lay in bed, his right arm bandaged. Clearly broken, his complexion weary. Beside the bed, a delicate woman clad in a pink gown, draped with a sheer shawl, sobbed softly. The Dai Wang was on duty at the palace and had not returned. The Wang Fei was far away. Su arrived first. She glanced at the unfamiliar young lady. Frowning as she asked, "Heir, what happened? Where were you attacked? And who is this young lady?" Upon seeing Su, Zhao Yukuan let out a soft grunt. "Yen. It hurts so much. You don't ask if I'm in pain but bombard me with irrelevant questions." Su feigned concern. "Heir, does it hurt? If so, bear with it. The pain will soon pass." She touched her own slightly swollen left cheek as she spoke. Seeing this, Zhao Yukuan ceased his complaints. The young woman suddenly knelt. "You must be Sister Su. I am Chu Jiao, a songstress from the Han Wangfu. His Highness bestowed me upon the heir." "Then serve him well," Su replied with a yawn. "Heir, you should rest. My face also hurts. I shall take my leave." Zhao Yukuan felt wronged and saddened. He never expected that after his injury, Su would seek to leave without further inquiry. Previously, whenever he felt unwell, it was Su who attended to him devotedly. Yen, why are you leaving?" "Heir, do you not have servants and maids to attend to you? His Highness has thoughtfully provided you with caretakers. I need not stay. I must inspect the shops tomorrow." The Han Wang's attendants and Ah Chong recounted the incident to Su in the Yuheng courtyard. It turned out that Zhao Yukuan had arrived at the Han Wangfu, where Zhao Yubing welcomed him warmly, and they shared a few drinks, while Chu Jiao attended to him sweetly. His earlier vexations vanished entirely. Seeing that he did not wish to return to the Dai Wangfu, Zhao Yubing arranged for him to stay. In the dead of night, as he held Chu Jiao and slept sweetly, he was suddenly awakened by pain. A dark-clad assailant pressed his hand against the bed, causing the blades back to strike his bone. Before he could react, the figure vanished. Upon regaining his senses, he shouted, "Assassin! There's an assassin!" His piercing cries startled everyone in the Han Wangfu, and the guards conducted a thorough search, yet no suspicious individuals were found. Thus, Zhao Yuquan hurriedly returned to the Dai Wangfu. Su Li gave Ah Chong a few instructions before leaving the Yuheng courtyard.
On the way,
Bai Ji expressed her irritation. Miss, there is already a Lin Ro in the residence, and now there's a Chu Jiao Jiao. How long will this continue? Will there be more like Wan or Mei Mei? Su Li chuckled. Bai Ji, you are quite right. There will surely be more. Bai Ji stomped her foot in frustration. Miss, how can you still laugh? Lin Ro is constantly plotting against you. How can this Chu Jiao Jiao be any better? Will the back courtyard of the Dai Wangfu ever find peace? She continued. At least the Wang Ye has the authority. None of the concubines in the back courtyard dare to stir trouble. The heir has not learned even a fraction of the Wang Ye's decisiveness. Su Li felt a wave of helplessness rising within her. She understood that she could not change Zhao Yuquan. From witnessing his behavior in bringing back a songstress from the Han Wangfu, it was clear that he had no resistance to such pure and innocent women. Her position in the Dai Wangfu was so unique that Zhao Yuquan's women would undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on her. In the future, the schemes of these seemingly innocent women might emerge endlessly, and she would be defenseless against them. Her heart was heavy with unspoken bitterness.
On her path,
she encountered Xie Zihua, whose face was filled with worry as she hurried along. Spotting Su Li returning, she halted. Sister Su, how is my cousin? Nothing serious. His right hand is broken, and he simply needs to recuperate. Sister Su, why did you leave the Yuheng courtyard? I heard that whenever my cousin was unwell,
it was you who attended to him.
Those clumsy servants cannot do the job properly. Sister Su, if you leave, I will go.
Su Li smiled. Veil.
The more people to attend to the heir, the better. More people? Xie Zihua was puzzled. What do you mean, Sister Su? Is there not a lack of other maidservants in the Yuheng courtyard? Only servants? It is not a matter of arrangement. The heir brought back a new concubine from the Han Wangfu. Xie Zihua's face instantly flared with anger. These shameless women. Sister Su, let me take care of her. With determination, she marched towards the Yuheng courtyard. Su Li called after her. Miss Xie, please manage the affairs of the residence. I will go out to inspect the shops. Sister Su, do not worry. I will handle the household matters even better than you. On their way back, Bai Ji asked in confusion, Miss, I have only heard about the women in the capital competing for household authority. Why did you so readily entrust it to Miss Xie? Miss Xie is a very suitable candidate for the heir's wife. Bai Ji whispered, Miss, if you wish to become the heir's wife, the Wang Ye will surely support you. And the heir will be willing as well. The Wang Fei can only agree alone. Bai Ji, you must remember, it is I who do not wish to. Bai Ji's eyes reddened, and she choked back tears. Miss, will you truly go to the temple and live a life of solitude? That is my best destination. Bai Ji lowered her head, tears threatening to fall once more. Su Li smiled to comfort her. Bai Ji, do not be sad. I actually prefer a tranquil life. Miss, you must never abandon me. Wherever you go, I shall follow. As they conversed, they soon returned to Qianyuju and quickly fell asleep. At the Qi Wangfu, Wu Shi knelt before Zhao Yuheng. Your Highness, we have received a letter from Jiang Dao. Zhao Yuheng took it, read it, and then handed it to a middle-aged scholar-like man beside him. Sir, do you think this concerns merchants hoarding grain or a military uprising for supplies? Tian Cho took a glance at the briefing. Jiang Dao was the ancestral home of the Li family, and these prominent grain merchants hailed from that lineage, likely indicative of Sima Zhao's intentions. We must prepare ourselves, Zhao Yuheng stated calmly. The following day, just as dawn broke, Su Li ventured out. The streets were already bustling with early risers, and she chose a breakfast stall to order some food. As she dined, she suddenly heard someone call out, Prince Qi has arrived. Su Li quickly lowered her head to avoid being seen by Zhao Yuheng. She recalled that day when she had been under the influence of an aphrodisiac. She seemed to have caught a glimpse of his face, but she could not be certain whether it was real or merely a figment of her imagination. Chapter 16. Iron-blooded tenderness. Difficulties at the beauty's gate at that moment. Bai Ji whispered with excitement, Miss, look at Prince Qi. He is so handsome and imposing, even more so than the heir. Bai Ji, eat quickly. We still need to go to the Board of Censors, Su Li replied, her face nearly buried in her bowl. Yan, may I sit here for breakfast? A voice inquired. What? Even in this state, I am recognized? Such keen eyes. She could only lift her head and feign just now recognizing him. Prince Qi, I've finished my meal. Bai Ji, lacking discretion, remarked, Miss, how can you say you finished? You've only taken a spoonful of porridge, and the pastries are untouched. Zhao Yuhong replied in a nonchalant tone, if you haven't finished, continue eating. I do not devour people. His tall frame settled down, extending his long legs, which effectively cornered Su Li against the wall. Sir, please join us for breakfast, Tian Cho suggested. He also took a seat, further blocking Su Li's path. She had no choice but to sit and observe the man Zhao Yuhong referred to as Sir. He was indeed Tian Cho, the genuine mentor of Zhao Yuhong. His appearance was quite ordinary, even somewhat shabby, resembling the scholars who sold their writings on the streets. Yet, Su Li dared not underestimate him. His illustrious name was still spoken of in the capital's storytelling circles. Having once been a top scholar, he was selected to be the tutor for the young Zhao Yuhong. Later, when Zhao Yuhong went to the military camp at the age of 13, Tian Cho forsook his official position to follow him without hesitation. She felt a genuine admiration for such a principled scholar, seeing a reflection of her own father in him. She respectfully greeted him. I wish to inquire about your well-being.
Sir.
The stall owner, upon seeing Zhao Yuhong, beamed with delight. Regardless of whether he had ordered anything, he promptly brought several dishes, saying, Prince Qi. These are on the house. Tian Cho smiled kindly, kind sir, that is not acceptable. The stall owner replied respectfully, Prince Qi. A young hero and the great god of war of the Eastern Yan Kingdom, it is truly a stroke of fortune for my humble establishment to host you. Having said that, the owner quickly retreated, no longer interrupting Zhao Yuhong's meal. Tian Cho turned to Su Li with a smile. Miss, so early in the day. Where are you headed? Sir Tian, I intend to visit the Board of Censors to examine the case files regarding my father's embezzlement scandal. As she spoke, Su Li glanced at Zhao Yuhong's face, hoping to discern whether he was aware of the Grand Princess having given her the princess token to investigate her father's case. Their relationship appeared quite close, but Zhao Yuhong's expression remained impassive as he continued to eat. Su Li chuckled, realizing she was overthinking. She touched her chest where the token rested, feeling reassured. Sir, did you not mention you would visit the Board of Censors to catch up with your classmates? Tian Cho was taken aback. When had he said that? Even if he wanted to reconnect with old friends, it wouldn't be at the Yamen. It would be at their homes. However, he quickly realized that Prince Qi intended to assist this girl named Yan Yan. He nodded, I have a classmate, a friend who serves as the deputy censor, and I have not yet caught up with him since returning. After breakfast, I plan to visit him. Would you like to accompany me to the Board of Censors? Su Li beamed. That sounds wonderful. With you as my guide, I shall avoid unnecessary detours. She then cheerfully expressed gratitude to Zhao Yuhong. Thank you, Prince Qi. Yet, he remained expressionless, merely acknowledging her with a grunt. Although she received no visible reaction from the prince, Su Li was perceptive enough to notice Tian Cho's fleeting look of surprise. Clearly, Prince Qi was indeed aiding her. Tian Cho observed Zhao Yuhong's countenance, his typically sharp gaze softened, and the corners of his lips hinted at a smile. A sense of confusion swept over him. Was the usually composed Prince Qi susceptible to gentleness in the presence of women? This was unusual, considering the women presented to him from Xiliang had been meticulously chosen, including Princess Lin Ro, a paragon of beauty. Yet, he had never given them a second glance. Was the prince contemplating marriage? Looking at the young lady known as Yan Yan, with her radiant smile and striking beauty, he suddenly recalled that she was the girl sent by the Dai Wangfu to bring joy to the heir. By extension, she was the daughter-in-law of Prince Qi's cousin. Tian Cho sighed inwardly. Iron-blooded tenderness, heroes always face trials at the gates of beauty. As Su Li lowered her head to eat, she caught a familiar scent of green bamboo emanating from Zhao Yuhong. This fragrance was all too familiar. She had encountered it thrice in the palace that day, once in the Grand Princess's chamber, once when she had clutched his robe for support, and again. Suddenly, memories flooded back. She realized that she had indeed smelled this scent after being drugged. Thus, it was not a figment of her imagination. Zhao Yuhong had been close to her that day, witnessing her in a vulnerable state. Embarrassment washed over her, recalling how reckless she had been after losing her memory. As realization dawned, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Zhao Yuhong observed Su Li's face turn crimson, reminiscent of that day in his embrace. The depths of his enigmatic eyes darkened further. Tian Cho pretended not to notice the subtle changes between them, yet within his mind, he was already plotting how to extricate Su Li from the Dai Wangfu. Among the four at the table, 3 harbored their own intentions, while only Bai Ji remained focused on her meal. After finishing, Zhao Yuhong said little more, mounting his horse and departing swiftly. Once he was gone, Su Li exhaled a sigh of relief. It was her first time sweating over breakfast in 16 years. On the way, Su Li took the initiative to speak to Tian Cho about her father. Sir, I know your father as well. I heard he was quite incorruptible.
Su Li smiled wryly.
Yet, overnight, he has become a corrupt official embezzling disaster relief funds. Do not despair. If he is wronged, the truth will eventually be revealed, Tian Cho reassured her. Thank you for your kind words, sir. As they arrived at the Board of Censors, the princess's token proved effective, and they were allowed entry. Tian Cho instructed, you go to find Deputy Censor Fong Jian first. See which archive room he wants you to check. Su Li's heart raced. There were different archive rooms? Miss, please go. Once he instructs the clerk to take you to the appropriate archive room, return and inform me. Su Li nodded, and shortly after, she emerged, stating it was the Run archive room. Tian Cho replied, come with me. Upon seeing Fong Jian, they exchanged pleasantries before Tian Cho shifted the conversation. Brother Fong, I fear the case files regarding Su Jinyan in the Ren room might be of little significance. The princess's token has been produced, indicating that there are indeed ambiguous aspects to this case. It is imperative that the Tianzi dossier be retrieved, otherwise, the princess may be displeased. Chapter 17. A favor owed to Prince Qi. Fong Jian chuckled. Brother Tian, the young lady has not uttered a word. I had assumed this was merely a routine inspection. Since that is the case, we must certainly visit the Tianzi chamber. Minister Wu, please escort this young lady to the Tianzi chamber and retrieve the top-secret files. Tian Cho then smiled. Brother Fong, you are busy with official matters, so I shall not disturb you. I will accompany Miss Su to examine the documents. Let us meet tomorrow at noon at the Xinghua restaurant. It is my treat, and you must come. Fong Jian respectfully replied, Brother Tian, I shall certainly attend. It has been far too long since we last met. Let's indulge ourselves. Su Li silently breathed a sigh of relief, filled with gratitude towards Zhao Yuhong. She was entirely unaware that the archives of the censorate were categorized in terrain. The documents in the Tianzi chamber were classified in levels. Had Prince Qi not requested Tian Cho to accompany her, the files she had seen today would have been utterly useless for any case review. Especially since Tian Cho was a person of insight and connections, his assistance was invaluable. The debt owed to Prince Qi was indeed becoming substantial. However, time was of the essence, and there was no room for contemplation. Su Li and Tian Cho immersed themselves in the files until only a quarter of an hour remained before the office closed. Under Tian Cho's guidance, Su Li diligently noted all the pertinent discrepancies. Upon exiting the censorate, Bai Ji was already waiting for them with refreshments. Tian Cho, without any pretensions, eagerly seized the food. For he was famished. Su Li nibbled on some pastries and remarked, Today has truly been arduous for you, dear sir. I am at a loss as to how I might repay your kindness. You need not concern yourself with repaying me. Simply extend your gratitude to His Highness, Prince Qi. Tian Cho replied, chewing without formality. Upon hearing this, Su Li was dismayed. She had neither wealth nor possessions to show her gratitude. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Sir, once I resolve my father's case, how about I serve as a physician in His Highness's military camp? A physician? Miss Su, are you skilled in medicine? Bai Ji interjected enthusiastically. Indeed, sir. The young lady possesses remarkable medical skills. Noticing Tian Cho's gaze upon her, Su Li smiled and nodded, indicating she had some knowledge. Bai Ji, however, continued to boast, My lady has been at the bedside of the young master since she was 6. Over the years, she has diligently studied medical texts and learned from the physicians who attended to the young master, mastering acupuncture, prescriptions, pulse diagnosis, massage, and even the preparation of medicinal dishes. The young master's gradual recovery is largely due to my lady's tireless efforts and her eclectic learning from various medical traditions. It can be said that without my lady, the young master would likely— Bai Ji hesitated, feeling the weight of her words, and then continued, Currently, my lady's medical expertise surpasses that of the court physicians. It is merely that she remains humble and unassuming, and thus few are aware of her talents. Tian Cho regarded her with admiration. I will certainly mention this to His Highness. He is keen on recruiting highly skilled physicians for the military to minimize casualties among the injured soldiers. This aligns perfectly with his intentions. As dusk approached, Su Li returned to the prince's residence. Upon entering, she was intercepted by Xie Zihua, who was waiting at the door. Sister Su, while you were away, something has occurred in the residence.
Su Li furovet her brov.
What has happened? Xie Zihua whispered. My aunt has gone mad.
What? Ma! Su Li exclaimed, incredulous.
Xie Zihua had always defended her aunt fiercely. How could she claim such a thing? Was it possible she had truly been driven mad by Zhao Yuhuan's actions? Come with me, and you shall see for yourself. Su Li assumed they were heading to Jinglan Courtyard, but Xie Zihua directed her towards Yuheng Courtyard instead. Miss Xie, are we not going to Jinglan Courtyard?
Sister Su, just follow me.
Upon reaching Yuheng Courtyard, Xie Zihua pointed towards the western annex. The main courtyard and the western annex were separated by a wall, with a moon gate in between. Each courtyard had its own entrance. When both doors were closed, it effectively became a single compound. The western annex was designated for the young master's wife. The gatekeeper, upon seeing the two young ladies, respectfully allowed them entry. As night fell and lanterns were lit, the dining hall in the western annex was brightly illuminated and cheerful voices could be heard faintly. Xie Zihua gestured for Su Li to remain quiet. She led her around the corner towards the back window of the dining hall. Through the intricately carved window, Su Li was taken aback by the scene within. The princess of the prince, Zhao Yuhuan with an arm in a sling, and Lin Ro, along with Chu Jiao and a timid maid, were attending to Lin Ro's dining needs. Lin Ro's hands were bandaged. What was more astonishing was the complete transformation in the demeanor of the princess. She now gazed at Zhao Yuhuan and Lin Ro with a motherly affection, a stark contrast to her previous disdain. What on earth was happening? A single day away from the residence had indeed felt like a seismic shift. Su Li was utterly perplexed by the princess's demeanor. At that moment, Xie Zihua whispered in her ear, Sister Su, do you not think my aunt's behavior is madness? Then, with a tone of mischief, she added, Lin Ro had her hands and feet severed last night. Su Li was taken aback again. Lin Ro was brutally attacked last night? What a coincidence. It was too coincidental. Zhao Yuhuan had his hand broken, and Lin Ro had her tendon severed. The uncanny similarity made her suspect they were victims of the same perpetrator. As this thought crossed her mind, a chill ran through her. How similar these two incidents felt to her own actions, for both Zhao Yuhuan and Lin Ro had wronged her. Yet, she was in no way involved in either occurrence. Mother, what did they say regarding Ro's stay in the western annex?
Zhao Yuhuan's voice interrupted Su Li's thoughts.
The princess dismissed. Isn't she doing just fine in Qianyu residence? But Yan, there is no but. Ro shall remain in the western annex to recuperate. Isn't Yan's medical expertise adequate? She can attend to both of you when the time comes. Xie Zihua patted her chest, relieved that she was not proficient in medicine and thus escaped the burden of serving them. She remarked teasingly, Sister Su, you have quite the task ahead of you. At that moment, Lin Ro spoke up sweetly, Your Highness, you must ensure justice is served and that the perpetrator is caught. Do not worry. I have already informed the prince. The princess reassured Lin Ro. Su Li pulled Xie Zihua away from the dining hall and into the corridor. Miss Xie, when did the princess's attitude change? My aunt originally went to the theater, but upon her return, she was completely transformed. She even arranged for Lin Ro to reside in the western annex, who accompanied the princess into the theater.
Su Li inquired, frowning.
That would be Mammy Jiang. Has the princess been compromised by Lin Ro? Is there some leverage? Suddenly, Su Li spotted the silhouette of the prince appearing in the corridor, and she hurriedly stepped forward to pay her respects. Chapter 18. Blocking the whip, Su Li rushed forward to greet the prince, followed closely by Xie Zihua. The prince greeted them amiably. Yan, Huar, why are you two not dining in the hall? I have already had my meal. The painting has already been used. Both remarked in unison. Yan said, Your Highness, have you not dined yet? Allow me to serve you. Yan, you need not serve anyone in the future. With so many servants at home, you are the mistress and should be attended to. Thank you, Your Highness. I will remember. Come, let us join father for a meal. Father? Su Li's heart tightened. The crown prince had never referred to himself in such a manner before. The crown prince had seemingly recognized her as the crown princess. Yet Su Li felt no joy, only a heavy heart. Xie Zihua, however, wore a downcast expression, lowering her head, realizing that her hopes of becoming the crown princess were dashed. The crown prince glanced at her and said, Huar, you should join us too. At the entrance of the dining hall, the maid had already seen and heard the three of them, Crown Prince, Su Li, and Xie Zihua, and immediately came forward to greet them. Both the crown princess and Zhao Yuquan stood up. However, upon entering the dining hall, the crown prince found Lin Ruru seated. His cold gaze swept over Zhao Yuquan and the crown princess. It was quite peculiar for a female servant to be treated as an honored guest in the crown prince's residence. Should I pay my respects to this servant? This remark made the crown princess and Zhao Yuquan tremble with fear. The crown princess hurriedly explained she was injured last night, making it impossible for her to stand.
So we allowed her to sit.
Who did this? The crown princess quickly replied, I do not know, but we hope your highness will investigate. The crown prince scoffed. Well done. When you find out who did it, I shall reward them. The crown princess's expression shifted several times as she was caught off guard by the crown prince's words. Lin Ruru immediately burst into tears, her sobs echoing like a string of broken pearls, as she said in a quivering voice, Your Highness, I am new here and do not understand the customs of Dongyan. I have offended you. I promise to learn the culture of Dongyan well, ensuring I do not wear the wrong attire or sit inappropriately. I beg for your highness's forgiveness. Lin Ruru appeared contrite and fragile, evoking a desire in others to comfort and protect her. Su Li could not help but applaud Lin Ruru's performance internally. Had she not witnessed Lin Ruru's underhanded tactics, she would have believed that this was indeed a girl deserving of sympathy. As expected, Su Li noticed a flicker of pity in Zhao Yuquan's eyes. However, due to the crown prince's presence, he refrained from embracing Lin Ruru. The crown princess also displayed a pained expression. Yet, the crown prince remained unfazed, fixating on Lin Ruru's face and impatiently commanded, Get out of my sight. Do not appear before me again. After Chu Jiaojiao performed her courtesy, she immediately took Lin Ruru and exited the dining hall. Just as they reached the door, the crown prince's icy voice rang out, Li Chongsui, go to the physician and fetch a bowl of abortion soup for this servant to drink personally. Zhao Yuquan cried out. Father.
No.
I must ensure my legitimate eldest son is born first. The crown princess anxiously added, Your Highness, Lin Ruru is a pitiful girl, abandoned by her own country. Once the legitimate grandson is born, allowing her to bear a son or daughter would count as a benevolent act from the crown prince's residence. You both are still so foolish after yesterday. I might as well put an end to this servant, the crown prince retorted. Lin Ruru quickly interjected, I thank your highness for the medicine. Su Li turned to look at Lin Ruru, only to catch a fleeting, strange smile on her face. The crown prince then declared, Remove the food and bring in new dishes. Soon, a fresh spread was laid out. However, the atmosphere at the table was heavy due to the earlier incident, and everyone ate in silence. After the meal, the crown prince stated, I have matters to discuss with the crown princess and the heir. The servants promptly exited, and Su Li also prepared to leave. Yen, stay. Xie Zihua's expression darkened as she departed. The crown prince sternly addressed Zhao Yuquan, in the future, avoid mingling with Han Wang unless absolutely necessary. Zhao Yuquan could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Father, why? I am extremely dissatisfied with your actions. He returned filled with discontent toward Lin Ruru and was now being restricted in his freedom. He had few friends due to his poor health in the past. And in the military, while the commanders respected him as the crown prince's son, their connections were shallow. After 3 lonely years, only Han Wang had formed a bond with him, sharing common interests and a brotherly relationship. At this moment, the crown prince offered no explanation, simply reiterating, What I say is final. You will stay home and study military strategy. The crown prince's cold gaze fell on the crown princess. Remember, spoiling a child is akin to killing them. The crown princess understood the implications of the crown prince's words. The struggle for the throne had likely become overt. He intended to confine Zhao Yuquan within the crown prince's residence to prevent him from associating too closely with the princes, which could lead to disaster. Having witnessed the emperor's ruthless actions against his brothers and ministers, she was well aware of the stakes. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, Zhao Yuquan spoke harshly, Father, after 3 years in the military, I know I do not possess the leadership abilities of Qi Wang. I will no longer study military strategy. Moreover, why can't I associate with Han Wang, my only brotherly companion? The crown prince's eyes widened in anger. Zhao Yuquan, do you think you have grown wings and can defy me? After speaking, he drew a soft whip from his waist and struck it fiercely toward Zhao Yuquan. Su Li reacted quickly, stepping forward to block it, and the whip struck her back instead. Pain surged through her, and she let out a muffled groan, clutching her body. The crown prince gasped, Yen. He quickly retracted the whip, shouting, Guard, Fetch my token and summon the physician. Su Li, her voice hoarse, said, Your Highness. It is unnecessary. It is merely a surface injury. Yan can apply some medicine and rest. Zhao Yuquan and the Crown Princess, stunned by the Crown Prince's behavior, finally regained their composure. Su Li's clothing bore faint traces of blood. Had the whip struck Zhao Yuquan, the consequences would have been dire. The Crown Princess secretly sighed with relief, grateful that Su Li had shielded Zhao Yuquan. Observing Su Li's pale, pained expression, the Crown Prince forgot about punishing Zhao Yuquan. Zhao Yuquan felt an overwhelming sadness for Su Li, yet a sense of joy surged within him. He felt as if he had drunk honeyed water. Yan still loved and protected him. Yan, does it hurt? He called out, stepping closer, wanting to touch Su Li's head, but she tilted away, evading him. Frowning, she said, Your Highness, Crown Princess, young master, I must return to Qianyue residence. Chapter 19. Your Highness, are you climbing the wall? The Crown Prince felt a pang of guilt. Yan, father, Su Li smiled gently, it's nothing. A little medicine will suffice. After speaking, she exited the room. Zhao Yuquan attempted to follow her, but the Crown Prince shouted, Stop. I have not finished speaking. The Crown Princess, noticing the Crown Prince's self-reference to Su Li, expressed her displeasure. Your Highness, have you decided to recognize Yan as the Crown Princess? The Crown Prince looked at her in surprise. Is Yan not worthy? As the daughter of a traitor, do you think it's suitable for her to become the future mistress of the Crown Prince's residence? Inappropriate circumstances surrounded her entrance, though she was welcomed without much ceremony. The royal residence had indeed intended to marry her in the capacity of a legitimate consort. Should your son prove unsatisfactory, he would be destined for a burial alongside her. What? Now that your son is well, do you wish to retract your agreement? As Su Li stepped beyond the threshold, the sounds of quarrel from within the room reached her ears with clarity. She quickened her pace, and soon could hear nothing further. Bai Ji, upon noticing the whip scars on her back, began to weep anew. Miss, what have you done to anger the prince? Nothing. Then why did the prince strike you? The prince struck the heir. I took a lash on his behalf. Bai Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. Miss, why would you let the prince hit him? Bai Ji, are you foolish? If the heir is struck, it is merely a single lash. The princess would surely confront the prince. At that moment, it is possible the princess would take the second lash herself, and my transgressions would be grave. The princess might confine me within the royal residence, and I would be unable to pursue my own affairs. You make a valid point, miss, yet I cannot find joy in this. Upon reaching the entrance of Yuheng courtyard, Xie Zihua awaited Su Li. With a melancholic tone, she inquired, Sister Su, have your uncle and aunt deliberated on your becoming the heir's consort? Su Li shook her head. No, I am not worthy of the position of heir's consort. But has not your uncle publicly indicated as much? Do not misconstrue. The prince regards me as his daughter. Is that so? To remain here implies you are indeed treated as a daughter? As she spoke, Xie Zihua joyfully patted Su Li's back.
Ouch. Su Li winced in pain.
Bai Ji forcefully swatted Xie Zihua's hand away. Release my young lady. You are truly bothersome. Only then did Xie Zihua notice the injuries on Su Li's back. What happened? Is this a whip mark? Did my uncle strike you?
How could that be?
My uncle would never harm you. Oh, it must be that my uncle struck my cousin, and you shielded him? She spoke to herself, becoming magnanimous. Wait here. I shall bring the finest medicine from the palace for your wounds. It can diminish scars. Lowering her voice, she added, This medicine was given to me by my aunt. Su Li's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Xie Zihua had pilfered it from the princess? No need. I have received a vial of medicine from the princess just yesterday. You should keep yours. Miss Xie, if the princess has gifted you something, you ought to cherish it rather than giving it away. She may be displeased. Xie Zihua hesitated momentarily, but quickly shifted the topic, saying that Lin Ruru, both disabled and fed with infertility medicine. Let us see how she pretends to be delicate before my cousin in the future.
Su Li chuckled softly, shaking her head.
Sister Su, do you not share this sentiment? Miss Xie, Lin Ruru has grown even more fragile, and your cousin is even more inclined to cherish her. You harbor feelings for your cousin, do you not? If you wish to win his favor, you must learn from Lin Ruru. Learn? Indeed, you must emulate her ways, and additionally, you should dance and play the piano. Only then will your cousin take a liking to you. Xie Zihua blinked, saying, Sister Su, I just remembered I have urgent matters to attend to. I shall return to Xiwan now, and visit you again tomorrow." With that, she hurried off. Baiji questioned, "Miss, why do you teach her? For the past 2 years, she has been scheming against you. Just a few words. If they can aid her in any way, why not?" The two soon arrived at Qianyuju. As they prepared to cleanse themselves and apply ointment, a voice rang out at the door. "Miss Su, the physician has arrived." Su Li felt warmth in her heart. The prince truly cared for her, having summoned a physician. After taking her pulse, the physician remarked, "Miss, your internal organs are unharmed. It is merely a surface injury. However, you seem fatigued and burdened with worries. Your vitality is somewhat diminished. A few prescriptions over the next few days will suffice." Baiji nodded repeatedly. Indeed, esteemed physician. Thank you so very much." At last, Su Li lay down on the bed and fell into a deep slumber. In her dreams, she felt as though she were walking alone, endlessly weary, both her body and heart exhausted. Suddenly, she beheld her father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother, and joyfully ran towards them. Yet they lay fallen amidst the jagged stones, bloodied and mangled. She cried out, but her mouth would not open. Only tears flowed down in torrents. Suddenly, something brushed against her face, yet her eyelids were too heavy to lift. Moonlight streamed through the window into Su Li's chamber, where a tall figure leaned over, gently brushing her face with his fingers. A tear was caught on the tip of his finger, glimmering faintly in the moonlight. That faint light pierced his heart, causing him pain. Wu Yi whispered softly, "Your Highness, it is time to go." Zhao Yuhong leaned down and murmured in Su Li's ear, "Do not cry, I am here." With that, he sprang out the window and vanished. In the Qiwang mansion, Tian Chao observed Zhao Yuhong returning hastily from outside, his expression filled with anger. "Your Highness, have you climbed the wall?" Zhao Yuhong stormed past him, his fury palpable. Tian Chao followed closely. "I recall, when you were 7, you had a beloved little white rabbit, yet it was stolen by the Han Wang. That night, you climbed over to his courtyard and found the rabbit bound. Your embrace of that little creature mirrors your actions tonight. So, has your little rabbit been bullied again?" Wu Yi quietly interjected, "Sir, you are correct. Miss Su has been injured." "By whom?" "The Dai Wang." Tian Chao scoffed, "That old scoundrel, striking such a delicate young woman. He was aiming for the air. Miss Su shielded him from a lash." "Wu Yi, are you not protecting Miss Su? Why did you not rush out to take that lash for her?" Wu Yi scratched his head. "Sir, I cannot pass through walls. I was merely observing from the window." "You fool. Why did you not throw stones or something to deflect that lash? Or perhaps you lack the skill." Wu Yi felt ashamed by Tian Chao's words and remarked, "I shall practice with Wu Er for a while." With that, he vanished in an instant. Chapter 20. The opulence of the White Lotus in the study. Zhao Yuhong's gaze was icy. "Tomorrow, inform her that this prince consents to her recompense. The Qiwang mansion shall assist her in investigating her father's case, and she shall accompany me to the military camp as a physician." Tian Chao pondered briefly. "Your Highness, regarding Su Jinyan's case, the funds went missing in the southern mountains. It is necessary to visit there personally." "Then it shall be as such." Their voices grew softer until the matter was resolved. At dawn, the servants of the Dai Wang mansion busied themselves. As the door of Qianyuju opened, the matron was startled to find Zhao Yuhuan standing outside. He whispered, "Has Yen risen? Young master, how long have you been standing there? You are covered in frost. Come in quickly." The old servant prepared hot water to warm him. Sitting in the small hall of Qianyuju, Zhao Yuhuan realized it was starkly bare. The chair was hard and uncomfortable. Aside from the bare necessities, there was no artwork on the walls or ornaments. It was even more austere than a servant's quarters. He recalled the opulence of the western courtyard in Yuheng and felt a pang of sorrow. Yen should not reside in such a meager place. Yen loves him so deeply. How could she endure suffering after their quarrel? Regardless of the circumstances, he must bring Yen to Yuheng courtyard. Rora resides in the western courtyard, while Yen will occupy the main courtyard. If Yen dislikes Ruru, he will seal the moon gate connecting the two courtyards. Under no circumstances can Yen be allowed to stay in Qianyue residence any longer. Just as Zhao Yukuan appeared serious, Baiji exclaimed, "Young master, why are you sitting in Qianyue residence?" "Baiji, why are you making such a fuss?" "I, the young master, am here to help Yen move." "Move? To where?" "To Yuheng courtyard, of course." Baiji fell silent, fully aware that her young lady had no intention of residing in Yuheng courtyard. She only wished to distance herself from the young master. She remarked, the young lady has been injured and is feeling unwell, having taken the physician's medicine. She likely won't awaken for a while. Zhao Yukuan dismissed her concerns, stating, then I will guard her room. Baiji, startled, quickly interjected, no. Zhao Yukuan's expression darkened. Why not? Seeing his anger, Baiji mustered her courage to whisper, young master, you and the young lady have been arguing these past few days. She does not appreciate your association with other women. That is of no concern to you, he replied, choosing not to intrude upon her room. Remaining seated on the uncomfortable stool, Baiji seized the opportunity to hastily depart and attend to her own tasks.
Sulia late.
As the sun had already risen high in the sky, Zhao Yukuan joyfully entered her room. Yan, today shall move to Yuheng courtyard to live with me. As Su Li combed her hair, she replied slowly, move to Yuheng courtyard? Are you not afraid of provoking Ruru? Zhao Yukuan frowned momentarily, but quickly declared, if you do not like it, I will seal the moon gate between the main courtyard and the western courtyard. Su Li nearly slapped herself upon hearing his words. How had she managed to serve Zhao Yukuan for a decade and end up with such a character? She chuckled softly. If you seal all the doors to the western courtyard, trapping Ruru inside, I shall move to the main courtyard. Zhao Yukuan's expression stiffened. Yan. How can you say such a thing? Will the person not starve? Not at all. Food can be passed through the flower window. That will not suffice. Trapped in such a small courtyard, one would go mad. I once fell ill and was confined to Yuheng courtyard. I felt suffocated. Very well. If that cannot be done, then I shall not move. That cannot be. Today you must. Young master, a soft voice called out from outside, interrupting Zhao Yukuan. The Princess Ruru drank a concoction last night and has been in pain all night. She wishes to see you. Concern flickered across Zhao Yukuan's face.
Su Li,
observing him coldly, urged, go now. Your Ruru may be in dire straits. Zhao Yukuan noticed the whip mark on Su Li's neck and waved his hand dismissively. Have her see the physician. I am currently occupied. Baiji quickly helped Su Li to freshen up and brought her a meal. Upon seeing the simplicity of Su Li's meal, just a bowl of plain congxi and a steamer of dumplings, Zhao Yukuan was taken aback. Is this all? Even the servants eat better. Su Li inquired. Would you like to join me? His eyes shifted. He estimated that the dumplings were filled with crab roe, equivalent to what a typical family would spend in half a year. He had only eaten a few since returning, and now there were 10 dumplings before him. Yan was indeed too generous. He must cherish her and ensure she moves to Yuheng courtyard today. He picked up a dumpling and took a bite, expecting a burst of exquisite flavor, but frowned at the bitter taste of vegetables instead. He quickly spat it out, realizing it was a mere imitation of crab roe. Glancing at Su Li, he saw her enjoying her meal as if it were a feast. Yan, you eat such dumplings? As Baiji took the discarded dumpling away, she remarked. Young master, the young lady has always eaten this way, did you not know? This is specially prepared for her, and today it is actually decent, with some mincemeat added. Younger master, the soft voice interrupted again. Baiji was about to respond but saw Su Li signaling her to remain silent. Young master, Princess Ruru has arrived, the voice announced once more. The servant had not heard Baiji's refusal and did not stop them. From her small hall, Su Li glanced into the garden and saw Ruru being wheeled in, adorned in an exquisitely carved chicken wing wood wheelchair. Dressed in luxurious attire, the pale Ruru exuded an air of elegance. However, upon seeing Zhao Yukuan, Ruru immediately began to weep. Young master, I am in so much pain. Please, just end my misery. As her voice trailed off, she appeared to faint, her words barely coherent. Zhao Yukuan stepped forward, unable to bear her distress, but halted upon noticing Su Li's proud demeanor. Young master, your Ruru begs you to end her suffering. Do you not heed her request?
Su Li taunted.
If you cannot bring yourself to do it, I can assist. Baiji, fetch the dagger that the princess gifted me, she commanded. Ruru was once a princess. Dying by such a noble blade would elevate her to a tragic figure, a martyr for her homeland. Baiji turned to leave, but Zhao Yukuan blocked her path. Yan, do you truly wish to kill Ruru? Su Li nodded. Indeed, she is a calamity. Once she is gone, the Duke's residence will know peace. Zhao Yukuan's eyes widened in shock, his body trembling. Yan, how can you disregard Ruru's humanity? What threat does she pose? She cannot walk or bear children. Do you still wish for her demise? Su Li chuckled lightly. Precisely, young master. You understand. I cannot abide those who threaten me. I must eliminate any threat. Ruru sobbed delicately. Young master, Su Li speaks wisely. If you slay me, her anger will dissipate, and you shall return to your former life. With a heart-wrenching wail, she leaned against the armrest, seemingly ready to strike her head against it, but fainted before she could do so. Zhao Yukuan shouted, rushing to her side and cradling her. A Cheng, summon the physician. Chu Jiaojiao and Ruoruo quickly wheeled Ruru out of the residence. Zhao Yukuan had forgotten to inform Su Li, and Baiji stomped her foot in frustration. That vixen is so deceitful. Can't the young master see through her act? Although Su Li had already let go of her feelings, she couldn't help but sigh. 10 years of time could not hinder the feigned sorrow of others. She soon burst into laughter. Baiji, come, let's continue to eat. Miss, are you not angry? Anger is futile. I cannot emulate such a display. Hurry and eat, for we must leave the house today to meet someone. There is no time for melancholy. Miss, you are still injured. Surely you need not venture out today? What are my minor injuries compared to what my father must be enduring? At this thought, a wave of desolation washed over Su Li. Her face unable to conceal the sorrow, tears shimmering in her eyes. After finishing their meal, Su Li prepared to leave with Baiji, when Grandma Jiang arrived.
Misu.
The princess requests your presence at the Yuheng courtyard to attend to the young master. Hearing this, Su Li curled her lip. The intention was not to serve Zhao Yukuan but rather to tend to Lin Ro. Baiji, however, responded, Grandma Jiang. His Highness the Prince has already stated last night that household servants will attend to the young master, and Miss will no longer serve anyone. Grandma Jiang was momentarily taken aback. She had not heard this last night, but it was undoubtedly true. Qianyue residents had never resorted to such measures. Furthermore, the princess intended for Su Li to assist Lin Ro, hoping that Su Li could help mend the severed tendons. Over the years, while others might not recognize Su Li's medical prowess, the princess was well aware. If Su Li intervened, Lin Ro would have a substantial chance of standing again. However, with the current circumstances, the princess's wishes were likely to go unfulfilled. With a sigh, she lamented the unpredictability of life and hurried back to inform the princess of the situation, urging her to devise another plan. Grandma Jiang felt a heavy heart. The young master should not have brought Lin Ro back. It seemed that discord was increasingly apparent within the Wang residence. After the princess returned last night, she had been so furious that she smashed things in a fit of rage, exclaiming, to think of making the daughter of a traitor the young master's wife is utterly absurd. This indicated that the prince had made his stance clear, likely chastising the princess as well. Additionally, the prince had only just returned to the residence, yet he had not visited Jinglan courtyard, instead heading to Aunt Ding's quarters. The princess was losing her composure, furiously cursing, that wretched Ding. I will surely see her dead. This was the first time in 10 years that the princess had lost her temper so drastically. Now, while the Wang residence appeared to be in good order, Grandma Jiang felt a chill run down her spine as she considered the implications. Quickening her pace, she departed. Upon leaving the Wang residence, Su Li exhaled deeply, feeling a semblance of relief. Today she had decided to visit Song Shulan, the daughter of the Inspector Song, when suddenly the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Lifting the curtain, she saw a guard, someone she recognized from yesterday's encounter with Tian Chou. The guard bowed respectfully. Miss Su, Mr. Tian has requested an audience with you. Upon entering the private room of the tea house, Su Li was taken aback to find Tian Chou appearing as though he were preparing for a long journey. With a stern expression, he asked, Miss Su, I have heard you were whipped last night. It is nothing, merely superficial injuries. They will heal in 2 or 3 days.
Today,
I have reported Zhao Yukuan to the officials. Are you not pleased? Su Li was struck with surprise.
Sir, what do you mean by that?
What are you worried about? It is not as if I will investigate the Wang residence. I will only recommend that Zhao Yukuan be demoted from a 5th rank general to 6th or 7th rank, or perhaps stripped of rank altogether. He brazenly paraded a Western Liang tribute slave dressed as a consort of Dong Yen at the award ceremony, which is an affront to the fallen soldiers. Su Li sighed inwardly, pondering whether Zhao Yukuan's fragile pride could withstand such a blow. While she had considered the possibility of being reported to the officials, she thought that with the prince in court, the emperor would handle the matter lightly. However, she had not anticipated that the Qi Wang residence would instigate such a report. With the Qi Wang affirming it in court, Zhao Yuquan would indeed find himself in dire straits, his 3 years of merit reduced to nothing, and becoming the laughingstock of the capital.
Suli smiled at Tianguo.
Thank you, sir. Your actions bring me joy. You need not thank me. Express your gratitude to His Highness the Qi Wang. I have already discussed your means of repayment with him, and he has consented. Furthermore, the Qi Wang residence has taken over your father's case. I, an old man, will head to the southern region to investigate. You should focus on your recovery in the capital and await news, refraining from any reckless actions that might bring you harm. Su Li was stunned. Yesterday, she had naively believed that carrying the princess's token would ensure cooperation from others. Yet, the Inspector Zhang Jiyan had swiftly put her in her place. Even the princess's token had not compelled him to reveal the most critical documents. She realized she still had much to learn about the invisible rules of the officialdom. Now, with the Qi Wang as her support, her father's vindication seemed imminent. Suddenly, tears welled in her eyes. Chapter 22. A resounding slap with tears streaming down her face, Su Li knelt and bowed her head, saying, "Sir, your great kindness leaves me at a loss for how to repay you. When the day comes that my father is vindicated, I will enter the temple to pray for your well-being for a lifetime." Tian Cho hastily helped her up. "Miss Su, when that day arrives, do not think of entering any temple. Simply stay by His Highness the Qi Wang's side for a lifetime." Su Li did not dwell on Tian Chao's words, only considering the dangers he might face in the southern region. She removed a safety talisman from around her neck. "Sir, this case carries risks. Please take this. It was given to me by Master Kong Kong of the State Minister's Temple. He can protect you safely." Holding the warm talisman, Tian Cho replied, "You should keep this for His Highness the Qi Wang. He faces true danger on the battlefield and needs it most." Su Li urged, "Please wear it, sir. I will seek another from Master Kong Kong for His Highness." It was said that Master Kong Kong's amulets were exceedingly rare, with only 2 produced each year. Sometimes even just one every few years. It was far too difficult. Thus, this one should be given to His Highness. If I cannot accomplish even this little task, then I am truly worthless. Very well, I shall accept this one. You may seek another for His Highness. As Su Li watched Tian Cho and his entourage of 21, fully armed and emanating an aura of lethal intent, she felt her own insignificance. She bowed deeply. "Thank you all." Wu Shi, startled, was the first to dismount, followed swiftly by the others. Leading the way, Wu Shi returned the gesture, saying, "Miss Su, you need not be so polite. This is our duty." He thought to himself that Mr. Tian had informed him that this Miss Su was the prince's beloved, likely to become the future mistress of a household. Thus, they could hardly accept such gratitude. Su Li gazed as Tian Cho and his entourage galloped southward. She murmured, "May they return safely." Upon her return to the Wang residence, she was met with a strange sight. The guards of the Wang residence were escorting a number of doctors inside.
Su Li instantly understood.
They were summoning doctors to treat Lin Ro. But could they really do this? Spotting Dr. Guan from the suspended medicine pavilion, whom she recognized as a highly respected elder doctor, she recalled having invited him to treat Zhao Yuquan and having sought his counsel on medical matters. There was a bond of teacher-student sentiment between them. She hurriedly stepped forward and called out, "Old Guan." Dr. Guan frowned, turned his head to glance, and said with a hint of irritation, "Miss Su, what is the meaning of this from the prince's residence? They claim to want to reattach the tendons of a man who has severed his hands and feet. I truly cannot perform such a task. It is one thing to say I cannot, yet the prince's residence insists on forcing me here." Su Li addressed the guards. "Please inform Captain Qingfeng to cease this coercion of doctors. As for the princess and the young master, I shall speak on that matter myself." The guards visibly relaxed and promptly agreed before departing. "Baiji, hand me the coin purse. Go to the accountant and withdraw 50 taels of silver in my name. It must be silver, not banknotes." She produced her personal seal and handed it to Baiji. Observing her mistress's serious demeanor, Baiji recognized the gravity of the situation and dashed into the prince's residence. Su Li took out 2 taels of silver and handed it to Dr. Guan, saying, "It is indeed the fault of the prince's residence. Please do not take offense. This is your compensation for your troubles. I kindly ask you to speak a few favorable words on my behalf in front of the doctors forcibly summoned today."
Dr. Wan Said, Miss Su.
"I am currently attending to a patient suffering from abdominal pain. I was forcibly brought here, and I worry for the patient's condition. I can only hope for the best. If the patient's situation worsens, their family may take it out on the prince's residence, and they will bear the consequences. After speaking, he unceremoniously accepted the silver, stating, I shall use this to comfort the patient and hopefully pacify their family. Su Li understood that in the capital, where dragons and tigers lay hidden, what seemed like an ordinary patient might very well be a family member of a powerful minister. While waiting for Bai Ji to return with the money, she was unexpectedly joined by Zhao Yuquan, followed closely by Qing Feng, who wore a grim expression. Zhao Yuquan, with his arms suspended, approached with fury evident on his handsome face. Yan, why did you let the doctors leave? Su Li felt utterly exasperated, thinking, has he lost his senses? She ignored Zhao Yuquan and turned to Qing Feng. How many doctors have been forcibly brought to the prince's residence today? Qing Feng bowed his head, reporting to Miss Su, a total of 22. How many agreed to treat the patients? Qing Feng shook his head. Cease these absurd actions at once. You and Bai Ji will apologize to each clinic, offering 2 taels of silver as compensation for their troubles. Qing Feng glanced at Zhao Yuquan. Noting the veins bulging at his temples, his face contorted. Su Li paid no heed to Zhao Yuquan and said, do not worry. I will discuss this matter with the young master. If you truly cannot refuse, send someone to the left guard command to inform the prince. Should the prince consent to this course of action, then you may boldly summon all the doctors in the capital to the prince's residence. With a dismissive scoff, Su Li added, if anything goes awry, the prince will bear the brunt of it, not like now, when there is no one to take the fall, leaving you, Qing Feng, as the scapegoat. Gratitude flickered across Qing Feng's face, and he nodded vigorously in agreement. Zhao Yuquan, nearly beside himself with rage, exclaimed, Yan, do you not see me? Am I not a person? I will shoulder this matter. Su Li replied coldly, young master, can you truly bear this? I do not wish to overstate matters. But during the reign of our current emperor, I have not heard of any royal residence forcibly conscripting doctors in such a large scale. If you intend to make the prince's residence a target of public ire and the minister's scorn, you would do well to consult the prince before taking action. Fuming, Zhao Yuquan retorted, you only know to use my father to pressure me. I am also a dignified 5th-rank general. No sooner had Zhao Yuquan finished speaking than the sound of a carriage approached. It was a carriage from the palace, and to everyone's surprise, it was the emperor's personal attendant, the esteemed Gongfu, who announced Prince Zhao Yuquan received the decree. Everyone from the prince's residence knelt in unison. Zhao Yuquan's face lit up with self-satisfaction, believing the emperor had come to bestow a special reward upon him. Su Li, catching a glimpse of his smug expression, understood his thoughts and inwardly scoffed, hoping his pride would not be shattered too harshly. Gongfu unfurled the imperial edict and began to read, by the grace of heaven. The emperor decrees, General Zhao Yuquan of the Western Expedition, during a banquet, openly displayed enemy tribute women in a manner that disheartened the soldiers and insulted the fallen heroes. Such conduct is unacceptable, therefore all military positions held by Zhao Yuquan are hereby revoked. Should he wish to re-enter the military, he must start from the ranks of a foot soldier. Thus it is decreed. Chapter 23. The frantic princess of the prince's residence, Zhao Yuquan stood frozen in shock upon hearing the contents of the edict, forgetting to extend his hand to receive it. He had fought hard for his position as general of the Western Expedition, and his body was frail compared to other men, making each battle more arduous. He had even secretly cried when he first entered the military, yet he had persevered. How could everything vanish in an instant? Gongfu, observing Zhao Yuquan's days, reminded him, young master, please receive the decree. Su Li extended her hands. I shall receive the decree on behalf of the young master. With his right arm in a sling, Zhao Yuquan could only use one hand to receive the edict, which would be considered disrespectful. Despite being his uncle, in the royal family, there is no room for familial affection, only the bond between ruler and subject. Gongfu placed the edict in Su Li's hands. She bowed and said, I receive the decree with gratitude. This action jolted Zhao Yuquan back to reality, and he weakly bowed his head in thanks. After Gongfu departed, Su Li handed the edict to Zhao Yuquan, saying, young master, take good care of your decree. Thankfully, His Majesty did not reprimand the prince regarding the princess's upbringing. Zhao Yuquan suddenly erupted at Su Li. Are you satisfied now? Su Li smiled lightly. What concern is it of mine? If you are angry, take it out on your Ro. Do not yell at me. Why didn't you take a firmer stance back then?
Su Li laughed in exasperation.
What do you expect me to do? Engage you in a fight? I apologize, but I lack the strength to defeat you.
My face is still healing.
With that, she no longer wished to converse with Zhao Yuquan and turned to enter the prince's residence. As Zhao Yuquan recalled his impulsive act of striking Su Li, he was instantly filled with regret. He hastily followed her and quietly said, Yan, calling the doctors was my mother's idea. We cannot invite the imperial physician to examine Ro, so my mother devised this plan. Su Li was not surprised. Such a reckless idea could hardly be attributed to Zhao Yuquan alone. Yet, the princess's madness was indeed curious. Does the princess hold a deep affection for Lin Ro? What prompted such a scheme? Zhao Yuquan, with a hint of implication, replied, My mother is kind-hearted and cannot bear to see Ro suffer, having been abandoned by her homeland. Hence, she proposed this idea. Kind-hearted? Su Li could not help but laugh aloud. Forcing doctors against their will to come to the prince's residence, disregarding others' lives, is kindness? And further back, if Zhao Yuquan had perished, she would have been buried alongside him. Kind-hearted, indeed. Well, let us hope there are no further imperial edicts tomorrow. She truly wished to give herself a slap. Why engage in pointless conversation with Zhao Yuquan, who subtly suggested she lacked compassion? As for the princess's intentions regarding Lin Ro, she had no desire to inquire further or involve herself in such matters. She quickened her pace. However, trouble sought her out. Just as she entered the door, Xie Zhihua called out, Sister Su, and is waiting for you in the main hall. As she approached Su Li, she gleefully remarked, Sister Su, and is furious and is likely to seek trouble with you. You are in quite a predicament. Shall I intercede on your behalf? Mind your own business. What have you learned? What are you studying?
Oh.
The act of being coy and feeble in front of my cousin? I need not learn that. I already possess such skills. It simply proves ineffective before you. So I refrained from utilizing it in your presence. Instead, you should employ it on your cousin. He is trailing behind. Why not give it a try with him? Xie Zhihua rolled her eyes. You jest, but Aunt is exceedingly enraged this time. I am genuinely frightened. You should contemplate how to deal with her.
Su Li smirked lightly.
It is merely a matter of punishment. My life is not at stake. Zhao Yuquan's safety is tied to me, and the princess would not dare gamble with his life. Upon entering the main hall, Su Li bowed to the queen, who sat at the head of the table with a darkened expression. The queen slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed angrily, Yan, you sent the doctor home. What does that mean? In response to the queen, those doctors have made it clear that they would not provide treatment. Forcing them into the royal residence is inappropriate. Appropriate or not, I am well aware that saving a girl in her prime would draw no objections. Your Majesty, no one would contest the act of saving a life. However, Lin Ruru is not in danger, and among the doctors we forcibly brought here, some were in the midst of saving a patient. Their efforts to save lives are incomparable to those of my royal residence. A surge of anger welled up within Su Li. She took a deep breath before speaking. Your Majesty, do the common folk of Dongxia not hold more value than a tribute girl from Xiliang? Lin Ruru has rendered no service to Dongxia, while we, the people of Dongxia, pay taxes and provide tributes. Our sustenance is produced by the people of Dongxia and has no connection to Xiliang. Yan believed that the common folk of Dongxia were far nobler than Lin Ruru. The queen slammed the table once more, her face flushed with rage, her features twisted in fury. Finally, she shouted, Yan, you dare to defy me? Give her a slap. This time, Jiang Mama did not immediately carry out the queen's order as she usually did. She slowly rose to her feet. Zhao Yuquan, noticing the whip marks on Su Li's neck, felt a pang of pain and hurriedly shouted, Mother, no. Yan took a lash for me just yesterday. If you must punish someone, let me take her place today. The queen glared fiercely at Zhao Yuquan as though she wished to devour him. Zhao Yuquan stared at her in disbelief, having never witnessed such a ferocious side of his mother. Su Li's heart raced. The queen's demeanor was too frantic. Could it be that Lin Ruru had poisoned her? And her time was short, driving her to such desperation? Suddenly, the steward rushed in. Your Majesty, young master, the Jing'an Division has arrived. The Jing'an Division is the authority that oversees the crimes of royal relatives and high-ranking officials in the capital. They operate directly under the emperor's command and are shrouded in mystery, often wearing specialized masks. It seems no one knows who belongs to the Jing'an Division. 3 members of the Jing'an Division strode into the hall, revealing their insignias. One, with an impassive expression, spoke. Who is in charge of bringing the doctors to the royal residence today? Zhao Yukuan quickly inquired, what has happened? The Xian'e Pavilion reported that due to the royal residence forcibly taking Dr. Guan, a patient suffering from acute abdominal pain did not receive timely treatment and has died. The victim's family has lodged a complaint with the Jing'an division. Everyone's gaze shifted to the queen. Her complexion turned pale as realization dawned upon her. She felt remorse for her reckless actions, having failed to consider the existence of the Jing'an division. Her behavior would surely be reported to the emperor. Panic surged within her. Chapter 24. The Queen's Madness. The Queen recalled that the royal prince had essentially married her to serve the emperor. At that time, her family, the Liu family of Wu County, wielded considerable influence. When the Liu family hesitated over which prince to support, the royal prince sought her hand in marriage to secure their allegiance to the emperor. The emperor had always been somewhat lenient towards her. However, in recent years, the Liu family's offspring had grown increasingly arrogant and corrupt, gradually falling out of favor with the emperor. Now, she had found herself in the crosshairs of this volatile situation. The queen's thoughts raced, and she pointed an accusatory finger at Su Li, declaring, "It is her fault, Su Li." Her words rendered the hall eerily silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The members of the Jing'an division turned their penetrating gaze towards Su Li, their masked faces giving nothing away.
Miss Su.
Do you have anything to say?
A slight smile graced Su Li's lips.
Naturally, I have something to say. The members of the Jing'an division would not simply take one side of the story. The roots of this incident trace back to the Xiliang princess, Lin Ruru, who entered the palace as a captive after her nation's defeat and was granted to the heir of the royal residence as a concubine. This concubine was deeply favored by the heir, leading to the emperor's decree to withdraw the general from the western expedition. The queen cherished her like a treasure. Yet unbeknownst to her, the concubine had offended someone, resulting in her tendons being severed the previous night. The queen, frantic, sought to restore the severed tendons, but could not call a physician due to her status. Thus, she ordered the royal guards to forcibly bring doctors from various medical establishments in the capital to reattach the tendons. In her desperation and affection for the concubine, the queen disregarded the doctor's warnings about the impossibility of the procedure and insisted they come. When I intervened in time and offered each forcibly summoned doctor a fee of 2 taels of silver for their trouble, it was still somewhat too late, resulting in the death of Dr. Guan's patient. All that Su Li recounted was the truth, and the Jing'an division may verify it.
Su Li, ikang grei parech.
The queen trembled with rage, shouting. Su Li stood tall, unwavering, and calmly replied, "I merely stated the facts. Is speaking the truth considered ungrateful? Is being honest akin to being a wolf in sheep's clothing?" The queen stammered, unable to articulate a response. Turning her gaze, Su Li continued, "Given the current situation, should the family of the deceased seek compensation, the royal residence is willing to fulfill all reasonable claims. Furthermore, if the Jing'an division intends to penalize the queen, I am prepared to bear all consequences on her behalf." Su Li had been raised by the prince and princess since the age of 6. This could be seen as a form of repayment for their kindness. "Please take me away." Hearing this, Zhao Yukuan's heart raced with increasing alarm. He felt as though Su Li was on the verge of leaving the royal residence, and an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. He realized that her departure would be irreversible. Su Li was the sole light in his prolonged illness, his only companion, and his only support. He had grown accustomed to her presence, as natural as the left hand touching the right. When there was nothing amiss, one felt no sensation, but her absence would be utterly intolerable. In a frantic voice, he called out, "Yan Yan, do not leave me." Su Li's lips curled slightly. "Your Excellency, my mission is to ensure your health and well-being. That purpose has now been fulfilled. If you could grant me a letter of release, it would be most appreciated." Zhao Yukuan's complexion turned as pale as paper. He finally comprehended that Su Li's request for a letter of release was not a mere whim of a young lady, but a genuine desire to depart from the royal residence. He shook his head repeatedly. "No, Yan Yan, I will never allow you to leave me. You are mine in life and mine in death." Su Li lowered her gaze, and when she lifted her eyes again, she addressed the members of the Jing'an division, saying, "Let us depart." Xie Zihua remained in a daze until Su Li passed before her, at which point she was jolted awake, urgently grasping Su Li's garment. "Sister Su, I will go find the prince. You will be safe." The members of the Jing'an division instructed Xie Zihua, "Have someone bring her a change of clothes to the front office of the Jing'an division." Zhao Yukuan was utterly panicked. "Yan Yan, you cannot leave. Yan Yan, You cannot go. In his frenzy, he clutched the princess's hand. Mother, we must not let Yan depart. The princess remained still, silent, a peculiar expression crossing her face as she watched Su Li and the members of the Jing and division vanish through the doorway. Zhao Yuquan stood there like a marionette whose strings had been cut, murmuring, Yan, you cannot go. Yan, you cannot leave. Xie Zihua, witnessing her aunt and cousin's distress, felt a chill in her heart. She approached Zhao Yuquan and softly called, cousin. Zhao Yuquan shouted, Yan. Then, closing his eyes, he collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, his servant, a Chong, was nearby and caught him just in time. Young master, cousin, call for the physician. Call for the imperial physician. Panic-stricken voices echoed. The princess finally regained her senses, seeing Zhao Yuquan unconscious, lying on a small couch, his face as pale as paper. A look of alarm filled her eyes as she screamed, Yan, come quickly.
Kra has fainted.
Jiang Mama, with a pained expression, gently said, Your Highness. Yan is not at the residence. She has gone to the Jing division. Then hurry and bring Yan back. Kuan-er cannot be without her. Jiang Mama soothingly reassured, Your Highness, there is no need to worry. The young lady has handled everything well. Look, the physician has arrived. Just as the physician began to check Zhao Yuquan's pulse, a faint cry came from the doorway, soft yet piercing. Young master, I feel so unwell. My hands and legs ache terribly. The princess shivered at the sound. She looked up to see Lin Ruru, seated in a wheelchair, being pushed toward Zhao Yuquan by Chu Jiao and Rua. In a sudden fit of rage, she rushed forward and slapped Lin Ruru across the face, gritting her teeth and cursing, You harbinger of misfortune. Ever since you entered the Dai Wang residence, my Kuan-er has suffered a broken hand or lost his position. And now he lies unconscious. Why don't you just die? Harbinger of misfortune. The princess, in a frenzy, continued to strike Lin Ruru. By the time Chu Jiao and Rua regained their senses to intervene, Lin Ruru's appearance had been utterly ravaged. Strands of hair had been torn out. Her face was swollen beyond recognition, and blood trickled from her mouth. The princess, like a furious lioness protecting her cub, unleashed a terrifying strength. She pushed aside Chu Jiao and Rua, yanking out a hairpin to jab at Lin Ruru's face repeatedly, shouting, Harbinger of misfortune, go die.
Godi.
Lin Ruru let out a blood-curdling scream. Xie Zihua stood frozen in shock, her mind a blank, only repeating in her head, Aunt has gone mad. Aunt has lost her mind. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Jiang Mama, however, did not attempt to stop the princess. She merely observed Lin Ruru with an inscrutable expression. Chapter 25. She is thinking of the prince. The physician, witnessing the scene, ceased to be cautious. He directly pinched Zhao Yuquan's arm. Zhao Yuquan awoke amidst Lin Ruru's horrifying screams. He looked up in confusion, seeing the princess, and weakly called, Mother. The princess, as if frozen, halted her assault on Lin Ruru. She turned back to embrace Zhao Yuquan, tears streaming down her face.
Kuan-er, you awakened. I am relieved.
The physician, with a compassionate heart, noticed Lin Ruru's grotesquely swollen face, covered in blood, and examined her. Her face was marred by numerous puncture wounds from hairpins, and she had lost her sight due to the blood streaming from her eyes. He sighed inwardly, realizing that this woman had been utterly disfigured, rendered disabled. Yet, as the palace physician, he felt it was unwise to administer medicine since the injuries were inflicted by the princess. The princess gritted her teeth and ordered, Jiang Mama, throw these 3 wretches into the woodshed. Jiang Mama acted swiftly, summoning the maids to push Lin Ruru and the others outside. Chu Jiao cried out, Young master, I am Jiao. Please save Miss Lin. Zhao Yuquan did not even glance at her, his eyes filled only with a vacant confusion. The princess roared in fury, Jiang Mama, drag this little wretch away and beat her to death. Jiang Mama and the maids promptly subdued Chu Jiao, pinning her to the ground.
Young Mama.
As if fearing a delay might result in someone intervening, hastily instructed, bring the wooden board. Chu Jiao struggled and cried out in desperation. Rua, completely at a loss, shook Lin Ruru violently. Miss, Jiao is going to be beaten to death. Quickly save Jiao. Quickly save her. Lin Ruru, in a hoarse voice, implored, Your Highness, spare Jiao, otherwise I will. The onlookers could not decipher her words, but her plea seemed to calm the princess, who commanded, "Stop."
Jiang Mama.
Filled with confusion and resentment, halted her actions. "Jiang Mama, take these three to the woodshed. No one is to approach them." The three were swiftly dragged away. Meanwhile, Suli arrived at the entrance of the Jing'an division, only to find her eyes covered. Bumping along, she lost track of time until they halted, and the blindfold was removed, revealing a small solitary cell. The room contained a bed, a table, a chair, and a cabinet, with a bookshelf prominently displaying books and writing materials, all neat and orderly, lacking nothing.
Suli marveled.
Noting that even a noble-s prison maintained standards comparable to her residence in Qingyue. The only difference was the absence of freedom. Without hesitation, Suli lay down on the bed. A wave of relaxation and comfort surged through her, and she sighed contentedly. No longer did she need to worry about Zhao Yuquan's demise or follow him to the grave. She was free from the tedious accounts and the princess's reprimands. She need not concern herself with matters that bore no relevance to her, nor ponder her family's affairs, as Prince Qi was there to shoulder the burden, allowing her to bask in his shade. A smile crept upon her lips as she murmured, "Thank you, Prince Qi." With that, she closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Outside the small window, a pair of deep, starry eyes watched her intently. Upon hearing her words, a smile appeared in his gaze. "She is thinking of me. Your Highness, you have stood before this prison for quite some time. Do you not have other areas to patrol?" Wu Yi interrupted Zhao Yuhong's reverie. "Open the door," a deep male voice commanded. The accompanying jailer opened the door, and Zhao Yuhong stepped inside with long strides. The jailer attempted to follow, but was halted by Wu Yi. "Why are you following in there?" "Isn't it my duty to accompany His Highness and provide an overview of the situation?" "Enough. His Highness is well aware of this matter, and you must be weary.
Take a rest."
Zhao Yuhong noticed Suli, lying on the bed with her face turned to the side, asleep. Beneath her long eyelashes lay a captivating shadow. Her complexion, though pale, exuded a crystalline and delicate beauty akin to jade. Zhao Yuhong could not resist gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her petite and exquisite ear. He softly adjusted the collar at the back of her neck, revealing a faint scar. A pang of sorrow struck his heart as he sat quietly for a moment. He tucked her blanket in and exited the room. Suli slept soundly until the next day, when she awoke to sunlight streaming through the small window. "It's time for meals," someone called from outside, followed by the sound of the door opening. Several guards entered in succession, some carrying water, others food, and a few holding soft blankets. The head guard nodded and bowed, saying, "Miss Su, the Duke's residence has sent you clothing. The Jing'an division has provided your meals and toiletries. Call for assistance when you are ready." Suli was somewhat taken aback. This treatment surpassed that of the Duke's residence. Was this truly confinement? Was this the feared Jing'an division? Was it not said that no matter how resilient one was, once ensnared by the Jing'an division, they would inevitably divulge their secrets? With such treatment, staying a month or two seemed entirely feasible. It appeared that rumors were not to be trusted. Suli contentedly resided in her cell for 3 days, during which no one came to interrogate her, nor was there any form of punishment. She indulged in eating, drinking, sleeping, and reading, allowing her weary body to fully rest. In the study of the Qi Wangfu, Wu Yi looked at Zhao Yuhong and could not help but ask, "Your Highness, has Miss Su been confined to the Jing'an division all this time? Then where do you suggest we place her?" Zhao Yuhong replied, "Bring her to the Qi Wangfu." "Under what pretext?" "She is the nominal fiancée of Zhao Yuquan." Wu Yi grew somewhat irate, stating, "But I distinctly heard the Duke's wife express disdain for Miss Su, deeming her the daughter of a criminal and forbidding her from becoming the fiancée. For the past few days, the royal uncle had been kneeling outside the emperor's study, pleading for the emperor to permit her return. Moreover, it was uncertain how fervently she wished to leave the Duke's residence." Wu Yi sighed deeply. "The Duke's residence is truly perplexing. They neither cherish nor wish to let go of her. It infuriates me. Has there been any correspondence from the gentleman?"
"None."
Zhao Yuquan then attentively examined the map on the table. After Wu Yi departed, he hurriedly whispered to Wu Er, "Do you think His Highness seems a bit daft since returning to the capital? He has asked about Mr. Tian's letter 3 times today, whereas he used to inquire only once about military matters. This is what we call concern leading to chaos. His Highness's thoughts are disordered due to his worries about Miss Su. Perhaps we should give that young master a good beating?" On the 4th morning, Su Li had merely completed a simple wash when a guard called out, "Miss Su, please gather your belongings. You may return now." Surprised, she noted that no one had come to question her, allowing her to live peacefully in the Jing'an division for several days. She had avoided all worldly complications, granting her weary spirit a much-needed respite. As she departed, a wave of melancholy washed over her, and she found herself somewhat nostalgic for such days. She smiled, realizing that she was quite suited to a life of quietude. Once blindfolded, she was led to the main entrance. The first sight that greeted her was the Duke and Zhao Yupeng. The grand carriage from the Duke's residence stood out, and there were no others present. Not even Bai Ji. It seemed that only the Duke and Zhao Yupeng were aware of her return. A warm current surged through her. The Duke had come to fetch her with the highest honor of the residence. The Duke kindly remarked, "Yan, you have suffered." In the sunlight, Su Li suddenly noticed a few strands of white in the Duke's hair and a slight curvature in his back. A pang of sorrow tugged at her heart. The man she viewed as a steadfast pillar of the residence was beginning to age. "Your Highness, Yan is well, but please do not overexert yourself." Su Li suspected that her swift release was due to the Duke's intercession with the Emperor. Zhao Yupeng's gaze was intense as he took the bundle from her hands, and she noticed his ears were slightly flushed in the morning light. "Yan, you have lost weight. Have I?"
Su Li touched her face,
feeling that she had perhaps even gained a little weight. With nothing on her mind for the first time in 10 years, she felt relaxed. She suspected something was amiss with Zhao Yupeng's demeanor. Su Li inquired, "Is everything well at the residence?" "You'll find out upon your return," Zhao Yupeng replied, offering no more details. Once they boarded the grand carriage, the Duke announced, Yan, I have submitted a petition to the Emperor to officially designate you as the fiancé of the Duke's residence." An overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped Su Li. The weight of that metaphorical shackle pressed heavily upon her heart. "Your Highness, I fear I may not live up to your expectations as a fiancé. Might it be possible to withdraw the petition?" Su Li's voice trembled, as she wished not to hurt this paternal figure. However, she was resolute in her unwillingness to be bound in matrimony to Zhao Yuquan. Particularly after her experience in the Jing'an division, she had gained clarity regarding her own heart. They were not meant to be each other's ideal partners. The Duke sighed. Yan, the Emperor knows you have endured hardship, but the Duke's residence is your home. And the position of fiancé is the best you could attain. Your Highness, it is not that simple. Yan is not the one in whom the heir holds affection. Tying us together would not bring happiness to him, nor to me. A pair of reluctant partners would not only fail to prosper the Duke's residence, but would also cause great harm.
Su Li carefully chose her words.
Yan, the petition cannot be retracted, the Duke replied wearily, closing his eyes. The carriage fell into a profound silence. The Duke opened his eyes again and said, Yan, I understand your thoughts. Henceforth, Kuan-er shall not take concubines. The type he favors cannot fulfill the role of the Duke's matriarch. Su Li could only smile bitterly. Suppressing a myriad of emotions, she raised her gaze. Your Highness, if the heir finds someone suitable to be the Duke's fiancé and they mutually cherish each other, would it be agreeable for him to write a letter of release? The Duke pondered for a long time before nodding. He then closed his eyes again, appearing to age another 10 years. Su Li remained silent, her eyes downcast. Only Zhao Yupeng radiated joy, his face flushed, his gaze shifting from the Duke to Su Li. Then out the carriage window, a smile gracing his lips. Father, Yan, we have arrived home, Zhao Yupeng announced as he leapt from the carriage. The steward, upon seeing them, uttered a mixture of fear and delight. Your Highness, the heir has not eaten or drunk anything for 3 days. Miss Su's return will surely please him. As he desires only Miss Su. The Duke wearily waved his hand. I am aware. Along the way, the household servants, upon seeing the Duke and Su Li, transitioned from furrowed brows to expressions of joy. Upon arriving at the Yuhun courtyard, several individuals were greeted by the sight of Xie Zihua. Her brow furrowed in distress as she tore petals beneath the corridor. Bai Ji and Hong Ling were also present. Uncle, Sister Su, quickly. Cousin is on the brink of collapse. Xie Zihua exclaimed, her agitation rendering her speechless. Bai Ji and Hong Ling dared not utter a word. For the princess was in a furious state, having already dealt fatal blows to 2 bickering maidservants. As Su Li and her companions entered the chamber, they found the princess appearing haggard, seemingly older than the prince himself. A woman in her 40s appeared as though she were an old crone. The princess trembled as she called out, "My lord, if anything were to happen to Kuener, I would not wish to live any longer." The prince's expression was equally grim. A doting mother often ruins her child. Upon seeing Su Li, the princess clutched at her like a lifeline. "Yan, it is wonderful that you have returned. Come quickly and see Kuener." She pulled Su Li towards Zhao Yuquan's bedside with alarming strength, causing Su Li to sway slightly. The figure of Zhao Yuquan in bed was utterly transformed, his eyes sunken, once full cheeks now hollow, revealing the frailty he had suffered during his illness. Su Li softly called, "My lord, it is time for your meal." Zhao Yuquan slowly opened his eyes, his voice hoarse and rasping as if it had been sliced. "Yan, you have returned. My lord, please drink some water first." The princess hastily prepared to feed him. Zhao Yuquan shook his head. "I wish for Yan to feed me." The princess handed the cup to Su Li, who, with a calm demeanor, took the cup and tended to him as she had done in the past. Yet devoid of any emotion, her former worries and cares had vanished. After consuming the chongxi, Zhao Yuquan's eyelids grew heavy, and before drifting into slumber, he pitifully implored, "Yan, do not leave." Once he was fast asleep, Su Li prepared to return to Qianyue residence. The princess hastily intervened, "Yan, please stay in Yuheng courtyard. Kuener has just expressed his desire for you not to depart." Su Li replied, "Your Highness, the young master is out of danger. He merely requires regular nourishment." A flicker of displeasure crossed the princess's face, and she was about to retort when the prince interjected, "Yan, you should return and rest. The remaining matters can be handled by the household servants." On the way back, Bai Ji, with tears welling in her eyes, asked, "Miss, did you suffer any punishment at the Jing'an office? Do I look like someone who has endured punishment?" "Indeed, you have always been one to silently bear your suffering alone. You must have hidden injuries." Observing Bai Ji's gaunt and weary appearance, Su Li recognized that the past few days had not been kind to her. "Upon our return, I shall bathe, check to see if I have any wounds." Once Bai Ji confirmed that Su Li's back was devoid of any whip scars, she finally felt at ease. She began to chirp like a joyful little sparrow, recounting the happenings within the Wangfu, particularly mentioning Lin Ruru and her two companions. After Su Li's abduction, the princess had descended into madness, using a hairpin to stab Lin Ruru mercilessly. The three were then confined to the firewood room under strict surveillance. However, once the physician examined Zhao Yuquan and declared him well, advising only a normal diet, the princess had Madame Jiang deliver medicine to the trio in confinement. The message relayed by the overseeing matron revealed that the medicine was a royal gift, the finest for treating wounds and eliminating scars. Consequently, the matron and kitchen staff dared not mistreat the three. Rumors spread throughout the estate that the princess was benevolent. Bai Ji whispered, "The kindness of the princess is the talk of the capital. They say she treats the young master's concubines well." This raised a question in Su Li's mind. What was the relationship between the princess and Lin Ruru? Unusual occurrences often harbor ulterior motives. However, she did not wish to entangle herself further in the affairs of the Wangfu. Her current task was to cultivate a suitable young mistress for Zhao Yuquan to assume her position. The prince had assured her, and she could not squander this opportunity. A candidate had already taken root in her mind. In the Jing'an office, Zhao Yuhong sat silently on the bed, enveloped by the faint fragrance of jasmine that lingered from Su Li. The scent had enveloped him when he had held her in his arms within the palace, though it had been more potent then. After sitting like a statue for a long while, he rose and instructed the jailer, "Do not allow anyone else to occupy this room." The jailer nodded in compliance. This was the first time the Jing'an office was entrusted to a prince for inspection, seemingly indicative of greater implications. It was likely that the Jing'an office would be handed over to the Qi prince in the future. Yet, as it was directly managed by the emperor, did this imply that the Qi prince was destined to become the future emperor? Regardless, the jailer would undoubtedly preserve the room's current state. In the palace, Chongfu remarked, "Your Majesty." The Qi prince lingered in the room where Miss Su resided for quite some time. Before departing, he instructed the jailer to maintain the room's condition, ensuring no one else could reside there. The emperor gazed with bleary, unfocused eyes. This lad, enamored with any girl, yet chooses to covet his own cousin's wife. "Chongfu, what do you suggest I do?" "Your Majesty, as a man without roots, matters of love are beyond my comprehension. Do not feign ignorance. You know this is about hoping hunger can win Miss Su's heart." Chongfu knelt and bowed his head. "Your Majesty, you have seen through my humble intentions. Since you understand, what of the Qi prince? Do not concern yourself with trifles. Did you not see the seventh prince kneeling before me for days over Yan? Bring me the decree to confer her as young mistress. After receiving it, Chongfu handed the emperor a red brush. Yet, the emperor hesitated to inscribe the decree. Appearing as though he had drifted into slumber, Chongfu softly called, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." The emperor opened his eyes. "I must have dozed off. I mused that Honger has always been averse to women. I thought he would live a solitary life, yet here he is, smitten. Good, good, good." The emperor repeated the word thrice. Chongfu smiled, sensing the emperor might lend assistance to the Qi prince. Before he could finish his thought, the emperor stated, "This decree must be approved, yet if Honga manages to win her over, that is his own merit. I shall not concern myself with it." As the red brush inscribed the words of approval, Chongfu's heart raced. The emperor's intentions were inscrutable. It seemed he was amenable to the Qi prince's affection for Miss Su while also granting her the title of young mistress. To have the Qi prince seize his cousin's wife, what would that do to his reputation? Yet, once the emperor inscribed it, it became a matter of fact. How perplexing. Chongfu sighed inwardly, realizing why he could only serve as a mere eunuch. The following day, news of Su Li's elevation to young mistress was announced at the prince's residence. Zhao Yuquan, invigorated by the joyful tidings, appeared to have fully recovered overnight, save for a slight gauntness. He cheerfully entered Qianyue residence, calling out, "Yan Yan Yan Yan. You have been conferred as young mistress." Su Li remained composed, seated in the outer chamber, perusing the account books. Zhao Yuquan snatched the book and exclaimed, "Yan Yan, are you not pleased? You are finally my young mistress." Su Li distantly replied, "My lord, you know my heart. I do not rejoice at becoming young mistress." Zhao Yuquan solemnly declared, "Yan Yan, after this experience, I have come to understand that life, without you, is unbearable. I vow never to take a concubine again. My father has spoken to me about this, and I have promised him that you will be the only one for me." Do you truly believe you can uphold this promise? Instantly, the image of Lin Ruru's tear-streaked face flashed through Zhao Yuquan's mind. Yet he asserted, "Yan Yan, I assure you I can." A subtle smirk graced Su Li's lips as she replied, "Words alone are insufficient. Action speaks volumes. We shall set a 3-month deadline. If you succeed, we shall consummate our union. Should you fail, you must write a divorce decree, allowing me to depart." Zhao Yuquan nodded resolutely, contemplating the fact that he had been without a woman in the barracks for over 2 years. 3 months, as given by Yan Yan, would pass swiftly. Once he had a legitimate heir with Yan Yan, he could take concubines just as his father did, without consequence. Su Li waved him off. "You may leave. Do not hinder me from reviewing the accounts. Yan Yan, I will remain here to read." Su Li fell silent, and Zhao Yuquan indeed focused intently on his reading. As dusk approached, Su Li rose, instructing Bai Ji, "Fetch the account books and proceed to Jinglan courtyard to pay your respects to the princess and present the accounts for her review." Upon arrival, they found Xie Zihua already present. The princess, upon seeing Zhao Yuquan, beamed, "Cuner, you are fully recovered. I am truly delighted.
Come, let me see you."
Zhao Yuquan embraced the princess, replying, "Mother, with Yan Yan back, I am certainly well." The princess managed a strained smile. "Yan Yan, you shall bear much responsibility for the prince's residence from now on." Xie Zihua, with a downcast expression, sipped her tea and remarked, "Congratulations to Miss Su for achieving her desire. She has finally become the heir's wife. I shall now refer to her as sister-in-law." Su Li refrained from engaging with Xie Zihua's comment, for it was a difficult sentiment to navigate. "Princess, Yan Yan has returned from the Jing'an office and is quite exhausted. I hope to have my cousin assist me in managing the household." Chapter 28. Cultivating a successor for the heir's wife. Xie Zihua's eyes sparkled with newfound energy. She blinked her large eyes and asked, "Does my cousin also agree to my managing the household?" Zhao Yuquan cheerfully affirmed, "Whatever Yan Yan says goes." The princess gently patted Xie Zihua's head. "By the way, Zihua is a year older than Yan Yan. She is indeed of marrying age now. Yan Yan, you must take Zihua with you to various gatherings and see if a suitable match can be found." Xie Zihua gazed at Zhao Yuquan, her tone playful. "Aunt, I do not wish to leave the prince's residence. I want to stay with you forever." Zhao Yuquan jested, "Mother, if my cousin does not wish to part from you, she may remain here, and you shall not feel lonely." Xie Zihua's eyes sparkled with hope, but upon noticing Su Li's faint smile, her enthusiasm quickly dimmed.
Kuna.
Do not speak foolishly. Your cousin intends to marry. The princess glanced at Su Li and added, though your cousin lost her mother prematurely. She is the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Xie family. She must marry as a principal wife, never as a concubine.
Su Li nodded. Indeed.
She shall be a principal wife. Let Miss Xie first manage the prince's residence well. Which family could surpass the prince's residence? She will surely become a sought-after choice among noble families in the capital. Zihua, you should learn from Yan Yan in the future. The princess's eyes betrayed her weariness, and she waved her hand, signaling for Su Li and the others to leave, not even glancing at the account books. Zhao Yuquan and Xie Zihua returned to Qianyue residence, where Zhao Yuquan lingered until late. Xie Zihua, filled with enthusiasm, attempted to engage Zhao Yuquan, but his thoughts were entirely consumed by Su Li, leaving Xie Zihua feeling disheartened. When Zhao Yuquan returned to Yiheng courtyard, Xie Zihua quickly exclaimed, I will accompany my cousin. Miss Xie, you stay. I have matters to discuss with you in detail. Alone with Su Li, now the heir's wife, Xie Zihua felt uncomfortable. Su, sister-in-law, after a day of reviewing the accounts, I am also quite fatigued. Miss Xie, do you wish to become the heir's wife? I can relinquish this position. Xie Zihua's eyes filled with suspicion. Heir's wife? Are you intentionally trying to vex me? If you believe, then act as I suggest. If not, consider my words as unspoken. What must I do? Starting tomorrow, I will invite Mr. Nishang from the Yalefang to teach you. In 2 months, you must undergo a transformation. Xie Zihua felt a surge of excitement. As a girl living in another's household, she would never have dared to request such an opportunity, especially with Mr. Nishang. It was said that his monthly fees were 100 taels, yet he produced exceptional students. Those taught by him would gain recognition within 2 months. This revelation left Xie Zihua wide-eyed in disbelief. Su, sister-in-law, have you truly made this decision? I have. But you must endure hardships. If Mr. Nishang reports that you do not cooperate, then your chances of becoming the heir's wife will vanish. Xie Zihua blushed with excitement. I will surely succeed. Miss Su, you must keep your word. Su Li smiled. Once your cousin falls for you, I shall quietly withdraw. Watching Xie Zihua depart, Bai Ji appeared troubled, raising a question. Miss, did not the heir declare he would never take a concubine again? Do you not desire such a devoted heir's wife? Is this not a promise of eternal companionship? Su Li sighed softly. Bai Ji, a day does not equate to an eternity. The next day, Xie Zihua began her closed-door study in the Western Garden, while Zhao Yuquan spent 3 consecutive days in the company of Su Li, leading a monotonous yet orderly life. On the 4th day, after dinner at Qianyue residence, he made his way back to Yiheng courtyard. A chong, give my waist a massage. The chairs in Qianyue are even harder than those in the barracks, leaving me sore all over. A chong dutifully complied as they walked. Suddenly, a figure darted from the side and knelt before him, pleading, Heir, I have finally seen you. Please grant me some food. We have been starving for 2 days. Upon recognizing the figure as Chu Jiao Jiao, Zhao Yuquan approached and helped her up. She leaned weakly into his embrace, soft sobs escaping her lips. Heir, I truly missed you. Resting her head on his shoulder, her delicate lips brushed against his neck. Zhao Yuquan instinctively tightened his hold on her. Memories of their intimate moments flooding his mind. He felt warmth surge through him and leaned down to seek her lips. Ahem. A Chan coughed, breaking the spell. Zhao Yuquan abruptly remembered Su Li's 3-month ultimatum and pushed Chu Jiao Jiao away. You must return to the servants' quarters. I will send food to you. Chu Jiao Jiao obediently replied, Thank you, heir. Zhao Yuquan sighed with relief, his spirits lifted by her compliance. A Chong tugged at him, prompting him to reluctantly depart. After watching Zhao Yuquan depart, Chu Jiao Jiao was approached by an anxious old woman who emerged from the shadows. Miss Chu, you must return at once. If anyone spots you and informs the prince, your life may be in jeopardy. Chu Jiao Jiao responded with a haughty smile, I assure you. The rewards I promised will be more than sufficient. With that, she produced a silver tael and handed it to the old woman, who quickly tucked it into her bosom. Observing the woman's greedy demeanor, a disdainful smile crept across Chu Jiao Jiao's lips. Yang Pe, if you perform your duties well, greater benefits will follow. Thank you, Miss Chu. Yang Pe replied respectfully, seizing Chu Jiao Jiao's arm with an alarming grip that made her feel as if her bones might shatter. Let go. You're hurting me.
Chu ziao potet.
Instead of releasing her, Yangpa tightened her hold and quickened her pace. Miss, we must hurry. If we are discovered, both our lives could be forfeit. Can't we find a more discreet route? Yangpa, moving with the swiftness of the wind, insisted, No, we cannot dawdle. If we don't return before the shift change, we will both be in danger. With no choice but to comply, Chu Jiao was dragged back to the thatched cottage. Once there, she examined her arm, which was now bruised and painful. Weak hurriedly applied medicine. But her clumsiness caused Chu Jiao to cry out in pain, prompting her to slap Weak. You hurt me. Weak bowed her head, murmuring, I deserve it. Yangpa, peering through the crack in the door, witnessed the scene, and once the shift change arrived, she departed. In Chapter 29, The Rogue Man, Yangpa soon appeared at Qianyu courtyard, placing a silver tail before Su Li. Without reservation, she divulged everything to Su Li. Your Grace, this is how it unfolded. Yangpa, keep the silver. Your grandson needs medicine as well. Bai Ji, fetch Yangpa another 2 taels. Yangpa immediately knelt, exclaiming, Your Grace. 1 tael is more than enough. It is your kindness that has saved my life. Whatever you require of me, I shall fulfill without hesitation. But my grandson needs his medicine. Do not be modest. Tomorrow, after I leave the manor, I will ensure your grandson receives a proper examination. Tears filled Yangpa's eyes as she knelt in gratitude, fully aware that medical fees were often exorbitant, more than the cost of medicine itself. Grateful for this reprieve, she suddenly recalled something and hesitantly spoke. Your Grace, I saw old Madame Jiang secretly delivering items to her younger son yesterday.
Secretly? Su Li questioned, puzzled.
As Jiang's son was 13 and learning from the old steward, there should be no need for secrecy.
Yangpo continued.
Jiang's son is no longer with the old steward. He is a born servant and must have redeemed himself from the princess. Seeing Jiang act suspiciously, I discreetly followed her. Her son resides in an unremarkable house in Pumpkin Alley. It is strange. Many desire to enter the palace. Yet she has sent her son away to fend for himself. I do not understand her motives. Su Li paused, then inquired, Have you spoken of this to anyone else? Only to you, Your Grace. I have not mentioned it to anyone else. Then please, do not speak of this again. Yangpa nodded quickly, I understand. Once Yangpa departed, Bai Ji could not contain her frustration. That shameless woman spends all her time trying to seduce the heir.
Su Li chuckled lightly.
A fly does not land on a seamless egg. Bai Ji wished to scold Zhao Yuquan, but found herself at a loss for words. She could only stomp her foot in frustration, lamenting, the heir truly must be blind. How can he not see through those obvious harlots? She slumped down, sighing, muttering to herself, at least the young lady has discernment. She saw through it all long ago. Su Li remained unmoved, reflecting on her underestimation of Zhao Yuquan. She had given him a 3-month grace period. Had she known, she would have limited it to 1 month. Mr. Yicheng would likely effect change in Xiezihua within that time. However, if Xiezihua could captivate Zhao Yuquan, no matter when, it would signal her own departure. After returning, Zhao Yuquan found himself restless in bed, still haunted by the lingering scent of Chu Jiao. A Chong quietly asked, Your Highness, are you unwell? A Chong. Go to the thatched cottage and bring Chu Jiao to Yuheng courtyard while avoiding detection. A Chong hesitated. Your Highness, you have an agreement with the princess. You fool. This is a secret between us. No one else need know. A Chong considered this and agreed. As long as the princess remained unaware of his connection with another woman during these 3 months, everything would be accomplished. He stealthily made his way to the thatched cottage. The cottage walls were low, allowing him to evade the night watch and climb over. Chu Jiao was still awake upon seeing a Chong. She understood everything and climbed over his back to escape. This secretive escapade exhilarated Zhao Yuquan, leading to an entire night of fervent intimacy that left Chu Jiao hoarse by dawn, only returning her home as the sun began to rise. The next day, Su Li awoke early, and Yangpa returned for her shift. Your Grace, someone scaled the wall at the thatched cottage yesterday. What did you discover?
Su Li inquired.
As you instructed, I sprinkled dust on the stones at the most accessible point of the wall before I left. This morning I checked, and there were footprints, both male and female. Su Li scoffed inwardly. This rogue man has truly resorted to theft. However, it is fortuitous once one steals. They are likely to do so again, and as long as no one exposes them, they may become addicted to the act.
Yangpo,
There is no need to reveal this. Just check daily for footprints. Yang Pu acknowledged and departed. Bai Ji, her face contorted in anger, exclaimed, "The audacity! Such base behavior!" It was unclear whom she was cursing, Chu Jiao Jiao, Zhao Yuquan, or both. Su Li chuckled, "Do not be upset. Let us go out for breakfast." Bai Ji, noticing her mistress's calm demeanor, recalled the small shop where they had encountered Prince Qi. "Miss, how about we return to that place where we met Prince Qi? Their Xiao Mai is exquisite. Very well, let us go there." On the way, Bai Ji felt the silver in her pocket and beamed with delight. "Miss, you now receive a monthly allowance of 120 taels. You need not be overly frugal. I must save. I may leave the palace at any moment, and we need enough silver for sustenance. Worry not, miss. I can support you when the time comes. My embroidery skills are no less than Feng Gu's." Su Li felt warmth in her heart for the woman who accompanied her like a sister, fearing that her presence might hinder her future. "Miss, look. Prince Qi is here."
Bai Ji's exclamation interrupted Su Li's thoughts.
Indeed, Zhao Yuhong was seated at the same table where they had dined previously. This time, Su Li approached him with delight. Upon seeing her, his dark, deep-set eyes brightened. The words of Chongfu echoed in his mind. If he could win over Su Li, the emperor would not intervene. "Yen Yen, sit here," Zhao Yuhong's deep voice beckoned, indicating the spot where Su Li had previously sat.
Su Li bowed gracefully.
Addressing Prince Qi, "Your Highness, Yen Yen was just about to pay you a visit. After partaking in breakfast, I shall convey some news to you." Su Li scrutinized Zhao Yuhong, attempting to discern whether the tidings were favorable or otherwise, yet his expression revealed no discernible clues. "Is it pleasing to the eye?" Zhao Yuhong suddenly inquired, catching Su Li off guard. This man, known for his stern demeanor and unflinching gaze, had posed such an unexpected question. Su Li realized that her unwavering stare was indeed impolite, yet Zhao Yuhong's words elicited a smile from her. With a slight curl of her lips, she replied softly, "It is indeed pleasing." Her words were sincere. In her eyes, he truly was handsome. His obsidian-like, bright black eyes held a calm, yet piercing gaze reminiscent of an eagle. Yet there was a current of gentleness flowing within them. Having grown accustomed to Zhao Yupeng's incessant need for protection, this distinct gaze made Su Li find him particularly appealing. A barely perceptible smile graced Zhao Yuhong's lips. "Then let us linger a while longer. I do not mind." Chapter 30. The poisoning of Prince Qi. A faint blush crept onto Su Li's cheeks. Zhao Yuhong observed her, saying, "Please eat." Bai Ji's eyes widened. She sensed a remarkable harmony in the exchange between the young lady and Prince Qi. Moreover, the prince had pushed the very crystal dumplings that the young lady had relished most during their last meal toward her. Was Prince Qi genuinely concerned for her? Could such a cold and aloof man possess the capacity for care? Upon glancing down, Su Li noticed that her plate was nearly filled with the very dishes she had ordered previously. She looked over at Zhao Yuhong's plate, which was already empty. All the food pushed toward her. "Your Highness, will you not eat?" "I am full," he replied. Su Li found this puzzling. How could one be full yet order so much? Such waste would be regrettable. "Then let us eat swiftly," she urged. "Bai Ji, come and join me." Bai Ji shook her head. "It was because you were seated first that Prince Qi arrived later. This time, they came first, and as a servant, I cannot presume to sit alongside the prince, even if dining in a humble establishment lacks formalities." Captain Huadao quickly interjected, "Miss Bai, please join us here. The guards will sit together." Bai Ji replied, "Miss, I shall sit here. You must take care of yourself." Huadao spoke softly, "Rest assured, Miss Bai. The prince will take good care of Miss Su." His words, though uttered quietly, were audible to Su Li, not to mention Zhao Yuhong. He nodded, "Yen Yen, I shall look after you." As he spoke, he extended his hand to take a plate, carefully picking up a transparent crystal dumpling, delicately removing the banana leaf atop it. His attentiveness was commendable. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Su Li asked, "Your Highness, have you cared for others before?" Zhao Yuhong nodded. A pang of bitterness washed over Su Li. A child without a mother must learn to care for others to survive. "Your Highness, allow me to serve myself. You must eat as well. You surely endure much fatigue in the barracks daily. Consume more to regain your strength." She took a plate and offered him a dumpling. "Your Highness, please eat." The guards, acutely aware of their master's intentions, observed the atmosphere between the two, resembling that of a loving couple, and felt a surge of joy. Suddenly, Zhao Yuhong furrowed his brow, droplets of sweat beading upon his forehead. Su Li looked up to see the darkening hue of his face and gasped softly, poisoned. She quickly retrieved an antidote pill, placing it in Zhao Yuhong's mouth, embracing him as he began to collapse. She produced several more pills, urging him to swallow them. Only then did she exhale in relief, gently assuring him, "Your Highness, you will be well soon." Since the incident in the palace where she had been afflicted by an aphrodisiac, Su Li had taken to carrying antidote pills with her at all times. These were concocted by her own hand, superior to those found even in the Imperial Medical Bureau. The antidote she had created was not merely the finest in Dongyan. It could easily rank among the top 3 within the realm. Upon hearing Su Li declare that Zhao Yuhong had been poisoned, Captain Huadao immediately unsheathed his sword. Zhao Yuhong instructed, "Huadao, do not alarm anyone for the moment. Check the kitchen." Huadao dashed into the kitchen only to find a chef collapsed on the ground, lifeless. The shopkeeper was brought before Zhao Yuhong, appearing dazed. Ever since Prince Qi's last visit, he had been delighted and honored to reserve the spot for the prince, ensuring no other patrons approached. Yet now, the guard's actions suggested a grave situation had arisen. Kneeling, Huadao reported, "Your Highness, a chef has died in the kitchen." This small paper pouch was found on him, and the rest have been restrained. The shopkeeper, brought before Zhao Yuhong, quaked with fear. "Your Highness, I am to blame. This chef was new last night." He spoke without reservation, recounting the events. The old chef had worked for him for a decade. The previous day, a neighbor had informed him that the old chef's wife was gravely ill, urging him to return home. After the chef departed, the neighbor, claiming to have learned culinary skills from the old chef, offered to assist in his absence as his own employer's establishment was undergoing renovations. The shopkeeper, troubled by the chef's absence, had accepted the neighbor's offer, confident in his trustworthiness. He had even tasted the young man's pastries, which were indeed comparable to the old chef's. Little did he know, the young man had come with malicious intent to harm Prince Qi. The shopkeeper, bowing deeply, pleaded, "I deserve to be punished, Your Highness." Zhao Yuhong waved his hand dismissively. "You did not act with malice. Punishment is unnecessary. For today, close the establishment and inspect for any other tainted food.
Oui.
Take men to the old chef's home to investigate and apprehend the neighbor's family." "Yes." Wu Yi, seemingly emerging from nowhere, responded promptly before vanishing in a whirlwind with several others. Su Li glanced down, noticing the grayish hue on Zhao Yuhong's face had lessened, and she felt a wave of relief. "Your Highness, I shall investigate the kitchen to discern the nature of the poison and ensure no other food is tainted." "Did you create the medicine you just administered?" "Indeed. Your medical skills are truly remarkable." Zhao Yuhong initially experienced abdominal pain akin to a knife's relentless twisting, rendering him nearly blind with agony. Yet after consuming Su Li's medicine, the pain began to subside, and now he felt no discomfort at all. "Your Highness, are you able to sit steadily?" Su Li observed Zhao Yuhong's head resting heavily against her, appearing deeply affected by the poison. Zhao Yuhong, sensing his discomfort had dissipated, found himself enamored with the softness of her embrace, inhaling the delicate fragrance reminiscent of jasmine, which utterly captivated him. "I shall give it a try." He slowly extricated his head from her embrace, sitting upright and declaring, "It should not be too serious." After checking his pulse, Su Li remarked, "I will prepare some medicine for you shortly. 2 doses should cleanse any residual toxins." Su Li thoroughly examined the kitchen and found no other poisonous food. She informed Zhao Yuhong, "Your Highness, you and the chef were afflicted by the same poison, known as Western Region Aconite, a toxic substance originating from the Western Liang Palace." "Western Liang." Zhao Yuhong repeated the words, his profound gaze darkening. "The people of Xiliang despise me the most."
Su Li, puzzled, inquired, "Your Highness,
"Why do you come to this little shop every day? Aren't you concerned that people will discern your routine?" Zhao Yuhong fixed his gaze on Su Li, remaining silent. Feeling uneasy under his scrutiny, she finally exhaled as he turned his gaze away. "Let us return to the Qi Wangfu. Huadao, fetch some blood from the kitchen." Chapter 31. The Qi Wang pretends to be unconscious soon. A bowl of chicken blood was presented. Zhao Yuhong smeared the blood across his chest and finally dabbed it at the corner of his mouth. Extending his long arm, he placed his hand on Su Li's shoulder and whispered, "Make me appear to be severely poisoned." The guards shouted for the carriage, urging the crowd to make way. The onlookers quickly beheld Zhao Yuhong, blood trickling from his lips and staining his chest, supported by a woman as he hastily boarded the carriage. In the blink of an eye, Within half an hour, news of the Qi poisoning spread throughout half of the capital. The news reached the palace as well. Chongfu, trembling with urgency, reported to the emperor, "Your Majesty, the Qi has been poisoned and has vomited a great deal of blood. He is unconscious." The emperor, absorbed in the documents on his desk, did not raise his eyes. "Your Majesty, have you heard the old servant's words?" Only then did the emperor glance at Chongfu, saying, "Why are you so anxious, old man? I am a father, and I am not as troubled as you. Your Majesty, the Qi hangs by a thread, my heart." "Very well, let us head to the Qi. We must cooperate in this performance." Chongfu exclaimed, "Your Majesty, what do you mean? The Qi has indeed been poisoned. This is not a mere act for your amusement." The emperor replied knowingly, "Chongfu, you follow him more closely than I do. Yet you still do not understand him. If he were truly severely poisoned, it would surely be reported that a formidable martial artist had been defeated by him, thus making such a show of his poisoning to ensure his safety. Let us go to the Qi. Should we bring 2 imperial physicians? Of course. If we are to stage a complete act, we must bring them along. Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. I am but a dull servant." The emperor's royal carriage arrived at the Qi, further confirming the severity of the Qi poisoning. Within an hour, the entire capital learned of the Qi predicament. In Zhao Yuhong's chamber, he lay on the bed, feigning a state of near death. Su Li stood at his bedside, reading a letter. Upon finishing, she exclaimed, "Your Highness, Mr. Tian has found a witness." "Indeed, but do not celebrate too soon. This individual will likely be silenced. It depends on whether Mr. Tian can seize the initiative. Will Mr. Tian be in danger? Any matter that interferes with others' interests carries risk. Am I not also in danger?" Suddenly, someone outside called out, "Qi Wang, the emperor has arrived." Su Li stood, saying, "I do not belong here. I must take my leave." Yet Zhao Yuhong grasped her hand tightly, commanding, "Do not go." He then closed his eyes, pretending to be unconscious. Su Li tugged her hand, but he held on firmly. In a moment of desperation, she quickly sat down, pretending to take Zhao Yuhong's pulse. When the emperor entered, the spacious room was lined with kneeling guards, yet silence reigned. Su Li could only bow her head and respectfully greet, "Your Majesty." The emperor glanced at the hand Zhao Yuhong was holding, then scrutinized her face for a while before slowly asking, "Are you a physician or a maid?" Su Li gritted her teeth and attempted to pull her hand free, but to no avail. She could only respond, "Your Majesty, I am a physician of the Wangfu." "Oh, you are?" Chongfu, recognizing Su Li, noticed their hands seemingly intertwined. A flush crept across his face. Had he truly secured her affections so swiftly? Su Li, however, was drenched in sweat, wishing fervently to kick Zhao Yuhong away. She felt that her current position made it appear as if she were entangled with him, fearing the emperor's wrath would lead to her execution. Uncertain of what this icy Qi was staging for the emperor's benefit, she suppressed her emotions and softly explained, "Your Majesty, I am Yen from the Wangfu. This morning, I happened upon the Qi having been poisoned, and, possessing some knowledge of medicine, I came to offer treatment. The prince has taken my medicine and is currently resting. I am preparing to write another prescription to cleanse the residual poison." "You are Yen? Ah. And you possess medical knowledge. Very well. Yen, have you completed the pulse-taking?" Su Li felt beads of sweat forming on her brow. She attempted to tug her hand again, but Zhao Yuhong continued to hold it tightly. In a moment of resolve, she rolled up her sleeve, revealing the spot where his grip was firm. The mark of her marital status subtly appeared on her wrist. She forced a smile, saying, "Your Majesty, I have completed the pulse, but when the prince lost consciousness, he held my hand tightly, as I was nearby. Thus, I await his awakening to release my hand before I write the prescription." "You have not consummated your marriage with Yuhuan yet?" the emperor remarked. "I can see the mark on your wrist. Even an old fool like me can discern that." Su Li was taken aback, wanting to kneel in repentance, but Zhao Yuhong's grip prevented her from bowing, leaving her only able to repeatedly say, "Your Majesty, I am to be punished. I did not intend for you to witness this. I have already seen it. Chongfu, I feel a bit weary since my son is unharmed. Let us return to the palace." Su Li, unable to kneel, could only lower her head and say, "I bid you farewell, Your Majesty." Chongfu assisted the emperor onto the dragon carriage. The emperor chuckled, knowing that the 7th prince would be enraged upon learning this. He then added, Should I inform the seventh prince that his daughter-in-law has yet to consummate her marriage? Chongfu nearly choked on his words, coughing until he regained composure, then exclaimed, Your Majesty, do you concern yourself with such matters? Perhaps the Wang heir, like the servants, is unable to fulfill his duties. Humph, this lad is far too bold. Deliberately flaunting it before his father, proclaiming his conquest. Such force is unacceptable. One must win a woman's heart. The old emperor sighed. In my youth, I did indeed win over his mother. He must surpass me, capturing hearts instead. Your Majesty, rest assured. Look, Miss Su is speaking on his behalf. The Qi Wang possesses your wisdom and might, coupled with the beauty of Lady Yu. The most handsome man in the realm belongs to the Qi Wang. Chongfu smiled. I cannot believe Miss Su would remain indifferent. Lady Yu. The old emperor murmured, closing his eyes as if he had fallen asleep.
Onsuliesida.
Witnessing the emperor's departure, her anxious heart finally settled. She lifted her hand to wipe the sweat from her brow, only for Zhao Yuhong to gently touch her forehead. Were you frightened? Your Highness, do you think I have lived long enough, wishing for the emperor to take my head? Father would never harm you. Did you not see the smile in his eyes? Chapter 32. Preparing medicine for the Qi Wang. Upon hearing Zhao Yuhong's words, Su Li could not help but feel he resembled a child, so naive. She was utterly speechless, realizing he feigned unconsciousness, while secretly observing the emperor. She could only wonder what kind of trick he was playing. Confronting him was not an option, so she could only sulk and dismiss him, stating, I have no time to indulge in such childish antics. I shall take my leave after writing the prescription. Zhao Yuhong sprang from the bed, cheerfully proclaiming, I will escort you back. Su Li shook her head repeatedly, insisting, No need, the crown prince will accompany me. If the people from the Dai Wangfu see us, Zhao Yuquan might stir up trouble. She had yet to complete her studies under Xie Zihua, and she did not wish to provoke Zhao Yuquan. No one was vying for her position as a noble consort. She had no reason to request a divorce from the Dai Wangfu. After finishing the prescription, she called out, Bai Ji. It was then that she realized Bai Ji was not by her side. A voice came from outside. Miss, I am here. Your Highness. Please hurry and brew the medicine. Delaying it will be detrimental to your health. Can you prepare the medicine for me?
Suli furovet her brof silikli.
Did the Qi Wangfu lack maids and attendants? This was her first visit, and she had indeed noticed the absence of servants, only seeing guards. There were merely a few elderly matrons and old attendants, all quite advanced in age. Surely you have a physician? The court physician has accompanied me to the military camp and has not returned. What about a cook? No, just the kitchen staff. Where do you obtain your medicine? From the palace. Su Li rubbed her temples, finding the Qi Wangfu exceedingly peculiar, grand yet devoid of warmth. A wave of sadness washed over her. Perhaps children without mothers were truly pitiable. After spending a decade at the border, transforming from a prince into the Qi Wang, returning home after all these years, his own residence might feel quite unfamiliar. Softening her tone, she said, then quickly send someone to fetch the medicine. Oh, and when you do, bring a medicine jar. I will brew the medicine for you. The fervent glimmer in Zhao Yuhong's eyes nearly betrayed his joy. Su Li suggested, perhaps you could procure some maids to assist you. Zhao Yuquan shook his head. Once they are sent to the border, who knows what trouble might arise in the Qi Wangfu. But could His Majesty not send some attendants to care for you temporarily? They could return to the palace, once you head back to the border. My father would not grant me any attendants. Su Li gazed skyward, perplexed by the peculiarities of royal customs. It seemed especially harsh towards the Qi Wang, perhaps due to his lack of maternal affection, leaving him without love. You ought to find a suitable girl to marry soon. I already have someone in mind. Then you should marry her quickly. I am waiting for her. Why wait for her? Zhao Yuhong found himself at a loss for words. Su Li looked at him. You could still take some concubines, you know. I lack the energy to manage concubines. I intend to marry only my chosen bride. Whoever becomes your bride will be exceedingly fortunate. A pang of discomfort filled her heart as she recalled how Zhao Yuquan seemed incapable of living without a woman. What about you? Have you quarreled with Zhao Yuquan? No, we are on good terms. Yet I heard otherwise. That which you bear on your hand is still present. Su Li nonchalantly revealed the vermilion mark of a chastity token upon her alabaster arm, resembling a delicate, blooming flower. Zhao Yuquan's throat tightened, and he felt a rush of heat course through him. He fought to suppress the desires clamoring within him.
Suli chakal sela de predsetingo.
He favors women like Lin Ruru and Chu Jiaojiao. Suddenly, a voice called from the entrance, "Your Highness, the medicine has arrived." Su was startled, realizing they had been conversing all this time. This figure, rumored to be cold-blooded and merciless, a killing machine who remained silent throughout the day, was surprisingly loquacious. Rumors were often misleading. Zhao Yuhong undoubtedly possessed a warm side, or else Tian Chao would not have abandoned everything to follow him. Nor would he have loyal generals at his command. After preparing the medicine, Su watched as Zhao Yuhong consumed it. She remarked, "Your Highness, I will take another prescription back with me and deliver it to the Qi Wangfu tomorrow." Zhao Yuhong longed to invite her to brew the medicine at the Qi Wangfu, but he feared such a request might seem too forward and frighten her away. She had already been sufficiently alarmed that day. One must not rush in matters of the heart. As he watched Su depart from his sight, Zhao Yuhong's deep, somber voice broke the silence. "Wu Yi. What is the situation?" Wu Yi appeared like a specter. "Your Highness, the chef's family has been silenced, and we discovered Shi Wudo powder in their home." While the old chef's residence showed no signs of disturbance. The chef's employer mentioned a person. Wu Yi hesitated, sensing the gravity of his words. "Who?" Zhao Yuhong pressed coldly. Wu Yi felt a shiver run down his spine. His hesitation could lead to dire consequences. He resolutely stated, "The old stableman from the Eastern Palace." "The old stableman?" "Yes, Your Highness." The chef's employer mentioned a dark-skinned man who reeked of horse manure and had visited the chef multiple times. When inquired, he proudly claimed to be a stableman from a prominent family, hailing from the same place as his mother. "Investigate." Wu Jiao immediately took action. Zhao Yuhong fell silent, pondering whether the Eastern Palace had indeed begun plotting against him. Did the Crown Prince truly wish for his demise? Or was someone attempting to frame him, inciting a rift between him and the Crown Prince? His aunt was right. Even without aspirations for that position, he would still be targeted. Had Su not been present today, he might have been gravely harmed. He retrieved a small vial of medicine from his possession, a gift from Su, and gently held it in his palm. After leaving the Qi Wangfu, Su visited Yang Po's home to attend to her grandson's ailment. Yang Po resided not far from the Dai Wangfu, in a quaint house in the Mauer Alley, a typical small residence in the capital. Bai Ji knocked on the door, and a slender woman opened it. Upon hearing that the noble consort of the Dai Wangfu had come to treat her son, she was so delighted that she stumbled over the threshold and hurriedly welcomed Su inside. Flustered, she fumbled with the tea, feeling her own cups were inadequate. Su observed the pale child and said, "I am here to examine your Xiao Shirtu. No need for formality. Please describe his condition." Yang Po's daughter-in-law elaborated on the child's symptoms. After taking the pulse, Su sighed in relief. Fortunately, it was not a terminal illness. After prescribing medicine and offering some instructions, she left behind 2 taels of silver. The woman expressed her heartfelt gratitude, tears in her eyes as she bid farewell to Su. By the time Su returned to Qianyuju, night had fully descended. The gatekeeper informed her that the young master had visited several times today and might return shortly. Hastily washing up, Su had a light meal before retiring for the night. Chapter 33. The night performance at Yuheng Courtyard. Not long after lying down, Zhao Yukuan indeed arrived. Baiji opened the door, saying, "Young master, the young lady has had a long day and is already asleep. Please return." This time, Zhao Yukuan did not insist on entering. In fact, he felt a sense of relief, for he could bring Chu Jiaojiao out earlier tonight. The Dai Wangfu fell utterly silent. Under the cloak of night, everything appeared tranquil, yet certain places began to stir. The Yuheng Courtyard reenacted the previous night's events. Once all was calm, Chu Jiaojiao began to quietly weep. "Young master, please give Jiaojiao the contraceptive soup." Zhao Yukuan, visibly displeased, retorted, "Does Jiaojiao not desire to bear my offspring? If Jiaojiao truly bears the heir of the young master, it is a blessing she is cultivated from a past life. Yet, she is filled with trepidation, haunted by the precedent set by Miss Lin. There is no need for fear. You are not from Shiliang. Once you are with child, I shall promptly take you to Yuheng Courtyard and elevate you to the status of a concubine. Come, let us try once more, and you shall soon reside at Yuheng Courtyard." Again, the blush-inducing sounds echoed. The following morning, Granny Yang arrived at Qianyue residence, expressing her gratitude to Su for treating her grandson. She informed Su that the footprints had reappeared, and yesterday craftsmen had come to repair the thatched cottage, moving in furnishings and arranging the space. Su Li advised her to keep these matters in mind and refrain from acting until she returned from Xianghua Temple. Having learned of an assassination plot against Zhao Yuhong in the capital, Su Li resolved to visit Xianghua Temple today to seek a talisman for his safety. This was also what Mr. Tian had urged her to do before his departure, to obtain a peace talisman from Master Kong Kong for Zhao Yuhong. A promise must be fulfilled. She recalled that Mr. Tian and his associates were risking their lives for her sake, and she too needed to do something for those he cared for. Upon arriving at Jinglan Courtyard, Su Li was taken aback by the sight of the princess, who appeared ghostly and visibly distressed. This reminded her of Lin Ruru, leading her to wonder if she had indeed been poisoned by them. Unable to contain her concern, Su Li inquired, "Your Highness, are you unwell? Allow Yan to take your pulse." The princess, lost in thought, took a while to respond, "I am fine. Yan, go see Lin Ruru instead."
Noticing Su Li's hesitance,
She quickly added, Yan, after all, she is a concubine of Kuiner. Given her current state, do not hold it against her. Go, and see if she can be treated. If not, let it be. Su Li acquiesced but reiterated, "Your Highness, Yan should still examine you." The princess's demeanor brightened instantly. Yan, no need to check. I am perfectly well." Seeing the princess's refusal, Su Li ceased to press the matter, saying, "Your Highness, after Yan has attended to Miss Lin, she will stay at Xianghua Temple for some time to pray for you, Your Highness, and the young master. There is little to worry about at home. The overseer will manage everything according to the rules. Miss Xie is being taught by Master Nisheng, so there is no need for Your Highness to fret. Once she completes her studies, she will surely shine among the noble ladies of the capital, and the marriage arrangements will be flawless." The princess, truly fond of Xie Zihua, nodded in appreciation. Yan, you have done well. She had once contemplated inviting Master Nisheng to teach Xie Zihua but hesitated, knowing the concubines would complain to the prince. If she were to hire Master Nisheng solely for Xie Zihua, the concubines would undoubtedly report her to the prince. At that point, not only would Xie Zihua fail to learn, but she would also face the prince's wrath. Now that Su Li had taken care of it, even if someone were discontented, it would be of no consequence before the prince. She found Su Li quite pleasing. After leaving Jinglan Courtyard, Su Li headed directly to the thatched cottage. Bai Ji exclaimed, "Miss, are you truly going to see that wretched concubine?" "I promised the princess. I must go and take a look." Su Li had no desire to concern herself with Lin Ruru's fate. However, considering the prince, she felt compelled to check on Lin Ruru to ensure there was nothing that might endanger him. Upon reaching the entrance of the thatched cottage, she was unexpectedly greeted by the sound of silvery laughter emanating from within. This laughter indicated that the three inside were in high spirits. Su Li recalled Zhao Yuhuan's clandestine actions. This man, in name, was her husband. A wave of nausea washed over her. She rubbed her stomach until the sensation subsided. Bai Ji, noticing Su Li's pallor, hurriedly asked, "Miss, are you unwell? If so, we need not enter the thatched cottage." "It's nothing. I'm fine now." The matron at the entrance greeted respectfully, "Greetings, young Master-Consort." Su Li inquired gently, "What is the situation with the three inside?"
Granny Yang remained silent.
While another busybody said, "Yesterday, Achong brought many items and had craftsmen repair the thatched cottage." Bai Ji reluctantly replied, "Open the door. The young lady intends to enter." The matron hurriedly opened the door. Upon entering, Su Li was astounded. The thatched cottage had undergone a remarkable transformation. The drafts had been sealed, and the small courtyard had been adorned with flowers. Surely the interior had changed even more dramatically. Bai Ji, incensed, muttered, "How blind can they be? The thatched cottage has been furnished with so many items." Hearing the commotion, Chu Jiao emerged from the bedroom with an air of haughtiness.
"Misu,
"What wind has brought you to our humble abode?" Bai Ji retorted sharply, "You wretched servant. Do you not show respect to the young Master-Consort?" Amusingly, someone who had no connection to the young master dared to call herself his consort? "You speak falsely. I am indeed the young Master-Consort." Bai Ji was about to reveal the truth, but Su Li pulled her back, whispering, "Why engage in a fight with a dog? Chu Jiao, bring Lin Ruru out. I shall attend to her injuries. Then please, Miss Su, come inside. It has been arranged splendidly by the young master. It is no longer the disheveled thatched cottage of before, but better than Qianyue residence." Chu Jiao's voice dripped with mockery. Su Li felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. The items she had painstakingly managed were now in Zhao Yuhuan's hands. These people not only lacked gratitude, but also flaunted their fortune before her, which was unsettling. She suppressed her emotions, reminding herself that the shop belonged to the Dai Wangfu and had no bearing on her. As for Zhao Yuhuan's lack of appreciation, it was merely his disregard for her hard work. Now, she needed not concern herself with anything, simply waiting for Xie Zihua to emerge. Maintaining her composure, Suli stepped into the largest room of the thatched cottage, which astonished her yet again. The floor was covered with carpet, the screen was made of golden silk nanmu, and there were wardrobes, incense burners, and ornaments. The walls were adorned with calligraphy and paintings of renowned figures, rivaling even Yuheng courtyard. "Miss Su, are you envious?" Chu Jiao's words brimmed with provocation. Suli understood that she was relishing the fact that Zhao Yuhuan had secretly brought her to Yuheng courtyard, and thus she came to taunt her. Suli chose to ignore the White Lotus. When Suli finally laid eyes on Lin Rura, she was struck by an ethereal beauty. A light veil covered her head, a white silk band obscured her eyes, and she wore a delicate white dress. Lin Ruru's typical soft voice echoed, "Miss Su, do you think the garments made for us by the embroidery house are beautiful? They are indeed lovely, but alas, you cannot see them nor stand. How beautiful they may be is of little consequence." Lin Ruru, however, smiled, "But I can still feel them." "Then feel away. I did not come to discuss garments. The princess has sent me to examine your eyes and limbs." Lin Ruru's tone turned sharp. I knew it was her. At this moment, Suli was certain that the princess and Lin Ruru shared some special connection. With a smile, she replied, "Miss Lin, regardless of your reliance on others, do not endanger the prince." Her gaze swept over Chu Jiao and Rua, who among you'll assist her. "Remove her veil and silk band." Rua quickly responded, "I will." As Suli removed the veil and ribbon, she beheld the disfigured visage of Lin Ruru, realizing that even with treatment, scars would remain. However, these scars would undoubtedly be an improvement over the current state. Upon examining Lin Ruru's eyes, she struck a match and noticed a slight flutter of her eyelids, indicating that restoration was still possible. Turning her gaze to Lin Ruru's hands and feet, she assessed that the time since the amputation was not extensive, and with a fresh incision, reconnection was feasible. As long as one possessed the fortitude to endure the associated pain, limbs could indeed be reattached. While Suli continued her examination, Lin Ruru grew impatient. With a feigned sweetness, she taunted, "Miss Su, have you satisfied your curiosity? I can only imagine how delighted you must be. But rest assured, I will ensure that you and the prince of the Dai estate pay dearly for this." Suli scoffed, "You think I revel in your current plight? Your once exquisite beauty reduced to this. Surely you hadn't anticipated such a fate." Baiji interjected with disdain, "You've rendered yourself a cripple, yet still dare to boast. What leverage do you possess to make my lady and the Dai estate pay?" Lin Ruru's tone sharpened. "Just wait and see." She then erupted into a mocking laugh. "I hear you've become the heir's consort, yet it seems he keeps his distance from you. How shameful it must be to hold such a title without merit." Suli replied with a wry smile, "Lin Ruru, your memory appears to fail you. I have made it clear that I have no interest in him. It is rather amusing that while I reject him, you and your companion strive to climb into his bed. Who should truly feel shame?" Lin Ruru was left speechless in her fury. Changing the subject, she demanded, "Can you truly heal me?" Suli responded, "Indeed, aside from me, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone in Dongyan to restore your sight and limbs." The three women stood frozen, taken aback by her declaration. After a moment, Lin Ruru exclaimed in disbelief, "Then hurry and treat me." Suli countered, "What reason do I have to assist you? From the moment you entered the Dai estate, you have been nothing but adversarial. To offer you treatment would be sheer folly." Lin Ruru trembled with rage. "I shall inform the princess about your malevolent behavior. Go on, hurry."
Suli cried.
Suddenly, Chu Jiao slapped herself several times, collapsing to the floor in a manner intended to be alluring. She began to weep softly. "Consort Su, why won't you heal Miss Lin? And you even resort to violence." Without a moment's hesitation, Suli recognized Zhao Yukuan's arrival. This White Lotus was about to put on a show, and she would play the part of the wicked consort. Suli approached Chu Jiao and delivered a forceful kick to her face. A genuine cry of pain escaped Chu Jiao as blood trickled from her nose. "You wretched servant, when did I ever utter such words? Always playing the delicate victim and lying." With that, she kicked her in the chest, commanding, "Someone, Take this wretch away, and give her a beating. Upon hearing the commotion, Yang Pu responded instantly, but did not enter. Instead, Zhao Yukuan appeared. Yang Pu trailed behind him, obstructed by Zhao Yukuan's presence. Seeing Chu Jiao Jiao lying on the ground, bleeding, he bent down to assist her. Chu Jiao Jiao clung to his neck, tears streaming down her face. My lord, you see? The consort Su is truly wicked. My nose has been injured. And you? Yen Yen, what brings you to the cottage? Su Li retorted. And you, my lord, what is your purpose here? Zhao Yukuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Pray tell. My lord, have you come to revisit old flames? This cottage is more elaborately decorated than the Jinglan courtyard, almost rivaling the Yuheng courtyard. Did you command this move, or was it the princess?
Zhao Yukun dismissed her inquiries.
These items would only gather dust in storage. Isn't it better to make use of them? Suddenly reminded of the simplicity of Qian Yuju, he felt displeased. Yen, you prefer simplicity, yet you begrudge others the enjoyment of finer things? Su Li found conversing with Zhao Yukuan utterly exhausting, akin to speaking to a wall. Naturally, she did not wish to draw attention to the matter. Observing the dark circles under his eyes, she recognized the signs of indulgence. The memory of his furtive behavior from the previous night churned her stomach, prompting an involuntary wave of nausea. Bai Ji grew anxious. Miss, you appear unwell. We should return.
Su Li nodded in agreement.
Being in their presence made her feel as though she were surrounded by spoiled meat. As she turned to leave, Lin Ro shrieked. My lord, the consort can heal my injuries. Zhao Yukuan asked skeptically. Yen, can you truly heal her? My lord, how can I succeed where so many esteemed physicians have failed, including those from the Zhuanyiji pavilion? Lin Ro continued to scream. My lord, do not believe this vile woman. She just claimed she could heal me but refuses to do so. Su Li, exasperated, furrowed her brow and asked Zhao Yukuan, do you trust these lowly servants, or do you trust me? Of course I trust Yen. Zhao Yukuan, no matter how dense, could not dismiss Su Li's credibility, especially as he felt a pang of guilt for failing to meet her expectations over the past 3 months. Meanwhile, Lin Ro persisted in her shrill cries. My lord, she just admitted she could heal. The piercing sound was grating on Zhao Yukuan's nerves, and he found himself irritated by Lin Ro's once endearing demeanor that now seemed grating. Su Li interjected, anyone who insults the consort, slap them. Hearing her declare her title brought him joy, and he moved aside to let Yang Pu through. Yang Pu rushed in and swiftly delivered a flurry of blows, leaving Lin Ro in a pitiful state. Her cries became muddled and incoherent. Chu Jiao, still clinging to Zhao Yukuan, shrank back in fear, whispering, my lord, if this continues, Miss Lin may very well perish. Chapter 35. Nausea and disgust. Zhao Yukuan, eager to appease Su Li, suggested, Yen, let it be. She has learned her lesson. Very well, since my lord has interceded on your behalf, Yang Pu, cease your actions.
Yang Pu finally relented,
revealing bloodstains on Lin Ro's veil. I shall examine Miss Lin, as my medical skills surpass even those of the imperial physicians. Chu Jiao opened her mouth as if to protest, but no words emerged. Zhao Yukuan was keen to have Su Li depart swiftly, fearful that someone might inadvertently mention Chu Jiao's recent visits to the Yuheng courtyard. Pay her no mind. Yen's skills are meant only for me. And her slap merely resulted in superficial wounds that can be treated with some ointment. Yen, let us leave. Once outside the cottage, Zhao Yukuan visibly exhaled in relief. Su Li, maintaining her composure, remarked, my lord, I intend to accompany the princess to the Xianghua temple for blessings and teachings. You must attend to matters within the estate. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yukuan's spirit soared, as it meant he could allow Chu Jiao to secretly stay at the Yuheng courtyard without the hassle of nightly transfers. Yen, go ahead. With me here, the estate will remain safe. Observing Zhao Yukuan's elation made Su Li feel a wave of nausea in her stomach. As he attempted to follow her, she quickly interjected, my lord, I must prepare medicine. The scent may discomfort you, so there is no need to accompany me.
Zhao Yukuan's delight ensued.
He appreciated her consideration of his sensitivity to medicinal aromas, clearly a sign of her affection. Yen, the sooner you go, the sooner you shall return. After Su Li prepared the medicine for Prince Zhao Yuhong, she carefully placed it in a large porcelain bottle, wrapping it in a hand warmer. Bai Ji had also gathered her belongings, and the two of them set off in a carriage, departing from the Duke of Dai's residence. As they approached the gates of the Prince of Qi's estate, Su Li felt uneasy about handing the medicine to someone else, so she took it inside herself. Upon entering, she saw Zhao Yuhong standing straight at the entrance. She handed him the bottle and remarked, "Your Highness, you stand here at the door. Are you not afraid others might see you feigning unconsciousness from poisoning? If I were inside, my people would be entirely at ease. Where are you off to?" Zhao Yuhong had already noticed the 4 guards behind Su Li and quietly inquired, "To the Xiongwa Temple for a while, to listen to Master Kong's teachings. I also intend to pray for my grandparents, parents, siblings, and Mr. Tian. Perhaps you should send these 4 guards back. I can assign a few of mine to accompany you." "Thank you, Your Highness." The daughter-in-law of the Duke of Dai using the guards from the Prince of Qi might attract too much attention in the capital. Zhao Yuhong gazed at Su Li with his deep, ink-like eyes, and his voice, deep and melodious, replied, "I am never afraid of gossip." Su Li found it impossible to continue this discussion and focused on the medicine, earnestly advising, "Your Highness, after taking the medicine, be sure to let the royal physician check on you tomorrow. Do not think that you are fine and skip the examination." Zhao Yuhong seemed somewhat indifferent, as if he did not regard it with the seriousness it deserved. Su Li, feeling helpless, reiterated, "Tomorrow, I will remember. We must wait for the physician to declare you well before we can be at ease. Then I take my leave." As Su Li turned to go, Zhao Yuhong softly called out Wu Yi.
Wu Yi emerget swiftly.
"At your service. Take these 4 hidden guards to the Xiongwa Temple to protect Yan Yan."
Yes.
Wu Yi vanished in an instant. Su Li was quite familiar with the Xiongwa Temple. It was situated atop Mount Foyan, where the carriage could only go halfway up. The rest of the journey required walking. It had been nearly 8 years since Su Li and the Princess Chong frequently visited the temple to listen to teachings and pray for blessings. The monks there were well acquainted with her. As a royal temple, they had the finest accommodations. Su Li resided in the Anru courtyard within the guest area. The young monk managing Anru courtyard, around 11 or 12 years old, was clever and adorable. Upon seeing Su Li, he hurriedly bowed.
Lady.
"Master Kong is not giving a lecture today. Little Master Yuan, could you please inquire when Master Kong can see Yan Yan?
Additionally,
Yan Yan is here to pray for the prince, princess, and the young master, so please make arrangements." She dared not speak openly of her family as status as sinners in the temple.
of course.
After Su Li freshened up and changed into a simple, elegant blue dress, she stepped out of Anru courtyard. Just east of the guest area lay a sheer cliff, its valley shrouded in clouds and mist, obscuring the bottom. Standing on the precipice allowed one to witness the sunrise. Although today there was no sunrise to behold, the swirling clouds and mist created an ethereal scene. Su Li gazed long at the unfathomable valley below. Bai Ji softly remarked, "Miss, every time you come to the Xiongwa Temple, you become lost in thought while gazing at the valley below. What do you ponder?" "I often wonder what lies at the bottom of the valley. What could it be like? Surely barren, teeming with snakes and insects."
Perhaps.
She fell silent, watching the flowing clouds under the setting sun. "Is that Yan Yan?" A voice suddenly broke the tranquil atmosphere from behind. Turning, Su Li frowned but quickly rose to greet the Prince of Han. "Greetings, Your Highness." Zhao Yubing, with a demeanor as gentle as jade, looked at her with intense eyes, saying, "Yan Yan, we are all family. There's no need for such formalities." "Your Highness." Yan Yan must return to prepare for evening prayers, she replied, attempting to excuse herself. Zhao Yubing displayed a peculiar expression. "Yan Yan, why do you shy away from me, yet embrace the Prince of Qi without hesitation?" Su Li's heart skipped a beat, her eyes filled with frost as she retorted. "What do you mean, Prince Han? Just that you can touch the chest of the Prince of Qi, yet you avoid me. The prince is your cousin, and so am I. Why this apparent favoritism? Come over and embrace me." Though Zhao Yubing spoke in a teasing manner, his handsome visage lacked any hint of lewdness, still exuding an aura of elegance and grace. Yet, Su Li felt a knot in her chest, realizing how little Zhao Yubing regarded the Duke of Dai's estate. She forced a smile and approached him. Zhao Yubing's expression brightened, his heart racing. Though his estate was filled with beauties, none possessed the quiet elegance and inherent pride that Su Li radiated. The first time he saw her was at a banquet in the palace, and instantly he thought of the poetic lines describing her beauty. For some time, he had been keenly observing the movements of the Duke of Dai's estate, and upon seeing Su Li arrive at the temple today, he followed. Now, witnessing her charming smile, he felt exhilarated. Chapter 36. Zhao Yubing's allergy. Suli approached Zhao Yubing with a bright smile. When she reached him, she softly said, "Your Highness, hold still. There's a bit of dust on your face. Allow me to wipe it away." As she stretched the handkerchief toward his face, she suddenly flicked it. Zhao Yubing caught a whiff of the delicate jasmine fragrance emanating from Suli. Overcome by impulse, he reached out to embrace her, but she blushed and warned, "Your Highness, please don't move. I fear that in broad daylight, it might reach the Duke of Dai's estate, and then he might mention it to the Emperor. Which wouldn't be good for you? Which courtyard do you reside in?" Tonight, before Suli could finish, she stepped away from Zhao Yubing. Hearing this, he realized he had been a bit reckless. That position was of utmost importance. He held his head high, proudly declaring, "Shinti courtyard." From a distance, Suli called back, "Then I shall await your arrival." Bai Ji, irritated, gritted her teeth and muttered, "Lecherous rogue." She cautiously asked, "Miss, what shall we do tonight?" "There's nothing to worry about. Let him be. Does the Duke of Dai's estate truly fear the Prince of Han? The young master is just a son. The strength of the estate lies with the Duke. Besides, the Prince of Han will be too preoccupied to cause trouble for you tonight." Bai Ji's anxious heart eased somewhat upon seeing Su Li's calm demeanor. Upon reaching en route courtyard, Yuan Kong cheerfully announced, "Lady, Master Kong Kong will meet you in his meditation room tomorrow at the 4th watch. After meeting Master Kong Kong, you may proceed to pray. I will guide you then." "Thank you, Little Master Yuan Kong." "Bai Ji, please give the Little Master 2 taels of silver for his efforts." Bai Ji hurriedly handed over the silver, and Yuan Kong, delighted, said, "Lady, will you still attend evening prayers as before?" "Indeed. Just like before, I will accompany Little Master Yuan Kong." Meanwhile, Zhao Yubing returned to his quarters, bathed. And as he awaited Su Li's arrival under the cover of night, a smile crept across his face. He muttered under his breath, "Zhao Yuquan, that fool, possesses such a stunning beauty, yet still finds interest in withered flowers. It is utterly incomprehensible." The moment he laid eyes on Su Li in the Linda Hall of the palace, he regretted having given her to the crown prince. However, at that time, his mother, the Empress Li Fei, had already arranged everything, and he could not cancel the plan. Fortunately, Su Li had been summoned by the Grand Princess, and what the crown prince received was merely a maid. His feelings of disappointment transformed into joy. Tonight, he must possess this beauty. Before he could contemplate her most exquisite features, he suddenly felt an itch on his face and scratched it. As he continued to scratch, the itch became insatiable, growing more intense with each scratch. In the blink of an eye, his entire face was left bloodied and disfigured. The maid assisting him with his bath was horrified. Such scratching could ruin his looks. In a panic, she rolled out and screamed, "Quick, summon a physician." 6 guards leaped from the shadows, and the captain rushed into the bathing chamber, urgently asking, "Your Highness, are you injured?" Zhao Yubing's face was utterly unrecognizable. The captain shouted, "The cold prince has been poisoned. We must thoroughly search the entire Shinti courtyard." Amidst the chaos, no explanation was found. A young monk from Shinti courtyard summoned an elderly physician. The old doctor, calm and unhurried, examined him and said, "Your Highness has developed an allergy. There are many insects in the mountains. Do not wander about." The cold prince, tormented by the itch, commanded the guards to bind his hands, making the unbearable itch even more intolerable. He roared, "Hasten to relieve my itch." The physician replied, leisurely, "I do not know what has caused this. I cannot hastily administer medicine. If it interacts with another remedy, your face will be utterly ruined." The physician suggested taking a sample of blood from his face for testing, but the results would only be available the next day. "Incompetent fool.
Get out."
Return to the capital and fetch the imperial physician." Zhao Yubing ordered hoarsely, unable to contain himself as he let out a long howl. 2 guards brought a sedan chair, and like the wind, they descended the mountain. When Su Li gracefully arrived at Shinti courtyard, the maid informed her that the cold prince had urgently returned to the capital. Su Li instructed the maid to inform the cold prince that she had come. By the time they reached the halfway point down the mountain, Zhao Yubing switched to a carriage, speeding downwards. As they neared the foot of the mountain, darkness enveloped the sky. Zhao Yubing, tortured by the relentless itch, writhed and screamed within the carriage. His cries seemed to affect the horses, causing them to suddenly kneel, tipping the carriage over. The commotion startled the horses of the 4 guards outside, who bolted uncontrollably, leaving the guards unable to rein them in. The coachman was pinned beneath the carriage. The three individuals inside the carriage were left dizzy from the tumble. However, the captain swiftly pulled Zhao Yubing from the carriage, only to see the coachman trapped beneath it. The two horses emitted pained cries. Just as the captain drew his knife, two masked assailants sprang from the darkness, one swinging a blade towards Zhao Yubing's thigh. It was clear that if the blow landed, his very life would be severed. The guard, seeing this, quickly raised his weapon to block the strike. Although the masked man's blade missed the vital area, it still left a deep gash. Blood gushed forth. Battling both pain and itchiness, Zhao Yuquan lost consciousness. At that moment, the four guards returned, their voices calling, "Your Highness! Your Highness!" The masked figures vanished into the woods. At the Xiangwa temple, in a meditation room, an elderly monk with hair as white as snow sat with his eyes closed. He was Master Kong Kong. The physician spoke to him as if in a trance. "Master, I have violated the precept of anger by failing to treat the cold prince."
Why?
"Because the cold prince has committed an act of lust." Master Kong Kong opened his eyes. He is a man of the world. How can one say he has committed an act of lust? "Because he caused a woman to develop an allergy with a potion that contained a hint of jasmine scent, which I detected." "Jasmine,"
Master Kong Kong murmured.
closing his eyes once more. "You have not violated the precept. It is right to punish evil and promote good." "What is Yan Yan doing?" "As usual. She has gone to perform evening prayers with Yuan Kong." In the Qi Wang's residence, Wu Yibin knelt on one knee to report, "Your Highness, the cold prince has harassed Miss Su." The moment these words were spoken, Zhao Yuhong was enveloped in a chilling aura of murderous intent, causing Wu Yi to shudder involuntarily. Yet, he steeled himself and continued, "The cold prince was struck with an itching potion by Miss Su. His face is now unrecognizable. We only managed to injure the cold prince at the foot of the Buddha Print Mountain, failing to spare his life." He lowered his head in shame, saying, "I beg for your punishment, Your Highness." Zhao Yuhong waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. The fact that you were timely enough to injure him is commendable." Chapter 37. Their protective talismans are paired that night. Suli listened to the temple bells and the mountain winds, sleeping soundly without dreams. When she energetically stepped into Master Kong Kong's meditation room, she saw the sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating the master's snowy head. Suli approached the lower level of the mat where she usually sat, but Master Kong Kong beckoned, "Yan Yan, sit opposite me." Suli was taken aback. Why had her status suddenly elevated? This level was reserved for the Master's teachings and discussions with esteemed monks. A commoner like her, including the Grand Princess, was only permitted to sit lower down. After settling into her seat, she bowed and said, "Master, Yan Yan wishes to request a safety talisman." "A safety talisman? I provided you with one when I named you." "Who is this one for?" "For His Royal Highness, the Qi Wang." Master Kong Kong fell silent.
Suli bowed again.
"Master, His Royal Highness has fought on the battlefield for 10 years, constantly walking on the edge of a blade. Yan Yan hopes he possesses a safety talisman from you to protect him." Master Kong Kong remained quiet. Suli continued, "Originally, the talisman could have been given to His Royal Highness, but I have already gifted it to Mr. Tian Chou."
"Fate," Master Kong Kong murmured.
Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes and meditated for a while before opening them and saying, "Come back in half a month for the talisman." Suli bowed deeply and stood to leave the meditation room, but Master Kong Kong gestured for her to stay. "Yan Yan, why do you always gaze at the cliff when you come to Xiangwa Temple?" Suli blurted out, "I always feel there is a world below." "What kind of world?" Suli shook her head. "I do not know." "Yan Yan, do you know how long Xiangwa Temple has existed on Buddha Print Mountain?" "I've heard it has been over 1,000 years, but I am not certain." 1,007 years. In a year. It will be 1,008 years. In such a long time, do you think anyone has descended to the misty valley below?" Suli suddenly had a revelation and bowed deeply. "Master, regardless of whether anyone has been there, when the time is right, I wish to go. If someone has been, I will walk in their footsteps. If no one has, I will carve out my own path. Return now." Master Kong Kong closed his eyes and ceased speaking. Suli bowed deeply once more before departing from the Zen room. Upon returning to Anru Courtyard, Zhao Yuhong sent someone to deliver a letter to her. The letter informed her that the imperial physician had examined him and declared that he was free of toxins and entirely well. Finally, Suli felt a sense of relief. As half a month swiftly passed, the day arrived for her to collect the peace amulet. After bathing and changing, she prepared to meet Master Kong Kong. only to be greeted by a monk carrying two small brocade boxes, one black and one white. Upon seeing him, Su Li inquired, Master Mingjing, have you come to deliver the peace amulet for Yan Yan? Master Kong Kong, it seems, had no desire to meet Yan Yan. The elder brother will be in seclusion for a while. He said that fate will bring us together again. These peace amulets are for Yan Yan and the King Qi. The monk replied. Su Li accepted the boxes with both hands and respectfully said, Master Mingjing, please convey my gratitude to Master Kong Kong on behalf of Yan Yan. Upon returning to the capital, Su Li first visited the residence of King Qi to deliver the peace amulet and to inquire about the situation with Mr. Tian. As she entered the King Qi's mansion, she noticed Zhao Yuhong seemingly wandering aimlessly inside the door. Curiously, Su Li asked, Your Highness, are you not going to the military camp today? I am still recuperating from the poison, so I do not need to go, he replied. His gaze towards Su Li softening with warmth. Quickly averting her eyes, Su Li asked, Your Highness, do you have news of Mr. Tian? Recently, he only reported that he is safe, but did not provide further details. Su Li's heart tightened, her complexion paling slightly. Has Mr. Tian encountered danger or injury? Seeing her distress, Zhao Yuhong instinctively reached out to embrace her, but then redirected his hand to gently pat her head, offering comfort. Do not worry if Mr. Tian says he is fine, then he surely is. I have already sent someone to check on him. Yan Yan must trust me. Mr. Tian's wisdom far surpasses those individuals. Many of my victorious battles were thanks to his ingenious strategies, so there is no need for concern. A warm current flowed through Su Li's heart as she looked up at Zhao Yuhong. The icy demeanor he had displayed upon their first meeting in the palace had long since melted away, replaced by a gentle warmth that settled her heart. If even someone of such formidable stature could not overturn her father's case, then the forces behind it must be overwhelmingly powerful. I sincerely believe in you, Your Highness,
Su Li declared earnestly.
She then produced the brocade box. This is the peace amulet I sought for you from Master Kong Kong at Shanghua Temple. Zhao Yuhong took the box, opened it, and discovered that it was unlike any previous amulet.
It was shaped like a white fish.
Su Li did not inspect Zhao Yuhong's amulet. Instead, she wore her own. Upon seeing her amulet, Zhao Yuhong was taken aback. She touched the one on her chest. Noticing it was a black fish, she silently observed, a curious thought crossing her mind. Were the two amulets not complementary? Zhao Yuhong, expressionless, handed the amulet back to her. Confused, Su Li held it and said, Your Highness, this amulet is for you, not for me. Zhao Yuhong lowered his head and insisted, Put it on for me. Su Li, though initially hesitant, recognized the rarity of these amulets, which had evidently consumed Master Kong Kong's considerable effort over the span of half a month, leading to his absence. She solemnly declared, May this amulet bless you with safety, prosperity, health, and joy. A subtle smile graced Zhao Yuhong's lips. Do you not have one as well?
Let me see it.
Su Li hurriedly shook her head, then nodded. I gave mine to Mr. Tian the day he left. This statement, though somewhat misleading, was not entirely untrue. Wishing to depart quickly, fearing Zhao Yuhong might glimpse her amulet, she took her leave. Zhao Yuhong watched her go, unable to find a reason to stop her. Returning to the residence of the Prince of Dai in the afternoon, Su Li first needed to pay her respects to the princess in Jinglan courtyard. As she walked past the garden, she suddenly heard laughter. Bai Zhi remarked, Is that not the laughter of Lin Ro and Chu Jiao? After a few steps through the flowering hedges, she indeed spotted Chu Jiao, Lin Ro, and Zhao Yuhuan enjoying the blossoms. Upon seeing Su Li, Zhao Yuhuan momentarily panicked but quickly regained his composure, calling out, Yan Yan, you have returned. Why did you not send word in advance, so I could come to greet you? Su Li cast a casual glance at the group, noting their splendid attire, making her own and her servants appear rather shabby by comparison. A slight smile formed on her lips. Young master, continue your amusement, but remember the deadline of March. It has only just passed 1 month and 1 day. Zhao Yuhuan felt a twinge of anxiety and quickly replied, I was merely passing by, and upon seeing them, I exchanged a few words. Speak as you wish, as long as nothing inappropriate has occurred, Su Li replied. Zhao Yuhuan nodded repeatedly. You need not worry, Yan Yan. Su Li furrowed her brows. Are they not prohibited from leaving Chaiju? Has the prince lifted their restrictions? My father has been on duty in the palace and has yet to return. It was my mother who agreed to it. Very well. I shall proceed to Jinglan courtyard to pay my respects to the princess. After glancing at Xu Jiao's abdomen, Su Li hoped fervently for her to conceive soon. Zhao Yuhuan attempted to accompany Su Li, but just then, Xu Jiao bent over and exclaimed, "Young master, I have a stomachache." Zhao Yuhuan hesitated before saying, "Yen, you should go see my mother. I will check on Xu Jiao to see if she is having a medical emergency."
Su Li silently quickened their pace.
Unwilling to witness the 2's inappropriate display, after leaving the garden, she encountered the old steward, who appeared troubled and downcast. "Old steward, what has happened?" she inquired. Upon seeing Su Li, the old steward exclaimed, "Princess-Consort, you have finally returned. The mansion has been quite despondent." He sighed deeply, tears glistening in his eyes. Su Li was taken aback. Having been at the Dai Prince's residence for 10 years, she had never seen the usually diligent old steward in such distress. "Is it a family matter?"
she asked.
"Do not worry. Speak of it and let us see if the mansion can assist." The old steward, overwhelmed with emotion, could not articulate his thoughts, tears streaming down his face. Su Li hastily supported him back to his quarters, which were connected to the storage room. Once there, he pointed to the account books on the table, choking back sobs. "Princess-Consort, if this continues, our storerooms will soon be emptied, and the mansion will not be able to sustain itself." "Old steward, are you weeping for the mansion, not for a personal matter?"
"No, Princess-Consort."
"Just look at the account books and you will understand." He handed her a ledger. "Please examine the expenses for Chaiju and Yuheng Courtyard." Opening the ledger, Su Li first noticed the expenditures for Chaiju: a box of exquisite bird's nest, 6 bolts of Yunjin silk, 3 pearls, 30 taels for 10 consultations from the ancient medical hall, 500 taels for 500-year-old ginseng, 480 taels for deer antler and dangshin, 80 taels for cosmetic expenses at a women's flower shop, 500 taels for hairpins, jade beads, gold hairpins, and gold beads from the Liuli Pavilion. The payment for the wine at Xinghua Tower amounted to 120 taels. In a mere fortnight, Chaiju had astonishingly squandered over 5,000 taels. Su Li was left utterly speechless. It was as if they were in a den of extravagance. Even supporting ancestors would not require such an exorbitant sum. With such reckless spending, how could the Wang residence withstand this kind of waste? "Steward, how can Chaiju be permitted to withdraw such funds?" "Your Grace, while you and the prince are away, the princess and the young master hold the highest authority. Whatever Chaiju desires to withdraw has been agreed upon by both the princess and the young master. Even if I were to refuse, the young master would personally claim the funds. I have no authority to deny the master's access to money." It dawned on Su Li that even the princess was complicit in this, which explained the steward's inability to resist. Reflecting on her own decade of expenses, she realized she had never spent such a fortune. Disappointment in Zhao Yukuan enveloped her completely. She contemplated eliminating Lin Ruru and Xu Jiao, but then shook her head. Even if these two were removed, others like them would inevitably arise. The issue lay not with these individuals, but with Zhao Yukuan and the princess. Zhao Yukuan harbored a deep-seated affinity for such duplicitous women. It was truly lamentable for the prince and Zhao Yupeng, whose hard-earned efforts were squandered so carelessly by Zhao Yukuan and the princess. "Steward, from this day forth, without my consent, neither Chaiju nor Yuheng Courtyard shall disperse a single tael or access any items from the storeroom. Even if the young master arrives, he must seek my approval first. Should the princess come, any expenditure exceeding the daily allowance will also be forbidden. We cannot allow the true masters who toil to suffer while supporting these idlers and worthless servants." Bai Ji trembled with fury, feeling that Su Li deserved far better. "My lady, you are so frugal, yet the young master..." She was too enraged to finish her thought. "Steward, I am here to withdraw 1,000 taels for Miss Lin to purchase ginseng," said Ruan, timidly entering. Upon seeing Su Li, she hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained her composure and bowed. "Your Grace, you are here as well." Bai Ji, having found a target for her ire, began to scold. "What audacity you have to withdraw 1,000 taels. Is that worthless person the most precious in the entire Wang residence?" Ruan replied softly. "Sister Bai Ji, this was approved by the young master." She then handed over a piece of paper. Bai Ji snatched it from her with annoyance and presented it to Su Li. Upon inspecting it, Su Li confirmed it bore Zhao Yukuan's handwriting. She smoothed out the crumpled paper and calmly stated, "From this moment on, the young master's words hold no weight with the steward. Only with my nod will the steward be permitted to dispense any funds. Wan respectfully nodded. I understand. I shall return to relay this to the young master. Go swiftly and inform him to come quickly. I await him here. We must prevent him from troubling the steward after I leave. Su Li resolved not to visit Jinglan courtyard any longer. Given the princess's behavior, it was imperative that the prince reclaim her authority within the Wang residence. With such an indiscriminate head of the household, the residence would likely fall into disarray swiftly upon her departure. The prince's concubines, long constrained by the residence's rules, seemed either indifferent to the affairs of the household or complicit in the princess and Zhao Yuquan's reckless behavior. Did concubine Ding not have any thoughts about how well Zhao Yupeng was being raised? Reflecting on Zhao Yupeng's character, she found him somewhat akin to the prince, decisive and efficient. Only someone of his caliber could sustain the Wang residence. Lost in thought, she was interrupted by Zhao Yuquan's arrival, accompanied by two women. Lin Ruru was being pushed along by two maids, the spectacle more extravagant than that of a prince accompanied by his wives and concubines. Yan, Ruru's condition has reached a critical point. She cannot be without her medicine. Su Li chuckled softly. Let me see Lin Ruru's hands. Are we truly at that critical juncture? Lin Ruru feigned frailty, saying, Young master, I cannot let the young master's wife see. I am afraid. Su Li scoffed. Afraid of what? I fear the young master's wife will find fault with me, Lin Ruru replied, trembling as if on the verge of fainting. Zhao Yuquan, observing such weakness, could not help but say, Yan, do you not trust the doctors from the ancient medicine hall? Su Li retorted, I do not trust them. The continuity of her treatment has no relation to the ginseng, deer antler, or cotinopsis used as tonics. Otherwise, young master, you might as well inquire with the emperor whether he has spent over 5,000 taels in just half a month.
Zhao Yuquan incrédully exclaimed, Impossible.
How could one possibly spend such an amount? Su Li tossed the account book before him and coldly remarked, You're merely concerned with the words, not the expenses, correct? This handful of treasures has consumed the equivalent of an entire month's budget for the Wang residence in just half a month. Henceforth, without my consent, neither you nor Chai Ju shall withdraw any funds or utilize anything from the storeroom. With that, Su Li turned to leave. Zhao Yuquan urgently called after her, Yan. Just this last payment. Ruru has been with me for 2 to 3 months, and once this critical period passes, she will no longer require medication. Without looking back,
Su Li replied, No.
Zhao Yuquan glanced at the few women who clung to him for support. The protective instinct of a man arose within him as he grasped Su Li's arm, displeased. Yan, you have just returned from Xianghua Temple. Cannot you show a little kindness? You must know that my mother also consented to Ruru's treatment. Su Li coldly laughed. Young master, if you wish to disburse funds today, you must provide me with a divorce decree. Once I receive that decree, even if you were to offer all these treasures of the Wang residence, it would not concern me in the slightest. However, since I hold the title of young master's wife, I cannot in good conscience allow you to withdraw funds today. Zhao Yuquan suddenly lamented, Yan, when I was near death back then, was I not as pitiful as Ruru is now? Could you not show a bit of compassion? It is not that I lack compassion, young master. You know well that my medical skills are not universally recognized. Why can't I even take a look? Yan, Ruru, and the others are all very afraid of you. Su Li's lips curled into a slight smile. Then invite the doctor from the ancient medicine hall to Qianyue residence tomorrow, bringing the prescription he previously issued. If he confirms her condition has reached a critical point, I shall agree to release the 1,000 taels. Zhao Yuquan had no retort ready and was about to acquiesce when he heard Xu Jiao say, Young master, you might not recall that Dr. Jia mentioned today is the pivotal moment. Su Li, growing exasperated, replied, This is not an emergency. Why the insistence on today? If you do not understand, do not pretend to. I reiterate, under no circumstances shall I approve the disbursement of this sum today. If you wish to continue this discussion, take it to the prince. Finally, Zhao Yuquan relented, then let Dr. Jia visit the Wang residence tomorrow.
Su Li departed swiftly, her disdain evident.
Piercing Zhao Yuquan's fragile heart, he chased after her, calling out, Yan, did you not say you would go to Jinglan courtyard to pay respects to mother? I shall accompany you. Su Li coldly replied, I shall not go. It would save the princess the cost of a cup of tea. After all, there are so many in the Wang residence to feed. A little frugality is essential to prevent its decline. A delicate voice drifted from behind Zhao Yuquan. Oh, how painful. Young master, I have twisted my ankle. Zhao Yuquin turned around. As he approached Qianyue residence, he beheld a slender figure standing outside. Zhao Yupeng's heart raced as he gazed at the graceful approach of Su Lisin. He bowed respectfully. Yan, you have returned. Su Li nodded. Second young master. I was just about to seek you. Bai Ji had prepared tea and stood quietly to one side. Yan, here are several account books for your review. Is there anything you require of me? Second young master, tonight, take a few people and stealthily. Su Li's soft words ignited a spark within Zhao Yupeng, awakening a fervor that had long been dormant. He was exhilarated. He knew this girl, for years his junior, possessed an extraordinary courage. He nodded. Yan, rest assured. I shall summon you when the time comes. The night was moonless, and the capital lay shrouded in darkness, a night of ominous winds. On West Street, the wind rustled the trees, causing the dim light at the entrance of the ancient medical hall to flicker eerily. Inside, the owner Gu Jisheng and Dr. Jia were in the back room, exchanging toasts, already slightly intoxicated. Gu Jisheng raised his cup. Dr. Jia, I toast you. The income from the Wang family's residence in the past half-month has equaled that of 3 months' usual earnings, all thanks to your contributions. Without your presence, my ancient medical hall would barely manage its expenses, yielding almost no profit. You are a benefactor to my establishment. You must continue to work diligently here. Dr. Jia stroked his beard, pleased. Of course. However, Gu Jisheng frowned. Isn't the Wang residence supposed to collect 200 taels of ginseng and other supplements today? Why haven't they arrived? Dr. Jia assured him. Don't worry, Gu Dongjia. The 200 taels are absolutely assured. Tomorrow, I will personally visit the Wang residence. Dr. Jia. Who exactly is ill at the Wang residence? They are consuming a large quantity of supplements and epimedium. This epimedium is a potent herb. Such usage could lead to infertility and a shortened lifespan. Dr. Jia dismissed the concern. Who is ill is not for me to disclose. As for the potent herbs, they requested them themselves. We are merely fulfilling their order. Gu Jisheng nodded repeatedly. Indeed, we are not administering anything surreptitiously. They requested it. Are we to turn away business? Dr. Jia smiled. Rest assured, as long as I am here, you can expect to collect the profits. Gu Jisheng hurriedly filled Dr. Jia's cup again, but the wine jug was empty. He called toward the door. Bring another jug of wine. The door creaked open, and a man clad in black entered. Holding a jug of wine, Gu Jisheng gasped, Who are you? A gleaming knife was pressed against Dr. Jia's throat. The haze of intoxication cleared instantly from Dr. Jia's eyes. Good sir, if you seek silver, I can provide it. Spare me, please. He pleaded, visibly terrified. Gu Jisheng opened his mouth to scream, but a peanut suddenly lodged in his throat, choking him. 2 more masked figures entered, one brandishing a long knife against Gu Jisheng's neck, commanding, Don't move, don't speak, or your life will be forfeit. Chapter 40. The night of the masked men. The slender masked figure spoke. Dr. Jia, it is said that you can reconnect severed tendons, but some doubt this. Thus, we have come tonight to verify. As soon as the words left his lips, Dr. Jia's seemingly frail body deftly evaded the blade at his throat. In an instant, he lunged at the speaker. Su Li, calm and collected, raised her hand, releasing a cloud of white powder toward the advancing Dr. Jia. Simultaneously, a sudden pain gripped Dr. Jia's legs, causing him to kneel, and Zhao Yupeng kicked him in the back, making him stumble forward. Zhao Yupeng's heart raced. Moments ago, Su Li had nearly been harmed. He seized Dr. Jia's hair, pressing his foot against the kneeling legs. The knife he held dug into the flesh of his neck, blood oozing out, staining the blade. Dr. Jia, do not move or cry out, or your life will be forfeit, Su Li warned coldly. The powder was merely flour. It will not harm your eyes, but do not attempt to resist. At her command, Zhao Yupeng casually picked up a piece of tablecloth and stuffed it into Dr. Jia's mouth. With a swift motion, he severed Dr. Jia's tendons. Su Li coldly stated, Tomorrow, the entire capital will know that Dr. Jia of the ancient medical hall can treat severed tendons. He will claim that he intentionally severed his own to showcase his medical prowess, and then reattach them, ensuring his name endures through the ages. The scene left Gu Jisheng utterly stunned. Dr. Jia's eyes widened in fury. Are you even human? Why so cruel? Su Li laughed lightly. How can this be deemed cruel? You are a healer. This injury is but a trivial matter. Moreover, it will elevate your reputation and bring you fortune. A small injury for great wealth. You should be grateful. Of course, if you truly cannot treat it, You will have to kneel before the ancient medical hall tomorrow and declare your inability to treat severed tendons. Turning to Gu Jisheng, she added, Gu boss. A physician must not turn a blind eye for the sake of silver. Hand over your money, or you know the consequence. Gu Jisheng, seeing Dr. Jia collapsed on the ground, was so terrified that he had wet himself. Trembling, he opened the cabinet, revealing several bags of coins. With a wave of her hand, Suli signaled for two individuals outside. One swiftly took several bags and vanished. Gu Jisheng summoned all his strength to shout, someone. Alas! His fear rendered his voice weak. Nonetheless, his cry caught the attention of another figure. Upon seeing this person, Gu Jisheng felt not joy, but a paralyzing dread. The newcomer was another masked figure, exuding an even more menacing aura. Without a word, he began to mercilessly stab Gu Jisheng. The pain made him sweat profusely, trembling uncontrollably as he pleaded, Please, spare me. I will reveal the origins of Dr. Jia, and you will spare my life. Fail to clarify, and I shall perish. Gu Jisheng stammered out the details of Dr. Jia's background. The dark-clad figure continued to torment Dr. Jia, worsening his injuries, until finally, the cloth was removed from his mouth. Dr. Jia immediately cried out, Help! A person burst in through the door. Dr. Jia's heart leaped with hope, only to be chilled instantly. The newcomer kicked him, saying, Save your breath. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come. Honestly disclose your background. Dr. Jia stubbornly refused to speak. The newcomer produced a package, preparing to sprinkle its contents on Dr. Jia's face. Another masked figure intervened, stating, Do not harm his face. He still needs to kneel and shout tomorrow. With that, they tore off his clothing and sprinkled the powder directly onto his body. Instantly, it itched, compelling Dr. Jia to writhe in discomfort, but with his tendon severed, he could only scratch at his chest, rolling on the ground to ease the irritation. Gasping, he pleaded, Give me the antidote. The masked figure slowly replied, Reveal your background, and you shall be spared the punishment. After finishing, he swiftly applied acupressure on Dr. Jia, causing the latter's vital energy to surge chaotically. With a groan, Dr. Jia conceded, I will speak. In the study of the Qi prince's residence, Zhao Yuhong's handsome countenance remained inscrutable under the dim light. Wu Yi knelt on one knee, reporting, Your Highness, Miss Su has taken Zhao Yupeng to the ancient medical hall. He recounted the entire process and everything Dr. Jia had divulged. Zhao Yuhong could not help but smirk. Wu Yi, you have learned swiftly from Yan Yan, particularly her method of using tickling powder. Wu Yi, brimming with excitement, replied, Your Highness, we have not yet mastered Miss Su's technique of shaking the handkerchief. Nor have we learned to control the timing of the tickling powder's effect. We could only pour it all over Dr. Jia. In the past, when interrogating spies from enemy nations, we relied solely on the technique of dislocating bones, but Your Highness, this tickling powder is indeed more effective. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yuhong responded, Wu Yi, henceforth, employ both the dislocating technique and the tickling powder together. Zhao Yupeng lacks experience. Had you not covertly injured Dr. Jia's legs, Yan Yan would undoubtedly have suffered. From now on, prioritize Yan Yan's safety above all else. Anyone who poses a threat to her may be eliminated.
Wu Yi,
In high spirits, noted that ever since he began covertly protecting Miss Su, the prince had spoken to him more often, offering praise and no longer maintaining a frosty demeanor. Your Highness, should we capture this man and expose the cold king before the emperor? Zhao Yuhong, maintaining an impassive expression, replied, Wu Yi, you are too naive. A mere individual claiming to be sent by the cold king to disrupt the Dai prince's residence might lead my father to expel me from the palace. Isn't this person someone we could bribe to frame the cold king? Once Yan Yan reveals his true nature, he will become useless. And the cold king may very well take matters into his own hands with Dr. Jia.
Wu Yi,
You and Wu Er must ensure Yan Yan's safety without leaving her side for 12 hours. Yes, I shall obey. Zhao Yuhong waved his hand. Return now. Wu Yi vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, upon returning to Qianyue residence, Su Li moved all her belongings into the place. She took out a bag and handed it to Zhao Yuquan, saying, Second young master, please distribute this among those who will accompany us tonight. Zhao Yuhong shook his head. Yan Yan, these individuals are loyal to me. You need not concern yourself with them. Second young master, take this. Much of this silver must have been expended by the royal residents. See if you can make arrangements. Yan Yan, take all this silver. It must not return to the royal residence. You have endured too much hardship over the years. The royal residence owes you. Second young master. If you take one bag to distribute, I will also take one. Only then did Zhao Yuquan accept a money bag and depart from Qianyue residence. Chapter 41. The foolish young master. The following morning, at the vegetable market, breakfast stalls, and pastry shops, word spread rapidly among the throngs of people that a doctor from the ancient medical hall had severed his own tendons to prove his medical prowess. This audacious act of demonstrating one's skills by risking personal injury astonished and exhilarated the people of the capital. Crowds flocked to the ancient medical hall, nearly breaking down its doors to catch a glimpse of the remarkable Dr. Jia. Gu Jisheng had anticipated that the man in black would spread the news, but he was taken aback by the sheer number of people arriving at the ancient medical hall. As the crowd grew increasingly dense, he realized that the hall would soon be overwhelmed. Without hesitation, he carried Dr. Jia outside to address the people directly. Upon seeing Dr. Jia's severed tendons, the crowd erupted in excited chatter. A genius has emerged from Dongyan. I have never heard of severed tendons being reattached. Indeed, Dongyan is filled with talent. As a Dongyan native, I feel immense pride. Someone called out, Dr. Jia, how long will it take for a complete recovery? Another exclaimed, no matter how long it takes, I will remain nearby to witness this miraculous medical art. Dr. Jia, pale-faced, was inwardly aware that he had no ability to heal. If he truly possessed such high-level skills, why would he seek out an obscure medical hall? He scanned the crowd, hoping to spot someone from the cold king's residence. Deep down, he understood that no one would come from there. After the black-clad figure left last night, he had instructed Gu Jisheng to send word to the cold king's residence. Upon learning of his exposed identity, the cold king's residence had not even permitted the messenger entry. Nevertheless, Dr. Jia remained unperturbed, convinced that someone from the Dai prince's residence would soon arrive. With the intervention of the princess and her attendants, the foolish young master would undoubtedly bring him into the Dai prince's residence. This way, the onlookers would be too intimidated to challenge the Dai prince's residence. At that point, with a little manipulation, if the tendons remained unhealed, it would only serve to convince the foolish young master that the failure was not due to his medical skills but rather sabotage. Under the protection of this simpleton, he was certain to live a life of luxury. Calmly seated, he leisurely conversed with the crowd. Rest assured, I will certainly heal my leg. You must believe this. Otherwise, I would not have severed my own tendons. The crowd responded with awed admiration. His assumptions proved correct, as soon enough, a carriage from the Dai prince's residence arrived. Emerging from the carriage was the Dai prince's young master, Zhao Yuquan. This morning, Zhao Yuquan had also heard of Dr. Jia's actions, and he was filled with excitement and admiration for the doctor's audacity to sever his own tendons as a testament to his extraordinary medical skills. Today, he would ensure that Yan was thoroughly convinced and would part with the promised 1,000 taels. He exuberantly shouted, Dr. Jia, my wife requests that you bring your medical case to the royal residence. She wishes to see it. Dr. Jia's heart raced with caution. How could he bring a medical case to be examined? An expert would immediately recognize it as a ruse to extract money. He feigned difficulty. Young master, it is not that I am unwilling, but this is my family's unique secret formula and must not be disclosed to outsiders. Allow me to accompany you to the royal residence and speak directly with your wife. He thought that once he entered the Dai prince's residence, he would reside there permanently. This foolish young master's affection for the princess was indeed rare in the world. He could easily sway him in any direction. After a brief pause, Zhao Yuquan commanded, Achong, take Dr. Jia to the carriage. Soon, rumors spread once more. Because of Dr. Jia's exceptional medical skills, he was personally taken away by the young master of the Dai prince's residence. When Zhao Yuquan's carriage reached the entrance, Su Li also emerged slowly from the gates of the Dai prince's residence. She had long instructed her people to keep an eye on Zhao Yuquan's movements. The moment he had Achong carry Dr. Jia into the carriage, she was informed. As Zhao Yuquan jumped down from the carriage, he suddenly felt a wave of darkness before his eyes, swaying slightly, but it quickly passed. He dismissed it as a consequence of his abrupt jump. Steadying himself, he spotted Su Li at the entrance and joyfully called out, Yan, you have heard of Dr. Jia's actions, have you not? Su Li replied coolly, I have heard. Hence I plan to visit the ancient medical hall. Yan, there is no need to go. I have already brought him back.
Su Li frowned.
Why bring Dr. Jia back to the royal residence when he is about to reattach his tendons? Zhao Yuquan, growing displeased, retorted, Yan, Did you not say you wanted to see Dr. Jia? Now that I have brought him, you say I should not. Your words are contradictory. Yesterday, the mention of seeing him was due to the fact that he had not severed his own tendons. Now he seeks to prove his medical skills. How could he casually enter the Duke's residence? Once he has healed himself, there will be no need for further discussion. After all, the delicate matter of administering medicine cannot be delayed. This time, it is not about performing surgery on the severed tendons but merely about using medicine. A prescription can be drafted, and medication can be retrieved from the Duke's own pharmacy. If there are no supplies, I shall request the Duke to fetch them from the palace. Can the herbs from the ancient medical hall truly surpass those from the palace and the Duke's residence? Su Li approached the carriage and addressed the interior. Dr. Jia, do you not agree with this reasoning? Dr. Jia, peering through the open door at the stunning lady, realized at once that this noblewoman was not as easily deceived as the foolish heir. His foremost desire was to enter the Duke's residence and not return to the ancient medical hall. Thus he said, "Noblewoman, my presence in the Duke's residence would serve the same purpose. This way, I could also attend to the heir's concubines."
Sulichakel, Dr. Jia.
Can you truly tend to anyone now? The Duke's residence already has its own physician. You need only provide the prescription to me, the noblewoman. Dr. Jia suddenly erupted in anger. "My lord, if your concubine's ailments are neglected, it is no concern of mine." Zhao Yuquan grew anxious. Yen. Your actions will delay Ro-Ro's treatment. Su Li raised her voice. "My lord, if Dr. Jia refuses to provide the prescription, it indicates he harbors ill intentions. You have been unwell for many years. Which doctor would refuse to give a patient a prescription? Name one for me to hear." At last, Zhao Yuquan found Su Li's words to hold merit. He earnestly implored, "Dr. Jia, please give the prescription to the noblewoman, so she may procure the medicine." Yet Dr. Jia could not produce a prescription that would withstand scrutiny. He could only feign confidence and declared, "This rare prescription for such injuries is a family secret of mine and cannot be shown to outsiders."
Suli scoffed.
You have already violated the principles of the medical community. You hardly qualify as a healer. My lord, send him back. Zhao Yuquan opened his mouth to protest. But Su Li seized the moment and called out to the guards, "Qingfeng, have Granny Yang thoroughly search Lin Ro and bring her out." Chapter 42. The favor of a concubine over a wife. Qingfeng responded promptly, turning to enter the Duke's residence. Zhao Yuquan was taken aback. Yen, why do you insist on bringing Ro out? Su Li replied nonchalantly, "My lord, are you not intent on treating Lin Ro? Bring her out, and you shall accompany Dr. Jia to the ancient medical hall. Once Lin Ro is completely healed and able to stand, we shall settle the account at the ancient medical hall." Dr. Jia panicked. He could not heal his own injuries and had hoped to enjoy a comfortable life within the Duke's residence. His mind raced for a solution, but before he could devise one, Su Li's voice rang out, "Bai Ji. Take Chong to the storeroom and retrieve 76 taels of silver, 75 for the Duke's half-month as provisions, and 1 tael for Lin Ro's half-month as expenses."
Chang hesitated.
Glancing at Zhao Yuquan as if awaiting his master's command. "Chong, will you not go? Is my command insufficient?" Feeling the chilling intensity in Su Li's narrowed gaze, Chong trembled and stammered, "My lord, I shall fetch the silver." This time, Zhao Yuquan did not counter her, as he too could not think of a better way to continue Lin Ro's treatment. Su Li's plan was indeed a sound one. He mused about the day Lin Ro could stand again, and how he would make Su Li see his worth. Worried that Zhao Yuquan might utter more nonsensical remarks, Su Li distanced herself from him. Soon, Lin Ro was brought out, weeping softly. "My lord, I shall not go anywhere. I will remain in the Duke's residence." Zhao Yuquan comforted her gently. "I will accompany you. Once you are fully recovered, all will be well." Lin Ro understood that they and Dr. Jia were merely deceiving the Duke's residence for silver. There was no genuine treatment to be had.
Suli wavet her hand.
"Hurry up. Do not delay the treatment. Dr. Jia, the noblewoman insists that until Lin Ro can stand unaided, the Duke's residence shall not pay a single coin. In half a month, if you heal her, the Duke's residence will settle the payment and ensure the ancient medical hall treats the heir well." With that, she turned and strode towards the main gate, instructing at the entrance, "For this half-month, the Duke is not permitted to enter the residence. Anyone who allows him in without my consent shall no longer have a place here." Zhao Yuquan heard her words and, filled with indignation, turned and boarded the carriage. Suppressing his frustration, he addressed Dr. Jia, "I trust you. You must ensure Ro stands again within this half-month. The carriage swiftly disappeared from sight. Upon entering the gate, a maid approached, stating that the Duchess requested Su Li to visit the Jinglan courtyard. Su Li replied to the maid, "Inform the Duchess that I am unavailable. Soon." This message reached Jinglan courtyard. The Duchess, furious, smashed a vase, exclaiming, "This Yen, now that she is the heir's wife, has become increasingly disrespectful to her elders." Elder Jiang consoled her, "Your Grace, do not be angry. Anger harms your health. The noblewoman has solved a significant problem this time. By pressuring Dr. Jia, Miss Lin will soon be able to stand." Hearing this, the Duchess's anger subsided somewhat. Furthermore, the noblewoman cannot possibly avoid visiting the Jinglan courtyard forever. When she comes, you will have a reason to reprimand her, will you not? The Duchess finally calmed down. Su Li took the money she had acquired from the previous night as heist and loaded it onto the carriage, exchanging it all for silver notes, totaling 1,600 taels. There remained about 4,000 taels at the cottage. This money must also be reclaimed from Chu Jiao and the others. Bai Ji, upon seeing such a sum in silver notes, assumed it was for the Duke's residence. However, Su Li handed it to her, instructing, "Keep this safe. It will be our living expenses once we leave the Duke's residence." Bai Ji was taken aback, glancing around cautiously, and whispered, "Miss, you have finally realized it, our departure from the estate." Su Li chuckled softly, "Bai Ji, you overthink things. Not a single coin of the Duke's residence belongs to me. This is what I have earned. Miss, you are truly remarkable. You quietly amassed such wealth."
Suliswald, come.
Let us visit the pawnshop to see if we can purchase a small courtyard, so that when I leave the Duke's residence, we have a place to settle. Upon arriving at the pawnshop, a broker greeted them warmly. After registering Su Li's requirements for the courtyard, he advised them to return in 10 days to check back. Though the pawnshop was bustling with activity, many patrons took the opportunity to quietly discuss the day's fresh news, most notably Dr. Jia's shocking behavior at the ancient medical hall and the Duke's affection for his concubine over his wife. Bai Ji seethed with anger, while Su Li remained remarkably calm. "Bai Ji, let us go to Xianyi Pavilion and seek out Dr. Guan." The gossip at the ancient medical hall was even louder and more fervent. "Look, the disabled person the Duke's heir carried is his lowly concubine. I just saw the noblewoman outside the Duke's residence. This concubine is dressed even better than her. Fortunately, it was Su Li who was conferred the title to bring joy to the heir. Otherwise, it might have been Miss Song Shulan from the inspectorate." What can be said? Before the conferred title, the Duchess had sent a matchmaker to gauge the inspectorate madam's stance, yet there was no reply from their side when the Emperor's decree arrived. That Song girl is fortunate. She narrowly escaped being part of a household that favors concubines over wives. It is said that this concubine was the Western Liang princess who wore cloud brocade during the last court bestowal, and was ordered by the Grand Princess to have her garments stripped off. A princess abandoned by her homeland is rendered worthless. Zhao Yuquan felt a rush of color to his face, oscillating between red and white. He glared at the crowd, but all he saw were closed mouths. In his arms, Lin Ruru trembled in fear. He gently reassured her, "Do not be afraid, Ruru. These ignorant commoners simply revel in idle gossip. Yen governs the household with unwavering authority in the royal residence. There is no favoritism towards concubines over wives. Yen herself prefers simplicity in attire." Lin Ruru's voice quavered as she replied, "Young master, let us return to the palace." Zhao Yuquan shook his head.
No.
"We shall not return until your injuries are properly treated. Besides, I am aware of Yen's decisions, which I cannot alter. We are outside now, and she cannot see or control us. Is that not a relief, Ruru?" Gu Jisheng, the owner of the ancient medical hall, had heard the words of the young princess and promised to host Zhao Yuquan well, arranging a guest room for him. Yet, poor Dr. Jia was in a state of torment, unsure whether to call for help to reattach the severed tendons. If he did, he would be scorned by all in the capital, but if he did not, he would be permanently incapacitated.
Shout. Do not shout.
The conflict whirled in his mind. After several hours of torment, he gradually became dizzy, darkness creeping into his vision. Chapter 43. Origins. While Dr. Jia was in such agony, he suddenly heard a voice shout, "Make way, everyone! I am from the Suspended Medical Pavilion." The Suspended Medical Pavilion? This was a renowned medical institution in the capital. Someone laughed. "Is the Suspended Medical Pavilion here to compare medical skills with Dr. Jia?" The newcomer replied with a smile. We at the suspended medical pavilion do not compare ourselves with Dr. Jia. I am here to inform him that if he cannot reattach the tendons, we have a new physician capable of doing so. This revelation stirred the crowd, as they had now heard of 2 physicians capable of reattaching tendons in a single day. The arrival of the suspended medical pavilion's personnel instilled a sense of resolve in Dr. Jia, who had been at a loss for what to do. Su Li only returned to the royal residence as dusk approached. As the carriage reached the outskirts of Pumpkin Alley, a sudden scream pierced the air, causing the carriage to come to an abrupt halt. Su Li lifted the curtain to inquire with the driver, only to see several burly men rushing towards them. Just as they were about to reach the carriage, 2 figures suddenly appeared, swiftly driving the assailants away. In a flash, the 2 vanished. Then the driver cried out in alarm, "Young princess, it is Jiang Momo's youngest son, Chong Jixiang." Su Li disembarked and saw the unconscious Chong Jixiang lying on the ground, a long gash on his back nearly severing his spine. She retrieved a hemostatic powder and sprinkled it on his wound.
Bai Ji,
Go to the palace and discreetly inform Jiang Momo that her son has been injured. Before Bai Ji could venture far, she encountered Jiang Momo approaching with a bundle in her arms. Upon seeing her son lying on the ground, she screamed, "Jixiang, what has happened to you?" She attempted to shake him awake, but Su Li interjected, "Jiang Momo, do not shake him. Quickly, use a sturdy board to carry him back." Without hesitation, Jiang Momo rushed to fetch a door plank from Chong Jixiang's courtyard, and together with the driver, they transported him back. Once settled, Jiang Momo knelt before Su Li, pleading, "Young princess, please save Jixiang. I have treated his external wounds, but we must check for internal injuries." After feeling Chong Jixiang's pulse for a while, Su Li remarked, "His chest is injured, affecting his organs, with the heart sustaining the most severe damage." Jiang Momo's face turned pale as she repeatedly bowed her head, "Young princess, I know of your medical prowess. Even the imperial physicians cannot compare. I beg you to save my Jixiang. He is only 13. Do not worry. I will do my utmost to save him, but I need to know who is pursuing him," Su Li insisted. Jiang Momo furrowed her brow in thought, glancing at her unconscious son, and finally said, "Young princess, I can only tell you this in confidence." Su Li gestured for Bai Ji to step outside. Jiang Momo then bowed her head fervently. "These individuals are surely from the Xiliang kingdom." Su Li felt a shock of surprise and asked, "Why would they want to kill Jixiang?" "Because I learned a secret." Jiang Momo paused. "Speak, so I can treat Jixiang's injuries." After a few more bows, she revealed, "Lin Ruru is the daughter of the princess and the prince." Su Li's mind momentarily froze, blinking in disbelief. "What did you say?" Jiang Momo reiterated. And Su Li's eyes widened as she stammered, "They are siblings, no, no, no. Young princess, the young master is not the child of the princess and the prince." Jiang Momo's voice dwindled to a whisper, but Su Li sighed with relief, gradually calming her thoughts. This revelation clarified the princess's erratic behavior, providing a rational explanation for her actions. She felt a tumult of emotions towards Lin Ruru, at times wanting to indulge her, yet other times feeling she endangered Zhao Yuquan, leading to resentment. No wonder Lin Ruru dared to demand retribution from the royal residence. This, in essence, was still a conspiracy of the Xiliang people.
Su Li chuckled softly.
The princess has orchestrated a game of cat and mouse. Jiang Momo, with tears in her eyes, recounted, when the prince married the princess, it was out of necessity. The prince loved concubine Ding, and the princess proposed this scheme for the sake of her legitimate son. And who is the young master? This child was brought by the princess's family, the Lu family of Wujuan, so I do not know. How did you recognize Lin Ruru as the princess's child? There is a red birthmark on her shoulder. Su Li scoffed. Then the princess's child must have been taken away by the Lu family of Wujuan. How did she end up in Xiliang as a princess? Is the Lu family plotting rebellion? Jiang Momo, frightened, bowed her head repeatedly. I truly do not know. Lin Ruru never disclosed the details. Jiang Momo, they likely intend to control Jixiang and compel you to do something. Once he awakens, we shall inquire further about the matter. This courtyard is no longer safe. You should return to the royal residence. Jiang Momo bowed her head several times. Young princess, I hope to protect the princess. Her situation is not easy. Su Li did not respond. Such actions by the princess warranted severe consequences, as they muddied the royal bloodline. Yet, voicing this would deal a tremendous blow to the royal house. She needed to contemplate this matter thoroughly. At that moment, Bai Ji quietly called from outside, "Miss, the palace physician has arrived." The physician examined the situation, prescribed a remedy, and handed the prescription to Su Li. The group then carried Chongxi back to the royal residence. The moonlight poured like water through the window, illuminating the room.
Su Li lay in bed.
Gazing at the moonlight while contemplating the chaotic events at the royal residence. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the window. Before she could utter a word, the figure had already reached her bedside. In the pale moonlight, she recognized Zhao Yuhong and breathed a sigh of relief. She softly inquired, "Your Highness, what brings you here at such a late hour?" "Come with me to see a performance." "Where shall we go?" "You shall know when we arrive." Without allowing her to voice any objections, Zhao Yuhong lifted Su Li and leaped out the window. Su Li felt the wind rush past her ears, as Zhao Yuhong effortlessly carried her through the night. As she inhaled the scent of green bamboo emanating from him, she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Soon, they arrived at a rooftop. Su Li was unfamiliar with this place. It was her first time atop a human dwelling. However, she quickly discerned Zhao Yukun's voice. She whispered, "Is this the ancient medical hall?" "No, it is the Cold King's residence." Su Li chuckled bitterly to herself. Zhao Yukun was becoming increasingly absurd. Instead of being at the ancient medical hall, he had come to the Cold King's palace. Gesturing for Su Li to lie down and observe. Once she complied, he swung his cloak around her, enveloping them both, merging their figures with the night. Su Li's gaze fell upon the scene inside, leaving her momentarily stunned. Zhao Yukun and Zhao Yubing were seated on a luohan bed, a finely crafted jade bottle placed between them. "Kun brother, this is the divine dream powder, a tribute from the Southern Wan Kingdom, capable of curing countless ailments. My mother consigned this bottle to me for you to honor your father." Chapter 44. The Cold King's Conspiracy. A cold smirk crept onto Su Li's lips. This was a form of chronic poison from the Southern Wan court. Once addicted, one would require continuous intake, and ceasing would lead to a fate worse than death. Should the crown prince consume this vial, he would be irretrievably ensnared, awaiting a grim destiny. Zhao Yubing harbored malicious intent towards the crown prince.
Su Li whispered,
"Your Highness, are you aware of this divine dream powder? Is it truly a tribute in the palace? I have heard of it from my teacher, but I have not encountered it in the palace. Your Highness, the Cold King consistently harbors ill intentions toward the crown prince. Is it not his aim to seize control of the imperial guard's right wing?"
"Certainly."
Yet, Zhao Yukun responded gratefully, "You always bestow such fine gifts upon me. How can I repay you, my cousin? What need is there for repayment among family? Next time, bring the young master's wife to my residence for a visit." Su Li frowned in distaste. The Cold King was relentless. Was the last lesson not sufficient? Next time, he ought to be rendered incapacitated. Suddenly, Su Li sensed a chilling aura emanating from Zhao Yuhong, causing her to shudder. She glanced at him, noticing his tightly pressed lips and the sharp lines of his jaw. Inside, the Cold King continued, "Kun brother, this divine dream powder also goes by the name of hibiscus ointment. I think you ought to tell your father to use this name. Is there any significance to this? Kun brother, do you not know your father at all? He has spent decades in the military. Divine dream powder sounds like a name that leads to moral decay. I suspect your father will scold you for it. Moreover, it is no longer referred to as that in the palace. It is called hibiscus ointment now." The Cold King was indeed meticulous, striving to conceal what he had just named as divine dream powder. "A cousin. You truly are attentive. You even thought of this for your cousin. You are my only cousin. Naturally, I must consider you, just as the emperor always thinks of my uncle." With that, he raised his hand and beckoned. Several flamboyantly dressed maidservants entered, carrying Lin Ro. Once they laid her upon the bed, they swarmed around Zhao Yukun like courtesans, kneading his legs, massaging his shoulders, feeding him, kissing him, and tugging at his clothing in a frenzy. Zhao Yubing instructed, "See to it that you serve the young master well." With that, he departed. Zhao Yukun and Lin Ro were soon stripped of their robes by the maidservants. Amidst the chaos, she inadvertently shed her own dress as well. Zhao Yuhong swiftly replaced the tile and, like a nimble cat, whisked Su Li away. Along the way,
Su Li remained quietly frail.
Observing her apparent distress, Zhao Yuhong felt a pang in his heart. In a low voice, he remarked, "I merely wished for you to witness them consuming the divine dream powder. I did not anticipate such a turn of events." Su Li, burdened with a heavy heart, replied, "I must extend my gratitude to Prince Qi for enlightening me on this vital matter." In truth, She cared little for Zhao Yuquan's character regarding his night with multiple women. Her thoughts were consumed by the potential devastation that Zhao Yuquan's outrageous actions, coupled with the fact that Lin Ro was his daughter, would bring upon the crown prince. The crown prince's residence was a place he fervently sought to protect. In the past, when Zhao Yuquan fell gravely ill, the crown prince never abandoned him as a father. He sought the finest physicians, with palace doctors residing in the crown prince's manor for years. His unwavering loyalty to the emperor earned him the emperor's special favor, sending people to traverse mountains and valleys in search of reclusive healers, braving storms to guard the palace. Everything he did was to provide his family with a secure and comfortable home. Yet Zhao Yuquan continually defied his father's wishes, who genuinely sought what was best for him. Despite being urged to cease his association with Zhao Yubing, he became increasingly entangled, manipulated by her while feeling grateful in return. Upon returning to Qianyu residence, Zhao Yuhong gently stroked Su Li's head, asking, "What do you wish to do?" "I believe a significant upheaval is imminent at the crown prince's residence, with the cold king becoming a eunuch." Zhao Yuhong seemed to stifle a chuckle. "That will inevitably come to pass one day. And you? Haven't I already made a deal with you? Once Mr. Tian returns, I shall accompany you to the military camp to serve as a military physician. For the rest of my life, I shall be a military doctor." "That sounds splendid." "It will all come to fruition," Zhao Yuhong replied, sounding almost like a promise. As he prepared to leave, Su Li abruptly grasped him, saying, "Do not meddle in the affairs of the crown prince's residence." Zhao Yuhong's deep gaze fixed upon Su Li, and after a pause, he replied, "Then be sure to prioritize your safety." With that, he vanished through the window. Inside the palace, at the Qingjin Hall, Chong Fu softly called out, "Your Majesty, Prince Qi requests an audience." The emperor, lifting his eyelids while holding a memorial, thought to himself, "This rascal, freely coming and going in the palace, truly lacks decorum." "Your Majesty, have you forgotten? It is you who permitted this lack of decorum." It was I who allowed it, I recall now." "Bring him in." Zhao Yuhong knelt before the emperor, his voice cold and firm. "Father, why does your health appear to be deteriorating further?" The emperor responded icily, "Are you wishing for your father to depart this world soon?" "Father, you." Chong Fu, standing in the shadows, sighed quietly. Their conversation resembled a quarrel. The emperor, with a stern countenance, demanded, "You woke me from my slumber. What urgent matter is at hand? Is there an invasion from enemy borders, or a rebellion at the gates?" "Neither, but soon there will be. Tonight, I have come because of the debauchery and neglect of duty in my uncle's household. I request your Majesty to reprimand my aunt." The emperor's demeanor suddenly brightened, gleaming with interest. "Is it for Yan?" Zhao Yuhong frowned. "Such matters fall under your jurisdiction, father. This is not my concern. Your uncle ought to manage it himself." Our army intercepted a shipment of 150,000 stones of grain from Wu Jun's Lu family to Xiliang. The emperor narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of killing intent flashing within. Yet, he rolled his eyes and stated, "Since you mentioned Yan, I shall reprimand your aunt. Whether you choose to go, or not is your decision. I take my leave." "You little rascal." Zhao Yuhong swiftly moved toward the palace door but suddenly turned back and knelt once more. The emperor sneered, "Kneel and pay your respects, boy. I also wish to inquire if the southern one has offered any divine dream powder as tribute."
No.
"It has long been abolished. The previous emperor cancelled it during his reign as crown prince." "What? Have you acquired divine dream powder?" "Young man, I warn you. That is a matter you must not meddle in. Otherwise, it will be your undoing." "Rest assured, I will not touch it," replied the figure, which soon vanished, leaving behind a faint voice. "Let Yan come and tend to your health." Chongfu stepped forward quietly and gently suggested, "Your Majesty, the crown prince is quite concerned for your well-being. Would it not be prudent to summon the crown prince's consort to the palace for your care?" "Very well. Let it be tomorrow," said the emperor. "Then let it indeed be tomorrow," Chongfu replied. Chapter 45. The Emperor's Rebuke. The following day, Su Li finally arrived at Jinglan Garden. Upon reaching the Chuehua Gate, she heard the authoritative voice of the Princess-Consort within, chastising concubine Ding and the others.
Noticing Su Li's presence,
The Princess-Consort ignored her greetings and continued her reprimand. "Sister Ding, Yuprung has only one illegitimate son. Why seek a concubine from the gentry? Do you think Miss Song from the Yusher mansion would agree to such a union? Have you grown so arrogant, relying on the prince's favor, that you no longer know your place? When has our state ever favored concubines over wives? Without waiting for the princess consort to bid her to rise, Su Li stood up, bowed, and poured a cup of tea, offering it respectfully to the princess consort. Your Highness, please enjoy this tea. Yan Yan apologizes for not paying her respects upon returning from Xianghua Temple. Mother Jiang whispered to the princess consort, Your Highness, you should accept it, lest the other concubines find amusement in this. With a huff, the princess consort reluctantly accepted the tea and took a sip, which Su Li promptly reclaimed. With a glance at Bai Ji, the teacup and teapot were whisked away. Su Li then observed concubine Ding, who today wore a simple garment, lightly adorned. With brows like distant mountains and an exquisite demeanor, her autumn-like eyes were gentle yet captivating. Lowering her gaze, she exuded warmth without appearing submissive.
Su Li spoke softly.
Your Highness, Yan Yan overheard 2 matters of great discussion in the capital yesterday. The princess consort, displeased, retorted, Yan Yan, when elders speak, you should not interrupt. Should I have to silence you? However, Su Li, unlike her usual submissive self, continued, Perhaps it would be wise for your Highness to first hear what the capital is saying. Mother Jiang chimed in, Your Highness, it is best to listen to what is being discussed. Impatiently, the princess consort demanded, Then what are they saying? One matter concerns Dr. Jia from the ancient medical hall, who severed his own tendon to demonstrate his medical prowess. This, Your Highness, you are already aware of. The second matter. Bai Ji, suddenly kneeling, interjected, Your Highness, allow me to speak on this. It primarily concerns the gossip regarding the crown prince's favoritism towards concubines, claiming that the last time the palace donned cloud pattern brocade, it was the crown prince's maid who resembled a favored consort. The crown princess did not dress as splendidly. Many witnessed this at the gate yesterday, confirming that the crown princess's attire paled in comparison to that of the maid. Even her adornments were inferior. While we were outside, some recognized the crown princess and gathered around, and upon boarding the carriage, some daring souls even blocked the way to inquire further. It was only when the emblem of the Dai Wangfu was obscured that they ceased their questioning. The princess consort's face turned as red as a boiling pot. Nonsense, she exclaimed. Yet, before she could continue, urgent shouts echoed from outside Ningqing Hall. Your Highness! Your Highness! Fuming, the princess consort furrowed her brow and snapped. Who dares make such a ruckus? Just then, a disheveled woman burst into the hall, collapsing to her knees and weeping, Your Highness, I failed to retrieve your headpiece. Today was the day to collect from Rui Baofeng, was it not? Yes, but before I could enter, I was recognized by someone familiar who hurriedly questioned me. I tried to escape, but unfamiliar faces swarmed me, pulling and asking questions. I dared not linger, and thus returned. As the woman spoke, her voice trembled with distress. Clearly, she had been frightened by the ordeal. Su Li glanced at concubine Ding, who remained composed and untroubled, while the other concubines lowered their heads, unable to conceal their smirks, their eyes occasionally darting toward the princess consort in mockery. The princess consort's face flushed with anger. The youngest, concubine Zhou, oblivious to the atmosphere, asked, Mama Fong, what were they questioning you about? Were they inquiring about our estate's favoritism towards concubines? Mama Fong cast a sidelong glance at the princess consort and Su Li, lowering her head without answering. Her silence was tantamount to acquiescence. Concubine Zhou's laughter rang out. The prince has maintained a low profile for so many years, wishing to keep our estate from public scrutiny, yet now we are thrust into the spotlight due to favoritism. It has been a while since I ventured into the streets. Today, I shall take a stroll, she declared. The princess consort slammed her hand on the table. You dare. Oh, Your Highness, I have committed no wrongdoing. Why can I not leave the estate? Concubine Ding's gentle voice interjected, Sister Zhou, now is not the time to stir trouble. It would only distress the prince. Concubine Zhou fell silent. At that moment, the steward rushed in, panting, Your Highness, Your Highness, Changfu Gonggong has arrived, requesting you to go to the main hall of Dai Wangfu to hear the emperor's rebuke. The princess consort's complexion paled instantly. The news had finally reached the emperor's ears. It seemed the Wu County Lu family had been completely forsaken by the emperor. Mother Jiang supported the princess consort as she stumbled forward.
Su Li murmured to Bai Ji.
Go to the storeroom and retrieve 100 taels.
Bai Ji dashed off.
The princess consort knelt in the hall, while Changfu occupied the main seat, representing the emperor himself. Su Li entered, preparing to kneel as well, for the princess-consort was her rightful matron, and the emperor's decree warranted her submission. Chongfu promptly halted her, stating, "Today, aside from the princess-consort, all others of the Dai Wangfu may stand." Even the concubines were spared from kneeling, which alarmed the princess-consort further. Had she truly offended the emperor with her favoritism towards concubines? If so, she felt deeply aggrieved. Was not the emperor himself doting on consortly? Did the prince not also favor concubine? As her indignation simmered, Chongfu commenced the rebuke on behalf of the emperor. Princess-consort. You were born to parents who failed to educate you. After decades as the princess-consort, you still cannot distinguish between a wife and a concubine. You Wu County Lu family are a pack of ingrate wolves, ravenous dogs. It is truly a shame that my beloved younger brother married you, a flower planted in manure. Look at this muck. You have raised your son to be nothing but a pile of filth. Day in and day out. You cannot take your eyes off those lowly maids, indulging in the detested practice of favoritism. The last time you lost the Western Expedition General. Are you now prepared to strip your son of his title as well? Chongfu's tirade left him parched, and Su Li promptly offered him a cup of tea. Chongfu Gonggong. Please take a moment to refresh yourself before continuing, she suggested, discreetly slipping him the 100 taels Bai Ji had brought. Chongfu smiled and accepted it. Princess-consort. The emperor initially mandated that I repeat my words tenfold. However, seeing you in tears, trembling, I feel a pang of sympathy, thus I shall forego that, and leave the emperor to punish me instead. I advise you, take heed. Do not rely on the Wu County Lu family to engage in actions that would displease the emperor. The princess-consort repeatedly bowed her head in gratitude. Thank you for the emperor's mercy. Moreover, the emperor has a decree. Summon the crown princess, Su Li, into the palace to prepare medicinal dishes for him.
Suddenly,
The princess closed her eyes, collapsing to the ground, her body convulsing. Chapter 46 Stroke. Su Li hurriedly stepped forward to the princess's side, grasping her wrist and whispering in alarm, "Stroke." Nurse Jiang promptly lifted the princess to Jinglan courtyard, promising to follow shortly.
Su Li bowed hastily to Hanfu.
Please inform His Majesty that I will enter the palace in 3 days. Lady of the Air, do you not require a few more days? Chongfu inquired. I am grateful for your consideration, but it is unnecessary. In 3 days, the princess's condition will stabilize. Chongfu quietly asked, Is this truly a stroke? Will she be able to speak again? With a heavy heart, Su Li replied, Upon taking her pulse, I confirmed it is a stroke. She will likely suffer facial droop, paralysis, and slurred speech. Do not be too sorrowful, Lady of the Air. Illness is unpredictable. Tears welled in Su Li's eyes as she expressed her gratitude to Chongfu. She appeared mournful as she bid farewell to Chongfu. Upon arriving at Jinglan courtyard, she found the court physician had already arrived. The princess had awakened, with several silver needles inserted into her body. However, one side of her face was completely drooped, and she could only emit indistinct murmurs. The old physician lamented. The princess has been struck by a sudden fire to the heart, resulting in a stroke. She shall remain bedridden henceforth. Fear and trepidation flickered in the princess's eyes as she babbled incoherently at Su Li. Su Li gently reassured her. Do not worry, Your Highness. Yan Yan will do her utmost to heal you. The medicine was soon brought in, and Su Li personally administered it to the princess, who then fell asleep. In the room, only Su Li and Nurse Jiang remained. Su Li suggested, Nurse Jiang, please check on chongxi. I will stay with the princess for now, and Miss Biao will arrive shortly. Nurse Jiang suddenly knelt, saying, Lady of the Air, I have an ungracious request.
Speak.
And let us see if this Lady of the Air can fulfill it. Nurse Jiang glanced at the sleeping princess and lowered her head, whispering, Lady of the Air, let the princess remain as she is. I will take good care of her, and Miss Lin's identity shall forever be that of a lowly servant.
Su Li scoffed lightly.
Nurse Jiang, I fear that if her identity is discovered by the emperor, the Dai Wangfu will be implicated in treasonous collusion with Xiliang, leading to the execution of all within the household. Nurse Jiang trembled in fear. Her entire family belonged to Dai Wangfu, and they would all face death. She had been terrified enough to send her youngest son away, only to have him pursued and hunted. After a moment's contemplation, Nurse Jiang resolutely stated, Then let her disappear completely. Su Li pondered briefly. How do you propose to act? I can assist you in covering it up. With the Lady of the Air's assurance, Nurse Jiang felt relieved. Lady of the Air, the night is long and full of dreams. I shall go to the ancient medical hall. Nurse Jiang. Dr. Jia, at the ancient medical hall cannot reattach tendons. Someone from Xuani Pavilion delivered a message to me last night. Nurse Jiang, being astute, exclaimed, Lady of the Air. You can reattach. Su Li smiled and continued, however, Xuani Pavilion has declined. Dr. Jia must publicly declare his inability to reattach tendons before they will offer him treatment. Nurse Jiang bowed several times. I understand what must be done. Su Li sat alone at the bedside, piercing the princess's head with a silver needle. Princess, open your eyes.
You can hear me.
The princess opened her eyes, revealing a mix of anger and fear. Her face flushed red as she attempted to struggle, but could only manage slight movements. Su Li smirked. How does it feel to be betrayed by one you trusted most? I learned of Lin Roro's identity from Nurse Jiang. You abandoned her to perish in the firewood house to protect the Dai Wangfu. Yet, you continued to despise her while lavishly providing her with wealth, allowing her and her lowly maidservants to wreak havoc in the Wangfu. Rest assured, I will not allow your sordid actions to harm the prince. As for Zhao Yuquan, I will suggest to the prince that his title of heir be revoked, and let Zhao Yupeng assume it instead. A panicked voice echoed from outside. Aunt. Su Li waved a needle at the princess's head, and she closed her eyes once more. Xie Zihua, tear-streaked, rushed in and grasped Su Li. Miss Su, how is my aunt? The princess has suffered a stroke. She will be unable to speak or move, spending the rest of her days in bed. Relieved to hear that her aunt's life was not in danger, Xie Zihua scrutinized her closely. She had grown slender and graceful, her posture upright, and her overall demeanor had improved. Although her complexion remained unchanged, her large, tear-filled eyes were incredibly endearing. Indeed, the master of Nizhang had transformed Xie Zihua significantly in just a month.
Si es implored, mi Su.
I beg you to find the best physician so that my aunt may speak and stand again. Su Li offered a gentle smile. Rest assured, I shall exert my greatest efforts to heal the princess. After taking the medicine, the princess fell into a deep sleep. Indeed, Miss Xie, you have changed remarkably in a month. Xie Zihua beamed at Su Li's compliment. Really? Then all the hardships I've endured have been worth it.
Mi Su.
Master Nizhang has been exceedingly strict. There were times I nearly could not persist. Su Li chuckled. You see, the sharpest sword is forged through perseverance, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. Suddenly, Su Li's expression turned serious as she asked, Miss Xie, do you still intend to marry your cousin? There are many talented individuals in the capital. You could wed another. Xie Zihua widened her eyes. Miss Su, you are not having second thoughts about what you said before.
Are you?
Miss Xie, do not overthink. I merely believe your cousin is not your ideal match. This is none of your concern. As long as I can make my cousin fall in love with me, you can voluntarily withdraw. If you change your mind, you shall have a reckoning. Fear not. I will not waver. You must simply ensure you do not regret it in the future. I will absolutely not regret. As they conversed, Chu Jiao barged in, disregarding any attempts to stop her. Upon entering, she proudly declared to Su Li, I am already carrying the heir of the young master. She glanced at Xie Zihua, momentarily stunned, and then raised her chin defiantly. Su Li felt a surge of joy. This child was indeed a fortunate turn of events. And now she could obtain the letter of release. However, Su Li maintained a stern expression. Do not follow Lin Roro's example of feigning pregnancy, or you shall know the consequences. Chu Jiao shot Su Li a sidelong glance. Do not worry, my condition is genuine. Let someone summon the court physician for a diagnosis, she arrogantly instructed. Bai Ji responded promptly from outside. Yes.
Su Li turned to Xie Zihua.
Observe what your cousin has done. Once it is confirmed that she is pregnant, she may well bear the legitimate son. And look at how this maid dresses. Better than I do. You ought to reconsider, for everything has yet to begin, and there is still time. Chapter 47. Bring me the letter of release. Xie Zihua scoffed. Do not ask me. Simply inquire of yourself. As long as you do not waver, it will suffice. Su Li sighed inwardly. She had made efforts to persuade her. Yet Xie Zihua remained resolute. One cannot understand the joy of a fish if one is not a fish. Perhaps, for Xie Zihua, her happiness lay in marrying Zhao Yuquan. Before long, the court physician arrived, and after taking her pulse, the old physician remarked, Lady of the Air, this woman is indeed 1 month pregnant. Chu Jiao smiled triumphantly, saying, As the young lady of the air, you cannot skimp on my food and clothing. After all, I am now carrying the heir's child. The course meals from yesterday have made me lose weight. Miss Xie, what do you think? What treatment should she receive? Su Li directed this inquiry towards Xie Zihua. With a cold laugh, Xie Zihua replied, Cousin has not declared you a concubine. You are still a servant. Whatever servants eat is what you shall eat. Pushing her belly forward, Chu Jiao Jiao swaggered past Su Li and Xie Zihua. She rushed to the queen's bed, caressing her belly and sweetly calling out, Your Highness, I am going to bear you a grandson. However, the queen lay motionless, and Chu Jiao Jiao found it dull. Just then, an urgent voice called from outside. Mother! Mother! Chu Jiao Jiao was the first to rush out, flinging herself at Zhao Yuquin with a tone of utmost fragility. Your Highness, I am with child. Immediately, tears streamed down her face like pearls, sobbing, Ate nothing but spoiled food yesterday, and the heir's son in my belly has been starved thin. Zhao Yuquin embraced Chu Jiao Jiao, soothing her as they walked. Jiao Jiao, do not cry, I have returned. Upon entering the chamber and seeing Su Li, he quickly pushed Chu Jiao Jiao away and whispered harshly, What nonsense are you spouting? We have never had that. How could you possibly be carrying my heir's child? A slight smile tugged at Su Li's lips as she looked at him. The heir had returned. Xie Zihua gracefully performed a curtsy and softly called, Cousin. The elegance of her gesture, combined with the glimmering affection in her large eyes, rendered Zhao Yuquin momentarily speechless. You are my cousin Zihua? Indeed. It is I, cousin. I came to visit aunt. With misty eyes, she appeared pitifully enchanting. Zhao Yuquin instinctively reached to support her. And Xie Zihua leaned gently against his arm, her voice quivering, Cousin. Anna suffered a stroke. She can no longer speak or move. What shall we do? Her weak voice struck a chord in Zhao Yuquin's heart. He tenderly patted her hand. With Yan here, there is no need to worry. Xie Zihua cast a glance at Su Li, making a triumphant face. Su Li smiled wryly, feeling a twinge of discomfort. The two approached the queen again, calling out several times. Zhao Yuquin even tucked the queen's quilt. Chu Jiao Jiao, feeling overlooked, suddenly collapsed to the ground, crying, Your Highness, my belly hurts. I truly carry your child. The physician has confirmed it. Zhao Yuquin shot a quick glance at Su Li, frowning. I already told you. Stop your nonsense. Su Li then interjected, Your Highness, this servant indeed carries a child. If it is not yours, then she is falsely claiming it. Dispose of this vile servant. Zhao Yuquin's expression changed, and he immediately replied, Yan, this is too cruel, to take two lives at once. Send her to the estate.
Su Li,
now devoid of any mirth, said coolly, Your Highness, do you deem me cruel? Very well, I shall report this to the authorities and let them judge her. Continuing, she added, I wonder if Your Highness is aware of the laws of Dongyan. This is called the crime of slander against one's master, punishable by decapitation. At the Duke's residence, at least there would be a complete corpse, allowing for a chance to be reborn. Zhao Yuquin was momentarily taken aback. He had little interest in the law. On the ground, Chu Jiao Jiao's face turned pale as she hurriedly exclaimed, Your Highness, you are the kindest. I carry your child. You surely remember that initially it was Ah Chong who brought me from the courtyard. After the young lady went to Xiangguo Temple, you hid me in your Yuheng courtyard. Chu Jiao Jiao climbed to Zhao Yuquin's feet, crying, Your Highness, you said my status is not like Lin Ro from the Western Liang. Once I bear your child, you would elevate me to a concubine. Zhao Yuquin's face turned a deep shade of purple, veins bulging at his temples.
Su Li asked,
Your Highness, is what Chu Jiao Jiao said true? Xie Zihua looked at Zhao Yuquin, saying, Cousin, this is your child. You must acknowledge it. Otherwise, if she is executed, will not that be too much for you? Zhao Yuquin suddenly roared at her. Be quiet.
Startled, Xie Zihua jumped.
Your Highness, it is yours, right?
Su Li pressed again.
Yan, I was wrong. I will never do it again. Yan, listen to me. Bring me the divorce papers. As Su Li spoke, she took large strides toward the exit. Zhao Yuquin bent down and slapped Chu Jiao Jiao hard, causing her to see stars. Blood trickling from her mouth. His eyes reddened, face twisted in rage. He muttered, You wretched woman. Why did you come here? Why did you speak recklessly? Could you not wait a few months to say it? With that, he kicked her.
Ah!
Chu Jiao Jiao let out a pained cry, clutching her belly as she collapsed to the ground. Zhao Yuquin did not spare her another glance as he chased after Su Li. Xie Hua was momentarily stunned by Zhao Yukuan's fierce demeanor, but soon felt a pang of sourness in her heart. If only her cousin would change for her, how wonderful that would be. Two maidservants hurried over to help Chu Jiao, one exclaiming, "Miss, you are bleeding." Chu Jiao looked down to see her skirt stained red with blood. Her face turned as pale as a sheet. "My child, quickly call the doctor, my child." The physician in the small kitchen of Jinglan courtyard was brewing medicine. Hearing the cries, he assumed something had happened to the queen and rushed out, only to find Chu Jiao hunched over, her skirt soaked in blood. "Miss Chu, quickly lie down, let me check. I fear your child cannot be saved." The two maidservants helped Chu Jiao to a couch and side room. After examining her pulse, the physician shook his head. "It cannot be saved." Chu Jiao suddenly went mad, clawing at the physician's clothes, screaming, "Help me save my child. Please help me save my child." The physician smiled bitterly. "The fetus is only over a month old. It cannot be saved. The impact is too great." Chu Jiao finally fainted from the distress. Chapter 48. A White Lotus Withers. Zhao Yukun caught up with Su Li at the entrance of Jinglan courtyard. He grabbed her. Yan. "Do not leave. Listen to me." Su Li was pulled into his embrace as he held her tightly, repeating, "I was wrong. I will never dare again." A hairpin pressed against Zhao Yukuan's chest as Su Li darkly stated, "Release me, or I shall stab you." Zhao Yukuan's face contorted. "If you leave, I will not live either. Stab me if you must. I will not let go." Suddenly, Zhao Yukun felt as if struck by something. His limbs went numb, and he involuntarily released her, collapsing to the ground. Su Li, disgusted, brushed herself off, saying, "We are to wait 3 months. You could not even wait 3 days to kneel now. Do you not find this laughable? Bring the divorce papers to Qianyu residence." With that, she walked away. Zhao Yukun lunged again, clutching one of Su Li's legs, pleading, Yan, without you, I shall not live." In the distance, Zhao Yupeng supported Aunt Ding, followed by several other concubines, making their way towards Jinglan courtyard. From a distance, Su Li and Zhao Yukun appeared to be embroiled in a heated argument. Zhao Yupeng hastily approached after releasing Aunt Ding from his grasp. "Brother, what is transpiring here?" he inquired, bending down to assist Zhao Yukun, though his true intent was to forcefully pry his hand away. "Brother, are you unwell? Allow me to help you up." Who had been utterly drained of strength during this time, was no match for the robust Zhao Yupeng and soon found his hand rested free. Su Li turned to leave, casting one final remark, "Bring the divorce papers." In a fit of rage, Zhao Yukun slapped Zhao Yupeng across the face, exclaiming, "What business is it of yours?" He then yelled desperately at Su Li's retreating figure, Yan, I shall not grant you a divorce. In life, you are mine, and in death, you remain my ghost." Zhao Yupeng touched his cheek. The slap had been more of a gentle caress than a blow, causing him no pain. However, upon hearing the mention of divorce papers, elation surged within him, and a radiant smile broke forth on his face, softening his voice as he dismissed the earlier sting of the slap. "Brother, what has transpired? You appear unwell. Allow me to escort you back to the Yisheng courtyard." As Zhao Yukun watched Su Li fade into the distance, he bellowed furiously, "Get lost. What concern is it of yours?" Zhao Yupeng stepped back and addressed Ah Chong. "What is the matter with you? Seeing our master on the ground and remaining indifferent? Hurry and assist the young master back. Summon a physician from the Xian Yi pavilion to examine him. Ah Sheng, you and Ah Chong must care for the young master." Zhao Yupeng instructed his servant, Ah Sheng, who understood that his master wished for the young master to remain undisturbed by the young mistress. The two quickly lifted Zhao Yukun to depart. Aunt Ding approached, her voice gentle. "Peng heir, did the young master and young mistress have a quarrel?" Zhao Yupeng could not conceal his smile, replying, "Indeed, the young mistress demands that brother provide her with divorce papers." Aunt Ding's heart tightened at the sight of her son's joyous expression. Could it be that he had developed feelings for Yan? Yet, she maintained her composure, patting his hand lightly and advising, "Your brother and his wife are in discord. You must be attentive. Do not be so careless. A harmonious family is the foundation of prosperity. Your father will surely scold you for your thoughtlessness." Zhao Yupeng immediately suppressed his smile, lowering his head to say, "Mother, your teachings are wise." However, Aunt Zhou interjected, "Sister Ding, you're being too harsh on the second son. This matter has nothing to do with him. It is the result of indulging a concubine at the expense of the wife. Another Aunt Zhang chimed in, her tone laced with sarcasm. Indeed, Sister Ding. Has not the princess also indulged those lowly concubines? Aunt Zhou continued, Sister Ding, you often remain within the courtyard. When we visit the garden, we see those maidservants dressed far more lavishly than the young mistress. In our Wang residence, it has become a situation where the servants appear as the masters, and the masters resemble the servants. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuquan felt a wave of desolation wash over him. His mother had passed, and Yen was preparing to leave him. He roared, silence. At the ancient medical hall, Lin Ro sat in her chamber, being fed rice porridge by Ruo. She grimaced after a mouthful. Why does this taste so dreadful? Princess, this is the finest rice porridge the ancient medical hall can offer, Ruo replied. Certainly. It cannot compare to what is served at the Wang residence. Besides, we're still using the young master's funds. Lin Ro declared. We must devise a plan to return to the Wang residence. This proclamation was met with a voice from outside the door. Miss Lin. This old servant has come to escort you back to the Wang residence. Ruo exclaimed in delight. Jiang Mama, how wonderful. You have come to fetch the princess. The princess is indeed cherished by the young mistress. Jiang Mama responded with fury. Miss Lin, that Dr. Jia is nothing but a fraud. Last night, he secretly sent someone to the Xianyi Pavilion seeking to have his tendons reattached. Today, the Xianyi Pavilion has declared he must publicly announce that he will not reattach them before anyone will treat him. After speaking, Jiang Mama suddenly seized a pair of scissors from the sewing basket and plunged them into Lin Ro's neck. Ruo screamed, Princess. She lunged at Jiang Mama. No. Jiang Mama shouted. There has been a death. A death. As she pulled the scissors out, she aimed them at Ruo, stabbing her in the neck as well. Jiang Mama quickly released her grip, placing Ruo's hand on the scissors, crying out, Ruo, do not harm yourself. The personnel from the ancient medical hall heard the commotion and rushed in, only to find Lin Ro slumped lifelessly in her chair. Ruo collapsed on the ground, both with blood pouring from their necks. Jiang Mama knelt beside Ruo, shaking with blood-soaked hands, crying, Quick, save them, save them. The physicians being trained swiftly checked for a pulse and shook their heads, no breath. Gu Jisheng, in a state of panic, dispatched someone to report to the Wang residence. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuquan, having just finished yelling at Aunt Zhou and the others, was approached by a frantic servant. Young master, there has been a death at the ancient medical hall. Zhao Yuquan kicked the servant, exclaiming, What does a death at the ancient medical hall concern me? Young master, it is Miss Lin and her maidservant who have died. The authorities are at the door. Zhao Yupeng's eyes glimmered with amusement as he approached Zhao Yuquan, frowning. Brother, is that not your beloved concubine? Allow me to investigate the matter. With that, he strode away. Zhao Yuquan, feeling weak, shouted at Ah Chong and Ah Sheng. Hurry. His legs felt feeble, and Ah Chong and Ah Sheng nearly carried him as they moved. Their pace was slow, and by the time they reached the entrance, Zhao Yupreng was already dismissing the officials. Upon seeing Zhao Yupreng, Jiang Mama dropped to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Young master. This old servant understands that the young mistress holds Lin Ro in high regard. I thought to bring her back for the young mistress to see, as it might aid in her recovery. Upon arriving at the ancient medical hall, I heard Lin Ro mention that there was a thread irritating her neck, asking Ruo to cut it with scissors. While Ruo was cutting, she suddenly lunged at the scissors, which pierced her neck. Before her death, she weakly declared that Dr. Jia was a fraud who could not cure her and that she wished to die. Witnessing the death of Lin Ruo took her own life. Jiang Mama had barely managed to intervene. Zhao Yupeng waved his hand. Jiang Mama, you have been startled. Return to rest. Turning to Zhao Yuquan, he said, Brother, the bodies remain with the authorities. They inquire whether the Wang residence wishes to have them returned for burial. If we do not retrieve them, they will take care of it themselves. Of course we will take them back. I must give Ro a proper burial.
Zhao Yuquan replied respectfully.
Zhao Yupeng added, Brother, I took the liberty of suggesting that the authorities handle it. Zhao Yuquan's face turned ashen with rage. Who gave you the authority to decide? Brother, these concubines have angered His Majesty, who has accused the Wang residence of indulging concubines at the expense of the wife. Mother suffered a stroke due to His Majesty's reprimands regarding this very matter. Do you truly wish to have their bodies returned, risking further ire from His Majesty and jeopardizing our father? He huffed. Then do not act on your own. Wait until I arrive before making any decisions. Zhao Yupeng smirked inwardly, considering that by the time Zhao Yukun arrived, he might make even more outrageous decisions that would bring shame upon the Wang residents. He respectfully replied, "Elder brother is correct. I shall be more mindful in the future." He then excused himself to visit their mother, advising his elder brother to rest well at the Yuheng courtyard. Upon returning to the Jinglan courtyard, Grandma Jiang discovered Chu Jiaojiao in the side hall. A sudden unease gripped her heart, instinctively alerting her that Chu Jiaojiao might be aware of Lin Ruru's true identity. She called out, "Mama Fong, summon a few people to carry this wretched maid back to the woodshed." This bloody scene is ominous for the princess. After grooming herself and changing attire, she entered the princess's chamber, only to be taken aback by the sight of Xie Zihua. "Miss, how stunning you look." Xie Zihua felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Today, everyone remarked on her beauty, a compliment she had never received before. She felt grateful to Su Li for her generous payment to invite Master Nishang, a gesture her aunt had never considered. Grandma Jiang glanced at the princess, offered a few instructions to the servants attending her, and then departed Jinglan courtyard, hastening towards Qianyue residence. Upon arrival, she noticed Yang departing, realizing that the woodshed was under the watchful eye of the young princess. Upon meeting Su Li, she knelt and bowed her head. "Young princess, I have successfully managed the situation." She recounted the events and the inquiries from the authorities in detail. Su Li presented her with 100 taels, saying, "Grandma Jiang, take this money to buy some nutrients for Jixiang, ensuring he recovers well from his injuries. Once he is fully healed, he can continue learning from the old steward. The princess will still rely on your service." Grandma Jiang hesitated, feeling unworthy of the 100 taels. Su Li insisted, "Take it. You have served the royal household loyally for over 20 years. This is a reward from the young princess." Only then did Grandma Jiang accept the silver note. Her heart filled with gratitude. The monthly salary for the household servants was already high, but she received only 5 taels. This reward from the princess equated to 2 years' worth of her monthly salary. From this moment forth, her recognition of Su Li's status as the true master solidified. Suddenly, a maid entered, saying, "Young princess, someone has reported a theft at the woodshed." "Come, Grandma Jiang, let us investigate," Su Li replied. Upon arrival, they found no signs of disturbance in the woodshed. Su Li frowned, inquiring, "Where's the theft?" Chu Jiaojiao, reclining on a lavish bed, pointed to a Zeton dressing table. "Our jewelry box is missing, young princess. You must either investigate within the manor or report to the authorities." Su Li replied with displeasure, "Are you commanding me?" Grandma Jiang stepped forward and slapped Chu Jiaojiao, admonishing, "How dare you speak to the young princess in such a manner?" Chu Jiaojiao, already in a frail state, felt dizzy from the blow. She struggled to retort, "You, a mere servant, have switched allegiances. When the princess awakens, you shall answer for this."
Su Li suddenly asked,
"What was in your jewelry box?" "It contained silver notes." Chu Jiaojiao replied defiantly, "What business is it of yours? I am not a servant of the royal household." "Then how curious. If you are not a servant, does that make you a mistress of the royal household?" Su Li subtly signaled to Bai Ji, "Go fetch Lord Zhaoyan." Bai Ji complied and departed. Soon, they heard Zhaoyan's voice at the door, calling, "Yan Yan, are you there?" He was assisted inside by a Sheng and a Chong. After resting in the Yuheng courtyard, his legs felt stronger, prompting him to hurry to the woodshed upon hearing Su Li was there. Su Li stated calmly, "I am here. The woodshed has reported a theft of silver notes. I inquired where they came from, but Chu Jiaojiao insists it is none of my concern, claiming she is not part of the royal household. Thus, I had to summon you to clarify this matter. She is merely a dancer bestowed upon me by the cold king. She is mine to manage." Zhaoyan had yet to respond when a cacophony of female voices erupted outside. Zhao Yupeng and concubine Ding entered. Upon entering the woodshed, the youngest, Aunt Zhou, gasped, "This is more opulent than the princess's courtyard." She eagerly caressed a vase at the entrance, exclaiming, "This blue and white porcelain is from the imperial roux kiln. I have requested it from the prince, but he deemed my status unworthy. I could only admire it from afar in the storeroom. Who would have thought to find it here among these lowly servants?
"Oh,
And this luminous pearl. My heavens, it is a tribute from Nanyang. The prince only received one, treating it as a treasure. Why is it here in a servant's quarters?" Aunt Zhang exclaimed, "These lowly servants have even left remnants of premium bird's nest. I am in poor health, after giving birth to a daughter. The prince only grants me ordinary bird's nest. Aunt Zhou gasped again. This wheelchair is crafted from chicken wingwood from Dongli courtyard, intricately carved with exquisite designs. It must be worth at least 500 taels. The total value of my furniture does not even compare. Even the usually composed concubine, Ding, spoke up. We must consult the prince regarding this matter and see if the royal household's rules have changed. Chapter 50. The prince and his son poisoned by assassins. What do you wish to ask me? The voice of the prince echoed at the entrance. Aunt Zhou and Aunt Zhang instantly fell silent, bowing their heads and greeting with soft voices. The prince surveyed the lively scene, remarking, upon my return, I hear that the household has gathered at the woodshed. Zhao Yuzhuan shivered, realizing the implications of the woodshed's lavish arrangements would surely provoke his father's wrath. He had previously felt assured, believing his mother would bear the brunt of any consequences, especially since he thought his father would never visit such a place. At that moment, concubine Ding stepped forward gracefully, bowing deeply, Your Highness, please examine the arrangements of the woodshed and provide us with an explanation. Furthermore, I request that Pringer be allowed to return to live as a leisurely young master, indulging in feasts and caring for the lowly maidens. It pains me to see him toil so hard, only to use his earnings to support these wretched servants. The prince scrutinized the room's decor, the luxurious silk quilt covering Chu Jiaojiao and the attire of the maidens. Suddenly, he turned sharply to Zhao Yuzhuan, his eyes filled with disdain. Zhao Yuzhuan, which of you two, mother or son, was responsible for this? After a long silence, Zhao Yuzhuan lowered his head. It was agreed upon by mother and Yan Yan. He turned to Su Li, his eyes pleading, Yan Yan, isn't that so? Su Li understood that Zhao Yuzhuan hoped she would shoulder this burden, knowing the prince would not oppose her actions. However, Su Li felt no affection for Zhao Yuzhuan. Her trust from the prince was earned through her impeccable conduct. Before she could respond, concubine Ding interjected, Your Highness, this matter is surely unrelated to the young princess. Furthermore, everyone has witnessed the state of her residence, Qianyue Courtyard. These lowly servants have consistently opposed her since entering the royal household. Even a fool could not be so kind to them. The only individuals who could access the storeroom and procure such exquisite items from the royal collection are the young princess, the princess, and yourself. Madame Zhou promptly exclaimed in anger that concubine's wheelchair costs at least 500 taels, while the Princess-Consort only receives a meager 3 taels of monthly silver. Only a madwoman would deign to cater to such lowly maids. Tears fell from Madame Zhang's eyes as she lamented, My lord, I have sacrificed my health to bear a daughter, and yet you bestow upon me only common bird's nest, while they feast on the finest. As she spoke, Madame Zhang fetched a bowl from the windowsill and presented it to the prince, saying, My lord, look. The more he listened, the angrier he became. A sharp pain stabbing at his chest. His hand instinctively moved toward the whip at his waist. Madame Ding pulled Su Li out of the room, whispering, Stay away, lest you suffer the consequences of this chaos. The prince bellowed, Punger, come out. Zhao Yupeng emerged, and a crack of the whip echoed from within, followed by Zhao Yuquan's agonized scream, Father, please stop. Father, don't. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the air. My lord, let the wretched maid perish. Strike her down. A heavy thud resounded. A chilling sensation gripped Su Li, prompting her to rush inside without a second thought. She beheld Chu Jiaojiao kneeling at the prince's feet, clasping his leg, and in her hand glinted a small, deadly dagger. My lord, an assassin. Su Li lunged forward to seize Chu Jiaojiao's hand, but someone was swifter. Zhao Yupeng leaped past Su Li and grasped Chu Jiaojiao's wrist, yet it was too late. The dagger pierced the prince's calf.
Zhu Ziao Ziao Stuga Lao Faiser Li.
The blade slicing Zhao Yupeng's hand. The prince collapsed with a thunderous crash. The dagger is poisoned.
Su Li shouted.
Guards burst in, swiftly severing Chu Jiaojiao's arms. Zhao Yupeng also crumpled to the ground. Su Li hastily pulled out a vial from her bosom, pouring its contents. But only a single pill emerged. Without hesitation, she split it in two, placing one half in the prince's mouth and the other in Zhao Yupeng's. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed someone rushing toward her. As she drove silver needles into the two men, she urged, Madame Ding, do not panic. I will recite the ingredients. You must remember. Madame Ding, pale yet composed, nodded. Jijin, Danshin, Inkin, Zixie, Dahuang, Dusizi, Sanqi. Song Hua Fun, Hongchu, Gong Chao. Each one qian. Have you noted it down? Madame Ding furrowed her brow. Su Li repeated the list, and this time, Madame Ding nodded affirmatively. 2 bowls of water must be boiled down to 1 bowl, 2 portions. Madame Ding wavered, but hastened away. It was only when several of the prince's guards arrived to carry him and Zhao Yupeng away that Zhao Yukun snapped out of his stupor, murmuring, "Yen yen." Su Li, too occupied to respond, directed the guards to carefully transport the poisoned and unconscious men. They were taken to the bedroom within the prince's residence, Song courtyard. Soon, Madame Ding returned with the medicine. After administering it, Su Li cut open the prince's middle finger, dark blood oozing forth until it turned red, which she then bandaged with a hemostatic powder. Zhao Yupeng's middle finger was similarly treated. Watching their breathing stabilize, Su Li finally exhaled in relief. Madame Ding began to sob softly, her voice trembling as she said, "Princess-Consort, you have endured much. Please go rest. I shall remain here." Exiting the bedroom, Su Li noticed that night had fully descended. The deep, tranquil sky and the cool evening breeze swept away her fatigue. Bai Ji, concerned, supported Su Li gently, urging, "Miss, return to Qianyu residence, take a warm bath, and have a good rest." Upon stepping out of Song courtyard, she spotted Zhao Yukun and Xie Hua kneeling at the foot of the steps. "Yen yen, how is my father?" Zhao Yukun asked weakly. With a quivering voice, Xie Hua inquired, "Miss Su, how is my uncle?" Su Li, observing Xie Hua supporting the swaying Zhao Yukun, sighed inwardly. "You two may rise. Both the prince and the second young master are still unconscious, but out of danger. It is chilly in autumn. Kneeling here will harm your knees. Miss Xie, please escort the young master back to Yiheng courtyard and tend to any injuries. Yen yen, you should accompany me to Yiheng courtyard. I acknowledge my mistakes and will amend my ways." Su Li simply replied, "Take a good look at those around you." With that, she departed. Zhao Yukun slumped down, murmuring, "Yen yen, do not leave me. Yen 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 yen." Xie Hua, heartbroken, wept, "Cousin, please, let me help you up. We must return to Yiheng courtyard." Chapter 51. Xie Hua becomes the substitute. Xie Hua regarded the disheartened Zhao Yukun and gently urged, "Cousin, let us return to Yiheng courtyard." After a lengthy pause, Zhao Yukun struggled to rise. Xie Hua felt the heat radiating from his hand. "Cousin, you have a fever." She quickly summoned a Chong, and together they assisted Zhao Yukun to Yiheng courtyard, laying him on the bed. He soon fell into a restless sleep. Xie Hua took out ointment to tend to the whip marks on his arm, anxiously saying, "A Chong, hurry and fetch the physician. The young master has a fever." A Chong hesitated, finally stammering, "Miss Xie, calling the physician might not be wise." "Why not?" "At the prince's residence, the second young master, and with the Princess-Consort. The physician is quite occupied. Perhaps we could ask the Princess-Consort to look after the young master." Xie Hua hesitated, shaking her head, "A Chong. The Princess-Consort is exhausted. Prepare hot water. I will watch over my cousin. If it becomes unbearable, I will then summon Miss Su." A Chong soon returned with hot water, ready to assist Zhao Yukun. "A Chong, you should rest. I will care for my cousin, and if needed, I will call for you." After a Chong left, Xie Hua meticulously bathed Zhao Yukun, placing a cloth on his forehead to reduce his fever. As she gazed closely at his striking features and alluring lips, it was the first time she had touched Zhao Yukun so intimately. Her heart brimmed with joy, excitement, and exhilaration. Yet, Zhao Yukun seemed to grow hotter. Just as she was about to call for a Chong, he suddenly opened his eyes red-rimmed. Grasping Xie Hua's hand, he murmured, "Yen yen, it's you, isn't it? I knew it was you. Yen yen, I know you will never leave me." With that, he pulled her into his embrace. Xie Hua found herself in his arms, his lips capturing hers in a fervent kiss. In that instant, her mind went blank, unsure of how to respond. Soon, Zhao Yukun rolled over, pinning her beneath him. Their garments were soon torn away and discarded on the floor. It was only when pain surged through her that Xie Hua regained her senses, hearing him whisper, "Yen yen, I finally have you. Yen yen, you can never leave me again." Tears streamed down her face, yet the hot kisses from his lips devoured her sorrow inch by inch. Xie Hua succumbed entirely to the moment. The following day, Xie Hua awoke to find Zhao Yukun peacefully sleeping beside her, and a bittersweet happiness filled her heart. She tenderly caressed his chiseled face. Suddenly, Zhao Yukun, still with his eyes closed, murmured, "Yen yen, why does your scent smell different?" Xie Hua's hand froze, and she softly replied, "Cousin, it is me. Zihua. Zhao Yuquan suddenly opened his eyes, pushing her away and sternly asking, "How is it you? Where is Yan Yan?" A wave of profound disappointment surged within him. Tears brimmed in Xie Zihua's eyes as she silently stood up to dress. However, the garments from the previous night were somewhat torn. Her pitiful appearance stirred an unspoken ache in Zhao Yuquan's heart. He embraced her tightly, saying, "Cousin, Yan Yan is increasingly unwilling to forgive me." Xie Zihua gently replied, "Cousin, Zihua will always be by your side." In the Qingsong courtyard, facing the dawn, Zhao Yupeng awoke. The first sight that met his eyes was concubine Ding beside him. "Mother, is Yan Yan injured?" Concubine Ding sighed inwardly, realizing her son had fallen for someone he ought not to. "Only you and your father have been hurt. Your father is more severely poisoned than you and has yet to awaken." She deliberately avoided mentioning Su Li's name, instead referring to the Prince of Dai. Zhao Yupeng's face lit up with a radiant smile. "As long as Yan Yan is unhurt, it's good. Father, I will go check on father." Alas, Yan Yan is prioritized over father. "Peng'er, your father has someone to take care of him. Wait until you are feeling better before going." Zhao Yupeng attempted to rise, but found himself weak and feeble. Thus, he lay back down, a cheerful expression on his face. "Mother, I remember it was Yan Yan who saved both me and father. Yan Yan is truly remarkable, calm and composed. Peng'er, you should call her the young lady of the air." Concubine Ding interjected. "But she still calls me second young master, so she remains Yan Yan to me," Zhao Yupeng insisted. Concubine Ding smiled wryly. "Aren't you going to ask about your father's condition?" "Mother, since you are here with me, father must be fine," he replied. At that moment, Ah Sheng's voice echoed from outside. "Young lady of the air, you have arrived." Zhao Yupeng immediately winked at Concubine Ding, adopting an appearance of extreme frailty.
Sulientet.
And Concubine Ding bowed. "Young lady of the air, you came so early. You may rest a while longer." Zhao Yupeng feebly exclaimed, "Yan Yan, you are here." Concubine Ding was utterly speechless. Her usually meticulous son had surprised her with his acting skills. Su Li smiled. "Second young master, you are awake. That is good. Let me check your pulse." As Su Li's fingers touched Zhao Yupeng's wrist, he felt a coolness emanating from her fingertips, as if a wave of warmth surged through him, causing a tingling sensation and gradually reddening his face. After checking his pulse, Su Li noted his flushed complexion and gently touched his forehead. "Are you running a fever?" Zhao Yupeng looked at Su Li with a pitiful gaze. "You are not feverish. Perhaps the room is poorly ventilated." Bai Ji, open the window halfway, ensuring it does not face the bed. "Second young master, do not worry. Your body is merely weak. After taking medicine for 3 more days, you will be fine." Zhao Yupeng weakly protested. "I still have many matters to attend to. I must get up." "Second young master, do not think of anything else. Focus on recovering. There is always more to do," Su Li advised. Zhao Yupeng obediently nodded. "I will listen to Yan Yan." Concubine Ding found it both amusing and bittersweet.
Suli.
Noticing Concubine Ding's distraction, inquired, "Second young master, once you recover, would you like to join the military?" Concubine Ding snapped back to attention. "Young lady of the air, join the military?" "Yes, it could be a chance to train and perhaps, in the future, hold an official position like the prince." "That is not possible. The prince wants Peng'er to manage the family business," Concubine Ding countered. "If the second young master wishes, Yan Yan can speak to the prince," Su Li suggested. A wave of astonishment surged through Concubine Ding's heart. This could be a chance for her son to break free from the constraints of the young master. Zhao Yupeng's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Concubine Ding knelt suddenly. "Young lady of the air, you are a benefactor to Peng'er and to me as well." Su Li hurried to assist her. "Concubine Ding, there is no need for such formality. The second young master is both brave and wise. Being confined to mundane matters in the prince's residence indeed stifles his potential. I hope the prince will indeed heed Yan Yan's suggestion. The prince will surely listen to you," Concubine Ding assured. The following day, the Prince of Dai awoke, the day after Zhao Yupeng. The first sight that met his eyes was Concubine Ding, and in a hoarse voice he asked, "Is Yan Yan injured?" Concubine Ding almost laughed. The questions from father and son were remarkably similar. With a gentle smile, she replied, "The young lady of the air is unhurt. Otherwise, how could both you and Peng'er recover so swiftly?" The prince sighed heavily. "The Prince of Dai owes Yan Yan too much. I will go fetch the young lady of the air, so you may see her," she said. And upon Su Li's arrival, concubine Ding excused herself. After examining him, Su Li stated, "The prince is no longer in serious danger. Rest well, and you will recover soon." The prince gazed intently at Su Li, then slowly spoke. "Yan, I wish to entrust the entire prince's residence to your care." Su Li smiled wryly. "My lord, let us set that aside for now. Tomorrow, I must enter the palace to care for His Majesty for a period, ranging from a month to several months. Currently, the princess is utterly unable to manage the prince's residence. Please leave everything to concubine Ding, and the cousin can assist. Furthermore, as for the second young master, I find him quite reminiscent of you, my lord, brave and wise. It seems a pity to confine him to the mundane affairs of the prince's residence. Given that there are only 2 male heirs in the prince's residence, would it not be beneficial for the second young master to gain experience in the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Revenue, or perhaps the Imperial Guards? This would help support the prince's residence in the future." The prince regarded Su Li thoughtfully, and after a long pause, responded, "The emperor suppresses the illegitimate sons to protect the status of the legitimate heir, wishing to avoid fraternal discord. Now that Yan has pointed out the shortcomings, the emperor will permit Pringer to go. I hope he can be as brave and wise as you say." Su Li beamed. "The second young master will surely not disappoint your expectations." Just then, concubine Ding entered briskly. "My lord, the young master and the cousin are kneeling at the entrance of Chingsong courtyard, seeking an audience." The prince irritably replied, "I shall not meet them." Concubine Ding chided, "You are still unwell. Do not become angry. The young master claims to bring a miraculous hibiscus ointment as a tribute to you." The prince turned to Su Li. Yan, what do you think? Should we meet them?" "Yes, my lord. After all, the young master is showing filial piety," she encouraged. "Let this scoundrel in." Su Li awaited the arrival of the precious hibiscus ointment. Zhao Yuquan, supported by Xie Zihua, entered, and both knelt before the prince. Under Su Li's watchful gaze, Zhao Yuquan consciously distanced himself from Xie Zihua, who seemed oblivious as she leaned closer. "Father, I have brought a bottle of hibiscus ointment, a tribute from the southern region. This ointment is said to cure all ailments." Su Li interjected, "Let me see it, to determine if it is suitable for the prince." Zhao Yuquan handed the bottle to Su Li, unexpectedly grasping her hand. Yan, Su Li withdrew her hand, opened the bottle, and quickly swapped it for another while concealing it with her sleeve. She frowned slightly. This hibiscus ointment does not seem to possess such miraculous properties. Zhao Yuquan explained, Yan, please take a closer look. This ointment is a tribute specifically for the royal family of the southern region. My lord, this bottle of hibiscus ointment is consumable, but only this one bottle. Consuming it again will lead to dire consequences. The prince accepted it, remarking, since Yan says it is consumable, then let it remain. The prince received the jade bottle. Zhao Yuquan felt somewhat dissatisfied. The precious gift from the cold king seemed diminished in value after Yan's remarks. He asserted, not everyone in the Nanwan royal family can possess this lotus bomb. Su Li interrupted, the climate of Nanwan, with its perennial rain and humidity, contrasts sharply with the balanced sunlight and dew of Dongyan. Thus, what suits the people of Nanwan may not necessarily be suitable for those of Dongyan. Zhao Yuquan fell silent, at a loss for words. Su Li subtly touched the genuine Shunmeng San in her sleeve pocket, contemplating offering it to Zhao Yubing, allowing him a taste of a divine dream. Suddenly, she noticed a faint red mark at the collar of Xie Zihua's garment. Xie Zihua met her gaze with a smile. Drawing closer to Zhao Yuquan, Su Li sighed inwardly. The die was cast, and henceforth, Xie Zihua would come to understand the warmth and coldness of her own situation. Aunt Ding, observing Su Li's focused gaze on Xie Zihua's neck, followed her line of sight and gasped softly, Miss Xie, what is that red mark on your neck? Xie Zihua did not hide it, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she glanced at Zhao Yuquan and whispered, I and my cousin have. The crown prince's anger erupted, and he bellowed at Zhao Yuquan, you scoundrel. Aunt Ding hurriedly interjected, Your Highness, you mustn't get angry. Your health is still fragile. Let us speak calmly. Su Li smiled gently. This may even be considered a good thing. There is no need for the prince to be upset. I merely wish to inquire whether the young master harbors feelings for Miss Xie. The crown prince's glare at Zhao Yuquan was fierce, laden with warning. Zhao Yuquan recoiled slightly, shaking his head and stammering, I did so in a moment of confusion. Yan, it was unintentional. Xie Zihua, however, boldly stated, My cousin was delirious with fever the night before, mistaking me for the young master's fiancé. She then bowed to the crown prince, saying, "Uncle, do not blame my cousin. It was my own willingness." The crown prince exhaled a sigh of relief. Had Zhao Yuquan expressed affection for Xie Zihua, he would have been compelled to grant Su Li the divorce decree. He was unwilling to part with someone he had nurtured like a daughter for 10 years. "Weary," he declared. "Enough, everyone leave. I wish to rest." Upon exiting the Qingsong courtyard, Zhao Yuquan immediately reached for Su Li's hand, but she deftly evaded him. Xie Zihua quickly intervened, grasping Zhao Yuquan's hand with tearful eyes, imploring, "Cousin, I only wish to remain by your side." Seeing the fragile Xie Zihua, Zhao Yuquan's heart softened. "I have wronged you." By the time they embraced, Su Li had already departed. Bai Ji, trailing behind, inquired, "Miss, why did you not mention the divorce decree this time? It would be futile unless the prince forces him to comply. However, the conditions to persuade him are not yet met. Tomorrow, I shall enter the palace. Given time, Miss Xia will find her own solutions, and perhaps the circumstances will change." Bai Ji murmured, "The young master is truly inconsiderate. The prince remains unwell, yet he still engages with Miss Xia. It is excessively inappropriate. Bai Ji, cease your grumbling. Let us hurry back. There are matters to attend to. Miss, will we not rest upon returning? We must open that brocade box and see its contents." Chapter 53. The night before leaving the crown prince's mansion, Su Li returned to Qianyu Ju and retrieved a brocade box from the cabinet. The box was secured with a delicate lock. She plucked a slender hairpin from her head and deftly manipulated the lock until it yielded. Bai Ji, with wide eyes, exclaimed, "Miss, you can do this too? I have followed you all this time and never knew." Su Li chuckled. "Oh, there is much you do not know about your mistress." In truth, she had learned this technique from Zhao Yupeng's acquaintance at the ancient medical hall. Upon opening the brocade box, they found a stack of silver notes. Bai Ji's eyes widened. How could there be so many silver notes in the crown prince's residence? They entered the palace with nothing to their names. Fortunately, Aunt Yang discovered this box and discreetly brought it to us. Had it been taken by those lowly servants, the loss would have been substantial. A smile graced Su Li's face. Bai Ji, hurry and count them. Together, they counted, totaling 4,280 taels. Bai Ji was incensed. In just over a month, so much silver has been plundered from the royal mansion. It is utterly despicable. Su Li replied calmly, "The true villains are not the servants, but the people of the crown prince's household." Bai Ji lowered her voice. "Is it not the young master and the princess? Thus, we must leave the royal mansion. However, Miss, the princess has passed away, and the young master listens to you. The entire mansion is yours now. Bai Ji, do you truly believe the young master will heed my words? In the time he has returned, can you name a single instance? The 3-month period was broken in just 3 days. Has he ever sided with me in matters involving other women?" Bai Ji pondered and shook her head. "Miss, perhaps the young master has been possessed by a spirit during his years on the battlefield. Thus he is determined to oppose you? Should we not invite a master from Xiangwa Temple to perform a rite?" Su Li laughed, tears streaming down her face. Bai Ji consoled. "Miss, you have endured too much hardship. Surely, someone who sees you as their sole focus will appear in your life." As she spoke, Bai Ji's mind briefly flickered with the visage of Prince Zhao Yuhong.
Bai Ji, summon Aunt Yang.
Aunt Yang arrived shortly, kneeling before Su Li and joyfully exclaiming, "Thank you, young master's fiancé, for the treatment of my grandson. He is much improved now." Su Li gestured for her to rise. "Aunt Yang, the reason for your visit is to receive this." Handing her 200 taels of silver and a prescription, she continued, "This prescription is for your grandson. After finishing the previous medicine, he should take this for another 20 days. Once done, have the mansion doctor examine him and follow his instructions for treatment." Aunt Yang accepted the prescription but declined the silver, saying, "Young master's fiancé, you are a benefactor to my family. I cannot accept this. Take it. Your grandson will require prolonged medication, and you will need funds. This 200 taels is also a reward for your loyalty and diligence during this time." Aunt Yang was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears streaming down her face, unsure of how to respond. "You may return home now. The crown prince's mansion needs devoted individuals like you. From this point on, Aunt Ding will manage the household. Serve her well, and she will not treat you unfairly." After Aunt Yang departed, Su Li felt exhausted after dining and washing up, yet sleep eluded her as she tossed and turned in bed. She resolved that this time, she would not return to the Crown Prince's mansion. Even if she did, it would only be as a guest, no longer as the mistress. Yet, the Crown Prince's mansion had been her second home. There, she had received the care and protection of the Crown Prince, who was like a father to her, allowing her to grow up without danger. She reminisced about the innocent days spent with Zhao Yuquan, now marred and unrecognizable. A sense of reluctance welled within her. As she pondered, she suddenly realized her cheeks were wet with tears. Rising, she opened the cabinet and retrieved the set of hairpins Zhao Yuquan had gifted her. Unlocking the box, she carefully took out each hairpin and caressed them once more before placing them back inside. With a soft whisper, she lamented, "From this moment forth, we shall not recognize each other upon our next encounter. Henceforth, we shall be mere strangers on this vast journey of life." Bai Ji, having already awakened, stood quietly in the shadows, silently accompanying Su Li in her tears. Suddenly, a faint sound came from outside the window, as if someone had brushed against it. Su Li went to open the window, peering out, yet saw no one. The bright moon over Tianshan loomed, nearly full. The Mid-Autumn Festival was just days away, a time when families reunite, yet she was preparing to leave this place. Thoughts of her family far away in Lingnan pierced her heart with sorrow. She stood in a daze for a long while until Bai Ji draped a cloak over her shoulders, asking gently, "Miss, do you miss the master and mistress?" A choked yes escaped her lips, causing Zhao Yuhong, hidden among the trees, to feel a pang in his heart. Wu Yi quietly remarked, "Your Highness has missed her. Tian not sent good news? Why not share it with Miss Su?" Zhao Yuhong shot him a glare, preferring to wait until they could ensure a complete reversal before divulging anything, to spare her the disappointment should anything go awry. "That is indeed prudent of your Highness." Wu Yi continued, "Miss Su has examined each hairpin meticulously. They must certainly have been gifted to her by the heir. Mind your tongue." Zhao Yuhong's voice was tinged with bitterness. "Have someone steal that set of hairpins and destroy them. Do not act on your own accord. If she wishes to discard them, let her do so far away. If she chooses to keep them, ensure they are well protected." Meanwhile, Su Li and Bai Ji were engaged in conversation. Bai Ji, "The palace ahead is fraught with peril. You should remain at the Wang residence. If you find favor with anyone there, I believe Aunt would support your wishes." Bai Ji insisted, "Miss, I have said before, wherever you go, I shall follow." Su Li sighed softly. "In the palace, Consort Li currently enjoys the highest favor. You are aware of the behavior of Prince Han at Xianggua Temple last time. Once I enter the palace, Prince Han will undoubtedly set his sights on me, which may bring grave danger to my life." Bai Ji resolutely replied, "Wherever you go, I shall follow. If you do not want me, then I shall not live." "Foolish Bai Ji, how could I ever wish to be without you?" "Sigh. Then let us enter the palace together. Rest now, for before we enter the palace tomorrow, we must visit the dental shop to purchase a small courtyard. When we leave the palace, we shall have a place to reside." After the light in Su Li's room was extinguished, Wu Yi noticed Zhao Yuhong standing still for an extended time, assuming he had fallen asleep. He murmured, "Is your Highness planning to stay here with Miss Su tonight? What if you were to fall?" "Oh, have you fallen asleep?" Zhao Yuhong questioned. "How goes the matter of relocating from Shuiyan residence to the dental shop?" "Rest assured, your Highness." After Miss Su's last visit to the dental shop, we moved out and designated Shuiyan residence for sale, instructing them to sell it to Miss Su. "Well done. A reward shall be given this Mid-Autumn Festival.
Now,
Let us return." With that, Zhao Yuhong vanished like a gust of wind. Chapter 54. The unburdening of farewell. As dawn broke, the autumn morning was crisp and cool, shrouded in a thin mist. The ground was blanketed in a silvery frost, a chill in the air. The Wang residence awoke from its slumber, sounds echoing from each courtyard. After getting dressed, Su Li first made her way to Jinglan Courtyard. Grandma Jiang greeted her with great respect. The Wang Fei's gaze remained fiercely angry as she glared at the two of them, her throat making a low rumbling sound. Su Li glanced at the Wang Fei and handed Grandma Jiang a prescription. "This is for Jixiang's healing. You must attend to the Wang Fei diligently." Grandma Jiang expressed her gratitude repeatedly. "Grandma Jiang, I have some personal matters to discuss with the Wang Fei." Although the Wang Fei could not speak or move her body, her mind remained sharp. Grandma Jiang promptly exited the room, leaving only Su Li and the Wang Fei. In a soft voice, Su Li began, "Wang Fei, today I wish to reminisce about the past. Do you recall the first day I entered the Wang residence and the first thing you did was slap me twice?" You struck me so hard that I saw stars, my nose bled immediately, and my ears buzzed for 3 days. Such harshness, only because you desired my obedience.
Yet,
The first time the Wang Yi saw me, he gently stroked my head and said, "Little girl, forgive me for your grievances. From now on, the Wang residents will never treat you poorly." Thus, I understood that here was a fatherly figure who would caress my head, alongside someone who would strike me fiercely. Because of the Wang Yi, I came to regard the Wang residence as my home. I resolved to save the heir, poring over difficult medical texts since the very day after our wedding. I could not bear to see the Wang Yi sorrowful over the loss of his son. However, you then punished me with 20 strikes of a bamboo rod, declaring me presumptuous. You insisted that as long as I tended to the heiress' needs, fed him well, and quietly acquiesced during the funeral, that would suffice. On the third day, you pricked my backside with needles 18 times, believing I had disobeyed you by continuing to read medical books. I would sneak peeks until the heir awakened and told you to cease punishing me, at which point you relented. Later, when the heir fully recovered, you scorned me for being the daughter of a traitor, frequently making my life difficult. You scrutinized my clothing and meals, insisting I dress and eat properly. Only when I wore the clothes of a servant and consumed the food of a servant, while receiving the wages of a servant, did you relent. Yet the Wang Yi would always invite me to dine with him upon returning to the residence. I often looked forward to his return, hoping for a good meal. Yet he would often be away for 10 days, half a month, or even a month at a time. Whenever he remarked that I was dressed plainly, I could only comply, stating that I preferred simple garments and felt uncomfortable in fine fabrics. How absurd! Who would find comfort in fine clothing? Yet you were generous to Lin Ruru and her companions, to the point of shocking me. During my half-month stay at Xianghua Temple, you and Zhao Yuquan transported the finest luxuries from the Wang residence's treasury to the servant quarters. They deceived you into spending nearly 6,000 taels on medical expenses for limbs. Based on my monthly wages of 3 taels, it would take me nearly 200 years to earn such an amount. By what right? Simply because she is your daughter? This is your greed. You have already forsaken her, replacing her with Zhao Yuquan, who enjoys everything the Wang residence has to offer, elevating your status within the residence. Lin Ruru should not receive even a shred of the Wang residence as favor. In truth, I can heal both limbs and eyes, yet I refuse to treat her. The Wang Fei's eyes filled with resentment. Su Li calmly continued, "I will not allow you to disrupt this family, which is why I drugged the tea I offered you that day to apologize. When you heard the emperor's reprimand, your anger triggered the onset of your stroke, hastening your demise. While personally administering your medicine, I mixed in another drug, leaving you as you are now, with everything failing except for your clear mind." The Wang Fei's eyes were reddened as if they might bleed, yet she could do nothing.
Su Li pressed on.
Look at what has become of the Wang residence since Lin Ruru's return. You three, mother and daughter, along with Zhao Yuquan, have turned the residence into a den of chaos. The Wang Yi was poisoned and lies on the brink of death, and the second young master has also suffered from the same fate.
Now,
Lin Ruru's corpse is likely discarded in a potter's field, and all the calamities she brought forth have vanished. Once the second young master fully recovers, the Wang Yi has decided to allow him to leave the Wang residence to make his mark in the world and support the Wang family in the future. Zhao Yuquan, as long as he refrains from actions detrimental to the Dai Wangfu and conducts himself properly in taking a concubine, should be able to lead a life of affluence. Miss Xie has already shared a marital bond with him, willingly seeking no formal recognition. I share all this with you, because once I depart from the Wangfu today, I shall no longer be its inhabitant. The expression in the Wang Fei's eyes transformed from fury to a venomous mockery.
Su Li smiled lightly, stating,
"It is I who no longer desires Zhao Yuquan, so do not presume I am without a place to go. Lin Ruru's silver has returned to me. I shall utilize this sum to acquire a modest courtyard outside, and my medical skills will undoubtedly secure me a worry-free existence." The people of the Wu Jun Lu family are indeed manipulative, seeking to reap benefits without any intention of giving in return. You, Lin Ruru and Zhao Yuquan, epitomize such individuals. I believe Zhao Yuquan is but a child of someone within your Lu family. You have even forgotten your most trusted maid, Jiang Mama, whose family resides within the Dai Wangfu. You all have persistently led the Dai Wangfu towards destruction, dragging her family along. How could she possibly agree to this? In a state of disarray and isolation, your Wu Jun Lu family shall soon fade from this world. I am leaving. And this farewell may render our paths unlikely to cross again in this lifetime, unless you meet your demise. Su Li spoke for a full quarter of an hour, releasing the pent-up anguish she had endured for a decade under the Wang Fei's disdain. Rising, she stepped lightly out of the room. As the Wang Fei observed Su Li's vanishing figure, her mind suddenly filled with a dull thrum, akin to the extinguishing of a radiant light. The brilliance that had once brought fortune to her and Zhao Yuquan was now receding into the distance. She closed her eyes, and the thoughts echoed. Cunning can often lead to one's own downfall. A bamboo basket to fetch water is ultimately in vain. Emerging from Jing Lan Yuan, Su Li entered Qing Song Yuan, where Dai Wang awaited her. Upon seeing her, he waved, "Yan Yan, come here, sit beside your father." After she settled, the Dai Wang extended his large hand to caress her head, reassuring her, "Do not fear the palace, my dear Yan Yan. Once I recover, I will resume my duties. And then you can see me within the palace." Su Li's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she choked out, "Father, please do not rush back to your duties. Take some time to rest. I have grown, and I will fare well in the palace." The Dai Wang exclaimed with delight, "Yan Yan, you have finally called me father. Waner, please hand the items to Yan Yan." Concubine Ding approached, holding a box. The Dai Wang continued, "Yan Yan, here are some small denominations of silver notes and loose coins for you to use in the palace to attend to the maids and eunuchs. Should anyone bully you, tell your father, and I shall not let them go unpunished. Father, with you around, who would dare bully me in the palace?"
Su Li knelt,
bowing her head in farewell to the Dai Wang. "Please take care of yourself." Chapter 55. A pie from the skies. Su Li exited the Dai Wangfu only to spot a carriage emblazoned with the Qi Wangfu emblem speeding towards her. Hua Dao leaped from the carriage, bowing courteously, "Miss Su, His Highness the Qi Wang has specifically sent me to escort you to the palace."
Su Li,
not wishing to be impolite, boarded the carriage. By the time Zhao Yuping arrived at the entrance, he merely noticed the carriage sway slightly before it vanished from sight. He stood there, lost in thought, until Ah Sheng called him back to take his medicine, prompting him to turn and re-enter the Wangfu. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuquan and Xie Hua lay in Yuheng Yuan, awakening only after the sun had reached its zenith. When Ah Chang informed him that Su Li had departed, he hurriedly rose to dress. Xie Hua gently reassured him, "Cousin, there is no need to rush. Miss Su has only gone to the palace for a time and will return." Zhao Yuquan, visibly displeased, retorted, "Of course, you are not anxious. You would prefer Yan Yan never return, wouldn't you?" "Cousin, that is not true. I will accompany you." As Zhao Yuquan stood at the main gate, inquiring with the doorman if the Shitzi Fei had left any correspondence, receiving a negative response, he hastily made his way to Qianyueju. Upon arriving, he found a brocade box and a piece of paper on the table. His heart leaped with joy. "Yan Yan must have left me a message." He rushed to seize the note, which read, "The hairpin is returned to you. From this day forth, we part ways." Zhao Yuquan felt the world spin and promptly fainted. Meanwhile, Su Li, having boarded the carriage, instructed Hua Dao, "First, take me to the pawn shop. I have matters to attend to." Upon arrival, the pawnbroker greeted her with delight. "Miss, the courtyard you desired is ready. Would you like to see it? How much silver?" Su Li inquired directly, disregarding its quality for the moment. "It is a splendid courtyard, named Xianju, featuring 3 smaller courtyards, with exquisite rockeries and flowing water, a sight to behold." "What is the price? If it is too costly, I cannot afford it." "Not at all. The previous owner left the capital in haste, eager to sell for merely 500 taels." "What? 3 courtyards, with rockeries and water features, for only 500 taels?" Su Li thought she must have misheard, as she had never engaged with a pawnshop nor managed the Dai Wangfu shops. The price seemed unbelievable. Was it perhaps a haunted property? Yet the pawnbroker assured her, "This residence has no faults, but there is one condition. The buyer must be a single woman."
Why? Su Li asked in surprise.
"Because the original owner was a woman who wished to provide some protection for single women buying homes. You are the only single woman who has registered with our pawnshop, so it was offered to you." Baiji urged excitedly, "Miss, hurry and purchase it. If another woman comes along, it may become troublesome." Su Li sensed something amiss, but reasoned that a government-registered pawnshop should pose no issues. The pawnbroker added, "Miss, what are you hesitating for? The official documents and land deed are all in order." Finally, Su Li nodded and agreed to the purchase. Hua Dao breathed a sigh of relief, as the task entrusted by His Highness was now complete. The paperwork was swiftly processed, and holding the deed, Su Li felt a weight lift from her heart. Hua Dao respectfully asked, Miss Su, would you like to see the property? Bai Ji excitedly suggested, Miss, if it does not delay us from entering the palace, let us go see our new home. Upon arriving at Shiyunju, they were greeted by towering walls and a slightly antiquated yet simple entrance. However, the three powerful characters spelling Shiyunju gave the courtyard a stately presence. Just as Su Li was about to step forward, a group of individuals clad in servant attire surged from the entrance. Has the original owner not finished moving?
Su Li muttered to herself.
To her astonishment, the group knelt before her, exclaiming, We welcome our new master. This caught Su Li completely off guard. Your master is not me. The leader, resembling a steward, replied, Miss, you are indeed our new master. He proceeded to explain, We are all that remain from the original owner, part of Shiyunju. Thus, with the purchase of Shiyunju, you have acquired us as well. He presented her with a stack of contracts. Here are our contracts. You may keep them. Su Li felt as though she were dreaming, hesitating to accept the offer. It was unprecedented to buy a house and receive servants as well. Such fortune had fallen into her lap. However, Bai Ji seized the contracts, declaring, With these in hand, they will serve you loyally. Dazed, Su Li remained silent, while the steward continued, Please, step inside. As he guided Su Li through the entrance, he introduced himself, I am Dongfang Yi, the steward of Shiyunju. This is Dongfang Heir, the doorman, and these are the guards Dongfang San, Si, and Wu. Their names all shared the same prefix, a curious uniformity. Su Li could not help but notice how their names bore a resemblance to the secret guards of the Qiwang Wu Yi. On that day, I heard Zhao Yuhong exclaiming Wu Yi in a small shop. Su Li was still trying to piece things together when Dongfang Yi interjected, Master, if you find this name unsatisfactory, you may bestow another upon us. Dongfang is a fine surname, one I quite like. However, if you all find it displeasing, I shall consider a change. The trio of Dongfang responded in unison, We do not find it disagreeable, as long as it pleases you, Master. We are even more fond of it. They dared not express discontent, for it was a name gifted by Prince Qi himself. Upon entering the main gate, Su Li was once again taken aback. The Shuiyun residence was quaint and exquisite, radiating the essence of the Jiangnan water towns, imbued with a gentle femininity. The three courtyards were closely situated, yet the main courtyard was a 3-story building, a rarity in the capital. Bai Ji eagerly tugged Su Li towards the top floor, exclaiming, Miss, the view is truly splendid. You can see everything around. However, Su Li remarked abruptly, 500 taels wouldn't suffice to purchase this main building.
Bai Ji.
Do you not find this peculiar? Peculiar about what? We possess official documents, land deeds, and slave contracts.
Su Li chuckled softly,
realizing she had not yet matched Bai Ji's audacity. If fortune truly fell from the heavens, she would gladly accept it. Should anyone harbor ill intentions toward her, they would surely be left to regret it. With this thought, Su Li's spirits lifted. With Shuiyun residence, she finally had a place to call home. Before departing, she produced 2,000 taels and handed them to Dongfang Yi, saying, I do not know when I shall return from the palace. Please use this for living expenses and monthly allowances. Dongfang Yi hesitated briefly before accepting. Master, every single coin we spend will be recorded in the ledger, which we shall present to you upon your return. Su Li beamed. You must have been the most favored by the previous owner, as you are all left in my care. Once the funds were depleted, she would send a message to the palace, and at that time, she would have Bai Ji delivered to them. As she exited the gates of Shuiyun residence, a wave of security and solidity washed over her. Arriving at the palace gate, she disembarked from the carriage, and upon announcing her name, a young eunuch promptly emerged. Lady of the Heir, Deputy Manager Cheng Fu has instructed me to await your arrival here. Chapter 56. The arrogant ninth princess becomes a soft-shelled shrimp. The young eunuch, Zhao Gizi, appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, with delicate features and a cheerful countenance. His eunuch attire was impeccably worn, his waist slightly bent, exuding humility and respect. Lady of the Heir, you shall reside in the Fanghua Palace, the closest palace to His Majesty's Qingjin Hall, facilitating your care for His Majesty's health. Currently, there are 4 palace maids and 2 eunuchs assigned to serve you, and I have the honor of being appointed to assist you. Sister Bai Ji, please take good care of Zhao Gizi from now on. As they spoke, a girl of about 15 or 16 approached. Zhao Gizi quickly tugged at Su Li's sleeve. retreating to the side of the path and bowing respectfully toward the young lady, declaring, "I pay my respects to the ninth princess." Su recognized that this ninth princess was the biological sister of Han Wang Zhao Yubing. She too stepped aside, performing a slight curtsy. The ninth princess halted before Su, her gaze lowered, revealing a pair of exquisitely embroidered sheepskin boots. "You are the heir's wife, Su, are you not?" As she spoke, her hand reached towards Suli's chin, but Su deftly dodged. Raising her eyes, she noted that the ninth princess bore a resemblance to Zhao Yubing, with an oval face and bright, dark eyes. Clad in a mustard-yellow lotus flower gown, adorned with a grape-colored cloak and an elegant hairstyle, she appeared both charming and youthful. However, the long, pointed finger sleeves on her fair, delicate hands were rather ostentatious. Su felt that should those sleeves make contact with her face, it would not be a pleasant experience. "Why are you avoiding me? Do you believe this princess would harm you?" Su perceived a malicious glint in the ninth princess's eyes, suggesting that the Li Fei and Han Wang had likely spoken ill of her before. It seemed the ninth princess had come prepared. Standing tall, Su replied, "Since you are aware of my identity, I deem your actions to be an affront. Therefore, I shall not wait for you to insult me." With that, she softly addressed Xiao Gizi. "Let us proceed. His Majesty awaits my cleansing before our meeting. Delay here may draw His Majesty's ire. Are you attempting to pressure me with my father?" The ninth princess was astute. Indeed, Su was leveraging the emperor against her. "I am here to attend to His Majesty's health, and I shall soon meet him. Should anyone bully me, I will certainly inform His Majesty and seek his justice." "You!" The ninth princess, enraged, raised her hand as if to strike Su, who stood still, unflinching. Should her hand descend today, it would surely be met with dire consequences. Surprisingly, the ninth princess managed to restrain herself, turning instead to slap one of her palace maids, berating, "How could you let me traverse this path and encounter someone so distasteful?" As the ninth princess chastised the maid, her gaze remained fixed on Su. Su maintained a composed smile, silent and upright, completely disregarding the ninth princess, calmly stating, "Xiao Gizi, let us go. His Majesty might be growing anxious." Xiao Gizi bowed to the ninth princess and hastened away. The ninth princess seized one of the palace maids by the ear, scolding, "Is this not bad luck? An inauspicious start?" Xiao Gizi whispered, "Lady of the air, how did you offend the ninth princess?" Su shook her head, "I do not know. This is only my second visit to the palace, and I have never met her. How could I have offended her?" "Then be cautious, for you have incurred the ire of this little devil in the palace. Your days may not be tranquil." "Xiao Gizi, fear not. We have His Majesty's backing. I can see him daily, can the ninth princess?" Suddenly, a dramatic cry echoed from behind. "Ah, it hurts so much. I shall inform father. Someone has injured my leg and slipped away without an apology."
Su scoffed, too indifferent to respond.
Then a low, magnetic voice laced with cold menace emerged. "Who has harmed you?" It was Su Sango. "How could it be you? Have you recovered from your poisoning?" Su noted a tremor in the ninth princess's voice. "Ninth princess, I do not wish to hear lies." His icy tone sent shivers down one's spine. The once haughty ninth princess now resembled a soft-shelled shrimp, stammering, Three go, it was I who fell." This lethal figure, the third prince, bore an expression reminiscent of bloodlust. The ninth princess, rattled, lost her composure. Su realized Zhao Yuhong was coming to her defense, and she halted, turning to see him clad in armor today. His formidable presence exuded the might of 1,000 troops, radiating an aura of intimidation. In stark contrast, the ninth princess, who had previously strutted with arrogance, now appeared pale. Seated on the ground, her maids assisting her to her feet, her legs trembling. Su gently called out, "Prince Qi." Zhao Yuhong's gaze softened upon seeing her, a smile breaking through his stern countenance. Unable to resist teasing, she remarked, "Your Highness, what joyous news do you bring today?" "My father summoned me, Mr. Tian shall likely return to the capital in a month and a half." "Really? If Mr. Tian returns, it must mean there has been a significant breakthrough in my father's case." A profound joy caused Su to sway slightly, and Zhao Yubing extended his long arm to steady her. The ninth princess, astonished, could hardly believe her eyes. The fearsome third prince, whom everyone dreaded, was not only unafraid of Su, but was also engaging in light-hearted banter with her. Was there an unspoken relationship between them? Suddenly, she noticed Zhao Yuhong embracing Su Li, and her eyes widened in shock. It was not merely a suspicion of impropriety. There was indeed an improper relationship. She hurried back to inform her mother and second brother, urging her mother to relay the news to the emperor. However, she dared not act recklessly in front of Zhao Yuhong. Only when she could no longer see Su Li and her company did she begin to hasten towards the Falling Plum Palace. Accompanying Su Li to the Fanghua Palace, Zhao Yukuan said, "I must take my leave. Do not wander about the palace. Try to stay within the vicinity of Fanghua Palace and the Hall of Governance." Su Li felt a warmth in her heart. It was quite delightful to be cared for by others. "Thank you, Your Highness. I will remember your words." She decided to keep the imperial consort's token for now, as it served as a talisman in the palace. "Rest assured, I am capable of looking after myself," she assured him. Zhao Yuhong's lips twitched. How could he be at ease? Capable of looking after yourself? He thought, recalling how she had once fallen victim to someone's scheme in the palace. "Your uncle and I will always stand behind you, so do not fear others." Xiao Guizi looked on in disbelief. The king of Qi, known as the god of death for his cold demeanor and menacing presence, was now chattering like a concerned mother. And the emperor, Su Li added with an endearing smile. In that fleeting moment, her mischievous and innocent expression struck Zhao Yuhong's heart, making him long to embrace her. His ears turned a shade of red, becoming somewhat translucent.
Su Li čekal da Zhao Yuhong sada nokvarnis.
"I shall take my leave. Do take care." Zhao Yuhong offered one last reminder before striding away. Chapter 57. Discovering the salt issue. Xiao Guizi gazed at Zhao Yuhong with admiration, sighing, "A man should aspire to be as great as His Highness the King of Qi."
Baizi urged Xiao Guizi.
Quickly summon the palace, maids of Fanghua Palace, to greet the young lady. Xiao Guizi called out at the palace entrance. "The young lady has arrived." The palace maids and eunuchs hurried out, standing on either side to bow in greeting. "Welcome, young lady." Baiji distributed a tael of silver to each maid, saying, "This is a token of goodwill from the young lady for our first meeting. In the future, let us live harmoniously together and prepare the emperor's medicinal meals well. With the emperor's health restored, there shall be rewards for us all." The maids, delighted with their generous gifts, felt a surge of goodwill towards Su Li, as their usual rewards were mere scraps of silver, with their monthly salary being only 4 taels. Each maid introduced herself in turn. "Young lady, I am called Xiao Chun." The 4 palace maids were respectively named Xiao Chun, Xiao Xia, Xiao Qiu, and Xiao Dong. When it was the turn of a timid young eunuch, he whispered, "Young lady, I am called Xiao Yi." Su Li was taken aback by the name. This person must not be favored in the palace to have received such a name. With warmth in her voice, she responded, "We will be living under the same roof for a while, and since I am unfamiliar with the palace, I will rely on you all. If anyone bullies or coerces you, please do not hesitate to inform me. I will ensure justice is served. My purpose here is to prepare medicinal meals for the emperor, which relates not only to his health, but also to the stability of Dongyan. Therefore, any treachery must be dealt with swiftly. Otherwise, even if I do not seek retribution, the emperor will undoubtedly punish them and their entire family." Initially, the 6 were relaxed, but her words made their expressions tense. Su Li had effectively warned the unfamiliar palace, maids, and eunuchs. Seeing the impact of her words, she waved her hand. "Everyone may return to your duties." Xiao Guizi led Su Li into the main hall. As Su Li surveyed her surroundings, she noted a crescent-shaped door that divided the bedroom into 2 chambers. The room was adorned with layers of white gauze, with a bed draped in pink silk, and the vanity and cabinets inlaid with tortoiseshell and mother-of-pearl, resplendent and exquisite. The outer chamber featured a rattan bed and folding screens. Baiji gasped in awe. "How luxurious." Xiao Guizi explained, "Young lady, these arrangements were personally overseen by Her Majesty the Empress." Su Li smiled, appreciating the Empress's efforts, and resolved to express her gratitude after her audience with the Emperor. "Please prepare bathwater. I shall bathe before meeting His Majesty." A quarter of an hour later, Su Li arrived at the Hall of Governance, where Chang Fu greeted her. "Young lady, please enter with me. His Majesty is currently discussing military affairs with His Highness the King of Qi." Su Li followed Chang Fu quietly, her footsteps as soft as his. Upon seeing the Emperor and Zhao Yuhong, she paused in surprise. They were not discussing military matters but rather engaged in a game of chess. Nevertheless, She hurriedly knelt and bowed. Yan pays her respects to your majesty. May you enjoy eternal peace. The emperor did not bid her to rise. He simply stated, "It is your turn." Zhao Yuhong glanced at Su Li, casually placing a piece on the board. Suddenly, the emperor exclaimed, "Grand Commander, you have lost. I have won." Zhao Yuhong looked down to find that his last move had blocked his own path, resulting in a significant loss. "Go, kneel," commanded the emperor. Zhao Yuhong rose and, taking long strides, knelt beside Su Li with a thud. Su Li winced at the sound. Such a heavy kneel. Was his knee still intact? A smile crept onto the emperor's aged face as he rattled the chess pieces on the board. Noticing that the emperor was distracted, Su Li whispered, "Your Highness."
Does your knee not ache?
"It does." "Then kneel down gently next time." "All right, I will heed your advice." Zhao Yuhong stood and knelt again, this time more gently. Su Li was left in shock. Was he truly this childish? Yet Zhao Yuhong's expression was serious, as if he were undertaking a momentous task. The emperor finally ceased moving the pieces, his eyelids appearing heavy as if they could hardly remain open. Yan, you have finally arrived."
Come.
"Let me see if I am nearing my end." Su Li was startled by the emperor's words. She had read that emperors typically despise discussions of death, so she was taken aback by his casual mention of it. She quickly prostrated herself. "Your Majesty, you shall surely live for many years."
Su Li hesitated.
Who would believe in such eternal life? Yet she dared not utter a phrase like long life, fearing it might offend the emperor, who was known for his ruthlessness. At that moment, Su Li truly grasped the saying to accompany the emperor is like accompanying a tiger. She quickly approached the emperor. "Your Majesty, please extend your hand. Allow me to take your pulse." Once she made contact, her mind cleared. After a moment, she frowned slightly, but the expression vanished quickly. After completing the pulse-taking, she gently said, "Your Majesty, do you experience any discomfort in your abdomen, irregular heartbeat, or dizziness?" The emperor opened his eyes wide, revealing a glimmer of clarity. Chongfu exclaimed in astonishment, "Indeed, your Majesty has been experiencing these symptoms since March. The court physicians have examined him, but the medicine has brought no improvement. They attributed it to the natural decline of age. Your Majesty, your salt intake has been rather excessive, which has led to these symptoms." The emperor replied slowly, "What should be done? Should I refrain from salt?" Yan expressed her desire to inspect the salt in the imperial kitchen. The emperor cast a sharp gaze at Su Li. "Very well, Chongfu, grant Yan a badge from the Hall of Governance. She may go anywhere within the palace." "Father, how can you casually give such an important item to Yan?" Su Li then noticed that Zhao Yuhong had, at some point, taken a seat beside her. The emperor sighed. "Then let me meet my end." Chongfu soon approached, with a gleaming golden badge. Zhao Yuhong reached for it, but Su Li was quicker, seizing it first. Yan expressed her gratitude to the emperor. From now on, she would personally prepare the medicinal dishes. The emperor waved his hand. "Kneel and rest. I wish to take my leave." Su Li and Zhao Yuhong exited the Hall of Governance together. Once outside, Zhao Yuhong remarked, Yan, the badge from the Hall of Governance cannot be accepted." Su Li smiled lightly. "Your Highness is concerned about my safety while wandering. Is that not so? Fear not. I have learned from my previous experience and shall not act recklessly again. The pressing matter now is to inspect the salt consumed by His Majesty. I sense something amiss. Is there an issue with the salt? The palace only uses tribute salt." "Indeed, Your Highness, you too believe the salt is harmless. But what if someone exploits this very belief and adds something similar to salt, causing His Majesty to suffer from chronic poisoning?" Chapter 58. Passion and alienation. Zhao Yuhong's voice took on a menacing tone. "Are you suggesting that father is already suffering from chronic poisoning?"
Su Li nodded affirmatively.
"He is undoubtedly afflicted. However, I cannot yet ascertain whether it is unintentional or deliberate. Yan, let us proceed to the imperial kitchen at once." "No, Your Highness. This matter should not be approached so ostentatiously. Allow me to go tomorrow instead, it will be less conspicuous. There is no need to rush. Even if His Majesty dines now, there will not be immediate repercussions. I wish to visit Her Majesty the Empress first, and then proceed to the Imperial Medical Bureau." "The Empress," Zhao Yuhong echoed. "I too intend to pay my respects to Mother. Let us go together." Zhao Yuhong recalled the stableman Lao He from the East Palace. Wu Jiao had discovered that Lao He and the chef who attempted to poison him hailed from the same village, and their families maintained a close relationship.
Yet,
Lao He had seemingly vanished without a trace during this time, and he chose to set this matter aside for the moment. Following the poisoning incident, he would make a visit to the East Palace. Meanwhile, after watching Su Li and Zhao Yuhong depart, the emperor opened his previously closed eyes. Chongfu, do you think Yan has developed feelings for Yuhong? Your Majesty, I have never experienced such matters. How could I possibly know? However, I did hear that Miss Su is quite concerned about His Highness's knees, advising him to kneel gently, lest he feel pain. The emperor sighed. Those who love deeply often suffer more. Your Majesty, there is no cause for concern. Prince Qi is so valiant. Once a lady falls in love, it is as if the heavens and earth have united, and she would not forsake him. The emperor chuckled, a rare light illuminating his face. You old rascal. How dare you invoke the letter I wrote to concubine Jing back in the day? No, Your Majesty, I only recall this. The water cloud pavilion that I bestowed upon concubine Jing has now been given to Yan. It pains me somewhat. The emperor touched his chest. Your Majesty, would you like a massage? Should I summon the imperial physician? Chongfu hurriedly inquired. The emperor waved his hand dismissively. Chongfu gently massaged the emperor's shoulder while saying, Your Majesty, if concubine Jing knew that the water cloud pavilion was given to her future daughter-in-law, she would surely be delighted. The emperor huffed. If that lad had not snatched her away from me, I would have exiled him to the frontier, never to return. Your Majesty, that seems a bit harsh.
What?
Chongfu, do you lack confidence in that lad? No, of course not. Your Majesty is wise. Your decisions are always wise. Chongfu cautiously asked Your Majesty, regarding the salt that Miss Su mentioned, is it merely a case of the imperial chef using too much salt, or is there something wrong with the salt itself? Let Yan investigate that, and we shall see her capabilities. In the Hall of Glorious Reign, where the Empress resided, upon Su Li and Zhao Yuhong's arrival, the palace attendants promptly bowed. We pay our respects to His Highness, Prince Qi. After announcing their presence, an elderly matron in palace attire emerged and bowed to Zhao Yuhong. Your Highness, you have finally recovered. The Empress has been worried about you during this time, unable to eat or sleep well. Zhao Yuhong's tone remained cold. Mama Qin. This is Yan. She accompanies me to pay our respects to Mother. Mama Qin smiled warmly. Young lady, the Empress has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Please, step inside. Entering the spacious main hall, Su Li saw the Empress sipping tea at the table. She beckoned to Zhao Yuhong. Yuhong, come here, let Mother take a look at you. Zhao Yuhong merely performed a fist salute. Mother, I am armored and cannot kneel. Su Li knelt and bowed. Yan pays her respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Wishing you eternal peace and prosperity. The Empress affectionately replied, Yan, no need for formalities. Both of you, come closer. Zhao Yuhong found a nearby seat and sat down. I am still recovering from the poisoning. I am weary and must rest for a while. Su Li approached the Empress, kneeling again. Yan thanks Her Majesty for her care. I have grown fond of the arrangements in the fragrant Blossom Palace, which you personally oversaw. I am glad to hear that. Seventh Prince is quite attentive to you. After you entered the Jing'an Bureau, he knelt daily at the entrance of the imperial study to plead for you. Su Li felt a pang of discomfort. It was the Crown Prince who had interceded on her behalf to secure her release from the Jing'an Bureau. Seeing Su Li's face dim slightly, Zhao Yuhong cupped his hands and said, Mother, Yan and I must take our leave. Yuhong, you have just arrived and already want to leave? That will not do. Your mother has missed you. As she spoke, she moved closer to Zhao Yuhong. He quickly stood and said, Mother, I also wish to pay my respects to the Crown Prince. I must take my leave. Yuhong, after your poisoning, I could not leave the palace to see you. Today, seeing you looking so majestic brings joy to my heart. I have a box of the finest bird's nest from Yunnan to send to the Chiwangfu. Thank you, Mother. Zhao Yuhong casually bowed. Yan, let us go. Father wishes me to escort you to the Imperial Medical Bureau, which is conveniently located near the East Palace. As Su Li observed the relationship between the Empress and Zhao Yuhong, she felt a sense of perplexity. Was it not said that Zhao Yuhong had been raised by the Empress? Yet today, their interaction felt rather awkward. The Empress seemed to be making considerable efforts to please her rebellious son, while Zhao Yuhong appeared somewhat dismissive, even slightly guarded. However, as he urged her to depart the Hall of Glorious Reign, Su Li said, Your Majesty, Yan needs to visit the Imperial Medical Bureau to select some medicinal ingredients for His Majesty's dishes, which must be prepared tonight. I shall take my leave now. She bowed and proceeded towards the exit, with Zhao Yuhong following closely behind. As Su Li walked, she felt as though she were fleeing. What was amiss? Was the Empress truly that intimidating? Exiting the Hall of Glorious Rain, Su Li sensed a sheen of perspiration forming on her skin. In the Qingjin Hall, the Emperor appeared quite indifferent, yet she seemed remarkably at ease. In the Ganlu Hall, the Empress exuded warmth, yet an unmistakable tension enveloped her. She cast a glance toward Zhao Yuhong, who was equally observing her. Yan, are you afraid of the Empress? Su Li smirked, shaking her head. Yan feels nothing. Except that it seems the prince is not particularly close to the Empress, which makes Yan feel quite awkward. Zhao Yuhong, with a stoic expression, remarked, "We share a tacit understanding." Su Li's heart fluttered, yet she maintained her composure and inquired, "Did the Empress send you any tonics during your period of poisoning?"
No.
Su Li understood instantly. It appeared the Empress was merely performing superficial gestures. At that time, Zhao Yuhong had feigned severe poisoning, and the Empress likely assumed he might perish or be incapacitated, thus neglecting him. Now that she saw Zhao Yuhong restored to his former self, she seemed willing to engage. Tentatively, Su Li queried, "Is the Empress perhaps unkind to the prince?" Chapter 59. A Murder at the Eastern Palace Banquet. Let us discuss this later. The Imperial Medical Bureau has arrived, Zhao Yuhun stated. Immediately, he stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Su Li. The prince joyfully exclaimed, "Third brother, you are finally well. I just inquired with the Director Shan about suitable tonics for you. He mentioned that the older the ginseng, the better. I happen to have a millennium-old ginseng. Come with me to retrieve it." Just then, the prince noticed the hem of a woman's skirt behind Zhao Yuhong, one that was not the typical hue of palace maids. He chuckled, "Third brother, who is the sister behind you? Why is she playfully hiding from me?" Reluctantly, Su Li stepped forward and performed a graceful curtsy. "I have the honor to greet your highness." Yan pays her respects. For a moment, the prince was taken aback, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. The image of her exquisite face suddenly filled his mind, so close it felt as though he might kiss her rosy lips. Observing the prince's expression, Zhao Yuhong's voice, devoid of warmth, echoed, "Prince, you must have seen Yan at the reward banquet in the Linda Hall that day." The prince furrowed his brow in recollection. He had occupied the main seat in the Linda Hall that day, and although the position of the crown prince's residence was at the forefront, he was certain the face in his memory was directly opposite him. Yet, he could not recall where they had met. Was it in a dream? What a curious fate. Yan, I visited you at the Dai Wangfu when you were a child. You've grown so much that I scarcely recognize you now. Shall we go to the Eastern Palace and play with your cousin? Su Li felt her heart race under the prince's gaze, fearful he might remember what transpired in the Huqing Pavilion that day. With a slight bow, she replied, "I am grateful to your highness. But Yan must go to the Imperial Medical Bureau to procure some herbs for His Majesty's medicinal dishes. I shall not disturb you," and the two princes further. Having said this, she bowed again and swiftly entered the Imperial Medical Bureau. The prince's gaze followed Su Li until she vanished at the entrance, before he turned back and said, "Come, third brother, tonight I shall host a banquet to celebrate your recovery." Zhao Yuhong strode purposefully toward the Eastern Palace. The prince called after him, "Third brother, slow down. Why do you still walk so quickly, as if it's an old habit?" The evening meal was set in the small banquet hall. Although referred to as a small banquet hall, it was quite spacious. The prince occupied the main seat on the steps, surrounded by his officials, save for Zhao Yuhong. As the wine flowed and spirits lifted, the dancers from the Eastern Palace began their performance. One alluring woman emerged from behind the screen, swaying her hips. Upon seeing her, Zhao Yuhong recognized her as the one who had lured Su Li to the Huqing Pavilion. She gracefully approached the prince, her delicate frame leaning against his knee. The prince leaned down to whisper to her, and she responded with coyness, her face betraying her excitement. He observed Zhao Yuhong's strong physique, the contours of his chest pronounced even beneath armor. She blushed with exhilaration, her eyes glimmering with desire. Zhao Yuhong maintained his composure, feigning inebriation, resting his head upon his hand. The dancer, emboldened by joy, reached out to caress Zhao Yuhong's face, relishing the thought of being with this genuine man. Just as her hand approached, Zhao Yuhong abruptly opened his eyes. With swift precision, he seized both her arms, snapping her neck in an instant. A powerful kick sent her lifeless body tumbling onto the steps before the prince. "Assassin!" he bellowed, rising abruptly. The sudden turn of events left the assembled guests in stunned silence. Only the prince remained calm, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He quickly reassured, "Third brother. It is not an assassin. She was merely my favorite concubine, whom I intended to offer to you for your enjoyment tonight. Having spent years in the military without marrying, I merely wished for you to unwind. Alas, this misunderstanding led you to believe there was an assassin. Third brother, one has fallen. Let me bestow another. Your Highness. Someone has infiltrated the study." The prince's expression darkened, yet his voice remained steady as he gazed into his wine cup. "Have they been captured?" "Reporting to your Highness. They have been apprehended, just outside the door." "Bring them in. I wish to see who possesses such audacity." Zhao Yuhong interjected, "Your Highness, you must attend to your affairs. I shall take my leave." "Third brother, we are inseparable. We grew up together before our mother. We are the closest of brothers. Tonight, we must converse at length. Do sit down." The prince's officials echoed in agreement, "Your Highness, tonight is a banquet celebrating the prince's recovery. The wine has yet to be fully savored."
Indeed.
"Your Highness has uncorked a precious brew, the Jiangshan Red, which has been cherished for 18 years. It was brewed when the prince was named heir at the age of 15. This wine is of great significance, a highest honor to host Zhao Yuhong." As the conversation unfolded, the prince's guards dragged in a black-clad figure with a cloth stuffed in his mouth. A shocked voice cried out, "Old Black." Zhao Yuhuan remained composed, standing tall, though his eyes darkened. The prince sipped his wine and asked, "Old Black, why did you sneak into such a secure area?" The guards yanked the rag from his mouth, and Old Black coughed before hanging his head in silence. One guard kicked him. "Speak. His Highness is addressing you." Old Black finally lifted his head, his voice barely above a whisper, "Your Highness, I am not betraying you. I am left with no choice." The prince regarded Old Black with a calm gaze. "Who compelled you?" Suddenly, Old Black crawled a few steps towards the prince, voice trembling. "Your Highness, please save my wife and children. They have been captured, and only with your military token can I secure their lives."
"Oh."
"Did the captors reveal their identity?" "I do not know, Your Highness. I truly have not betrayed you." In a sudden frenzy, Old Black lunged for the prince, seizing a long knife from the guards and lunging at him. Tragically, he barely reached the prince before the guards swiftly struck him down, severing his head. Blood gushed forth, causing several officials to collapse in terror. Zhao Yuhong remained impassive, as if observing from afar, watching the chaos unfold. "Report." A loud voice resounded from outside. Another soldier from the prince's residence rushed in. "Your Highness, the entire family of Old Hay has been slaughtered and discarded in the river outside the East Palace." The prince remained silent for a moment before sorrowfully suggesting, "Let each member of Old Hay's family be given a simple coffin for burial." A civil official interjected, "Your Highness, someone like Old Hay, who betrays his master, deserves to be thrown into a mass grave, to be devoured by wild dogs." The prince, with compassion, replied, "Old Hay has served in the East Palace for a decade. He was unkind to me, but I cannot be unjust to him." All the officials of the East Palace knelt and bowed their heads, exclaiming, "Your Highness is most benevolent and righteous. This is a blessing for the Eastern Yen." Chapter 60. A cat at the Thai hospital. Su Li entered to find a physician adorned in a deep blue cap and robe, engrossed in his writing. Her eyes lit up upon recognizing him. "Greetings, Director Lang, I pay my respects," she softly called. Director Lang looked up, surprised. "Miss Su, is it truly you? I must now refer to you as the Crown Princess-Consort." Su Li smiled. "Please continue to call me Miss Su. It makes me feel youthful. Being called a consort makes me feel quite aged." "Very well, I shall continue to address you as Miss Su. You have come for medicinal herbs to prepare a dish for His Majesty, I presume?" "Indeed, I have queries that require your guidance." Director Lang chuckled. "You have long surpassed me. Once a teacher, always a teacher. Without your patient guidance, I would not be who I am today. I am gratified to see you excel beyond me." After exchanging pleasantries, Su Li handed him a list. He called out, "Wen Guang, come here. Gather the finest herbs on this list. They are for His Majesty." A bright young man approached, saluted Su Li, took the list, and departed. Director Lang introduced. "He is my youngest son, currently a physician in the Thai hospital. He will soon be a distinguished physician." They conversed amiably, and soon a large basket of herbs was prepared. Su Li observed, genuinely impressed, "How nimble your hands are. Such intelligence will surely elevate him to greatness like yourself." Director Lang beamed with pride at the compliment to his son. As Su Li prepared to leave, Director Lang said, Miss Su, in the future, you need not come personally. Just send someone with the list, and I will have Wen Guang deliver it to you. Thank you, that will be a burden on Wen Guang. Following behind, a small attendant carried the items from the Thai hospital, silently maintaining a respectful distance, careful not to overhear Su Li's conversations. At this moment, Bai Ji finally found an opportunity to speak with Su Li. She whispered nervously, Miss, I cannot shake the feeling that the prince's gaze upon you is rather frightening.
Suli furodet herbrov, bai zehi, elaborate.
I cannot articulate it clearly, but it seems as though the prince's eyes are fixed on you with an intensity that suggests he wishes to consume you. Su Li did not respond. She had indeed sensed the prince's unsettling gaze, which felt aggressively invasive, making her exceedingly uncomfortable. The prince's demeanor was uncharacteristically brazen, lacking even the slightest pretense in front of Zhao Yuhong. Su Li suspected the prince had recalled the incident at Heching Pavilion.
Noting Su Li's silence, Bai Ji anxiously added.
Miss, could it be that I am seeing things? Su Li offered a reassuring glance. You are not mistaken. The prince's gaze is indeed inappropriate. However, we need not fear. Look at the support I have from His Majesty Prince Qi, Prince Dai, and the Grand Princess. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji sighed in relief, realizing that the prince would not dare offend such powerful figures. Miss, how is the Empress? Su Li grimaced slightly, undoubtedly difficult to deal with. Even Prince Qi does not wish to linger in her palace. Bai Ji looked troubled. Why does it seem that everyone in the palace is so hard to interact with? Compared to the Dai Wangfu, this place feels overwhelmingly intimidating. Such is the nature of the imperial palace. It is a world apart from the estates of nobility. Do not dwell too heavily on these matters. We shall face whatever comes our way. As they conversed, they made their way smoothly to the Fanghua Palace. Upon entering, Xiao Gui hurriedly approached. Crown Princess-Consort, I have retrieved the ingredients you requested from the royal kitchen. Su Li nodded and quickly made her way to the small kitchen. After some time, a delicate fragrance wafted from the kitchen. Half an hour later, the medicinal dish was ready, and she carried it toward the Qingjin Hall. The evening air held a slight chill as Su Li donned a light coat. Suddenly, from the neatly trimmed bushes by the path, an orange creature leapt toward the small attendant carrying the dish. A cat's yowl was heard as it vanished into the thicket, while the attendant, caught off guard, dropped the dish with a crash. As he gazed at the shattered clay pot and the spilled medicinal dish, he choked up, kneeling in despair. I am at fault. I failed to protect the medicinal dish. Please, punish me as you see fit. Xiao Gui quietly remarked, that cat must belong to Concubine Li. Concubine Li has a cat? Yes, that cat was a gift from His Majesty to Concubine Li. Su Li comforted the distraught attendant. Do not cry. It was unintentional. Just gather the pieces. And return quickly. There are more herbs in the kitchen to prepare another batch. Xiao Gui, you and the small attendant return and ensure the medicinal dish is protected this time. I will wait for you at the Qingjin Hall.
After Su Li spoke,
she hurried toward the hall. Watching her enter the Qingjin Hall, Bai Ji sighed with relief, clutching her chest and muttering, Miss is indeed wise. Otherwise, we would have been in quite a predicament tonight. The cat must have been deliberately released to cause chaos, knocking over the small attendant's dish. This mischief surely originated from Concubine Li. Her daughter, the 9th princess, is not of good character. Moreover, Chu Jiaojiao hails from the Cold King's residence and attempted to assassinate Prince Dai. Concubine Li is truly wicked. It puzzles me why His Majesty favors such a nefarious woman. The imperial guards at the palace entrance regarded Bai Ji with curiosity. She appeared unremarkable. Yet her incessant murmuring left them baffled, unable to discern her ramblings. Inside the hall, Chong Fu observed the purple clay jar peeking from the cloth bag in Su Li's hand. He inquired with concern, did anything happen on your way?
Su Li smiled.
The journey was quite pleasant. Has His Majesty dined yet? Not yet. He is waiting for your medicinal dish. Su Li glanced at the emperor, who appeared fatigued. His eyes closed and head supported by his hand. After preparing the dish, she nodded at Chong Fu. He approached gently, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince-Consort's medicinal dish is ready for you. The emperor opened his eyes, accepting the dish. After taking a bite, he hastened to finish it, praising, Not bad. Is there more? Su Li took the bowl and filled it again. After the emperor finished, he looked at Su Li, to which she shook her head.
This is all you may have for now.
There are some leftovers. You may share them with Chong Fu.
Chong Fu was taken aback. Even I have some?
Your Majesty, this is prepared by Yen Yen for you. You should partake. Why summon me? The old emperor's tone suddenly turned fiery. Chapter 61. The conspiracy of concubine Li and her daughter Su Li exchanged glances with Chongfu, both bowing their heads as they silently took action. Once Su Li exited the Hall of Governance, Xiao Qi and Xiao Gui rushed in, their faces painted with distress. Xiao Gui whispered urgently, "Lady, the food left in the kitchen has also been overturned. I discovered orange cat fur."
Su Li sighed. He anticipated this, hence.
I entered to clarify, with His Majesty, that there would be no medicinal cuisine today. After receiving a scolding from the Emperor, Su Li weakly remarked, "Let us return. His Majesty has finished reprimanding me, and all is well now." Xiao Gui and Xiao Qi looked dejected, while Bai Zhi held her young mistress in greater esteem. The girl could weave lies so convincingly. Had she not known the truth, she might have believed it herself. In Zhaochun Palace, the 9th princess, cradling an orange cat, smiled proudly.
Ha!
Offend me, and I shall ruin your first endeavor before father. Little Orange, it is time for you to play a more significant role. She brought forth a bowl of food, saying, "Come now, eat and sleep well." The cat named Little Orange meowed as it began to eat. Mid-meal, it collapsed, convulsed a few times, and met its end. After dressing Little Orange, the 9th princess admired it with satisfaction. She then called out, "Sushi, come in." A palace maid entered. "Your Highness, I am here." Dispose of Little Orange where Xiao Qi broke the medicinal pot. Do so discreetly, ensuring no one sees. Also, dissolve this packet of medicinal powder in water and sprinkle it where the soup spilled. Su Shi understood the assignment. This servant comprehends. With that, she wrapped Little Orange in a silk cloth and departed. That evening, the 9th princess excitedly made her way to the Falling Plum Palace. She found concubine Li with a frown, reclining on her bed, and nimbly climbed up beside her. "Mother, I wish to sleep with you tonight."
Concubina Li Rablia, no.
"What if your father comes?" "Come now, at this hour, father will not arrive. It has been 4 months since he last did." Concubine Li chided, "You child. Always speaking nonsense. Did your father not come to have tea with me just the day before yesterday?" "Oh, mother, you know what I mean. Father hasn't he spent the night with you?" Yet concubine Li proudly countered, "Your father has not visited the concubines in the rear palace for over 6 months. And he hasn't even stayed with the Empress for 5 months. This place is still where your father visits the most. Indeed, mother, you are his favored one." However, the 9th princess swiftly shifted the topic. "Mother, tomorrow, go find orange fur. Upon discovering its demise, report to father that it died from poisoning." Concubine, Li exclaimed with delight. "Orange fur is dead? How wonderful!" "No, mother, it is Little Orange that has passed. Orange fur must not perish so easily. It was a gift from father." Concubine Li sighed. "I truly do not wish to keep a cat, yet for some reason, your father insists I must. He has bestowed this privilege solely upon me, a testament to his affection, and I must care for this creature. Mother, how many have you kept? It is I who have tended to them the most." Concubine Li smiled, affectionately saying, "You have worked hard. Mother, only if second brother secures that position can you continue to enjoy this favor."
Ningya.
"Am I not already collaborating with your second brother?" Thus, concubine Li and the 9th princess Zhao Xian Ning whispered through the night. Meanwhile, Su Li returned to the fragrant palace after her time in the Hall of Governance. For palace maids hurriedly knelt upon her return, visibly trembling. Today, the medicinal cuisine for His Majesty was spilled on the way, and the kitchen was also overturned. "This is a grave offense," Xiao Chun quietly said, "Lady. The kitchen door may not have been securely closed after I entered, allowing the cat to slip inside.
Please punish me." Su Li regarded Xiao Chan, recognizing her adjuntability.
She appeared to be a person of integrity. Gently, she replied, "Xiao Chun, you all may rise. His Majesty has already scolded me. And there is no longer an issue here in the fragrant palace. You may attend to your tasks while I check the kitchen again." Xiao Gui and Xiao Qi set off to search around the palace walls, hoping to discover how the cat had entered. As they dispersed, Su Li entered the kitchen, placing the pot hidden beneath her cloak onto the counter. She began to inspect thoroughly, touching every surface and sniffing around. Bai Zhi inquired, "Mistress, can you truly discern anything this way?" "Bai Zhi, this is knowledge. Different substances possess distinct scents." After Su Li completed her inspection, Xiao Gui and Xiao Qi returned. Xiao Gui reported, "Lady, the cat likely jumped in from a tree outside the wall. Some branches extend into the fragrant palace's courtyard."
Su Li nodded.
That makes sense for easy access. She then asked, Xiao Gui, is concubine Li's cat a male or a female? It is a female cat. For years ago, upon leaving the palace, His Majesty brought back an adorable orange kitten named Orange Fur. All the concubines, including the Empress, wished to raise it. However, concubine Li, being the most favored, received the kitten as a gift. Both she and the 9th princess adore Orange Fur, often keeping it in Zhaochun Palace.
Su Li pondered before asking.
Has Orange Fur given birth to any kittens? Not that I have heard of, nor have I seen any other cats in the palace. Once Xiao Gui and Xiao Qi departed, Su Li furrowed her brow. There is a cunning cat in the palace. Bai Ji, anxious, asked mistress. Could concubine Li's cat understand the words exchanged between her and the 9th princess? It is not that the cat comprehends human speech. Rather, concubine Li and the 9th princess possess a profound understanding of cats. Bai Ji exclaimed in anger. This cat must have been sent by concubine Li and the 9th princess to deliberately ruin the medicinal cuisine. His Majesty is concubine Li's man and the 9th princess's father. Why would they wish to spoil the meal and deprive him of sustenance? Bai Ji, the palace is fraught with treachery and intrigue, each step laden with peril, all in pursuit of power. Once we have restored His Majesty's health, we shall depart the palace, residing in Shuiyun residence, tending to the sick, and leading a tranquil life. Mistress, I yearn to return to Shuiyun residence at once. The palace is filled with terrifying individuals. Even a single cat is so fearsome. Su Li comforted her. Since we are here, we must find peace. Bai Ji, take that packet of tribute salt from the kitchen and bring it to the chamber. After the evening meal, Su Li nestled in her chamber, meticulously sorting through the packet of tribute salt under the lamp. After half an hour, she extracted a small amount, dividing it into 2 minuscule heaps. Bai Ji, puzzled, asked, Mistress, why separate the salt this way?
It seems too tedious for the eyes.
I cannot discern any difference with this method. Could you not simply take a handful? Su Li rubbed her eyes and replied, Wait until I have divided more, and then you shall see the distinction. Chapter 62. Concubine Li seeks the emperor with a dead cat. Bai Ji said, Mistress, if you share your method, I could assist in sorting, and we would finish much quicker. Su Li smiled lightly, saying, If I separate them, you wouldn't even be able to tell the difference, let alone when they are still mixed together. How would you discern them? Bai Ji could only sigh helplessly.
Observing her disinterested demeanor, Su Li suggested.
If you have nothing to do, go play with Xiao Gizi and the others. If you wish to rest, return later, but do not disturb me now. It was not until the hour of the ugly, around 1 to 3 a.m., that Su Li finally divided the salt into 2 portions. She further split these into several parts, storing them carefully in porcelain jars. Only then did she extinguish the lights and rest. The following day, Su Li's medicinal porridge was ready, and she instructed Xiao Yi to bring it to the Hall of Governance. Bai Ji felt anxious. She had prepared a secret stash within her cloak the previous day.
Today,
however, it was only the portion carried by Xiao Yi. She vigilantly scanned her surroundings, scrutinizing every palace servant she encountered with suspicion. In contrast, Su Li remained calm and unhurried on her way to the Hall of Governance. Upon reaching the spot where the medicinal concoction had spilled the day before, she noticed 2 palace maids guarding the area, forbidding anyone from approaching. Xiao Gizi whispered, They are maids from the Falling Plum Palace. Su Li raised an eyebrow, realizing that the beautiful concubine was indeed coming for her. However, a frown crossed her face. Was she not there to tend to the emperor's health? Did the beautiful concubine and her son not wish for the emperor to be well? Given that the crown prince was firmly seated in the Eastern Palace, should the emperor pass away, the crown prince would ascend to the throne immediately, rightfully so. Logically, the beautiful concubine and her son would want the emperor to live well, as it would benefit them the most against the cold king. And as for the imperial guard under the substitute king, could the beautiful concubine's strategy actually dethrone him? A flurry of thoughts and speculations raced through Su Li's mind. As she approached the palace maids, one of them glared at her and said, The beautiful concubine has instructed that no one is to approach this area. Xiao Gizi hurriedly interjected, Sister Sushi, this is the young lady of the substitute king's residence. One of the maids, named Shushi, cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Gizi, saying, Is the young lady of the substitute king truly of higher status than the beautiful concubine? Amused, Su Li responded, Do not see the insignia at my waist? The moment they spotted the gold medal, the 2 maids immediately retreated and knelt. Su Li walked over to examine the traces of the medicinal porridge on the ground, circling around for a better look. As she was about to leave, she remarked, "You truly must keep a close watch and prevent anyone from approaching this area." The two maids exchanged glances. Suli then departed with her entourage. The journey proceeded smoothly until they reached the entrance of the Hall of Governance. However, today, a woman stood conspicuously before the palace, flanked by several palace maids. Xiao Gizi whispered, "Young lady, that is the beautiful concubine." Upon seeing the two maids accompanying Su Shi, Suli confirmed that the beautiful concubine had indeed come to the Hall of Governance. Today, the beautiful concubine donned a pink and blue palace garment adorned with intricate golden floral embroidery, exuding an air of elegance. Her complexion was like a peach blossom, her brows delicate as willows, her skin as smooth as congealed fat, and her figure retained its graceful allure. Truly, she was a rare beauty in her middle years. Suli mused. No wonder the emperor favored her. As she approached the beautiful concubine, Suli noticed her eyes were red, and she cradled an orange cat in her arms. The orange furball? However, the cat lay still, its limbs extended and stiff. A realization struck her. The cat was dead. Just then, Chongfu emerged, and the beautiful concubine immediately began to weep softly. "Chongfu, please inform His Majesty that I must see him. I have urgent news to report."
Chongfu replied, "Your Majesty."
"The emperor has commanded that only the young lady may enter at this hour." The beautiful concubine turned to see Su Li, momentarily taken aback. What met her gaze was a visage akin to a finely crafted painting, a straight nose, large almond-shaped eyes, and skin as white as jade, glowing with a rosy hue reminiscent of peach blossoms kissed by the spring breeze. She herself was a rare beauty, yet she could not help but compare herself unfavorably to the young woman before her. At that moment, she understood the fervent admiration her son Zhao Yubing had expressed for Su Li. Yet, in an instant, jealousy gnawed at her heart. She was acutely aware of the power that beauty held. For over 20 years, she had relied on her own beauty to command favor within the palace. An impulse surged within her, a desire to mar the face before her. Suddenly, another face flashed in her mind, that of the late Jing Fei, who had also possessed a breathtaking beauty. The beautiful concubine scoffed inwardly. Jing Fei had long since turned to dust, fading into oblivion. A glimmer of malice and disdain flickered in the beautiful concubine's eyes. She vowed to destroy this enchanting face in due time. One of the maids beside her noticed her daze and gently called out, "Your Majesty." The beautiful concubine snapped back to reality, her eyes wide with fear. "Chongfu, the orange cat has been poisoned. I must see His Majesty." Su Li regarded the beautiful concubine with a calm demeanor, slightly bending her knee. "I pay my respects to the esteemed concubine." The beautiful concubine recoiled as if avoiding a venomous serpent, distancing herself from Su Li, and forcefully pushed past Chongfu, striding into the Hall of Governance. Chongfu did not intervene, allowing her unimpeded access. Su Li then accepted the medicinal porridge from Xiao Yi and entered the hall. Upon seeing the emperor, the beautiful concubine's tears flowed freely, reminiscent of rain-soaked pear blossoms, eliciting sympathy and concern. However, the emperor remarked, "Beautiful concubine, it is early morning, and you come to me weeping? I am not dead yet, and yet you weep." The beautiful concubine stifled her sobs, murmuring, "Your Majesty, the orange cat has succumbed to poisoning." The emperor's eyelids drooped as he slowly inquired, "How did it become poisoned?" The beautiful concubine glanced at Su Li and replied, "Last night, the orange cat mischievously wandered out of the Falling Plum Palace. I thought it would return as usual after playing. However, it did not come back, and I assumed it had gone to Zhaochun Palace to be with Ning heir. This morning at dawn, a palace servant came to report that the orange cat was dead. I hurried over and found it lying by the roadside among some low bushes, its mouth covered in dirt. 3 palace servants claimed to have seen it licking the medicinal porridge on the ground." The emperor finally lifted his gaze. "Medicinal porridge? Indeed, Your Majesty. Yesterday, the young lady brought the medicinal porridge for you, and someone saw the orange cat pouncing on it, causing it to spill. The orange cat licked the porridge, which led to its demise." "Poor orange cat," the beautiful concubine lamented. The emperor turned his gaze to Su Li, narrowing his eyes. The beautiful concubine's face brightened, sensing the emperor's displeasure directed at Su Li. "Your Majesty," she seemed to imply, "the porridge that the young lady prepared last night was poisoned, causing the orange cat's death. How do you explain this?" "Your Majesty, indeed a cat did pounce on the medicinal porridge carried by Xiao Yi last night, but the porridge was not poisoned. The beautiful concubine grew agitated, clutching the lifeless cat in her arms, choked with emotion. Poor orange cat. The poisoner refuses to admit it. The emperor inquired, "My beloved, what would you have me do?" "Your Majesty." Whether the porridge contained poison can be ascertained by testing it with live animals from the imperial kitchen. Su Li nodded. The esteemed concubine is absolutely correct. We should bring at least 2 live animals from the imperial kitchen. Granted, the emperor proclaimed, leading the way out. Chang Fu quickly assisted the emperor as they exited the hall of governance. The beautiful concubine cast a sinister glance at Su Li. Su Li gently inclined her body, gesturing for her to go ahead. Soon, 2 live chickens were brought to the scene. The emperor addressed his beloved concubines, Yan and Li Hui. "How shall you proceed?" "I shall observe." "Begin." Li Hui, eager, interjected, "Your Majesty, allow me to go first." She commanded the maidservants to scatter rice upon the ground, allowing the white frost to melt and moisten the earth, then stirred the rice with a stick. While waiting, Li Hui tenderly caressed the cat in her arms, lamenting, "Your Majesty, dear Mao Mao has met a tragic end. You must ensure the culprit is severely punished." The emperor, seated upon a soft stool brought by a young attendant, glanced at the cat cradled in Li Hui's embrace. She presented the lifeless creature to him, and as the emperor reached out to touch it, Li Hui quickly withdrew, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, Mao Mao has passed away. You must not be tainted by this misfortune." At that moment, the maidservants cried out in alarm, "The chicken is dead." The chicken that ate the rice has collapsed, flapping its wings a few times before lying still. Tears streamed down Li Hui's cheeks. "Your Majesty, see. The medicinal dish is indeed poisonous. I have cared for Mao Mao for 4 years, as if it were my own child. Your Majesty, you must punish the poisoner." Li Hui sobbed as she leaned against the emperor. He gently reassured her, "My dear concubine, do not weep. I am investigating this matter. Your tears do not become you." Li Hui hastily wiped her tears and ceased her sobbing. The emperor turned to Su Li, saying, Yan, how will you prove that this medicinal dish is not poisoned?" Su Li picked up some rice herself, scattering it in the area marked by the medicinal dish, then used a different stick to moisten it. She softly called, "Zayagwizi, bring the chicken over to eat this rice." As the chicken pecked at the rice, Su Li instructed Zayagwizi, "Hold the chicken steady. Do not let it run away." Zayagwizi nodded obediently, feeling anxious. If the young lady could not prove her innocence, all in the Fanghua Palace would suffer. After the chicken finished the rice, everyone anxiously watched Zayagwizi, waiting for it to die. Yet the chicken remained restless in Zayagwizi's grip, twisting its head and flapping its feet, showing no signs of death. The atmosphere grew increasingly quiet as everyone held their breath. Only the chicken struggled more vigorously, its clucks growing louder. The astute began to speculate whether Li Hui was framing the young lady. The emperor's eyelids drooped, as if he were asleep. Li Hui was stunned into silence. After a brief moment, the emperor finally opened his eyes. Looking at the still lively chicken, he asked, Yan, what do you say about whether it is poisoned or not?"
Su Li bowed gracefully,
replying, "Your Majesty, I would like to invite you to observe." Changfu assisted the emperor in moving closer. Su Li pointed to the ground, saying, "Your Majesty, here lies the center where the medicinal dish was spilled, with splatters around it. Logically, the marks should be indistinguishable. However, Your Majesty, there is a difference here. This spot is slightly darker, and the ground shows signs of corrosion, indicating a toxic area. The rice the first chicken ate was scattered here, while I placed the rice in a non-toxic area. Someone intentionally poured poison over the medicinal dish after it was overturned. The later application of poison could not perfectly mimic the previous marks left by the spilled dish." Su Li smiled slightly and continued, "Moreover, the poison could not completely cover the medicinal dish. The rice the chicken consumed was precisely scattered in this toxic area, leading to its demise. Your Majesty, this is the truth." Bai Ji, Zayagwizi, and Xiao Yitzi all breathed sighs of relief. Li Hui was startled. Su Li was indeed formidable. As she pondered her next move, Su Li interjected, "Your Majesty, may I examine this cat?" Li Hui shook her head repeatedly, "Your Majesty, no. Mao Mao was like a child to me. It cannot endure further disturbance from the young lady." Su Li replied coolly, "Lady Li Hui, I merely wish to inspect the cat. How is that disturbing it?" Li Hui persisted in her refusal. "Your Majesty, you feel sorrow for Mao Mao, do you not? No one else should defile it." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. "My beloved concubine, give Mao Mao to Yan." Upon the emperor's command, Li Hui reluctantly handed the cat to Su Li. Su Li took the cat, unfastened its clothing, and pried open its mouth, extracting some food and placing it on a white silk handkerchief before setting the cat down. She then bowed to the emperor and declared, "Your Majesty, this cat is not Mao Mao." Li Hui angrily retorted, "You speak nonsense. This is clearly Mao Mao." The emperor interjected, "I have heard that Mao Mao is a female cat, yet this one appears to be male." Li Hui gasped in shock, "A male cat?
Impossible.
Lady Li Hui, see for yourself. Do you truly not recognize the cat you have raised for 4 years? Can you not distinguish between a male and a female cat?" Li Hui seemed shaken by this revelation, swaying slightly, her tone turning timid and fearful. "Sushi, please verify." She leaned against the emperor. When the maid named Sushi examined the cat, she nodded, confirming, "Your Majesty. It is indeed a male cat, not Mao Mao." Li Hui joyfully exclaimed, "Your Majesty, Mao Mao is still alive. Where is it? Why is this cat dressed in Mao Mao's attire?" Su Li continued, "Your Majesty, Yan Yan has more to say." The emperor replied solemnly, "Speak. I wish to hear." "This cat did not die from licking the poisonous substance off the ground. It perished from consuming toxic food." The emperor's eyes widened, sparkling with interest. "Yan Yan, elaborate." "Your Majesty, just now I pried open the cat's mouth to retrieve the food it had eaten before its demise. It succumbed while still eating, which is why there is uneaten food in its mouth. The cat did not die from licking the poison on the ground. Furthermore, this cat likely visited the Fanghua Palace kitchen last night and overturned the medicinal dish reserved for you." The emperor leaned in, intrigued. "Yan Yan, you are quite the investigator. Akin to the chief procurator of Dongyan. Do continue."
Su Li smiled in response.
"Your Majesty, last night in the Fanghua Palace kitchen, orange cat fur was found, as well as urine from a male cat seeking a mate. It is currently autumn, the season for cats to find partners." The emperor countered, "Yan Yan, how do you know it was this cat's urine? Perhaps another cat from outside entered?" "Your Majesty, it is simple. This cat has an injury on its belly, and thus the urine bears traces of blood." The emperor rose, exclaiming, "Yan Yan, I truly wish to appoint you as chief procurator." Chapter 64. A Failed Framing. Targeting the empress, the emperor stood and casually pushed Li Hui aside. Li Hui, in a charming tone, called out, "Your Majesty, since the young lady is so capable, could she explain why this cat is dressed in the same attire as Mao Mao?" Su Li's tone turned chilly. "Lady Li Hui, please do not put me in a difficult position.
I do not know why this cat is dressed like Mao Mao."
Suddenly, a sweet voice chimed in, "Father, mother, you are both here." The maidservants and attendants bowed in unison. "Long live the 9th princess."
Su Li sileikte bent herkene.
Upon seeing the 9th princess, the emperor's face softened with affection. "Ninger, is there no class today at Zhaochun Palace? How did you manage to escape for some amusement?" The 9th princess whined. "Father, look." A charming kitten emerged from her bosom, appearing rather drowsy and lethargically mewed before retreating. The concubine exclaimed in delight, "Mao Mao, Mao Mao. Mao Mao is still alive." "Mother, what are you saying? How is there also an orange Mao Mao lying here?"
"Ah,
no, it resembles Mao Mao." The 9th princess cried out in astonishment.
Su Li remained silent.
But a hint of irony flickered in her eyes. Concubine Li was attempting to frame her with a dead cat, now, with the 9th princess stepping in. What kind of play were they performing? Suddenly, Su Li recalled the empress. If Prince Zhao Yuice aspired to that lofty position, his primary adversaries would be the empress and the crown prince. Ultimately, concubine Li and her daughter aimed to direct their attacks towards the empress, and she herself was merely a stepping stone in their scheme against her. At that moment, the 9th princess cried out, "Father, who did this? How could there be a cat identical to Mao Mao, dressed just like him? If this counterfeit orange cat were to commit some misdeed, wouldn't everyone assume it was Mao Mao?" The emperor chuckled. "Ninger, at your tender age, why ponder such matters? Just eat well, sleep well, and be happy." The 9th princess pouted in anger. "Father, think about it. Isn't it evident that someone is deliberately trying to frame mother and me? If it were just one cat, perhaps it was a stray that wandered in. But this cat is not only identical to Mao Mao, but even wears the same outfit. Father, this is intentional. You must investigate." The emperor maintained his smiling demeanor. Su Li observed the emperor's other side, the indulgence he displayed towards the 9th princess. It was no wonder the 9th princess was so arrogant in the palace. She had the affection of the most powerful individual as her backing. The emperor patiently replied, "Ninger, you needn't worry about such matters." Hand Mao Mao over to your mother and return to the Zhao Chun Palace to study diligently with your tutor. The Zhao Chun Palace housed unmarried princesses. The 9th princess whined, Father, I want you to investigate who brought this dead cat. Suddenly, a palace maid named Su Shi knelt down. Your Majesty, Your Highness, Princess, I have something to say. Before the emperor and concubine Li could speak, the 9th princess hurriedly urged, Speak quickly. Su Shi bowed and straightened, pointing towards the distant path where some palace attendants were sweeping while I was keeping watch here. I heard those attendants say that last night, when the palace was lit, they spotted Mao Mao near the Ganlu Hall. The 6th princess shook her head repeatedly. Before it was even dark, Mao Mao was with this princess in the Zhao Chun Palace. How could a cat near the Ganlu Hall be Mao Mao? Su Li silently watched as the 9th princess and her companions performed their act. Father, summon those palace attendants to inquire. The emperor waved his hand, signaling it was unnecessary. Then said, Ninger is growing up. This mid-autumn festival, I shall have your mother find you a suitable husband among the talented young men of the capital. He affectionately patted the 9th princess's arm. Now, disperse. I must return to my medicinal meal. Yen Yen, accompany me back to the Hall of Governance. With that, he headed towards the hall, while the crowd respectfully bid him farewell. Upon entering the Hall of Governance, Su Li felt the medicinal porridge was still warm and served it to the emperor. After tidying up, she was about to leave when the emperor spoke. Yen Yen, tell me, does this deceased cat have any connection to Mao Mao? Indeed, replied Yen Yen, I noticed a slight difference in fur color on Mao Mao's right ear, which is identical to that of the dead cat. Such traits are characteristic of a family. The emperor frowned upon hearing this, then closed his eyes. Chong Fu gestured for Su Li to return. She nodded and quietly departed. Once Su Li had left, the emperor opened his eyes.
Chong Fu.
Do you think Ninger is truly unaware, or is she involved? Chong Fu, appearing puzzled, asked, Your Majesty, what do you mean? This old servant does not comprehend. The emperor's expression grew somber. Better to marry her off soon. Keeping her here will only cause turmoil. Chong Fu then remarked, Your Majesty is exceedingly wise. You have already weighed your options. Enough, you old fool. Feigning ignorance at crucial moments, the emperor replied, his eyes glinting with insight. Today, Yen Yen has left me astounded. A mere dead cat, yet it holds so many complexities. Chong Fu exclaimed, Miss Su is indeed astute. Her medical skills rival those of the most meticulous magistrate. The emperor suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Seize it. Chong Fu hurriedly checked the emperor's hand. Your Majesty, why strike so hard? Have you injured yourself? The emperor was unconcerned about his hand. He frowned and inquired, Has Yen Yen truly never harbored feelings for that fool Zhao Yuqun over the past decade? Chong Fu chuckled. Your Majesty, you have called the heir a fool. How could such a wise lady be interested in him? That is true. It is regrettable. I have 12 princesses, and the finest scholar in Dongyan teaches them daily in the Zhao Chun Palace, yet not one possesses the knowledge and grace of Yen Yen. Chong Fu remarked, The 9th princess is clever and bright. Your Majesty has always praised her. You old coot, stop with the sarcasm. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You are merely standing up for Yen Yen, seeing her bullied by the 9th princess and concubine, Li, while I have not punished them. Chong Fu hurriedly knelt and bowed his head. Your Majesty, I harbor no such thoughts. I am merely concerned for you. Today, I realized that had it not been for Miss Su's cleverness, concealing a pot of medicinal porridge in her cloak, yesterday's porridge would have been entirely ruined by the cat. The cat that sought to destroy the porridge never considered it was meant for your Majesty. Hearing this, the emperor appeared even more aged, his tone slowing. Yen Yen must establish herself in the imperial family, not rely on others. Moreover, those are the beloved concubine and princess I have cherished for so many years. Chapter 65. The bird that likes you. Chong Fu was at a loss for words, kneeling for a long while before bowing again. This world belongs to your Majesty. You are the most wise. As Su Li exited the palace, Bai Ji approached, walking alongside her and quietly inquiring, Miss, is the emperor angry?
Bai Ji.
Do not overthink it. We merely need to prepare the medicinal porridge and deliver it to the emperor daily. Upon reaching the area where the porridge had spilled, they found no one present. The ground had been washed, appearing as if a layer had been scrubbed off the tiles, leaving it immaculate. When they arrived at the Fanghua Palace, they were confronted by the 9th princess Zhao Xianning at the entrance. Zhao Xianning, with a forced smile, said, Father said you are comparable to the magistrate, so this princess would like to ask you, where did that dead cat come from?
Su Li replied calmly.
It came from concubine Li's embrace. Zhao Xining's anger caused veins to bulge on her forehead, and her lovely face twisted in fury. You will gain nothing by opposing this princess. Su Li retorted coldly, Ninth princess, I only met you for the first time yesterday. Logically, we have no grievances from the past. Why do you persist in making things difficult for me? This princess simply finds you displeasing. I find your face even more so. Suddenly, she noticed the golden waist token at Su Li's waist. In an instant, her eyes turned red. This is the imperial waist token. With it, one can traverse any part of the palace, even the queen's chambers, without obstruction. She had never thought to ask her father for it. Who would have known that this newly entered palace maiden, Su Li, would possess it? Surely, it was Su Li's enchanting visage that had swayed the emperor to grant it to her. She spat fiercely, hand over that waist token.
Su Li merely scoffed.
You should go ask his majesty for it yourself. Su He, snatching it away. Su Li had already concealed a silver needle in her sleeve. Ye was astonished to see that none of Zhao Xining's maidservants dared to move. They gazed in fear at something behind Su Li. Zhao Xining herself appeared flustered. Then, a low, icy voice resounded. Whose possession do you intend to seize? Before Su Li could turn, a figure flashed before her. Zhao Xining was abruptly lifted and hurled away.
Ah!
It hurts terribly. Zhao Xining's wailing echoed. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhao Yuhong, who had removed his armor today. Clad in a white patterned garment with a blue dragon and phoenix belt cinched at his waist. His chiseled features exuded a cold handsomeness, his deep, dark eyes glimmering with a stern light as he spat at Zhao Xining. Get lost. Turning around, Su Li saw Zhao Xining sprawled on the grass beside the entrance. Weeping profusely, lamenting, I can't get up. I've been crippled. I will tell father that you threw me. Third brother. Zhao Xining's maidservants rushed to her side, frantically lifting her to leave. Zhao Xining cried, Third brother, did the two concubines the crown prince sent you last night fail to serve you well? And now you take your anger out on me? Zhao Yuhong's gaze turned icy. If you utter another word, I would not hesitate to silence you. The maidservants hurriedly carried Zhao Xining away. Zhao Yuhong turned to Su Li and said, Yan, listen to me. The crown prince has gifted me 2 concubines. Your highness, what brings you here?
Su Li asked, intrigued.
I brought you some birds, Yan. Those 2 birds? What kind of birds?
Let me see. Su Li,
hearing only the mention of birds, did not fully grasp Zhao Yuhong's subsequent words. Zhao Yuhong moved his left hand from behind to reveal a birdcage. Your highness, you truly brought birds. Su Li exclaimed, her expression brightening as she took the cage, lifting a corner of the cloth covering it and exclaiming with joy. There are 2 more. Zhao Yuhong felt a surge of happiness, his gaze fixated on Su Li. This lively demeanor was rare for her. Akin to the sunshine of spring, warm and radiant, exuding a joyous and refreshing aura that uplifted all around her. Zhao Yuhong whispered, Come inside. I'll tell you how to care for these 2 birds. Upon entering the Hall of Elegance, Zhao Yuhong produced a piece of paper and handed it to Su Li, detailing the care instructions for the birds. Su Li laughed, Your Highness, I did not expect you to have written down the methods for bird care. Thus, I shall have no trouble. The 2 birds were named Xiaozhan and Xiaodou. Just call their names, and they will flutter their wings a few times.
Try it.
As Zhao Yuhong fully unveiled the covering, Su Li gently called, Xiaozhan. Indeed, one bird flapped its wings twice and hopped to the edge of the cage before her. Your bird is so obedient. Zhao Yuhong felt a sudden warmth flush his face. Recalling the jesting remarks of soldiers in the barracks longing for their wives, Your bird is hungry. Your bird is crying. Zhao Yuhong's cheeks warmed, and he blurted out, My bird has been gifted to Yan. Unaware of Zhao Yuhong's intent, Su Li cheerfully replied, I accept it. I adore the birds you have given me. Zhao Yuhong reached out, wishing to pull her into an embrace, but instead, he merely tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Yan. Regarding the 2 concubines the crown prince sent me last night. Your Highness, have you finally come to terms with accepting a woman?
How splendid. Su Li beamed at Zhao Yuhong.
He felt a pang of disappointment, muttering gloomily, The 2 concubines were sent by the crown prince to monitor me. I dispatched them to the barracks this morning as gifts to reward the troops. Upon hearing Su Li's concern, Zhao Yuhong's mood lightened. He coldly asserted, If he is vexed, so be it. He would still be enraged even if I kept the two women, unless I truly utilized them. But I have no desire for such base physicality, nor do I harbor such sordid intentions. Unlike them, I shall only wed a single wife that is sufficient for this lifetime. Suli suddenly felt a pang in her heart, recognizing the familiarity of his words. It reminded her of Zhao Yuquan, who had once expressed similar sentiments. Yet, in the end, everything turned to mere vapor. Suli smiled softly. Whichever woman marries your highness will be fortunate. She promptly shifted the subject. Today, after Li Fei and the ninth princess's schemes against me failed, their ultimate aim pointed toward the empress. Yan, please elaborate. Suli recounted everything to Zhao Yuhong in detail. In conclusion, she stated, Li Fei and the ninth princess have devised a two-step plan to harm me and frame the empress. Zhao Yuhong remarked, what a pity they did not strike harder. Zhao Xining can only lie down for 10 days to half a month. Had I known, I would have made her truly disabled. Yan. If you encounter danger or difficulties in the palace, have Xiao Zhan and Xiao Dou send me word. Suli was astonished. They may not appear remarkable, yet they can deliver messages. They have been trained by my covert guards. They are birds meant for short-distance messaging. For long distances, one would require carrier pigeons or sea eagles.
Chapter 66. Li loses her temper.
Suli then realized that these birds were meticulously trained by Zhao Yuhong to serve as message carriers. Your Highness, I can manage to protect myself in the palace. Perhaps you should take Xiao Zhan and Xiao Dou back, as you may need them more. The palace is the most perilous place. Even father has been schemed against. Thus, I shall keep Xiao Zhan and Xiao Dou here, to be utilized in times of urgent need. A wave of warmth surged within Suli. After 10 years of receiving too little care and concern, the attention from such a stoic man as the Qi Wang stirred a peculiar flutter in her heart. She quickly suppressed her emotions and softly said, Your Highness, I have already discovered some clues regarding the salt used by His Majesty. Zhao Yuhong was astonished. So soon?
Call me.
Allow me to demonstrate. Suli poured the salt from 2 bottles onto a white silk handkerchief, saying, Your Highness, observe the difference between these 2 portions of salt. At first glance, Zhao Yuhong saw no distinction, but upon closer inspection, one was pristine white while the other had a slight yellow tinge. This one is white, and so is that one, albeit slightly yellowish. Without comparison, they appear identical. Suli called out to Bai Ji, who was amusing herself with the birds. Bai Ji, bring some clean water. Bai Ji quickly returned with a basin of water. Bai Ji, come and see if you can discern the difference between these 2 portions of salt. Bai Ji widened her eyes, examining them closely. Miss, is this the salt you separated last night? I still cannot see any difference. Suli raised her brow in exasperation. She picked up 2 cups from the table, poured the 2 portions into separate cups, and then added clean water. Your Highness, now feel the 2 cups. Zhao Yuhong gently touched 2 cups, noticing that one of them felt cool to the touch. With a hint of surprise, he remarked, This slightly yellow salt, the cup is cooler. Bai Ji, upon hearing this, also reached out to feel and exclaimed, Indeed, my lady, the salt appears identical. What could be the reason for this? Suli chuckled softly. It is certainly not the same. As His Highness has already indicated, the colder cup has a slightly yellow hue. It seems your perception of color is somewhat lacking. Bai Ji suddenly understood, realizing why her embroidery lacked the vibrancy of others. She continued, My lady, I shall take Xiao Zhan and Xiao Dou out to bask in the sun. Before Suli could respond, she bowed and swiftly took the birdcage away. Zhao Yuhong smiled subtly, admiring Bai Ji's perceptiveness. The girl is quite astute. Suli then spoke, Your Highness, this cooler cup contains something detrimental to His Majesty's health. She produced a pouch of salt, revealing its origin. Upon inspection, Zhao Yuhong noted the words Chinko salt field emblazoned on the bag. His brow furrowed as he contemplated. The Chinko salt field is located in Jiangdong of Jiangnan. Such a nefarious scheme suggests an intent to poison my father discreetly. Is it the cold king behind this? Unable to provide a definitive answer, Suli remarked, The one who stands to gain the most from His Majesty's poisoning is likely the culprit. Zhao Yuhong continued, The Chinko salt field falls within the influence of Consort Li's maternal family. However, should anything happen to my father, the crown prince would undoubtedly benefit the most. After a moment of silence, Zhao Yuhong declared, Let Yan withdraw from this matter. I shall handle it. Do not mention the salt to anyone else. Should those involved learn of your discovery, they may resort to violence against you. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall exercise caution, Bai Ji replied. Once Zhao Yuhong departed,
Su Li instructed Bai Ji to summon Xiao Chun.
Upon her arrival, Xiao Chun respectfully bowed. Su Li gestured toward the birdcage, saying, Xiao Chun, you will be responsible for these 2 little birds from now on. Xiao Chun's heart swelled with joy. This was a formal assignment from the young master's wife. Knowing the birds were brought by Prince Qi, she understood their rarity and felt honored by this trust. I shall cherish these birds more than my own life, my lady, she promised. Xiao Chun, do not be overly anxious. These are merely ordinary birds brought to me for amusement. Just ensure they thrive. Yes, I understand, Xiao Chun affirmed. After she left, Su Li prepared to head to the royal kitchen. Suddenly, she heard a commotion at the entrance of the Finghua Palace. Xiao Gizi rushed in, saying, Young master's wife, Consort Li is storming in to seize you, claiming the 9th princess was harmed in Finghua Palace. She demands you kneel in Zhaochun Palace to apologize. Currently, Xiao Yi and others are trying to block her, but they may not hold out much longer. Su Li instructed, have Xiao Yi and the others step aside. Let Consort Li wait. I will go to Zhaochun Palace immediately. Xiao Gizi hesitated, saying, But my lady, if you go to Zhaochun Palace, I will seek an audience with Deputy Supervisor Chongfu to inform His Majesty. No need for that. Do not do anything, Su Li replied, adjusting her attire and makeup. As she approached the entrance, she saw Consort Li with red, swollen eyes and disheveled hair, yet accompanied by a formidable entourage of 2 robust matrons and several palace maids and eunuchs, all glaring menacingly at Su Li. Consort Li, upon seeing Su Li's unflustered demeanor, became furiously incensed, trembling as she pointed at Su Li, shouting, Su Li, you wicked woman! You have been in the palace for merely a day, and you have already harmed my Ning. Even His Majesty praises her purity. She bears no grudge against you, so why have you injured her?
Su Li replied calmly.
Consort Li, did you witness me injuring the 9th princess? This retort further enraged Consort Li, as it seemed to deny her claims. Her own Ninger had stated that Su Li was the assailant. Consort Li screamed, bind her and drag her before the 9th princess. Let her also be punished. The 2 burly matrons lunged forward like ravenous wolves. Su Li whispered, Bai Ji, hold back the matron on the left. I shall deal with the one on the right. Just as Bai Ji was about to move, Xiao Gizi bravely stepped forward, earning Su Li's approval. The matron on the right reached out to seize Su Li, but she swiftly raised her hand, striking towards the matron's neck. In an instant, the matron collapsed, unable to move, merely gazing in disbelief. The matron on the left, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, found herself momentarily frozen. In that fleeting moment, she felt a sharp pain at her throat and fell down as well.
Su Li regarded Consort Li with calm defiance.
These 2 matrons shall remain in such a state. Who else dares to approach?
Consort Li,
perhaps you would like to come forward yourself and test my resolve. Consort Li was infuriated. For over 20 years, even the Empress had evaded her presence. Yet, this Su Li dared to challenge her. In a fit of rage, she lashed out, Evil begets evil. Your wicked father has likely met his just deserts and perished. You are nothing but a lowly wretch, born of parents who gave you life but failed to nurture you. Su Li's expression turned cold, her eyes filled with a crimson fury. While insults may be tolerated, to speak ill of her parents was an unforgivable affront. Step by step, Su Li advanced towards Consort Li, who was not one to be easily intimidated. With a shriek, she commanded everyone attack. Yet no one moved, instead collapsing to their knees. Su Li held aloft the Emperor's waist token, rendering Consort Li speechless, as though grasped by an invisible hand around her throat.
Consort Li.
And yet you stand so upright in the presence of His Majesty's token? Consort Li glared at her, muttering in fury. You must have stolen it while delivering medicinal meals to His Majesty.
Su Li retorted coldly, Consort Li.
You should have pilfered a token from His Majesty during your own night visits. Left with no choice, Consort Li slightly bent her knee, but quickly stood tall again, casting a sidelong glance at Su Li with an aura of defiance. As Su Li approached, she suddenly raised her hand and struck Consort Li across the face, her voice dripping with disdain. What manner of parents raised such a shrew as you? Consort Li stood frozen, disbelief etched across her features. As realization dawned, her fury surged, igniting her cheeks with a fiery blush. She angrily raised her hand, attempting to claw at Su Li's face. Su Li's chilling whisper resonated in her ear, Dare to move, and I shall paralyze you. Then we shall see if His Majesty still dotes on a cripple. Consort Li's hand halted midair, the weight of Su Li's words immobilizing her. The searing pain in her face served as a stark reminder that Su Li was indeed capable. Should she become paralyzed, her favor would surely wane. The harem was not lacking in beauty. 3 breaths are all I grant you to leave my sight. Consort Li's eyes darted, weighing her options. Realizing she could gain nothing from Su Li, she resolved to seek the emperor's audience instead. As she turned to leave, she proclaimed, "You shall regret this." The kneeling palace maids, seeing Consort Li depart, quickly scrambled to their feet and followed her. "Consort Li, take your people with you, or I shall have them chopped and fed to the dogs."
Su Li come indeed.
Su Shi, take them away. Consort Li shouted in exasperation as her attendants hurriedly carried the 2 matrons away. The pent-up frustration and anger within Consort Li compelled her to rush to the Hall of Governance. Chongfu informed the emperor, who was engrossed in reviewing memorials, "Your Majesty, Consort Li requests an audience." The emperor frowned. "Hasn't she caused enough trouble this morning? What does she want now?" He continued, "She claims Miss Su slapped her, disfiguring her, and that she also injured the 9th princess." The emperor scoffed, "And what of it? She presented her face to be struck. If she is hit, it is her own doing. As for the injury, so what? I have plenty of princesses. I can favor another." Chongfu felt a jolt. The emperor seemed to be estranged from Consort Li and her daughter. It was one thing to scheme against others, but to direct such machinations toward the emperor was bound to cause discomfort, even in the face of favoritism. Meanwhile, Consort Li waited outside, receiving no word. Several ministers passed by, heads bowed, hastening away, clearly having seen her. After standing for an hour and a half, she swayed on her feet, only to receive a cold remark from Chongfu. "Consort Li, His Majesty is preoccupied with state affairs and cannot see you today." This marked the first time the emperor had refused her an audience. Realization struck her. She must have erred. But where had she gone wrong? Anxiety surged within her. Her power in the palace relied heavily on the emperor's favor. Her family's influence in Jiangnan was significant, but it was her own charm that ensured her standing. Over 20 years of favor, alongside her maternal clan's efforts to bolster her position, led many in Jiangnan to believe that the cold prince would ultimately ascend the throne. Who among her followers was not driven by self-interest? Once the throne slipped from reach, how many would remain loyal? The emperor's indifference jolted her into awareness. In a hoarse voice, she commanded, "Return to the Plum Blossom Palace." Su Shi hurriedly assisted her away. That evening, in the cold prince's study, the candles flickered brightly. Zhao Yubing was conversing with his advisor, Shengguan Xingyang, when a voice called from the doorway, "Report." An urgent message from the palace. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhao Yubing, his expression shifting. Shengguan Xingyang ordered, "Come in." A figure slipped in like a shadow. "Qingyan, why are you here?" Zhao Yubing exclaimed, "Your Highness, Jiangnan has sent me to assist you." I intercepted a message from the palace at the entrance. He tossed the letter to Zhao Yubing, adding, "Your Highness, I have other matters to attend to. Take your time with the letter, I will find you if needed." With that, he vanished. Shengguan Xingyang remarked with discontent, "The envoy from Jiangnan is truly arrogant. They show you little respect, Your Highness. Do not take offense on my behalf, Xingyang. Every great figure has endured such treatment." "My father was once oppressed as well," Zhao Yubing replied. Shengguan Xingyang flattered, "Your Highness, you possess the demeanor of His Majesty." Only then did Zhao Yubing smile as he unfolded the letter. As he read, his brow furrowed deeper, and upon finishing, he slammed his hand down on the table, muttering, "Ninger is more of a hindrance than a help." What was Mother thinking? How could she join Ninger in such folly? If she wants to frame the Empress and the Crown Prince, she can scheme against anyone, but how could she implicate Father's medicinal dishes? Foolish. I wonder if I am scolding Zhao Xining or Consort Li. Shengguan Xingyang quickly took the letter to read, and after finishing, he frowned as well. To tamper with the medicinal dishes right after they were prepared, His Majesty would be furious. That she hasn't faced punishment already is a testament to her excessive favor. "Your Highness, you must enter the palace tomorrow. Ensure the consort does nothing. All she needs is to win His Majesty's affection." Zhao Yubing was in a foul mood. The palace held countless beauties. Aside from the 4 married princesses, there were 8 more in Zhaochun Palace, each one scheming to gain their father's favor. Zhao Yuheng rose, pacing anxiously in the room. His legs seemed somewhat unsteady, a slight limp evident. As he walked, he lamented. We invested so much effort and money to send Lin Ruru and Chu Jiaojiao to the crown prince's residence, and in the end, it was all for naught. What a waste. But Shengguan Qingyang countered, Your Highness, Lin Ruru and Chu Jiaojiao were actually successful. The crown prince was poisoned, though he was saved by another. The consort and the princess have fallen out of favor with his majesty because of this person. The cold prince halted, continuing his silent march, his limb more pronounced. Shengguan Qingyang added, You were injured at Mount Foyan. She was there too. Zhao Yubing paused. All these events bore Su Li's influence. He pressed his temples, shaking his head. It is mere coincidence. She did not appear of her own volition. I pursued her to Mount Foyan. She had no prior knowledge. Her saving the crown prince was only because she was present. This debacle is the result of my mother and Ninger's actions. It has nothing to do with her. Shengguan Qingyang insisted. Regardless of her intention, she has altered the course of events. Your Highness, in a certain sense, she poses a threat to you. She cannot be allowed to remain. Chapter 68. The Empress's enthusiasm. Zhao Yubing declared sternly, I do not subscribe to such notions. If I did, Zhao Yuheng would now be the anointed crown prince. What more could I want? I am content to be a mere prince. I intend to defy fate. One day, I shall claim the throne, and I will make her empress. Shengguan Qingyang lowered his gaze, acknowledging, Your Highness, you are correct. It was my short-sightedness. The next day, Su Li was selecting salt. She had visited the imperial kitchen the previous day to coordinate the meals with the medicinal dishes, thereby taking on the responsibility of preparing food for the emperor. Thus, she discreetly brought the salt to the Fenghua Palace. By distributing the salt there, she could neutralize the opposition. Moreover, she aimed to gather similar rare materials, an opportunity now presented to her. After sorting the salt, Xiao Gizi excitedly entered to report, Young lady, the Empress has arrived with gifts. A shiver ran down Su Li's spine. The Empress's previous enthusiasm during her visit to Ganlu Palace had left her feeling uneasy. Yet compared to the Empress and Consort Li, the difference was palpable. Su Li found herself puzzled as to why the Emperor favored the seemingly simple-minded Consort Li. Shaking her head, she surmised it must be due to Consort Li's youth and beauty. As the Empress approached, Su Li prepared to greet her at the entrance. However, the Empress caught her arm, saying, Yan, there is no need for such formalities among family. She then took Su Li's hand, expressing, Yan, your work in preparing the medicinal dishes for His Majesty is truly commendable. It is my duty as a consort to serve the Emperor. But I am rather ignorant of medicinal matters, leaving the labor to you. The Empress's hand, cold and slightly clammy, felt akin to touching a serpent, sending a wave of discomfort through Su Li. Suppressing her unease, she smiled and replied, Your Majesty, your dedication to the affairs of the harem allows His Majesty to focus on state matters, thereby strengthening our Eastern Yan's position to the point that Xi Liang cannot withstand it. At Su Li's flattery, the Empress's eyes sparkled with delight, her face blooming with a smile. Under the sunlight, the powder on her face appeared to shed like fine dust. The Empress ushered Su Li into the Fenghua Palace, her demeanor warm and inviting. As they walked, she inquired, Is there anything still lacking here? If so, send someone to the Ganlu Palace to inform me. Su Li hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, everything needed in the Fenghua Palace has been thoroughly prepared. Nothing is missing. The two appeared to be closer than mere mother and daughter. Yan, I truly wish to sample the medicinal dishes you have prepared. Your Majesty, today's offerings have already been presented to His Majesty. Then, let us visit the kitchen. Yan took it upon herself to manage His Majesty's meals yesterday, which was quite an endeavor. Only for His Majesty? That is not arduous. The Empress entered the kitchen and noticed a small ceramic jar shaped like a rabbit. She asked in surprise, Yan, did the imperial kitchen provide this rabbit-shaped ceramic jar? What is it holding? Your Majesty, this was brought in by Yan from outside the palace. It was chosen for its aesthetic appeal. However, given the opulence of the Fenghua Palace, this jar is relegated to holding salt in the kitchen. Finally, the Empress relaxed her hold on Su Li. Qin Mama, quickly bring it to me. It has been a long time since I have seen anything from outside the palace. Everything we use and view is imperial, devoid of any spirit. Qin Mama presented the salt jar to the Empress, who examined it with a beaming smile, nodding in approval. She opened the lid to inspect the salt. Yan, this salt looks splendid in this ceramic jar, its brilliance dazzling. Each grain is quite appealing. Where is this salt sourced from? Replying to your majesty, Yan noted the words Chinko salt field on the salt bag. The imperial kitchen staff mentioned this salt is exclusively for his majesty's use. Chinko salt field, I am familiar with it. It lies in Jiangdong, Jiangnan province. The empress lowered her voice, saying, that is where Li Fei's brother serves as the salt supervisor. Su Li's heart skipped a beat. Was the empress's comment casual or deliberate? Could this salt have ulterior motives? If issues were to arise, would Li Fei bear the blame, or was she merely overthinking? Yet, Su Li feigned admiration, saying, Your Majesty, your knowledge is profound. Yan was only aware it was salt and had no idea which direction the Chinko salt field lay. The empress, upon seeing the birds, was even more astonished. Your Majesty, these were sent by His Highness, Prince Qi, as a token of gratitude towards Yan. Last time he was poisoned. Yan happened to be present, and he felt she had extended a helping hand. The empress chuckled, playfully chiding, Hinga's gratitude takes the form of such unsightly birds. How clever of him. He spends his days in battle, yet knows nothing of what pleases the women of the capital. Su Li was uncertain how to respond to the empress's remarks about Zhao Yuheng, choosing to remain silent and simply smile in agreement. Ultimately, the empress departed contentedly, stating, Yan. These several palace attendants were selected by Master Chongfu. Would you like me to send a few more? Su Li promptly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, this is already sufficient. More would lead others to believe that Yan is overstepping her bounds, relying on the favor of His Majesty and Your Majesty. In that case, ministers and censors may speak ill of her. The Empress smiled silently as she left, the atmosphere joyful. Once the Empress and her entourage vanished from sight, Su Li turned to return to her quarters. Bai Ji curiously asked, Miss, are you unwell? Why are you sweating? As she spoke, she took a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Su Li's brow. Miss, the Empress is quite amiable, without any airs, unlike Li Fei, who seems to believe the entire world knows she is His Majesty's consort. Bai Ji, do not judge solely by appearances. Sometimes, one may know the face but not the heart. Bai Ji nodded. You are right, Mississippi. She then changed the subject. I heard from Xiao Qiu and the others that the imperial garden is filled with chrysanthemums. Shall we go take a look?
Su Li initially hesitated,
preferring to avoid crowded places. However, seeing Bai Ji's eager expression, she acquiesced, leading Bai Ji and Xiao Gui out while the others remained to guard the Fanghua Palace.
Today,
Su Li felt more at ease knowing that these maids and eunuchs had been chosen by Chongfu. The three made their way to the imperial garden. Su Li sought to avoid the more populated areas, and Xiao Gui guided her toward a less frequented spot. As they walked, clusters of vibrant chrysanthemums lined the path, their hues rich and varied. The garden was awash with a delicate fragrance of blooming flowers, creating an ambience that was both refreshing and uplifting. Suddenly, Bai Ji whispered, Miss, I urgently need to relieve myself.
Su Li instructed Xiao Gui to accompany her.
Xiao Gui hesitated slightly. Your Highness, alone? Do not worry, should anyone mean me harm, I shall incapacitate them. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Gui felt reassured. The two women, who had been Li Fei's henchwomen, had been vanquished by the young master's wife. Thus, one or two individuals posed no threat to her.
Su Li remarked,
I shall stroll along this path slowly and wait for you. Bai Ji's face was flushed from holding it in. Su Li waved her hand, urging her to hurry. Chapter 69. A performance in the imperial garden. Su Li ambled along, the path being a less traveled one devoid of any passers-by. As she walked, she noticed a stone with 3 characters inscribed, Chu Lan Pavilion. Yet, there was no pavilion nearby, only a stone table and a few stools.
Su Li sat down,
her mind involuntarily drifting back to the Empress's behavior at the Fanghua Palace earlier that day. Her attention had been particularly drawn to the salt jar. She wondered if it was truly the ceramic jar that captivated her. As Empress, what exquisite items had she not encountered? Did this salt perhaps hold some connection to the Empress and the Crown Prince? Was the Empress here to gather intelligence? Lang Jun, I have awaited you for so long. A sultry voice suddenly broke Su Li's contemplation, echoing from the thicket. Following that, a male voice responded, Xuanyang. I could only enter the imperial garden by accompanying His Highness, which delayed my arrival.
Lang Yun, I have missed you dearly.
Soon, the sound of a kiss followed. The male voice continued, Xuanyang, come, lean against this tree. But be gentle. Do not soil my dress. Fear not. I shall hold you. Before the words were fully uttered, Su Li heard the sounds of heavy breathing and soft moans. She realized it was a desperate palace maid engaging in a clandestine rendezvous with a man from outside the palace. Whether they were lovers who had fallen for each other outside the palace or not, she thought, one must not eavesdrop on inappropriate behavior. Just as she was about to stealthily depart, the male voice inquired, "What commotion is there in the Empress's palace?"
Lang Yun, Hata.
The Empress visited the Fanhua Palace today and conversed merrily with the young master's wife. Su Li halted in her tracks, realizing that this maid was none other than a palace maid named Xuanyang from the Empress's household. She would need to ask Xiao Gui about this later. The man was likely associated with the Cold Prince's residence. Had the Cold Prince entered the palace today? What had they discussed? The man's voice remained eerily calm, devoid of any signs of the passion surrounding him. Yet Xuanyang murmured in a muffled tone, harder. They spoke of many things, everything under the sun. It feels good. The most mentioned topic was salt. Salt? Harder. The tribute salt from the Chinko salt field. Within a short span of time, the palace maid divulged a considerable amount of information regarding the Empress, leaving Su Li utterly astonished. She pondered quietly, uncertain whether the queen had intentionally prompted this maid to speak, or if the maid had truly concealed her secrets from the queen. Suddenly, a sense of discontent washed over her. "My lord, is this all there is? Do you spend your days with those dubious songstresses and dancers?" "Not at all. I've merely been weighed down by worries of late. When you leave the palace, I shall come to claim you," he assured her. "Hurry and prepare your attire. Someone is approaching." In an instant, their footsteps diverged, and the encounter dissipated as if it had never occurred.
Su Li exhaled deeply.
The queen's actions today had drawn attention to the Chinko salt fields, a place that could soon witness turmoil. This was something she needed to inform Zhao Yuhong about, urging him to remain vigilant. Bai Ji and Xiao Gizi hurriedly appeared at the end of the path. Upon seeing Su Li seated calmly on the stone stool, both let out a sigh of relief. The trio took a stroll, and Bai Ji, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Miss, I picked a flower for you to wear." "Bai Ji, do not pluck flowers indiscriminately. We are not noble ladies of the court," Su Li cautioned. "But Yan, you may pick flowers from the imperial garden." A melodious male voice resonated from behind, causing Su Li to sigh inwardly. The more she wished to avoid certain individuals, the more likely she was to encounter them. Turning around, she saw Zhao Yuhong supporting Consort Li, a retinue of palace maids trailing behind them. She slightly curtsied, "Greetings, Consort Li." "Greetings, His Highness, the Cold Prince." It was as if the events of the previous day had never transpired. She had expected Consort Li to scrutinize her, but to her surprise, although Consort Li's expression was stiff, her demeanor had shifted entirely. A forced smile graced her lips. The heir's consort has come to admire the flowers. This was a far cry from the arrogance displayed the day before.
Su Li observed Zhao Yuhong,
who seemed far superior to Consort Li and her daughter in terms of composure. Noticing the slight blemishes on Zhao Yuhong's once smooth face and the subtle limp in his gait, she couldn't help but smirk inwardly at the poetic justice. He had sought to provoke her at Xiangwa Temple, and now he faced his own retribution. However, she had no desire to engage further with this mother-son duo and quickened her pace to depart. "Wait, Consort," Consort Li called softly. "I have something to discuss with you." "Consort Li, I am quite busy and must select ingredients for His Majesty," she replied, hastening her steps. Suddenly, her skirt was stepped on, and when she turned to see Zhao Yuhong's pockmarked face before her, he murmured, "Did Yan have any explanation for our failed rendezvous at Xiangwa Temple?" Su Li's voice turned cold. "Release me. I will not speak until I receive an explanation from Yan." She grasped her golden waist token, poised to jab it into his eye, but Zhao Yuhong jumped back repeatedly. "Ah.
Ouch.
Something has stung me." Upon glancing around, they spotted a dead wasp on the ground, squashed beneath Zhao Yuhong's foot. "Quickly, let us flee. There is a wasp. Being stung could be fatal," she shouted, and with Bai Ji and Xiao Gizi in tow, they hastily departed. Seeing Zhao Yuhong in pain, Consort Li rushed over to inspect him. Upon rolling up his trousers, they discovered a small, swollen red spot on his calf. Consort Li remarked in surprise, "Ice, how fierce this wasp is, to sting you through your clothing. Quickly, let us go to the Falling Plum Palace and summon the imperial physician to extract the sting." Noticing that the palace maids were slow to respond, she cried out, "Are you all deaf? Do you not see His Highness in such pain? Hurry and assist him." The maids rushed forward, but they were all delicate women, Who among them could carry Zhao Yu home? Even if they could, they would not be able to move quickly. They could only support him as they walked. Once Zhao Yuhong and Consort Li had departed, two figures dressed in the Emperor's guard uniforms emerged from behind the trees. Wu Yi, why have you not yet mastered your wasp stinging technique? One questioned. But I did strike. How can you say I have not mastered it? Although you hit his calf, I saw your lips moving, saying sting the bird, sting the bird. Did you actually sting it? Wu Yi fell silent, but then suddenly recalled. Wu Heir. If I failed, why did you not take action? Are you foolish? If I used a flying knife, we would be considered assassins, which would implicate His Highness. So, I left it to you. Regardless, I will inform His Highness and reward you. Wu Yi grumbled. No need. I have yet to perfect my skill. Next time I see someone disrespecting Miss Su, I will accurately target him. Wu Heir nodded. I will practice with my spinning knife, to kill unseen. Chapter 70. The first message by Bird Su Li and her companions swiftly returned to the Fenghua Palace. Bai Ji was in a foul mood. Upon their arrival, she vented. How bold this cold prince is, openly behaving so lewdly towards a lady in the palace. Thankfully, that wasp took revenge for her.
Su Li chuckled.
What goes around comes around. Bai Ji, do not be angry. Go fetch the birdcage. I wish to see Xiao Zhan and Xiao Dou. Su Li took out paper and pen, scribbling swiftly. Xiao Chun arrived with the birdcage. Miss, I am here. Watching the two birds look lively, Su Li felt satisfied. Xiao Chun bowed. I shall fetch some water from the kitchen. Su Li nodded, pleased with Xiao Chun's discretion. She called to the birdcage, Xiao Zhan. The bird flew to her side, and she tied a small message tube to its leg, gently stroking its back. Fly to Prince Qi, she instructed. Xiao Zhan darted out of the window, ascending to a tree before vanishing among the branches. In the study of the Qi prince's residence, Zhao Yuhong, engrossed in reports from various regions, was suddenly startled by the chirping of a bird outside the window. His heart raced as he hurriedly opened the window, anxiously retrieving the message attached to its foot. The note read simply, Chinko Salt Fields, pay attention to the Crown Prince and Cold Prince. A wave of relief washed over him, and a faint smile graced his lips. This was Su Li's concern for him, filling his heart with warmth. He took up his brush and wrote a note in return, sending Xiao Zhan back. Before a tea's worth of time had passed, Xiao Zhan flew back through the window. Su Li removed the message tube, her eyes scanning Zhao Yuhong's handwriting for the first time. His strokes were sharp and powerful, exuding a sense of martial vigor. The note was succinct. Received. Do not worry. Take care of yourself. Su Li smiled softly, feeling a unique warmth from the words of such a hardened man. She then went to the kitchen to prepare the emperor's dinner. As she was about to serve the meal in the Qingjin Hall, Xiao Gizi returned from outside. His head bowed, yet a smile could not be concealed from his lips. Miss, I encountered the judge's son from the right court. They came to check on the cold prince's injury. I skillfully inquired and learned that a chunk of flesh was gouged from his calf. They are now leaving the palace for the cold prince's residence. Bai Ji interjected sharply. What a pity. Why didn't they sever a leg instead?
Su Li chuckled lightly.
Bai Ji, such remarks are only suitable for Fenghua Palace. Do not speak of them outside. Xiao Gizi, however, raised his head earnestly. Miss, I have begun to be regarded favorably in the palace. Bai Ji quickly asked, what do you mean by being regarded favorably? I went to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to collect charcoal, and the head of the ministry personally provided me with the finest. With enthusiasm, she exclaimed that once used, they should promptly fetch more, and she also arranged for us at the Fenghua Palace to select fabric for winter garments. All of this was brought to Fenghua Palace by the beloved consort. Su Li smiled and remarked, this is indeed a collective effort by everyone at Fenghua Palace. By the way, Xiao Gizi, is there a maid named Xuanyang attending to Her Majesty today? Xuanyang? No, there is only one called Yishue. Closest to the Empress today is Granny Qin. A little further away are Yishue and Yishuang, along with Yiqin and Yishu. Do you wish to find Xuanyang, esteemed consort? Su Li nodded, saying someone had asked me to inquire. But let this matter rest here. Xiao Gizi, please do not investigate further, nor mention Xuanyang, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Understood. Esteemed consort, Xiao Gizi replied. During dinner, the emperor noticed only 4 dishes on the table, and they were quite small in portion. He questioned, Yan, have you prepared only 4 dishes? And such a meager amount? The royal chef typically serves 12 dishes, each with ample portions. Your Majesty, some dishes are detrimental to your health, hence Yan has prepared only these 4, tailored to your medicinal diet. If this is insufficient, I shall prepare 12 dishes tomorrow. 12 dishes? I could never finish them. They could be given to the concubines instead. Then, Your Majesty, might you have someone bring a few dishes from the royal kitchen here for you to sample before they are distributed? Yen has prepared only for you, Your Majesty. The emperor chuckled. I must be getting old, restricted in my meals.
Sulilohret hergaze, remaining silent.
Such small portions were devoured completely by the emperor. He lifted his eyelids and inquired, Yen, is there more? Your Majesty, how full do you feel? About 70%. Then you must not eat more. There is still food in the box. Please give it to Chief Steward Chongfu. The emperor set down his chopsticks. Chongfu, eat quickly so you can attend to the memorials. Chongfu hastily knelt. Your Majesty, I dare not. I dare not. Su Li sighed softly and served the emperor a bit more. Your Majesty, this is truly the maximum you can consume. I shall not eat more. Chongfu, you must eat. Your Majesty, this is a reward bestowed upon you. Thank you for your graciousness, Your Majesty. Chongfu, trembling, took the food box and turned, a smile creeping onto his lips. He shared the emperor's symptoms. As he dined alongside him at nearly every meal, Su Li's actions were akin to subtly administering dietary therapy. He mused silently. Perhaps it was fate that had brought the future bride of Prince Qi to care for him. After the emperor finished his meal and remained seated, Su Li gently suggested, Your Majesty, allow me to accompany you for a stroll in the Hall of Governance. I am not full. I lack the strength to walk. Your Majesty, a stroll after meals adds years to one's life. The emperor grinned. When calculated thus, I might live to over 10,000 years.
Su Li stated earnestly.
It is indeed true, Your Majesty. Flattery will get you nowhere. Come, I have inquiries for you.
Assist me.
Su Li hurriedly stepped forward to support the emperor. He murmured, You seem clever, yet in reality, rather dull. Su Li could only respond with silence. As they ambled through the spacious hall of governance, Su Li awaited the emperor's questions. It was not until they had walked for a while that the emperor finally asked, Yen, today in the imperial garden, Prince Han was stung by a wasp. Why did you not attend to him? Your Majesty, upon seeing the wasp, I panicked and fled. I shall improve. Next time I will be the first to protect Prince Han. This response amused the emperor, who laughed. If the royal sons are so weak as to rely on women for protection, we are truly doomed. Your Majesty, I spoke out of turn. Let the wasp sting me instead. Enough of your pretense. I am aware you do not favor Consort Li and her son. They too must learn restraint. Chapter 71. The mistreatment of Orange Mao. Su Li did not engage further with the emperor's words, merely casting her gaze downward, diligently assisting him. Whether Consort Li and her son learned restraint had little bearing on her, as long as they did not provoke her. After a period of nurturing the emperor's health, she would inevitably leave the palace. Chongfu had quietly followed behind. After a quarter of an hour, Su Li departed with the food box. The emperor reclined lazily on the couch, yet his spirit was vibrant, his eyes gleaming. Chongfu inquired, Your Majesty, to which palace shall we go tonight? I shall arrange the sedan. Not going. I feel unwell. What purpose would that serve? To seek death? I am merely curious how Yen has managed to have the Empress so attentive to her. Chongfu replied, Your Majesty, the Empress's attention towards Miss Su is indeed directed towards you, for she prepares medicinal meals for you. Should Miss Su leave the palace, you will see the Empress's attention wane. That is true. The Empress is quite perceptive. The Emperor smiled broadly. Chongfu, tonight let us visit the palace of Ganlu. Yes, Your Majesty. As Chongfu walked away, a hint of worry crossed his mind. He had just said he would not venture to the inner palace for health's sake. Yet here he was again. Was this a lapse in memory? In the palace of Ganlu, a maid announced, His Majesty has arrived. This brought the Empress immense joy, confirming that her efforts with Su Li had borne fruit. She hurriedly emerged, kneeling gracefully, I humbly welcome Your Majesty. The voices of the palace maids echoing their welcome were resounding. Soon, this news reached the ears of Consort Li in the palace of Luomei. Enraged, she seized Orange Mao and struck it, causing the frail creature to cry out in distress. Then, she covered Orange Mao's head with its own cotton coat, her face contorted in rage, whispering, Scream, 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 and I shall smother you, you beast. Next to her, Su Shi gasped but gently advised, Your Grace, Orange Mao must not perish. It is needed to regain the Emperor's favor. Upon hearing this, Consort Li released Orange Mau Mau, which stumbled to a corner, trembling, emitting a sound even less than that of a small kitten. Su Shi approached tenderly, attempting to lift Orange Mau Mau. The creature bared its teeth, raising a paw in warning to keep Su Shi at bay. However, having gone 2 days without food or water, Orange Mau Mau lacked the strength to threaten for long, soon collapsing weakly. Su Shi cradled Orange Mau Mau and handed it to a palace maid, signaling her to leave quickly. Consort Li, with no other outlet for her fury, grabbed nearby objects and hurled them at Su Shi. Instinctively, Su Shi ducked, and the item struck a maid behind her. A muffled groan escaped the maid as she clutched her forehead, blood trickling down. Su Shi glared, hissing, "Get out! Do not obstruct my sight." The injured maid hurriedly retreated. Outside, the maid bent low, accustomed to collecting the discarded items and shards from the ground. Su Shi knelt and softly said, "Your Grace. His Majesty uniquely bestowed Orange Mau Mau upon you. You have always known the reason behind it." Upon hearing this, Consort Li's beautiful eyes widened in anger. She kicked Su Shi in indignation, exclaiming, "Do I need a lowly maid like you to remind me? This is a humiliation I must bear." Su Shi, in immense pain, bent down and pressed herself against the ground, yet she refrained from uttering a single cry. Instead, she continued, "Your Highness, I did not mean it that way. I merely wish for you to swiftly reclaim His Majesty's affection." Today, His Highness, the Cold Prince, expressed a similar sentiment. "Please tell me how to proceed." Her voice was a mere whisper, audible only to the Consort Li. After hearing her, Consort Li scoffed, "As long as you do not ask me to take action, it is well. Su Shi, you shall personally attend to the 9th princess in Zhao Chun Palace, ensuring her swift recovery. I have heard that the 10th princess excels in her musical studies and has garnered praise from her instructor. Find a way to break her fingers, so she may never play again." "Yes, I shall make the arrangements," Su Shi replied as she rose to leave. However, Consort Li suddenly remembered something and added, "During this time, while Ninger is bedridden, keep an eye on the other princesses. Should any stand out, ensure they are suppressed." The emperor, after a prolonged absence, had once again visited the empress's Ganlu palace. Within minutes, nearly all the heads of the harem were made aware of it. Some secretly reveled in the misfortune, while others clapped in delight. This woman, who had enjoyed favor since entering the palace, had oppressed, bullied, and even harmed countless others. The empress had been powerless against her. But at last, she had encountered her match. The harem ladies understood well that they should not provoke Su Li, but rather seek her favor. Su Li's life finally brimmed with tranquility, free from disturbances. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Mid-Autumn festival arrived, yet Su Li found herself exceedingly busy. After lunch, she was to accompany the emperor outside the palace to the Xia altar for the moon worship. She needed to select and prepare the medicinal ingredients and herbs for the feast, in addition to preparing the emperor's lunch. Just as she was occupied, Xiao Gizi entered and announced, "Young lady, the young master is waiting for you in the imperial garden. There is also a letter for you." Without a second thought, Su Li replied, "I will not see him. I am too busy, and the letter can be burned." Xiao Gizi hesitated, but Baiji seized the letter and tossed it into the fire, watching it burn to ashes. Baiji spoke bluntly, "Xiao Gizi, do not bring up the young master's matters before the young lady again. Simply refuse him." It dawned on Xiao Gizi that there was a significant rift between the young lady and the young master. The rumors of the young master favoring his concubines over his wife seemed to hold some truth. Xiao Gizi scoffed inwardly. Was the young master blind? With so many beauties in the palace, none could compare to the young lady. Surely, there was no one outside the palace who could match her either. How absurd it was for him to favor those unattractive concubines. As lunch approached, Su Li, accompanied by Baiji, made her way to the Qingzheng Hall, with Xiao Gizi carrying the food box. Suddenly, Xiao Gizi exclaimed, "Young lady, the young master is standing in front of the Qingzheng Hall." Upon looking, Su Li saw Zhao Yuquan pacing anxiously in front of the hall, along with Xie Zihua. Baiji, fuming, remarked how annoying it was for him to be waiting there. Su Li sighed softly, realizing he must have sought an audience with the emperor. Upon seeing Su Li, Zhao Yuquan stumbled forward, his voice tinged with desperation. "Yan Yan. Yan Yan, I finally see you." He attempted to rush toward her for an embrace.
Su Li's gaze shifted to Xie Zihua,
who quickly stepped in to hold Zhao Yuquan back, saying, "Cousin, this is the palace, not the Wangfu. You must not act recklessly." Zhao Yuquan finally composed himself. Su Li regarded him, noting his haggard appearance. He had lost considerable weight and reverted to a frail state. She spoke coolly. Have you come to deliver the divorce papers? At her words, Zhao Yuquan's heart shattered. Seeing him in such a state, she did not even inquire about his health, but immediately pressed for the divorce. Anger and despair welled up within him, and he retorted, Yan, it is absolutely impossible for me to grant that. He stubbornly declared, I am a man of my word, and I cannot fulfill the 3-month promise, nor can I issue those divorce papers. Chapter 72, A Chance Encounter with the Crown Prince. Su Li felt a wave of agitation rise within her. Given Zhao Yuquan's frenzied state, obtaining the divorce papers from him seemed impossible. Taking a deep breath to quell her irritation, she softened her expression and asked, Do you have feelings for Miss Xia? He replied, That is a separate matter. Liking my cousin is one thing, but I will not let you go. Very well, if you like Miss Xia. We shall discuss everything once the prince is fully recovered. Step aside, His Majesty is about to dine. Zhao Yuquan, knowing better than to act out in front of the Qingjing Hall, complied and moved aside. As Su Li stepped over the threshold, she paused, turning to Xie Zihua. Miss Xia, how could you allow him to come to the palace to see me? Xie Zihua's eyes brimmed with tears. Miss Su, my cousin and I do not share the same 10 years of history.
Su Li sighed inwardly, her gaze returning to Zhao Yuquan.
I did not read your letter. It has been burned. Cherish Miss Xia. With that, she turned and entered the main hall. The light in Zhao Yuquan's eyes dimmed, and he clenched his teeth. Yan, I will never let you leave my side. During the emperor's meal, he casually inquired, Yan, have you seen Yuquan?
I have.
You seem displeased. Was the meeting too brief? Your Majesty, speaking during meals is not good for your health. But you have not answered my question.
Su Li lowered her gaze, remaining silent.
Forget it. I understand now you are unhappy. Next time, I shall extend the duration of your meeting. Su Li continued to remain silent.
Chang Fu, observing,
could not help but smile bitterly. How had the emperor become like a child? He had clearly been eavesdropping from the window, watching the interaction between Su Li and the young master, yet he feigned ignorance. Yan, speak to me. Next time, I will allow you more time together. Su Li softly replied, Your Majesty, you have already seen and heard everything from the window. You are well aware of my thoughts. Perhaps you should issue an edict to annul my title as the young master's wife. That is out of the question. The 7th prince would never let it go. Last time, when you were in the Jing'an division for several days, the 7th prince knelt here for days. Unless he speaks to me, I will not issue the edict. Su Li understood the emperor's perspective. In his eyes, she was inconsequential. Had it not been for the prince and the Wangfu, she would not even have had the chance to meet the emperor. She could only wait for the prince's agreement. Yan grasped the situation. Your Majesty, after your meal, please wait for a quarter of an hour before resting. Just as she was gathering her things to leave, she suddenly heard, I pay my respects to father. Turning around, Su Li saw Zhao Yuhong, clad in full armor today. He appeared stern and imposing, yet his expression was softer than usual. The emperor waved his hand. Father wishes to rest. You may do as you please, whether to escort Yan back or to pay respects to your mother. I shall obey father's wishes and escort Yan back. Once the two had departed, the emperor grinned. Yuhong, father has given you an opportunity. You must seize it well. Chang Fu's face was filled with concern. Your Majesty, if the prince does not agree in the future, what will become of Miss Su and His Highness the Qi Prince? As long as Yan is willing, they could elope. But the public will drown out any chance of happiness for Miss Su and His Highness the Qi Prince. The emperor lowered his eyelids, slowly replying, History is written by the victors. Chang Fu's heart trembled. Could it be that the emperor held the Qi Prince in such regard?
Su Li glanced at Zhao Yuhong's armor.
Today, are you serving as His Majesty's personal guard?
Yes.
When you arrive at the Xia altar, do not leave His Majesty's side. As night falls, unpredictable events may occur. After all, in the capital, I command merely 10,000 troops from the outskirts, while the Crown Prince wields 20,000, and the Cold King possesses 5,000 imperial guards from the left division. Naturally, the 5,000 from the right division currently under the command of my uncle are temporarily at my disposal. Upon hearing Zhao Yuhong's words, Su Li suddenly felt as though the emperor intended to transform his 3 sons into a triangular power dynamic. This might very well be the fate of those born into royal lineage. One must vanquish the others to ascend to the throne. A wave of melancholy washed over Su Li. Both the crown prince and cold king had supporters, yet Zhao Yuhong stood alone in his palace. Although he commanded a formidable army, they were stationed at the borders, leaving him vulnerable should a crisis arise. He was indeed the weakest force. The haunting memory of the 5 brothers slain by the emperor surfaced in her mind, sending a shiver through her. Your Highness, when will you return to the frontier? Probably after the new year, when spring arrives. That would be splendid. I shall accompany you to the border. It is harsh there. You may find it difficult to adapt. Your Highness, human adaptability is remarkable. I entered the prince's residence at 6, abruptly thrust into an entirely unfamiliar environment surrounded by strangers. Initially, I was uncomfortable and fearful, yet I quickly acclimated to life in the prince's mansion. Zhao Yuhong, inhaling the faint scent of jasmine that lingered around Su Li, felt his spirits lift as he listened to her. However, noticing her troubled expression, he gently inquired, "Has Zhao Yukuan troubled you?" "No, I was merely reminded of other matters." "Your Highness, regarding the Shuayan residence that I purchased, could you please keep an eye on it for me while I am outside the palace?" "Rest assured. I have already checked on it. The servants are diligent and responsible." Speaking of her Shuayan residence, Su Li's mood brightened. "Your Highness, how generous of the previous owner to sell the house along with the servants. It's the first time I've encountered such a thing. It feels as though the former owner intended to gift it to me. I would love the opportunity to meet her. She must be a woman of great kindness." "Third brother, Yen, what a coincidence to see you both again today." Upon hearing this voice, Su Li felt a shiver run down her spine. The two turned to see the crown prince approaching from a side path leading from the East Palace. Su Li slightly bent her knee, and before she could straighten, Zhao Yuhong had already cupped his hands in salute, saying, "Crown Prince, I am fulfilling His Majesty's command to escort Yen home. We take our leave." "Very well. Let us, brothers, go to the Xia altar. Tonight, we shall engage in heartfelt conversation at the Xia Palace. Last time, we were interrupted by that old blackguard. Alas. It is a pity that second brother cannot join us. He was stung by a wasp, and I dispatched someone to the cold king's residence to check on him, only to find the physician dressing a wound on his calf, where a piece of flesh had been removed. Otherwise, the 3 of us could have shared a drink under the moonlight." The crown prince's words conveyed a sense of brotherly camaraderie, devoid of any discord. Even though Zhao Yuhong had indicated a desire to take his leave, the crown prince seemed intent on prolonging the conversation. With a nostalgic tone, he continued, "Third brother, it has been 10 years since you left. I miss you dearly. I often recall the time when you were just a soft little bundle, and I held you in my arms as we slept." Su Li felt goosebumps rise on her skin upon hearing this. Chapter 73. The Crown Prince's Fury. Su Li sensed the Crown Prince's uncomfortable gaze occasionally drifting toward her. She performed a courtesy and said, "Your Highness, Yen still needs to return to select ingredients for His Majesty. I must take my leave." Only then did the Crown Prince allow them to depart. On the path, Su Li curiously asked Zhao Yuhong, "Did the Crown Prince truly hold you while you slept as a child?" "Who knows? I have no recollection from that time. Whatever he says is simply what it is. However, I do recall being cared for by Lord Chongfu." "Lord Chongfu cared for you? Weren't you raised by the Empress?" "In my memory, it was always Lord Chongfu who looked after me. I spent most of my early years in the Hall of Diligent Governance. Occasionally, the Empress would take me to the Hall of Sweet Dew, but Lord Chongfu would accompany us. By the age of 5, I moved to the 3rd residence where the princes lived." Su Li's inquiry had prompted Zhao Yuhong to share so much, causing her to smile. Lord Chongfu was a trusted confidant of the emperor, a man of utmost loyalty. It was likely due to a lack of trust in the empress that he was assigned to care for Zhao Yuhong. The crown prince's claim of having cradled Zhao Yuhong to sleep may well have been a fabrication. The empress and the crown prince were adept at using emotional ties to their advantage. Lost in thought, Su Li failed to notice a small stone beneath her foot and stumbled backward. Zhao Yuhong swiftly extended his arm, catching her at her waist. With a firm embrace, she fell against him. The sudden momentum pressed them tightly together, and Su Li's face collided with the hard plates of Zhao Yuhong's armor, causing her nose to tingle. She unintentionally murmured, "So hard." This innocent remark ignited a spark within Zhao Yuhong, setting his entire being ablaze. Memories of Su Li nestled in his arms flooded his mind, and the spot on his neck where she had playfully kissed him felt electrified. A flush crept into his cheeks as Su Li shook her head in his embrace. Her hair brushed against his neck and chin, stirring him to grit his teeth and utter, "Do not move." The soreness in her nose brought tears to Su Li's eyes. Suddenly, she heard Zhao Yuhong's slightly husky voice above her. "Do not move." Fearing she had injured him, she hesitated to budge and softly asked, "Your Highness, did I hurt you?" After a moment of silence without a response, she was about to inquire further when he replied, "Yes, I am hurt. It is quite painful." "Do not move. It will be fine shortly." Zhao Yuhong wanted to push Su Li away for embracing her in broad daylight, with people passing by. Would not reflect well on her reputation. Yet, his hands betrayed him, holding her tightly. Only when he spotted palace attendants approaching did he reluctantly release her. He said, "All is well." Su Li, bewildered, asked with concern, "Where did you get hurt? Let me check your pulse." Zhao Yuhong had now completely regained his composure and waved his hand dismissively. "I am not that fragile." "Then let us return to the Fanghua Palace to gather our things." At that moment, as Su Li turned, she caught a glimpse of a flash of crimson robe disappearing amidst the trees. Furrowing her brow, she recognized it as the Crown Prince's attire. The Crown Prince's expression darkened as he hastened towards the East Palace. He had just witnessed Zhao Yuhong and Su Li in an embrace from a distance, igniting a fury within him. Ever since encountering Su Li before the Imperial Hospital, images of her sultry gaze and plump lips had haunted his thoughts, as if she were pleading for his affection. He was convinced that they had shared something in the past, though he had forgotten. Thus, the Crown Prince believed Su Li belonged to him. Power, women. Any man with ambition would fight fiercely for these two possessions. He possessed power as the Crown Prince, just a step away from the highest position, within reach. And he desired women. He intended to claim all the world's beautiful women as his own. As for Zhao Yuhong, merely a reckless man devoid of any maternal influence. What else did he have besides a head full of battle fervor? Not long ago, he reluctantly parted with his two women, ostensibly sending them to the military camp as a reward for the troops, but in reality, he had them killed. Such treatment of women is akin to a fool daring to embrace the most beautiful of maidens.
How dare he?
How dare he lay a hand on his women? The more the Crown Prince thought about it, the angrier he became. His officials, witnessing his brooding demeanor, could only silently follow him. Upon entering the Eastern Palace, he sat in his study for a long while before suddenly shouting, "Summon Jianshang." A voice responded, "Yes." Soon, a man appeared before him. This individual was not tall but was robust, with muscles visible even through his clothing. "Jianshang, after a decade of archery training, you have achieved remarkable precision. This evening, showcase your skills." The Crown Prince's voice grew ever softer. After this, Jianshang replied, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I will certainly accomplish the task you have entrusted to me. Should I fail, my head shall be brought before you." Meanwhile, Su Li returned to the Fanghua Palace and prepared her belongings as the time to depart arrived. Officials of the third rank and above, along with the formidable Imperial Guard, set forth towards the evening moon mountain. This lunar festival occurred once every 3 years, and it marked Su Li's first attendance. As the daughter of a condemned minister, she had never been regarded as a true mistress by the Crown Princess. Thus, she had not been invited to such occasions before. This time, Su Li was indeed witnessing a grand sight. She leaned out of the carriage window, where ahead of her was the Emperor and Empress in their majestic dragon carriage. The vast procession was followed by countless commoners' carriages, all heading to the evening moon mountain to receive the blessings of the moon god. She spotted Zhao Yuhong riding a tall steed beside the dragon carriage. Her carriage was flanked by the imposing Imperial guards. One guard noticed her peering out and hurriedly whispered, "Miss Su, I am Wu Yi. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call upon me."
Wu Yi?
Is he not Zhao Yuhong's shadow guard? At that moment, another Imperial guard approached and quietly said, "I am Wu Er. Should you require assistance, feel free to call upon me."
Wu Yi, Wu Er? Sulisut denli recalet Dongfang Yi and Dongfang.
Why did their names resonate so similarly? Her heart raced. Could Shuiyan residence have been gifted to her by Zhao Yuhong? No, not sold, but presented. Was Shuiyan residence indeed a gift from Zhao Yuhong? She gazed once more at Zhao Yuhong's retreating figure, his armor glinting with silver light, his silhouette standing tall like a pine. His cloak billowed in the autumn breeze, producing a rustling sound that exuded an aura of dominance. She squinted, observing for a moment. Wu Er remarked, "Miss Su, His Highness Qi Wang is indeed imposing, evoking our utmost respect and admiration. We humble soldiers hold him in the highest esteem." Wu Yi echoed, I am in deep admiration of His Highness Qi Wang. Zhao Yuhong heard every word clearly. He turned his expressionless gaze upon Wu Yi and Wu Er, who instantly lowered their heads. When his eyes landed on Su Li, a smile broke forth. In that instant, Su Li was taken aback. It was her first glimpse of Zhao Yuhong's smile, his radiant black eyes resembling crescent moons. His austere features softened by the warmth of his expression. His lips, perfectly proportioned, revealed a dazzling smile that contrasted sharply with his cold, gleaming armor.
Su Li's lips twitched.
Such a beautiful smile seemed incongruous with his intimidating attire. Fortunately, the smile quickly faded. The emperor, catching sight of Zhao Yuhong's grin through the window, murmured, "Jing Fei."
Hong smiled so beautifully.
Changfu, standing beside the emperor, overheard and swiftly glanced at the empress, searching for any change in her demeanor.
Yet,
he saw her gazing out the window, quietly remarking to Granny Qin, "I have not seen the scenery outside the palace for many years." Changfu sighed in relief, thinking she likely hadn't heard. However, unbeknownst to him, a vengeful glint flickered in the empress's eyes, sharp as a sword capable of inflicting mortal wounds. The evening moon mountain lay on the outskirts of the capital, not far from the Foin mountain, one to the north and the other to the south. As darkness fell, officials from the Ministry of Rites arrived to guide the emperor to the altar. While the emperor recited the lunar sacrificial text, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He swayed, and Zhao Yuhong, standing behind him, immediately supported him. An interruption in the sacrificial text would bode ill for the nation, prompting the crown prince to step forward and declare, "Father, allow me to read in your stead." The emperor regarded the crown prince intently before finally nodding. Su Li, observing this, quietly moved closer, intending to discern what was amiss. Yet, she was gently restrained by the empress. "Yan, as a woman you cannot ascend the altar. Even I must remain below," the empress admonished.
Su Li frowned. "Your Majesty." "The wind is stronger on the altar. It would be prudent to send someone to provide the emperor with a cloak. Yan, do not worry. Honger is here too. With his stature to shield, the emperor will not be troubled by the wind." Suddenly, Su Li caught a whiff of an intoxicating fragrance emanating from the empress. One that made her dizzy, only for it to vanish in an instant, as if it had never existed. She subtly twitched her nose, but all that remained was the faint scent of powder. Suddenly, she witnessed Zhao Yuhong draw his sword with a clang and swing it into the air. The sound of metal clashing echoed, sparks flying from the blade. Zhao Yuhong shouted, "There are assassins." Yet, arrows continued to rain down from various directions, aimed at him, the emperor, and the crown prince. Zhao Yuhong waved his arms, deflecting the arrows, but the crown prince fell, struck. The empress, standing at the altar's entrance, was frozen in shock, her hand tightly gripping Su Li's arm, inadvertently blocking the way. Su Li tugged at her arm with all her might, but to no avail. She collided against the empress, and they tumbled down the stone steps, finally clearing the path. Dazed and disoriented, Su Li felt a roaring in her ears, but faintly heard the cries, "The Qi has been struck. The crown prince has been hit. The arrows are poisoned. Summon the physician at once." Su Li scrambled to her feet and dashed towards the altar, her body aching, yet she gritted her teeth and raced up the steps. "Antidote, antidote, I have the antidote. Make way," she shouted. Soon, she saw the emperor seated, cradling Zhao Yuhong, who had a massive arrow embedded in his shoulder, larger than usual. Blood trickled from his lips, and he appeared on the verge of losing consciousness. The emperor, panic-stricken, called out to her, Yan, quickly, the antidote." Su Li swiftly produced the antidote pills and pressed them into Zhao Yuhong's mouth, softly inquiring, "Where's the antidote I gave you?" Zhao Yuhong, eyes closed and voice faint, replied, "I saved it, reluctant to use it." Fury surged within Su Li, and though she longed to strike him, she swiftly took his military knife and severed the shaft of the large arrow. With a forceful yank, she extracted it. She then tore open his armor at the neckline to inspect the wound. Leaning down, she took a deep breath, sucking the poison from the wound and spitting out a mouthful of black blood. The emperor hesitated before saying, Yan, summon a eunuch to suck out the poisonous blood." After Su Li spat out a mouthful of toxic blood, she uttered, "There is no time," and bent down to continue drawing blood until the dark liquid transformed into crimson. Only then did she cease her efforts. The emperor, noticing Su Li's complexion had turned somewhat ashen, hastily implored, Yan, you must consume the antidote at once." Is there any antidote left? Su Li nodded and poured some antidote into her mouth. At that moment, she heard the Empress's anguished cries. Hanger, hanger, do not die. The Emperor urged, Yan, go check on the Crown Prince. Upon reaching the Crown Prince's side, Su Li found that the Empress had mysteriously appeared. She was cradling the Crown Prince, who appeared to have lost consciousness, an arrow lodged in his chest, albeit smaller than the one in Zhao Yuhong's body. Observing the Crown Prince's complexion, he seemed unaffected by poison. Without hesitation, she intended to break the arrow. However, the Empress exclaimed, lift the Crown Prince back. Where is the physician? Has he arrived? Su Li replied, Your Majesty, the arrow that struck His Highness contains poison. So it is likely that the Crown Prince's arrow is also poisoned. If we wait for the physician, it may be too late. Allow me to examine it first. Reluctantly, the Empress permitted Su Li to approach. As she reached out to snap the arrow, the Crown Prince suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at Su Li with a bewildered expression. I have been struck by an arrow? He exclaimed, sitting up and touching the arrow's end. He furrowed his brow momentarily before abruptly yanking the arrow from his body. Blood splattering forth. Mother, I am unharmed. It is merely a slight injury. Su Li, perplexed by the copious blood from such a minor wound, immediately crouched down to tear open the Crown Prince's robe to inspect the injury. Yet he refused, shaking his head and grasping her hand, saying, Yan, I am fine. This arrow should not be poisoned. Perhaps I was not the primary target, father was. Su Li's hand had already come into contact with the Crown Prince's blood. He rose. Still holding her hand, Su Li discreetly withdrew her hand. In that case, I shall go check on His Majesty and Prince Qi. Turning away, she licked the blood from her fingertip, her heart racing. The Crown Prince, covering his armpit with his hand, followed her. I will go check on father and third brother. The Emperor had already risen and approached the altar. Suddenly, he transformed from his usual frailty, his voice resonating with strength, declaring, O Moon God, bless the people of Dongyan with abundant harvests, and grant our nation enduring prosperity. He extended his hand, and a memorial document was brought forth. The officials of the Ministry of Rites presented it to the Emperor with trepidation, and he set it alight. Observing the composed Emperor, the surrounding ministers regained their composure. The Emperor instructed the ritual officer, the ceremony is complete. The officer promptly announced, the ceremony is complete. Chapter 75. The arrows lament this harrowing assassination attempt lasted scarcely the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. The onlooking populace mistakenly believed the clattering sounds were part of the ceremonial blessings. They noticed several imperial guards rushing towards the direction of Foyan Mountain and then heard the Emperor's voice in prayer, followed by the ritual officer's proclamation. They erupted into cheers, exchanging blessings and breaking out mooncakes to celebrate. The Emperor swiftly departed the altar, returning to Dai Palace. Upon entering the palace gates, Wu Yi and Wu Er rushed towards him. Your Majesty, the assassin is dead. The Emperor waved his hand, signaling them to bring it forth. 3 severed heads were presented from 3 cloth bags before the Emperor. Su Li's gaze quickly swept over the Crown Prince, who appeared remarkably calm, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Su Li discreetly surveyed the surroundings. Most were glaring at the severed heads with anger. Wu Yi reported, Your Majesty, we immediately pursued the direction from which the arrows came. Upon reaching Foyan Mountain, we found these 3 descending from a tree. Upon seeing us, they immediately committed suicide. The Emperor's voice turned icy. How could the monks of the state religion temple be so negligent as to allow murder on Foyan Mountain? Humph. With a huff, he suddenly felt faint, and Su Li supported him. Seizing the opportunity, she grasped his hand and detected a rapid heartbeat. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance reminiscent of the Empress, though far fainter on the Emperor. She produced a pill. Your Majesty, please take this. The events of tonight have left you somewhat dizzy. Without hesitation, he accepted and consumed it. Su Li observed the Empress and Crown Prince standing a short distance away and whispered to Chongfu, quickly return and ensure the Emperor bathes and changes attire, then rests. He should sleep alone tonight. Chongfu nodded. He addressed the Emperor. Here are His Highness the Crown Prince and Prince Qi. Your Majesty should return to rest. The Emperor glanced at Su Li, who nodded reassuringly. Your Majesty, please rest. Prince Qi shall be under my watch, and all will be well. She added. Although the Crown Prince has lost some blood, his complexion remains stable, and the injury should not be severe.
You need not worry.
The Emperor turned his gaze toward the Crown Prince. Hanger, Do you not wish for Yan Yan to examine your injury? The crown prince straightened his posture slightly, responding, Father, I am fine. It is merely a superficial wound. Once these matters are settled, I shall have the physician examine it. The empress promptly bowed. Your Majesty, rest assured. I shall take good care of Hanger. After the emperor departed, Suli watched as his figure grew, increasingly stooped. Once the emperor's silhouette faded, the crown prince waved his hand. Imperial guards, investigate if there are any accomplices remaining. Those who are found will be exterminated along with their 9 clans. Zhao Yuhong appeared somewhat revitalized compared to earlier. Crown Prince, you should seek the physician to tend to your wound. Mother, you should also return and rest. I shall handle the matter of the assassins. It is my duty. However, the Crown Prince replied, Third brother, I do not blame you. You have acted with great responsibility. Suli frowned at this remark. While it sounded complimentary, it was indeed a veiled reproach. The emperor had just stated that there was to be no bloodshed on Foyan Mountain, and the monks of the state religion temple would manage the area. Hence, no one anticipated that assassins would hide within the mountain. Had the crown prince been struck by that massive arrow, he might have already become a lifeless corpse. Suli longed to expose the crown prince's true nature at that moment, but was deterred by the guards surrounding him. Remembering Zhao Yuhong's warning about the crown prince's 2,000 troops and his current grave injury, she silently admonished herself to remain patient. The time was not yet right. She spoke, Your Highness, you should promptly seek the physician to examine your wound and apply medicine. I suspect the arrowhead may be tainted with rust, if not treated properly. A minor injury could escalate into a severe one, with no remedy available. The crown prince's expression shifted upon hearing this. Third brother, I shall take my leave. I must handle matters here. Once resolved, please rest early. With that, he hurriedly departed with his guards. Upon returning to his chambers, the crown prince quickly shed his robe, revealing a bloodstain drawn from the arrow's tip under his arm. Physician, hurry, and attend to me, he called out, having summoned the physician from the crown prince's residence. The physician hastily examined the injury, meticulously cleansing it with saline. He then reassured, Your Highness, do not worry. Those iron shards are merely adhered to the surface of the skin. They have been thoroughly cleaned. Quickly bandage me, the prince urged. The physician understood and promptly wrapped the wound with several layers of white cloth. Without garments, it appeared as though the prince had sustained grave injuries. The empress draped a robe over the prince and waved her hand to dismiss everyone. All of you leave at once. Secure the area around this chamber. I will attend to the prince myself. Summon you if necessary. Only the empress and the prince remained in the room. Enraged, the prince slammed his hand on the table beside him. The loss of the arrow struck him deeply, yet it had only injured Zhao Yuhong. Not a single hair on his father's head had been harmed. That detestable Zhao Yuhong, why does he not perish on the battlefield? The empress gritted her teeth, saying, Today, during the procession, your father spoke of concubine Jing. He seems cold and unfeeling towards Zhao Yuhong, banishing him to the borders to endure hardship. Yet in truth, Zhao Yuhong is his greatest love. Had it not been for your father's protection since childhood, your mother would have long since eliminated him. After enduring for so many years, your mother can scarcely hold her composure. Hunger, you are over 30 now, how much longer must you wait? Now that Zhao Yuhong has acquired strength, if we do not act, it will be too late. The prince sat in contemplation for a long while before finally speaking. Mother, it is unwise to act impulsively at this moment. There are 10,000 troops at Zhao Yuhong's disposal in the outskirts of the capital, while the crown prince commands 5,000 imperial guard troops under your father's command. I only possess 20,000 soldiers, without any significant advantage. Moreover, Zhao Yuhong's men are each worth 10 of ours. My troops lack practical combat experience. Therefore, it would be best if we wait for the emperor. The mother and son remained silent for a considerable time. The empress sighed and replied, Then let us adhere to the original plan. However, we must address Yan Yan. As the empress spoke, she wiped her neck. The prince frowned. Yan Yan is a remarkable talent. It would be a great pity to lose her. It would be far better to retain her for our own purposes. Upon hearing this, the empress immediately grasped Zhao Yuhong's intentions. He wished to bring Su Li into his own household. Hunger, how do you plan to do that? She is the fiancée of the crown prince. If it were anyone else, we could devise a means. But this is truly impossible. What does that matter? Historically, emperors have taken their daughters-in-law as concubines. She is merely my cousin's wife. It is hardly significant. By the time the crown prince's residence has vanished, who could possibly object? Let the cold prince hasten. That way, your father may ascend to the heavens. The mother and son exchanged hushed words for most of the night before the empress finally departed. Chapter 76. A secret of the crown prince. Zhao Yuhong picked up the arrows retrieved from the altar, examining them closely. He then handed them to Wu Yi and Wu Er, saying, "Take a look at these arrows." Wu Yi remarked, "This enormous arrow is specially crafted. It has been coated with poison, seemingly intended to ensure the death of its target." The rest appeared to be ordinary civilian arrows, lacking any distinctive features. However, Wu Er scrutinized them repeatedly, hesitating before saying, "Your Highness, I sense that the craftsmanship of these arrows originates from—" "What are you stammering about?" Zhao Yuhong urged. "I feel that the craftsmanship is the work of the blacksmiths from Xiliang. Observe the curvature of the arrowhead. It is slightly less than that of our Dongyan arrows, allowing for a faster flight. However, due to its lighter weight, the force is somewhat inferior to that of Dongyan." Su Li's heart skipped a beat. Xiliang? Could it be that people from Xiliang were involved? Lin Ruru was offered to Dongyan as a princess, and it seemed Xiliang was collaborating with the cold prince. But were they also collaborating with the crown prince? It was quite possible. The only entity Xiliang would not ally with was Zhao Yuhong, whom they loathed with a passion. Yen, you too have been injured. Allow me to apply some medicine." Su Li was lost in thought when Zhao Yuhong abruptly interrupted. He had seized her hand, lifting her sleeve to reveal the glaring bruise on her fair arm. Only then did Su Li realize they were alone in the room. Feeling somewhat awkward, she lowered her sleeve and inquired, "Have they all left?" "Yes," Zhao Yuhong replied, not releasing her hand as he stood up, holding a bottle of ointment. "Let me apply some medicine to your arm first. Your Highness, your injuries are severe. You should lie down and rest. I can tend to it myself. Or I can wait for Baiji to assist me. I will tend to your wounds first. The rest can wait until you return," Zhao Yuhong insisted, gently spreading the ointment across Su Li's delicate skin. It was Su Li's first experience of a man tending to her wounds in such a manner, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She hastily attempted to shift the subject, repeating herself, "Your Highness, you are injured. You must lie down to rest. You have already detoxified me. Now it is merely an external injury. It is of little consequence. Yen, I owe you my life for the protective talisman you gifted me. Otherwise, even if you had come, I would have already perished." What happened? It turned out that during the incident at the altar, Zhao Yuhong had not only to block the sword aimed at him, but also to protect the emperor. In the most perilous moment, 2 arrows were shot towards him. While he managed to block them with his blade, the massive arrow followed closely behind, traveling at an even greater speed. Almost simultaneously, it reached the emperor's forehead. Zhao Yuhong could only press the emperor's head down just in time, but the arrow had already struck his chest. Due to its special design, the arrow easily pierced through his armor. However, it fortuitously struck the protective talisman he wore, causing it to veer off and pass through his shoulder instead of directly piercing his chest. After hearing Zhao Yuhong's account, Su Li instinctively touched the talisman resting against her chest and remarked, "Master Kong Kong is truly remarkable." A peculiar sensation welled up within her. It felt as though she and Zhao Yuhong were bound together by this talisman. She lifted her gaze to meet Zhao Yuhong's, who was already looking at her. His face slowly descended toward hers. Yen, Your Highness, it seems that the archery skills of these 3 individuals were coordinated." As Zhao Yuhong's face drew nearer, Su Li quickly turned her head aside. Zhao Yuhong found it somewhat amusing, recalling the little white rabbit he had raised, which would also shy away in fear. He raised his head and said, "These 3 have likely practiced their coordinated tactics for several years. Especially the one who shot the largest arrow. Their archery skills must exceed a decade of experience. Their loss of such elite long-range assassins is indeed a significant blow." Su Li lowered her gaze, saying, "Such a trade of injuries is best avoided. With Yen, everything will be turned to safety."
Observing Su Li's thoughtful demeanor,
Zhao Yuhong gently stroked her head, asking, Yen, were you frightened?" Su Li raised her head, her expression complex as she replied, "Your Highness, I have discovered a secret about the crown prince." Zhao Yuhong regarded her, waiting for her to continue. Su Li, her face filled with concern, added, "However, once I speak, do not act impulsively. Do not worry, Yen. I will not act rashly. If I were to be impulsive on the battlefield, I would have perished long ago."
Su Li followed her brow, hesitating.
She realized that voicing her thoughts could potentially expose the struggle for imperial power. Yet if she remained silent, Zhao Yuhong's lack of vigilance towards the crown prince could prove dangerous. Her father's case relied heavily on Zhao Yuhong. Taking a deep breath, she finally said, "The blood on the crown prince tonight is not his, it is chicken blood." Zhao Yuhong did not show any particular surprise. Instead, an intense aura of killing intent suddenly surged from him. Suli remarked, "I had just advised His Highness against acting impulsively." Zhao Yuquan reigned in his murderous aura and replied, "Yan, rest assured, I shall not act rashly." How did Yan discern that the blood belonged to a chicken? When His Majesty instructed me to examine the blood, I tasted it by dipping my finger in and placing it in my mouth. Human blood carries a briny flavor, while chicken blood emits a distinct, rancid scent. One can easily identify fresh blood upon tasting. Suli smiled slightly and continued, "This method is known to very few. His Highness is likely unaware, otherwise he might have used human blood to disguise it." A unique emotion welled up within Zhao Yuhong, part pride, part heartache, and a touch of guilt. The struggle for imperial power had ensnared her. It was, after all, her own request for her father to summon her to the palace for her health. Otherwise, she would remain an outsider. Yan, you must exercise caution to avoid the prince's gaze in the future. Upon hearing of tonight's incident, my first thought was of him. I suspect father harbors similar disdain towards the prince. At this moment, the emperor was indeed preoccupied with the assassination attempt that had transpired that night. His visage appeared aged, his back hunched, eyes vacant, muttering to himself, "Is it finally time for bloodshed?" Chongfu was at a loss for words. He recalled how the emperor had once traversed a similar path, having eliminated 5 brothers in his youth. It was likely that he felt discomfort at the thought of his sons repeating this cycle of violence. "Your Majesty, you must be weary. It would be wise to rest early," Chongfu suggested. The emperor's drooping eyelids flickered as he softly replied, "Chongfu, I engaged in conflict with my brothers for self-preservation. Yet here I am, faced with a son who wishes to take my life." Chongfu quickly reassured him, "Your Majesty, Prince Qi is devoted to your safety. Had it not been for Miss Su, Prince Qi would not have come to rouse you tonight." As he spoke, tears genuinely welled in Chongfu's eyes. The thought of losing a child he had raised was unbearable. "Chongfu, who do you wish for me to bestow this throne upon?" Chapter 77. Tenderly soothing Prince Qi. Chongfu was so startled that he fell to his knees. "Your Majesty, the realm is yours. You may bestow it upon whomever you desire." As a man without roots, he felt unqualified to address such matters before the emperor. After a lengthy silence, the emperor commanded, "Go summon Chancellor Chen to see me." Meanwhile, Suli returned to her chamber, washed up, and had Bai Ji apply medicine to her wounds before succumbing to fatigue and drifting into a deep slumber. Suddenly, she was awoken from her dreams by Bai Ji's voice. Sitting up, she immediately inquired, "Is there another assassination attempt?" Bai Ji hurriedly reassured her, "No, Mississippi. It is merely that His Highness has a high fever. His attendant Wu Yi has come to summon you. Let me go. It must be serious, or his guards would not have come to fetch me so easily." Upon exiting her room, Wu Yi hastily bowed and reported, "Miss Su, His Highness is in a state of high fever and has lost consciousness. The imperial physician was summoned by the prince, so I could only come to awaken you. No time to waste, let us go." Upon her arrival, Suli found Zhao Yuhong's face flushed, breathing rapid and shallow, his body trembling. He murmured incoherently. Extending her hand, she instructed, "Bai Ji, hand me the medical kit. Wu Yi, fetch some warm water." Wu Yi complied and left. Suli opened the medical kit and retrieved silver needles. Leaning down, she gently spoke, "Your Highness, please remain still. Yan will administer acupuncture, and you'll soon feel better." Her words proved effective. Zhao Yuhong slightly opened his bloodshot eyes and, in his haze, saw the face he longed for so dearly. Grasping Suli's hand, he pleaded, Yan, do not leave me. Please do not leave me." She tenderly soothed him, "I shall not depart. I will remain by your side. You must rest peacefully." Her gentle words were like a lullaby, calming his spirit, and soon his tremors ceased. Suli promptly began to locate the acupuncture points on Zhao Yuhong's body and inserted the needles. When the warm water arrived, she applied a damp cloth to his forehead. Throughout the night, as dawn approached, his fever finally subsided. Exhausted, Suli collapsed beside the bed and fell asleep.
Baiji hesitated for a moment before covering her with a cloak and quietly retreating. She understood Su Li well. Since that day she had left the prince's residence, leaving behind her hairpin and a note. It was clear that she would not turn back. Moreover, she had observed that Prince Qi held affection for Su Li, and it seemed the feelings were mutual. Thus, she withdrew to await further orders. As the sun rose higher, Zhao Yuhong awoke. Glancing over, he found Su Li asleep at his bedside. Gazing at her serene profile, he recalled her promise from the previous night that she would not leave him. A smile spread across his face as he reached out to caress her porcelain-like cheek. Leaning closer, he placed a gentle kiss upon her cheek before quietly getting out of bed. Although his head felt heavy and his legs wobbly, his youthful vigor allowed him to endure. And he found the wound on his shoulder to be less painful. He carefully lifted the slumbering Su Li back onto the bed. Suddenly turning around, he caught sight of Wu Yi and Wu Er peeking in silently. His piercing gaze made them retract their heads in fright.
Su Li stirred awake.
As she opened her eyes, before she could fully comprehend her surroundings, a deep, magnetic, and gentle voice resonated. "You are awake." Turning her head, she met Zhao Yuhong's obsidian-like gaze. She inquired, "Your Highness, how do you feel?" "I am well. You should rest a while longer."
Su Li abruptly sat up, exclaiming,
"What time is it?" "It is nearly noon." In a flurry, Su Li leaped from the bed, exclaiming, "The Emperor's medicinal meals! The Emperor's meals! Do not fret. Baiji has prepared everything, and His Majesty has already eaten." Su Li let out a sigh of relief. Just then, Baiji called from the doorway, "Miss, are you awake?" "Baiji, I am awake." Baiji joyfully entered. "Miss, how do you feel?"
"Quite well."
"Miss, I, along with Xiao Yi, have prepared the Emperor's medicinal meals and regular dishes as you instructed." His Majesty did not express any dissatisfaction. Su Li praised, "You and Xiao Yi did splendidly. Miss, you should return. I will assist you with your wash, and it is time for you to eat." Zhao Yuhong cleared his throat and interjected, "Baiji, assist your young lady with her wash here, and bring it to me. I have yet to dine." Upon hearing this, Baiji immediately responded before Su Li could reply, "Yes, your highness." She then hurriedly departed. Su Li suddenly felt that Baiji was being a tad too accommodating. Observing Zhao Yuhong's expression, she said, "Your highness, extend your hand. I shall take your pulse." Zhao Yuhong obediently extended his hand. As soon as Su Li touched his pulse, she felt the strong rhythm, free of toxins. She recalled the antidote and thought that had she not been present last night, the consequences would have been dire. Frowning, she admonished, "Your Highness, why do you not keep the antidote on you at all times?" Zhao Yuhong replied, "I feared the heat would spoil the medicine, so I put it away." Su Li retorted, "I provided it for your protection, not for you to hoard. All right, I shall carry it with me from now on."
Su Li insisted, "Your Highness,
you must not be careless. If the medicine spoils, I will have to replace it." Zhao Yuhong finally felt reassured, no longer worrying about the remedy going to waste. The two individuals found themselves dining together for the third time. The previous two occasions had taken place at a modest breakfast establishment. Zhao Yuhong observed Su Li as she ate, refraining from partaking in the meal herself, opting instead to serve her. "Your Highness, why do you not eat?" she inquired. "I am quite full. I cannot manage any more," he replied. Su Li understood. Zhao Yuhong must have already dined, and he simply wished to spend time in her company. Not one to be easily deceived, Su Li noticed Zhao Yuhong's affections for her, yet the imperial family instilled in her a sense of trepidation. The emperor had numerous women, as did the crown prince and the cold prince. As for the Qi prince, though he currently had no consorts, he had professed that one wife was sufficient. However, who could predict if he would one day deem his vow of eternal fidelity as laughable as Zhao Yukuan had? Such a scenario would render him far more formidable than those who habitually entertained multiple partners, as he could easily bring home women without discrimination. As she glanced at Zhao Yuhong, who was intently focused on her, she lowered her gaze and resumed eating. Just as she finished, Wu Yi entered and announced, "Your Highness, Miss Su, the Emperor summons you both." They proceeded to the Emperor's chamber, where he appeared significantly more vigorous than the previous day. After saluting, Su Li stated, "Your Majesty, allow Yan to take your pulse." The Emperor's pulse was steady today. Recalling the peculiar fragrance she had detected on the Queen and Emperor yesterday, she asked, "Your Majesty, aside from the meal prepared by Yan, did you consume anything else?" The Emperor raised his eyelids and inquired, "Chongfu, what else did I eat?"
Chongfu replied, "Your Majesty had a bit of the egg yolk pastry given by the queen while in the carriage." Suddenly, Su Li remembered the scent she had perceived, which included the essence of mulberries. Chapter 78. The soldiers surrounding Foyan Mountain Asai escaped Su Li's lips. What a clever scheme. The combination of egg yolk pastries and mulberries could render the emperor dizzy. The queen, under the pretext of sharing a carriage with the emperor, had discreetly ensured he consumed them. The mulberries had been scattered on his clothing, thus facilitating the crown prince's ability to replace the emperor at the altar, making him a clear target for the assassin's arrow, thereby exonerating him from suspicion. Had the crown prince, unharmed, inadvertently slain the emperor, his culpability would have been unmistakable. If both Zhao Yuhong and Zhao Yubing opposed him, the crown prince would be unable to ascend the throne. Noticing a grave expression on Su Li's face, Zhao Yuhong remarked, "Father, you are currently taking medicinal food. You must heed Yan Yan's advice." Su Li finally managed to smile. "The egg yolk pastry aids digestion. It is quite beneficial," she said, secretly relieved that she had nearly revealed the truth. Zhao Yuhong's reminder had been timely. Furthermore, the royal brothers' struggles for the throne would reveal their abilities, and only the fittest would survive. However, regicide would earn universal condemnation. Should she speak, her own life might be at stake. At that moment, she caught sight of the crown prince's figure outside the window. She continued, "Your Majesty, your pulse is stable today, you are well." The crown prince entered and immediately knelt. "Father, I have arrived late only because I was afflicted with a high fever last night, and today I feel weak and slept soundly. My mother forbade anyone from waking me." Observing the crown prince's pale complexion, Su Li suspected he genuinely was unwell. The emperor lifted his eyelids, his tone matter-of-fact. If your health is poor, remain by your father's side and do not wander." He then turned to Zhao Yuhong and issued a cold command. "Commander of the Western Expedition, heed my orders. Lead 2,000 imperial guards from the right wing and 2,000 Eastern Palace soldiers to surround Foyan Mountain. You are to demand the surrender of Xianghua Temple within a stipulated time. Failure to comply will result in its destruction. Not a soul shall be spared." With that, he produced a tiger talisman for the troop command, declaring, "Any imperial guards or Eastern Palace soldiers who defy this order shall be executed without mercy. Their families shall be exterminated." This decree sent Su Li's heart racing. Xianghua Temple, for over a millennium, had seemingly never been subjected to such royal treatment. Today's circumstances were unprecedented. Merely because assassins had appeared on Foyan Mountain last night, the emperor was poised to obliterate Xianghua Temple. Su Li observed the usually benign and aged emperor now revealing his ferocious claws. Master Kong Kong, Little Yuan Kong, and the guest monk swirled in her mind, leaving her slightly dizzy. She longed to intercede with the emperor on behalf of Master Kong Kong, but upon turning, she noticed the crown prince's face devoid of color. His hands trembled uncontrollably for a moment before retreating into his sleeves. This sight provided her with some comfort. Perhaps the emperor was beginning to curtail the crown prince's military power. Did this imply that the emperor suspected the crown prince intended to assassinate him? Regardless, with each fraction of military strength diminished from the crown prince's hands, Su Li instinctively felt a sense of increased safety. At that moment, Zhao Yuhong responded with determination. "I shall comply with your orders." He took the tiger talisman and promptly departed. For a fleeting instant, Su Li felt dazed. Should Xianghua Temple refuse to surrender its people, what would become of Master Kong Kong and the others? A thought crossed her mind. How heartless is the imperial family. Yet, she soon heard Zhao Yuhong's voice, "Father, let Yan Yan accompany me to Xianghua Temple." The crown prince bowed his head low, his heart bleeding, as last night's assassination attempt had indeed aroused his father's suspicions. The emperor was beginning to wrest military control from him. The only consolation was that the emperor still afforded him a semblance of dignity by dispatching the imperial guards from the right wing to maintain his fade. Reflecting on this, the crown prince felt a slight relief. It indicated that his father did not wish to sever their ties completely. The emperor still wielded considerable authority. A flicker of fear crossed the crown prince's eyes, soon replaced by a crimson rage. The supreme imperial power. What of Xianghua Temple? Others may hesitate to act against it, but the emperor could. His Eastern Palace soldiers had been under his command for 18 years, yet his father could summon them at will. The supreme authority. He must attain it. The Qi Prince and the Cold Prince could not be left unchecked. Su Li watched as Zhao Yuhong's figure vanished at the door. Regaining her composure, she hurriedly bowed to the emperor. Your Majesty, the Qi prince has not yet fully recovered. Yan has medicine to deliver to him. The emperor waved his hand dismissively. Su Li rushed after Zhao Yuhong. Your Highness. Wait. Yan has medicine for you. She presented him with a vial, saying, Your Highness. Please take one pill now, and another this evening. Zhao Yuhong accepted the vial and gently remarked, Yan, are you worried about Master Kong?
Su Li nodded.
Zhao Yuhong touched the protective talisman at his chest, reassuring her, Do not worry, Master Kong will be safe. This is merely a warning to Xianghua Temple to refrain from participating in the struggle for power. However, some monks entangled in worldly affairs must also pay a price for this. Hearing this, Su Li felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Your Highness, you are still quite weak. Will the Eastern Palace soldiers pose a threat to you? Zhao Yuhong's expression softened. Yan need not be concerned. The Crown Prince is not moved. They are merely 2,000 men who will not dare to resist. Moreover, with Father S's decree of extermination, no one among them is foolish enough to defy it. Su Li instinctively felt a little more at ease. I will keep Wu Yi and Wu Heir by your side. Reach out to them should you need assistance. After saying this, Zhao Yuhong mounted the horse brought by his bodyguard. Soon, the sound of orders and the thunder of galloping hooves filled the air. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Upon returning to the emperor's side, Su Li soon found herself accompanied by an increasing number of right guards, outnumbering the crown prince's attendants. Only then did her heart finally settle. She glanced at the crown prince, noting his still pale complexion, which seemed to have been masked with a touch of foundation. As if sensing Su Li's gaze, the crown prince lifted his eyes to meet hers. The discomfort surged within her as their eyes locked. She forced a smile and inquired with concern, Your Majesty, where is the Empress? The Emperor, without raising his eyelids, replied, I have sent someone to convey the message. We shall go to Xianghua Temple together. At that moment, Granny Qin arrived, and upon seeing the Emperor, she knelt down with a thud. Your Majesty, the Empress has not slept all night and has just fainted from dizziness. The imperial physician has examined her and declared it a case of illness caused by worry. The Emperor let out a strange laugh. Isn't the Empress suffering due to those monks at Xianghua Temple? Granny Qin hastily responded, Your Majesty, the Empress is only concerned about you and the Crown Prince. As for the monks of Xianghua Temple, it is entirely at your discretion. Chapter 79. The bloodbath at Xianghua Temple. The Emperor ceased his idle chatter, gesturing dismissively. Granny Qin, visibly losing her earlier composure, hurriedly departed. With her heart filled with confusion, Su Li followed the Emperor onto his dragon carriage. The Crown Prince boarded his own carriage. What had begun as a grand procession now reduced to 2 carriages, slowly making their way to Xianghua Temple. At the foot of the mountain, soldiers stood in a formidable formation, prepared for any eventuality. As they climbed halfway up the mountain, Su Li anticipated disembarking to ascend to the temple's peak, only to find that the Emperor had no intention of alighting. The carriage did not halt. Instead, a door opened midway up the mountain, revealing a broad path behind it. The dragon carriage continued onward, leaving Su Li in astonishment, for she had never known such a route existed. The princess had never utilized this path either, leading Su Li to speculate that perhaps even she lacked the privilege to traverse it. Only the Emperor could do so. The Crown Prince, equally astonished, realized he was unaware of this path. This realization heightened his awareness of the disparities in treatment that came with the throne. Though he was but a half step away from the imperial seat, that distance felt as vast as a chasm. His yearning for the throne intensified as he sat in contemplation within his carriage. The unfolding events of the day had taken him by surprise. He had initially believed that his injury would absolve him of suspicion. Yet, he could not discern where the flaw lay. All he knew was that there were secrets about Xianghua Temple he remained oblivious to. The dragon carriage finally arrived at the courtyard of Xianghua Temple and came to a stop. Su Li was the first to disembark, immediately spotting Zhao Yuhong. His posture erect and expression stern, exuding an aura of formidable authority. Behind him stood hundreds of armored soldiers, their fierce demeanor evoking trepidation. Opposing them were the abbot, the resident monk, the guest monk, and several temple guardians. The atmosphere was thick with tension as the 2 factions appeared to stand at odds. Su Li was anxious, fearing that a single word of disagreement might incite violence. Among the monks of Xianghua Temple, aside from the unfamiliar martial monks, she recognized all the other faces, save for Master Kong, who, as the guest monk had mentioned, was in seclusion. Su Li hoped he would not make an appearance. At that moment, Chongfu assisted the emperor in descending from the carriage. The soldiers immediately knelt, proclaiming in unison, "We welcome your majesty." The abbot, Jinkong, chanted a Buddhist mantra before addressing the emperor, "Your majesty, it has been a long time. Why this sudden display of force?" The emperor replied nonchalantly, "Master Jinkong, last night an assassination attempt was made on me from the direction of Buddha's Seal Mountain. Surely, you are not so forgetful as to overlook this? You are but 2 years my junior. If so, what are you doing as the abbot? You might as well journey to the Western Paradise." Su Li was taken aback by the emperor's sharp tongue, witnessing him rebuke the monks of Xianghua Temple so openly. However, Jinkong displayed no sign of anger. After chanting once more, he replied, "The assailants who sought to harm your majesty have already been reincarnated. Let this matter rest."
Rest?
The emperor echoed incredulously, then turned sharply. "Commanding Crown Prince, do you believe this matter can simply be dismissed?" The Crown Prince had anticipated this moment, eager to demonstrate his compassion as a future ruler. He had devised a strategy along the way, aiming to enhance his reputation. Thus, he declared, "Father, heaven bestows mercy upon all creatures. Since the assailant is deceased and the masters of Xianghua Temple are enlightened monks, then let this matter be laid to rest." The emperor fixed a steady gaze upon the Crown Prince, remaining silent. He then called out to Zhao Yuhong, commander of the Western Expeditionary Forces, "What say you?" Zhao Yuhong's voice, laced with coldness, responded, "Although Buddha's Seal Mountain prohibits bloodshed, it has nonetheless occurred. Some areas have become cesspools of filth and must be cleansed with blood. Otherwise, you may cleanse it yourselves, or I, the commander of the Western Expeditionary Forces, shall do it for you."
Su Li's hart raced.
Until now, she had only witnessed Zhao Yuhong's gentle side. She had never seen him so ruthless. It appeared inevitable that blood would be shed at Xianghua Temple tonight. Clenching her fists tightly, she feared Zhao Yuhong might unsheath his sword and strike at Master Jinkong. The abbot began to speak, "Since there is filth to cleanse, it is my heart that has been sullied." Indeed, before he could finish, a martial monk behind him swiftly drew a dagger and slashed at the side of his neck. Master Jinkong collapsed, blood gushing forth. The monk shouted, "The emperor has slain Master Jinkong. Avenge him. Kill." Instantly, the martial monks surged forward, attacking the high monks of Xianghua Temple. Su Li was left in shock by the sudden turn of events. What was happening? Zhao Yuhong had not even made a move, and the very monks of Xianghua Temple had struck down their own abbot. They were now blaming the emperor. In a frenzy, they turned their blades upon their own. Su Li anxiously watched Zhao Yuhong as he raised his blade, shouting, "Kill." The soldiers charged forward. The monk who had attacked the abbot was a fierce-looking, towering figure. He hurled his dagger towards the emperor. Zhao Yuhong leapt, deflecting the dagger with his sword, and the two engaged in combat. Su Li realized this man was the leader of the martial monks. Her eyes remained fixed on Zhao Yuhong, her heart pounding with anxiety, her palms clammy with sweat. Could he manage to fight in his still recovering state? She urgently called out, "Wu Yi, Wu Er, quickly assist Prince Qi." Yet the two did not move. Su Li's eyes widened in urgency. "Are we not leaving yet? His Highness has ordered us to remain by Miss Su's side, or we risk losing our heads. One must go, and one must stay. I assure you, your heads will remain intact." Only then did Wu Yi charge onto the battlefield. However, before he could reach Zhao Yuhong, Su Li turned back to look. She saw that the monk had lost an arm and sustained a leg injury, collapsing on the ground, utterly devoid of combat capability. Zhao Yuhong surveyed the area. The monk lay dead or wounded, posing no further threat. He wiped the blood from his military knife on the monk's body and sheathed it with a decisive motion. Approaching Su Li, he offered a reassuring smile, a semblance of comfort, before turning to the emperor and bowing respectfully. "Father, please proceed to interrogate him." The emperor cast a sidelong glance at Su Li before striding over. Upon reaching the fallen monk, he kicked the head of the monk leader, Chiu Luo. "Hiding here and attempting to assassinate me is a futile endeavor, isn't it?" The monk, referred to as Chiu Luo by the emperor, defiantly retorted, "I am Quan Kong, not Chiu Luo." The emperor replied slowly, "You could have lived out your days peacefully at Xianghua Temple. Yet, you disrupted a millennium of tradition at Buddha's Seal Mountain, allowing an assassination attempt on me. Such actions warrant death. Today, not only do you refuse to accept justice, but you also attempt to frame me. Is it useful? Even if I were the one to slay Jinkong, would you be able to sway the world against me?"
Fool.
Xiao Luo gasped for breath. His eyes bloodshot with rage as he glared at the emperor, gritting his teeth. It was I who orchestrated last night's assassination, and none else is to blame. I regret not killing you and your family. With that, he clenched his jaw, white foam spilling from his mouth as his head drooped. Suli reached out to check his neck and murmured, "He is dead." The crown prince was stunned beyond measure. This monk, whom his father called Xiao Luo and who called himself Quan Kong, had suddenly taken the blame for the assassination on his behalf. After the initial shock, joy surged within him. Fate was favoring him, yet he soon considered that perhaps this was orchestrated by his mother. Nevertheless, all fear within him dissipated, and his hunched posture straightened somewhat. Conversely, Suli felt a tightening dread in her heart, her face paling. There were indeed traitors within Xiangwa Temple. Zhao Yuhong supported her gently, whispering, "Do not fear. The soldiers have gone to search for this monk's accomplices in the temple." Hearing his calm and gentle words reassured her greatly. She hoarsely said, "I wish to see the abbot." Approaching the abbot, she saw a young monk pressing on his neck to help him sit up. His face was ashen, yet he still breathed. Suli noticed that Xiao Luo's dagger had been angled slightly, missing the most vital spot. She reached out to heal him, but the abbot spoke, "Yan, there is no need. I have been blinded by my karmic obstacles. Brother Kong once advised me, my comprehension is lacking. Not everyone can be swayed by the Dharma and attain Buddhahood instantly. Abbot, simply living well can clear your karmic burdens," Suli urged. Yan, life and death are but a state of mind. This too is a means of alleviating obstacles. The abbotess' gaze grew increasingly vacant, and Suli felt urgency swell within her. If she did not act quickly, he would truly be lost. "Abbot, please let Yan save you." At that moment, the emperor scoffed, "Jing Kong, you ought to repent before the Buddha for sheltering evildoers. Look at how many lives you have cost at Xiangwa Temple. My sins are predetermined, yet your majesty must remain vigilant," he said, closing his eyes as he sat in meditation. Suli silently shed tears, surveying the blood-soaked ground, the corpses, and severed limbs, a scene akin to hell. The tranquil aura that once filled this place had vanished, replaced by the brutality of power struggles. A gentle hand wiped away her tears. Zhao Yuhong's soothing voice broke through the despair. "Yan, return with my father. I will come to see you after I resolve matters at Xiangwa Temple." It was her first encounter with such bloodshed, memories of the abbotess and others' gentle faces flooding her mind. Her tears flowed unabated as she choked out, "Your Highness, you must find Master Kong." Zhao Yuhong embraced her tenderly. "Rest assured, return with my father. I will certainly find Master Kong. Trust that he will be safe." The emperor coughed. "Return to the palace," Chang Fu announced. "Your majesty is departing for the palace." Amidst the respectful farewells, Suli stepped into the dragon carriage. Upon entering, the emperor's exhaustion became apparent. Chang Fu whispered, "Your majesty, please take a moment to rest." Leaning against the comfortable couch, the emperor spoke slowly. Yan, you weep for Jing Kong, and the others do not?" Suli, choking back tears, replied, "Yes, your majesty. They were such kind souls. Yet it is tragic that they perished at the hands of their own." "They perished by their own doing," the emperor remarked, opening his eyes to gaze at Suli, embodying a patient guide. Yan, unrestrained compassion and kindness can often lead to evil. It enables wrongdoing and supports malevolence. He paused before continuing, "I too nearly perished due to my own softness." Suli wiped her tears. "Your majesty, did you once feel compassion for that Xiao Luo?"
Indeed.
"Had I dealt with him decisively back then, he would not have gained the power over the monks of Xiangwa Temple, and I, along with Honger, would not have faced such peril." Suli's heart skipped a beat. The emperor only mentioned 2 people, excluding the crown prince. Did he truly know of the crown prince's involvement in this assassination? As she pondered, the sound of the emperor's snores interrupted her thoughts. Chang Fu signaled her to remain silent. Upon returning to the palace, the lamps were lit. The atmosphere was peaceful. Bai Ji and Xiao Yi had already returned. Seeing Suli's tear-stained eyes, Bai Ji asked anxiously, "Miss, what has happened?" Suli shook her head, managing a bitter smile. How could she explain the events at Xiangwa Temple? She instructed Bai Ji to prepare a meal for the emperor. After bustling about in the kitchen, she brought the meal to the Qingjin Hall, waiting for the emperor to finish. As she prepared to leave, the emperor said, "Yan, tomorrow I shall attend court at Hanyuan Hall. Please deliver the medicinal meal there." Taking the medicinal meal to Hanyuan Hall, That was the most solemn place in the palace, where ministers deliberated over crucial state matters. She was perplexed by the emperor's intentions in bringing such a meal there. Nevertheless, she complied with his command. As she stepped out of the Qingjin hall with the food box, Chongfu quietly followed her, softly calling, "Miss Su, wait. Is there anything else the emperor wishes to convey? Miss Su, please rest early tonight. The morning court begins at the 4th watch and lasts for 1 hour. It would be best for you to accompany His Majesty and stand beside him near the dragon throne." Su Li's heart raced, but she nodded in acknowledgement. Late at night, the entire palace lay in serene silence. In the Fenghua Palace, Su Li lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Initially, when the emperor had instructed her to deliver medicinal dishes, she felt he was being overly sentimental. However, when Grand Eunuch Chongfu pursued her, informing her that it was as if the emperor was granting her an audience, she felt a rush of excitement and sat up. Listening to matters of state might provide her with greater insight into her father's affairs, perhaps even offer her an opportunity to converse with the emperor. She contemplated her attire for the following day, deciding it must not be flamboyant, lest it attract the minister's attention. Rising from her bed, she rummaged through her wardrobe and was fortunate to find a modest blue dress adorned with only a few delicate floral embroideries at the hem. Clutching the dress, she finally drifted into a peaceful slumber. The next day, at the first watch of the day, Su Li stood before the Hall of Governance, invigorated, carrying the medicinal dishes. Upon seeing her, the emperor remarked, "Why are you dressed so plainly today?" Su Li found herself at a loss for words. Could the Hall of Harmony allow for any ostentation? Even in her current attire, she feared the ministers might cast her sidelong glances. Indeed, as she entered the Hall of Harmony, following Grand Eunuch Chongfu through the emperor's designated passage, she felt a multitude of piercing gazes upon her. Even as she bent her head and mimicked Chongfu's posture, she could sense the scrutiny. Raising her eyes slightly, she took in the grandeur of the Hall of Harmony, where 6 neat rows of ministers stood. A sweeping glance revealed many quickly diverting their gazes. Yet, amidst the crowd, she spotted Zhao Yuhong, the crown prince Zhao Yuheng, and even Zhao Yubing. Both Zhao Yuhong and Zhao Yubing were attired in princely garments, purple ceremonial robes with gold-threaded sashes, their black hair bound and adorned with jeweled crowns. Zhao Yuhong's tall and slender figure stood straight, exuding an inherent nobility, while Zhao Yubing appeared considerably less poised, his posture slumped, evidently uncomfortable due to a lingering leg injury. The 2 brothers stood behind the crown prince. Su Li noticed a hint of fatigue in Zhao Yuhong's expression. Their eyes met, and he offered a gentle smile, his gaze imbued with tenderness. Su Li reciprocated with a slight smile of her own. However, the crown prince, upon seeing Su Li, seemed oblivious to her presence. Engrossed in a silent exchange with Zhao Yuhong, and his eyes reddened with jealousy, gnawing at his heart. Yet he maintained an air of composure, merely glancing at Su Li before shifting his gaze. Zhao Yubing, in stark contrast, openly scrutinized her, his gaze almost unmasked. Su Li shot him a look of disdain before lowering her eyes. Grand Eunuch Chongfu announced, "His Majesty has arrived." Everyone knelt and chorused, "Long live the Emperor." Su Li glanced back at Zhao Yubing, noting his struggle to kneel. When the Emperor commanded them to rise, she observed him discreetly wiping sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, which brought her a sense of satisfaction. Chongfu then proclaimed, "If there are matters to discuss, present them. If not, the court is dismissed." Immediately, a minister stepped forward. "I have a matter to report." Su Li recognized him as Inspector Song's father, Inspector Song. She had visited Inspector Song's home and met him before. "Minister Song, please proceed," the emperor beckoned. "Your Majesty." The soldiers stationed at South Stream Mountain in the Eastern Palace have been reported by villagers for indulging in debauchery and disturbing the peace, Inspector Song elaborated. Some officers have even been disrespectful to virtuous women. The root cause lies in the excessive military pay, leading to idleness and mischief. I propose the emperor reclaim the Eastern Palace troops and send them to guard the borders. As he spoke, Su Li noticed the crown prince's expression darkening. Once Inspector Song finished, another voice emerged, "Your Majesty, I oppose." Su Li realized this was the current Deputy Minister of Revenue, who had held the position for a decade, having ascended after her father's fall from grace. Instinctively, she felt a connection between this man and her father's case. She listened intently as he articulated his opposition to Inspector Song's suggestion, arguing that the Eastern Palace troops were under the Crown Prince's command, and their symbolic value outweighed their military significance.
With the troops under the Crown Prince's control, stability would prevail, ensuring the people's peace of mind.
Internally, Sully scoffed.
It was precisely under the Crown Prince's command that stability faltered. The deputy minister continued to argue against the proposal from a financial standpoint, asserting that the 2,000 soldiers would require new weaponry. The armaments currently used were unsuitable for actual combat, necessitating new production, which the Ministry of Revenue could not afford. In summary, he insisted the troops must remain under the Crown Prince's control. Following his remarks, numerous ministers echoed his sentiments, one after another declaring their support. When no one else voiced opposition, the emperor turned to the chancellor, who stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, I believe Inspector Song's proposal has merit." The emperor replied in a calm tone, "Chancellor Chen, please elaborate." The chancellor suggested allocating 1,000 troops for border defense while leaving another 1,000 under the Crown Prince's command. The emperor inquired, where would the armaments for 1,000 soldiers come from? At that moment, Zhao Yuhong stepped forward, stating, "Father, I have the weapons. During the conflict with Xiliang, I seized 30,000 military sabers. Although these may be inferior to the Eastern Yen sabers, they are still genuine arms." The emperor appeared to lean towards agreeing with the chancellor's proposal when another minister interjected, suggesting splitting the Eastern Palace troops into 3 divisions, one under the Crown Prince to guard the capital, one for Prince Qi to lead on expeditions, and another for Prince Han to deploy against the pirates in the southern seas. The Crown Prince's complexion shifted from black to red, and then pale. He understood that today's court session was designed to diminish his military power in favor of Prince Zhao Yuhong. However, as Prince Han's faction intervened, he realized he needed to bide his time, adopting a submissive demeanor, lowering his head. This was the first time Su Li witnessed these typically solemn and authoritative ministers engaging in a heated dispute, their faces flushed and spittle flying. It was a remarkable sight. The uproar continued until the court adjourned, with the emperor waving his hand. "We shall reconvene tomorrow to discuss state matters." For 3 consecutive days, Su Li attended the court, listening to the ministers debate fervently. Finally, during another session, the emperor announced the division of the Eastern Palace troops, 8,000 under the Crown Prince Zhao Yuhong, 10,000 under Prince Qi Zhao Yuhong, and 2,000 under Prince Han Zhao Yubing. Once Zhao Yubing's leg healed, he would lead the 2,000 against the pirates in Jiangnan, while Zhao Yuhong would march west with his 10,000 troops to conquer Xiliang. It seemed the tumult had finally subsided. Throughout this period of listening to state affairs, the weather remained persistently drizzly. Perhaps it was the incessant rain that rendered everyone lethargic. Both Consort Li and the Empress claimed illness and refrained from venturing out, leaving the inner palace unusually tranquil. This tranquility was such that every palace maid and eunuch Su Li encountered treated her with utmost respect, and even the emperor's consorts greeted her with smiles. The previous threats and underhanded schemes appeared to have vanished without a trace, which only heightened Su Li's vigilance. Beneath this tranquility often lurks danger, ready to strike like a venomous serpent when one least expects it, delivering a fatal blow to the unwary. The day following the emperor's declaration to divide the Eastern Palace's troops dawned bright and clear, the sun shining brilliantly, dispelling the oppressive gloom.
Sully,
urged by Baiji's chatter, carried a flower basket, intending to gather bougainvillea from the plum blossom grove behind the Luo Mei Palace to adorn the Fenghua Palace. With Baiji and a small chair in tow, she strolled leisurely toward her destination. This expanse of bougainvillea was in full bloom, its fiery red petals resembling burning flames, warming the chilly season with their enchanting fragrance. Suddenly, Su Li sensed an unusual stillness in the air. Chapter 82. Enticement. No one.
There was not a soul in sight.
Su Li gestured to Baiji and the small chair to remain silent. She led the way deeper into the grove. The sound of trickling water reached her ears, and the small chair whispered, "Miss Su, we have arrived at the flowing spring waterfall." Just then, a voice broke the silence. "Su Shi, this should suffice, right?" Recognizing the voice of the 9th Princess Zhao Xining, Su Li realized that Zhao Xining had recovered from the injury inflicted by Zhao Yuhong over the past 2 weeks. It seemed she had also come to admire the bougainvillea. Desiring to avoid an encounter that might mar her mood, Su Li turned to take a different path. Suddenly, a man's voice called out, "Report to the 9th Princess. All the people in this plum grove have been driven away." Su Li halted in her tracks. Was Zhao Xining waiting for someone here? Did she require the grove to be cleared of its visitors? What was afoot? She promptly signaled for Baiji and the small chair to hide behind a nearby rock. Just as they concealed themselves, footsteps approached along the path. revealing a troop of imperial guards marching past the route they had just traversed. The involvement of the imperial guards in expelling her was a troubling sign. Su Li instinctively sensed that Zhao Xining's intentions were nefarious and undoubtedly involved some sordid affair. Sure enough, moments later, Su Shi's voice rang out. Princess, you must furrow your brows lightly. The performance of this farewell piece must be filled with sorrow. That is essential. Sorrowful, indeed. Who was Zhao Xining trying to imitate? Was she rehearsing for a theatrical performance? Su Li discreetly parted the branches before her, gaining a higher vantage point from which to observe the ninth princess. Zhao Xining was seated in a small pavilion before the waterfall, its floor adorned with a pristine white carpet. Dressed in a pale moon-white gown, she sat cross-legged on a cushion, a zither made from banana leaves resting on a table before her, while an orange cat lounged at her feet. Su Li marveled at the picturesque scene, akin to a traditional ink painting, truly breathtaking. Yet, upon closer inspection, she noticed that the cat was tethered to Su Shi by a chain. Zhao Xining caressed the cat, admonishing Orange Fur, "You must behave, otherwise this princess shall send you to your mother, and she will put an end to you." Orange Fur neither meowed nor stirred, submitting to Zhao Xining's threats. Suddenly, a court eunuch dashed towards them, breathlessly announcing, "Ninth princess, they are coming, they are coming." Instantly, Su Shi sprang into action, lowering the sheer curtains that hung around the pavilion and removing the chain from Orange Fur's neck. Zhao Xining began to play the sorrowful melody of farewell on the zither. Indeed, her rendition was filled with melancholy. Yet, Su Li couldn't help but find amusement in Zhao Xining's elaborate efforts to entice someone. She was eager to discover the identity of the individual who inspired such fervor in Zhao Xining. Just as she anticipated a captivating spectacle, she suddenly spotted the emperor and Chong Fu approaching along the path previously reported by the eunuch. The emperor's steps seemed hurried, as if he were jogging, with Chong Fu trailing behind, urging, "Your Majesty, please slow down." Upon reaching the pavilion, the emperor halted, his countenance beaming with joy. Suddenly, a cat leapt from the pavilion and pounced upon him. He caught the cat in his arms, and upon glimpsing the figure within the pavilion, he exclaimed, "Concubine Jing, you have returned." With that, he moved forward with youthful vigor, stepping into the pavilion. Through the dimness, Su Li discerned the emperor embracing Zhao Xining, and the two fell to the ground. Su Li was taken aback, her mind reeling. What was transpiring? Was Zhao Xining attempting to seduce her own father? Was this an act of incest? Overwhelmed, she instinctively murmured, "Your Majesty, no, no." Her body trembled as she sought to rush toward the pavilion, only to be restrained by another. The scent of fresh bamboo wafted toward her. It was Zhao Yuhong. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she struggled to articulate her distress. In a hushed voice, she implored, "Your Highness, please, you must stop the emperor." Zhao Yuhong's eyes, deep as a tranquil pool, glinted with a hint of coldness as he replied softly, "There is no need to intervene."
Su Li's heart sank.
Chilled to the core as she watched the incestuous scene unfold before her. She could not bear to witness such a violation. During this time, the emperor had treated her with a paternal affection, guiding her as a father would, and she had developed feelings of respect and love for him, akin to that of a daughter for her father. Just as she was about to cry out, Zhao Yuhong's large hand covered her mouth. "Someone is coming." Su Li spotted Li Fei and her entourage hastily approaching along the path Su Li had taken. Despair washed over her. This was a prearranged scheme to catch them in the act. With reddened eyes, she glared at Zhao Yuhong. Upon noticing her gaze, he sighed softly, leaning closer to whisper, "Do not worry, father will not do anything, just wait and see." Indeed, a sharp slap echoed from within the pavilion, followed by the emperor's furious roar, "Zhao Xining, do you wish to die?" With that, he furiously tore down the sheer curtains and seized the zither, smashing it to the ground before delivering several kicks to Zhao Xining, who lay there. Finally, he leaned against the pavilion's columns, panting heavily. At that moment, Chong Fu arrived, rushing to support the emperor, soothing his back. "Your Majesty, do not be angry. Your health has only just improved. Remember, Yan Yan advised you not to let anger consume you, for it could have dire consequences." With Chong Fu's persistent reassurances, the emperor gradually regained his composure, while Zhao Xining stood frozen in shock, her eyes wide as she stared at the emperor. Su Li exhaled a sigh of relief. The intensity of the preceding moments had left her shaken, and now, she felt weak and unsteady as Zhao Yuhong held her close. It was then she realized Bai Ji and the small chair were no longer present.
They had likely found a hiding place upon seeing Zhao Yuhong arrive. Zhao Yuhong's hand, having loosened its grip, now rested gently against her chin as he whispered softly in her ear, "Do you harbor resentment towards me?" His breath caressed her neck, sending shivers down her spine. Su Li pushed against him, though she lacked the strength to resist, and replied softly, "I felt resentment earlier, but now it is of no consequence." Yet Zhao Yuhong pressed on. "Do you still resent me?" The scent of fresh bamboo enveloped her completely, and she replied, "I no longer resent you. Were you seeking me?" "Indeed. The people of Dai Palace informed me of your presence in the plum grove, so I came." Su Li recalled the emperor calling for Consort Jing, indicating her significant importance in his heart. She inquired of Zhao Yuhong, "Your Highness, who is Consort Jing?" After a long pause, Zhao Yuhong replied, "She is my mother." Su Li was taken aback. Hadn't his mother been declared deceased? The emperor's earlier words suggested that Consort Jing was still alive. Is your mother truly alive? Chapter 83. The failed restoration of favor and the severing of the tongue. Zhao Yuhong gently shook his head. My mother has indeed passed away. My father refuses to accept this. He is likely deceiving himself, imagining that my mother left the palace in anger. Yan, let's continue watching.
Su Li noticed Consort Li moving swiftly.
Today, she was clad in garments of the same hue as Zhao Xianning's attire, though less demure, adorned with jewels that jingled as she walked. Upon reaching the pavilion, she found the scene in disarray, with Zhao Xianning slumped on the ground. Her hair and clothes disheveled, fear evident in her eyes as she gazed at the emperor, whose countenance was stormy with rage. Observing this, Consort Li hesitated momentarily before rushing towards the emperor. Your Majesty, has Ninger angered you? The emperor remained silent, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap to Consort Li, sending her crashing to the ground. Everything Zhao Xianning has done is instigated by you, wretched woman. Ignoring her pain, Consort Li crawled towards the emperor, clasping his leg and weeping, Your Majesty, Ninger has erred. It is my failure as her mother. Spare her and punish me instead. The emperor retorted, Indeed, it is your failure. With that, he struck her face again. Who instructed Zhao Xianning to imitate Consort Jing? Who taught her? The blow left Consort Li bleeding from her mouth and nose, her grip on the emperor loosening.
Su Li then comprehended.
Zhao Xianning's behavior was an attempt to emulate Zhao Yuhong's mother, aiming for a restoration of favor. Your Highness, it seems your mother was the emperor's greatest love. I was born after my mother's passing, I know nothing of it. As Zhao Yuhong spoke, his warm breath brushed against Su Li's ear, cheek, and neck, sending a tingling sensation through her. She attempted to push him away, but found herself unable to do so, merely twisting slightly. Zhao Yuhong tightened his embrace. Stay still. If father discovers us spying, we shall face dire consequences.
Su Li immediately froze.
The emperor's actions, treating his daughter as a consort, were scandalous and would be hidden from all. Anyone who knew would surely be silenced. As expected, the hidden Su Shi, striving to minimize her presence, was soon spotted by the emperor. He roared, Come here, execute this person on the spot. Before Su Li could react, a figure wearing a ghostly mask appeared before the emperor and, without a word, raised a blade to strike Su Shi. Your Highness, save me.
Suon se cried.
Leaping towards Consort Li. But before she could reach her, her head was severed, rolling to Zhao Xianning's feet, her body collapsing atop Consort Li, blood splattering across her face. The emperor then commanded his secret guards, send the 9th princess to Ganyi Temple, shave her head as a nun, and ensure she never steps outside its confines. Ganyi Temple, while referred to as a temple, was in truth a prison. Women of the royal family who had erred but were not to be executed were sent there, living in harsh conditions, often succumbing to despair within a few years. To be sent to Ganyi Temple was akin to receiving a death sentence, a prolonged and torturous one. At this moment, Consort Li finally regained her senses, disregarding the blood on her face as she hastily pushed away Su Shi's body, bowing repeatedly. Your Majesty, please, we were wrong. The emperor coldly retorted. What have you erred in? Consort Li faltered, unable to respond. At last, Zhao Xianning seemed to regain her composure. Perhaps the threat of Ganyi Temple ignited her temper as she stood and laughed maniacally. Father, what wrong have we committed? We merely sought to please you. You loved that wretched woman, Consort Jing. When she died, you took my mother as a replacement. Now that mother is old, why not allow Ninger to play the part? These words sent a chill through Su Li, feeling Zhao Yuhong's muscles tense, a cold shiver coursing through her. The emperor trembled with fury. Su Li observed his face gradually turning an ominous shade of red, veins bulging, his eyes bulging outward. Your Highness, quickly, let us move. The emperor is at risk of a fit. Long Fu, seeing the emperor's state, hurriedly grasped him, repeatedly imploring, Your Majesty, quell your anger.
Suddenly,
His vision blurred as Zhao Yuhong and Su Li stood before him. Quickly, help the emperor sit down.
Su Li commanded.
Zhao Yuhong swiftly lowered the emperor to the ground. Su Li retrieved her silver needle pouch and deftly began her work, inserting needles into the emperor's head and chest. Zhao Yuhong then coldly declared, Cut out Zhao Xianning's tongue. Consort Li protested. Who dares? The hidden guards hesitated, uncertain whose orders to follow.
Zhao Yu Hong stepped forward, confronting Zhao Xinning.
To insult my mother, having her tongue severed is a light punishment. Grasping her mouth, he swiftly removed her tongue, which fell to the ground. With a swift kick, he expelled both Zhao Xianning and Consort Li from the pavilion, and with a wave of his hand, the masked guards discarded Su Shi's corpse as well. He then seized Zhao Xianning and began to leave. Consort Li scrambled up, clutching Zhao Xianning's leg, crying out, Your Majesty, your daughter Ninger, I beseech you, spare her. The emperor, incapacitated by Su Li's needles, could neither hear nor see the unfolding events. The guards whisked Zhao Xianning away, disappearing from Consort Li's sight in an instant. She hurriedly crawled toward the emperor, but was obstructed by Zhao Yuhong, who stood like a sentinel. Step aside. I must see the emperor, she shrieked. Su Li gently interjected, Your Highness, allow her to come. I shall administer a needle. This immediately silenced Consort Li, halting her frantic movements. Calmness washed over her as she pondered the events that had transpired before her arrival. In the past, her impersonations of Consort Jing had always been met with favor, yet this time, with merely a fleeting performance by Ninger, chaos had ensued. Had she known, she would have taken on the role herself. As she recalled Ninger's severed tongue, despair washed over her. Even if she had not lost her tongue, being sent to Ganyi Temple would mean that once Binger ascended the throne, returning would be a trivial matter. She felt a mix of pain and regret, casting venomous glances at Su Li and Zhao Yuhong. Suddenly, Zhao Xianning's words echoed in her mind. Mother, I tell you. Third brother and Su Li are having an affair. Li Fei fixed her gaze intently on the two individuals for a moment before lowering her eyes. Yet, within her heart, she silently seethed, having been wronged by the Duke of the State. Humph! Sooner or later, you too shall pay the price.